Chapter 201 The passage to the Devil World opens. Lu Yuan retracted his thoughts and walked towards the crowd. He felt relieved when he saw that everyone had regained their consciousness. The other players, who had recovered, saw that the demons had retreated and began to grab the loot on the ground.
The enemy has been eliminated?
Zhao Xinghe asked when he saw Lu Yuan coming over.
Run away. We have all entered her illusion. This enemy is difficult to deal with,
Lu Yuan said with some depression.
Lu Yuan, what's wrong with you? Why do you feel listless?
Xiao Lui was the first to notice something strange about Lu Yuan and asked quickly.
It's nothing. I just feel that I am too weak. I am powerless against the bosses in the Peak Forest. I was powerless against the demon general just now. How can I protect everyone with such strength? Let alone protect our world. They have been living in this world for thousands of years. And we have only been here for a short time. We must not belittle ourselves.
Xiao Lui comforted. Lu Yuan nodded, walked to Yang Yanzhao not far away and said,
Thanks to your blow just now, I found the flaw in the dream. I'm glad to be able to help. The enemy is quite powerful. I don't understand why a world mission is released that cannot be completed at all.
Yang Yanzhao replied. There were many players around Lu Yuan, and some were entering the stone chamber one after another. He did not explain much. After all, Professor Sun of Taoyuan Group had told him not to publicize it on a large scale for the time being. Otherwise it would easily cause panic.
Brother Lu, I have played a lot of equipment recently and sold a lot of gold coins. Let me give you some of it first,
Yang Yanzhao said to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan naturally knew that he was talking about the money for the Neptune fork weapon. But Lu Yuan didn't really want the money now. After all, a low-level epic weapon was not important to Lu Yuan.
There will be many cruel wars in the future. I need some trustworthy comrades. I am planning to set up a studio. Are you interested in participating?
For this kind of person who is true to his word and has some strength. Lu Yuan deliberately went over. Yang Yanzhao shook his head and said,
I will return the money to you, but I will not sacrifice my life for others just because of money.
Lu Yuan smiled and said,
You don't need to sacrifice your life. If a war breaks out in the future, no one can hide even if they want to. Whether it's for the sake of the world or self-protection, unity is our only way out. It's just a game. If a war breaks out, there won't be monsters that outnumber the players.
Lu Yuan smiled without explaining much, and simply replied,
If you want to join, just message me privately. Although there is no salary in our studio, I will give you in-game help, and we all get along with each other as friends.
Lu Yuan was not angry when he was rejected. He didn't want to be bound by the guild at the beginning. Most people play games just for fun or to make some pocket money. It is normal to not want to work hard for others, especially those with good skills. There was nothing worth staying in the stone room. Lu Yuan led everyone directly into the passage where the demons retreated, although it was impossible to catch up. Who knew whether there would be any gains? This passage was exactly opposite to the direction the players entered, but Lu Yuan didn't know where it led. The magic soldiers in the passage had long disappeared, and there were no monsters along the way. He also passed 2 more stone rooms. The monsters inside had also been cleared away, and everyone was enjoying themselves and chatting while continuing to move forward.
It seems that this underground cave was built by Lord Tianlei in the central stone chamber. I didn't expect that he died so unjustly. What I'm thinking of is that in addition to the Peak Forest and the Demon Realm, there are no monsters above level 50. It seems that there are still many hidden monsters.
After Lu Yuan finished speaking, he looked at Zheng Yu and Fang Rou, who usually talked the most, and felt that these 2 people were unusually quiet today.
What's wrong with you two? You are usually so talkative. Why don't you say a word today?
Lu Yuan asked.
It's nothing. It's just that the illusion just now was quite unpleasant. Although I know it's fake.
It's still uncomfortable.
Zheng Yu said.
This dream is quite real. My eagle eye has reached its peak, but I still can't see through it.
Lu Yuan felt a little uncomfortable when he recalled it. After all, he was caught and raped by everyone in the dream. Zheng Yu smiled bitterly and said,
I dreamed that we all went to find the boss together, but we opened the door and found that the boss was violating Ling, and I couldn't stop him. What a coincidence. What I dreamed about was that Xiao Yuanzi was fooling around with Qiu Shui. Qiu Shui even said that it was because of Lu Yuan that he abandoned me.
Zhao Xinghe said it very easily.
Damn it. I dreamed about Lu Yuan being raped. I didn't expect that Lu Yuan would be so cool in my dream. It turns out that he seems to be loyal.
Fang Rou also agreed after hearing this. Lu Yuan hurriedly explained.
It's all an illusion. How could I do something like that?
Fong Rou came to Xiao Lui and Li Tong and asked,
"Where are you two? What did you dream about?"
Xiao Lui and Li Tong's faces turned red, and they didn't say anything.
"You're so shameless. Lu Yuan. You're so shameless."
Fong Rou angrily stepped forward and punched Lu Yuan several times. The most unjust person was Lu Yuan. He had been thinking about how to fight the enemy and how to save everyone quickly. But he didn't expect to be blamed for this. There were no monsters blocking the way. And soon everyone reached the exit. The exit here was not the bottom of the lake, but a valley. There were some corpses of demon soldiers in the middle of the valley. The corpses were charred and black, as if they had been struck by lightning. Lu Yuan stepped forward and was about to check when he suddenly saw electric sparks flashing from his armor and felt a little numb all over.
"It's over. Stay away from me."
A bolt of lightning fell and struck directly on Lu Yuan's body. Fortunately, Lu Yuan's blood was thick, so this blow only knocked out a small half of Lu Yuan's blood.
"Go back to the cave first."
Everyone ran back at once. During this period, Lu Yuan was struck by lightning again. When the third lightning struck, Lu Yuan had already entered the cave. There seemed to be a barrier in the cave, and the lightning did not follow.
"This man. You should always do good deeds. Otherwise you will be easily struck by lightning,"
Fong Rou said with a smile. After everyone listened to Fong Rou's words and looked at Lu Yuan's embarrassed appearance, they all felt very funny. They all laughed, and the haze left by the dream in their hearts was also washed away. Lu Yuan ignored everyone's ridicule and said slowly,
"There is a death valley in Kunlun Mountain, also known as the Gate of Hell. In fact, it is because of a kind of, or that the magnetic force of the valley is very strong. It is estimated that this place is similar to the Kunlun Mountains in the real world, like Death Valley. Is the or you are talking about the middle one?"
Xiao Lui pointed to a big stone in the middle of the valley and said,
"I'm not sure. I read these through articles about interesting things about strange people and mysteries of the world."
Lu Yuan said,
"Since we are in a parallel world here, there are actually similarities in many places. You can put that big stone away and take a look. It must be a rare, or they can produce such anomalies."
Xiao Lui said. Lu Yuan nodded and was about to take action when suddenly the world announcement sounded again.
"Announcement. The passage to the demon realm has been opened. Players can go on adventures in the demon realm and kill demon soldiers to obtain honor points, which can be exchanged for rewards."
Chapter 202 Sky Thunder Crystal. Just as Lu Yuan was about to leave the cave, he stopped when he saw the world announcement. The people from the demon realm had just snatched away the demon emperor's arm, and then the Taoyuan group opened the demon realm passage. The response speed was really fast.
"The demons are so strong. Why did they open the passage at this time? Aren't they afraid that the demons would rush out?"
Zheng Yu had some doubts. It was indeed difficult to fight against the demons.
"Surround Wei and rescue Zhao."
Lu Yuan revealed the key point in one sentence. Everyone nodded and agreed.
"Zheng Yu, do you understand? Just nod?"
Fong Rou said with a smile. Why do you always target me? Do you understand?"
Zheng Yu was a little embarrassed after being exposed.
"The demon generals are very capable, so it is difficult for us to prevent the demon emperor from resurrecting. The first thing the demon emperor will do when he is resurrected is probably revenge. So the Taoyuan group first attacks the people and lets the players flow into the demon world first, so that they can at least disrupt them. It's a plan. And death in the game is better than death and injury in reality. But I don't know how long it can be delayed."
Lu Yuan only hated that the time was too short. It would be great if he gave himself some time to grow up.
"But the experience of killing demon soldiers is quite high. We can also go to the demon world to upgrade,"
Li Tong said.
"Well, I'll go get that piece of ore first, and then we'll go back to the blacksmith shop to give instructions before setting off to the demon realm."
After Lu Yuan finished speaking, he took out the yellow sword. The shadowless sword was too sharp to hit the ore. It was a piece of ore that was larger than a person. He didn't know how long it would take to dig it out with a mining pick. Lu Yuan decided to use brute force. He held the Yilin sword in one hand and took out an ordinary weapon in the other hand, and rushed straight towards the ore in the middle of Death Valley. Lu Yuan's body flashed with lightning again, and then the thunder and lightning fell. This time, Lu Yuan was prepared and directly threw the prepared ordinary weapon. The falling thunder and lightning was attracted to the side by the metal, and was thrown out. The weapon was instantly chopped into dust. Lu Yuan then took out another weapon. Although it was a bit wasteful, he was protected from lightning strikes. In Lu Yuan's opinion, the price/performance ratio was very high. but ordinary players might think it was a waste of money. Not long after, they rushed all the way to the center of Death Valley. Looking at the ore that was as tall as a person, Lu Yuan was a little shocked. It looked black from a distance, but when he got closer, he saw that the ore turned dark blue. When he came near the ore, he no longer worried about lightning strikes, because Lu Yuan found that all the lightning was absorbed by the ore. There was no reaction at all when the lightning struck the ore, and it was instantly absorbed by the ore. Lu Yuan no longer hesitated, picked up the Yilin sword and struck hard at the ore. It was different from what he expected. The ore didn't move at all. Not even a piece of debris fell off. And a powerful current surged out from the crystal. Following Yilin's sword, Lu Yuan flew out electrically. He fell heavily to the ground. Lu Yuan was paralyzed and could not move. Electric sparks appeared on his body again. It was obvious that the thunder was about to fall again. Upon seeing this, everyone rushed out and rescued Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's body was still a little stiff until he was dragged back to the cave.
This ore is so powerful. I feel like my soul is about to be electrocuted.
Lu Yuan calmed down for a long time and still said with lingering fear,
I have never seen a mine being overturned by ore. And the boss has never been so embarrassed when fighting the boss.
Zheng Yu said with emotion.
That's the power of nature. What should I do now? Can I still get the ore?
Lu Yuan thought for a while. And there really was no good solution for the time being. First of all, there was a large amount of electricity stored in the ore. And there were always lightning strikes in the valley. The speed of lightning was always too fast, making it difficult to guard against. Looking at the center of the valley, Lu Yuan felt a little unwilling in his heart. Such top quality ore was probably born from thunder and lightning. If it were made into a sword, ordinary attacks would probably be accompanied by lightning strikes.
Boss, do you think this big hammer can work?
Zheng Yu took out a sledgehammer from his backpack. But it was made of rubber. Rubber is an insulator and can indeed block the spread of lightning. Lu Yuan's eyes also lit up.
I thought it was fun and bought it as a prank. Although killing monsters doesn't cause any harm. The quantity is quite sufficient.
Zheng Yu added. Lu Yuan took the rubber sledgehammer and rushed out again. Everyone was a little surprised at Lu Yuan's persistence.
This must be the passion of Craftsman for forging materials.
Xiao Lui looked at Lu Yuan's back and said to himself. When he came to the ore again, Lu Yuan used whirlwind and used the huge inertia to hit the ore with a hammer. This time, there was no current coming out. After several repetitions, the ore finally became somewhat loose. In the end, the oval-shaped ore that was as tall as a person was knocked down. And the part buried deep in the soil was actually more than 1 meter long. No wonder it took so long to get it out. Lu Yuan hurriedly put the ore into the God of Craftsman ring. Without the ore in the center of the valley, he thought that the thunder and lightning in the valley would disappear. Unexpectedly, it became more frequent, falling everywhere indiscriminately. And the crackling was extremely frightening. Lu Yuan ran back with a rubber sledgehammer and breathed a deep sigh of relief before opening his backpack and looking at the properties of the ore. Sky Thunder Crystal, born from the thunder and lightning in the Valley of Death in the Kunlun Mountains. After thousands of years of thunder and lightning, the crystal itself is a thunder. The risk was worth it. Lu Yuan even wanted to start forging now. He suppressed his eagerness to try. He couldn't get out of the valley, and a special map showed in the cave that he couldn't return to the city. Everyone had to go back the same way and found other ways before returning to the hot springs of the Eye of Kunlun. Go directly back to the city. After such a long battle, everyone needs to replenish their medicines first. Lu Yuan also needs to go to the blacksmith shop to give instructions. Who knows what it is like in the devil world? Ah Fu and Lao Lu were watching the blacksmith shop. Everything was running in an orderly manner, and the newly recruited guys had also integrated in. However, it was difficult for the blacksmith shop to forge higher level equipment. At most, it could only have a purple rare level of 50. And then higher. The most level forged items are blue high level equipment. This time everyone killed a lot of monsters above level 60. But the gems that exploded were not many. And the attributes were very mixed. When combined, I am afraid that even one high level one is not enough. And there are not many auction houses. And it seems that because of their rarity, low level gems are not enough. The gems have been sold at very high prices. Lu Yuan gave up the idea of inlaying gems for the time being. Went to Yuanzi to get a lot of supplies, and was ready to set off after getting ready. What surprised Lu Yuan was that although Yuanzi was refining medicine every day and did not go out to fight monsters, his level had been increasing, although the increase was very slow. After questioning, I found out that it turned out that the Yaoshan lineage was able to refine a unique experience pill. But only they could eat it. This really opened Lu Yuan's eyes. After everyone had replenished their supplies, they started heading towards the entrance to the demon realm. The entrance to the demon realm had been clearly marked on the world map, and human soldiers had already established a supply depot at the entrance. Taoyuan group may be afraid that everyone will not want to rush, so they set up a teleportation array at the supply station for the first time. Although it costs 5 gold coins, it can save a lot of time. Of course, Lu Yuan and others chose to teleport. When they arrived at the supply station, the place was already bustling with people, and some people had already entered the demon world. Chapter 203, First entering the demon realm. There are several NPCs in the supply station. Among them, Lu Yuan, the NPC who redeems honor points. Pay close attention to it. There is almost no particularly good equipment in it, and the top equipment set is very familiar to Lu Yuan. Isn't it the one mass-produced by his own blacksmith shop? Sets, cloth armor, and leather armor are probably produced by tailor shops, and all are limited to 100 sets. With such a large player base, it is obviously not enough points. However, high-end players should not spend a high amount of honor points to redeem a level 50 rare set. There are also some materials and some gems, but they are all primary materials and primary gems, and each person has a limit on the number of exchanges. There is really nothing attractive about Lu Yuan. The bottom one is probably what drives players crazy. A little honor point can be exchanged for RMB $1. Although many rich players don't care about this money at all, most civilian players are still very happy. They have to pay a little for killing a monster. In terms of honor, it shouldn't be difficult to kill hundreds of monsters a day. The income of a few hundred yuan a day is more than the salary of many people.
Here, it's really a big deal this time. There are tens of millions of players in Taoyuan, and there are millions of people who have poured into the demon realm. If each person fights 100 monsters every day, the compensation will be hundreds of millions. Let alone it's a highly efficient team.
Zhaoxing has simply made a calculation.
I think Taoyuan Group made the profit. Although gold coins have depreciated a bit now, 1 gold coin is equivalent to nearly 30 renminbi. Most people who come to this remote place have teleported here, which means they have spent 150 on travel expenses. It's just using players' money to give back to players, and then asking players to work for them.
Lu Yuan said,
You can get multiple benefits with 1 stone. After all, the things exploded by the monsters, and the experience points gained by the players belong to the players. Generally speaking, it is a win-win situation.
Xiao Lui added. Everyone nodded in agreement. The supply station was very simple. The rest were NPCs selling medicine and basic equipment. There were hundreds of soldiers outside guarding the entrance to the demon world. Lu Yuan and others came to the entrance, and an NPC issued an honor token, which could record honor points. Each ordinary magic soldier or monster at level 50-60 is worth 1 honor point. Ordinary magic soldiers or monsters at level 60-70 are worth 5 honor points. Ordinary monsters above level 70 are worth 30 honor points. Elite level and boss level depending on the monster's ability and status in the demon clan. The system will intelligently issue honor points. For higher level monsters, the token states that honor points will be distributed intelligently depending on the monster's ability. It is probably because players at this stage feel that they are not enough to kill such high-level monsters. The honor points are fixed drops and are coordinated and allocated by team members. It was said to be a passage to the demon world, but it was just a hole in the barrier of the open space. Everyone passed through one by one. They thought they would see a dim sky, a dark land, and ruins everywhere. But the eyes in front of them seemed to be similar to the other side. There are also birds chirping and flowers fragrant. And there is a vast grassland. There are no demon soldiers around the entrance, and the barrier is very wide. It seems that the so-called barrier seal only separates the continent, and humans have the initiative to open the demon world. Although monsters and demons also have the ability to, those who open the demon world should not be able to open the channel for as long as humans. Demons and monsters mainly rely on their own strength, while humans rely on technological systems. Obviously, no matter how strong they are, they can only explode, while humans have better battery life than them. This is why monsters can kill players instantly. But players are the reason why it is difficult to kill monsters instantly with 1 strike.
It's not like the demon world here. The air feels fresher than the other side.
Fong Rose sat on the ghost-faced demon spider and took a deep breath, saying with a relaxed look on her face.
Yeah. I thought it would be life and death when I came in. It's better to be careful. The demons have weird skills. Who knows if it's an illusion?
Li Tong said cautiously. Everyone was chatting while moving forward. The warm breeze blew by, and there was an endless prairie. Everyone wanted to get a tablecloth and spread it on the ground for a picnic. However, the calm was soon broken. A group of demon soldiers from the front rode towards the crowd on fast horses. Demon Patrol Cavalry Level 55. HP 750,000.
What do outsiders have to do in my sanctuary?
The leading patrol cavalry reined in his horse and shouted.
A mere demon clan dares to call itself the Holy Land. I'm here to attack you.
Ha. Zheng Yu saw that there were not many demon soldiers, and their levels were not high. So he deliberately pretended to be a bee. He put his legs under his crotch and prepared to rush forward to fight. But the Wolf King did not move.
Stinky Wankai! What are you doing? Come on!
Zheng Yu shouted angrily at Scar Wolf King.
Don't worry. Let our boss go first to save you from embarrassment later.
Scar Wolf King said calmly.
Ha. You are quite self-aware.
The ghost-faced spider mocked. Lu Yuan was speechless. Zheng Yu and Fang Rou had just started to pinch each other. But now even their mounts started to pinch each other. Their positions were different, and war was inevitable. Lu Yuan didn't want to waste any time and rushed forward. The demon cavalry was very mobile. They fired a round of bows and arrows on their horses, then grabbed the spears on the saddles and sprinted over. Lu Yuan got off his mount, charged up the power of 1,000 army killing, and immediately connected with Whirlwind Slash. Lu Yuan used his own
1,000 army Whirlwind Slash,
which was specially designed to chop the cavalry's horse legs. How could the fragile horse legs withstand wooing? The sharpness of the sword caused all the war horses in a straight line to fall to the ground. The patrol soldier who fell off his horse instantly lost 25W of his health. It seemed that 25W of the 75W of health was the bonus of the war horse. The spear has the advantage of having a longer hand when fighting on a war horse. But if it falls to the ground, it becomes difficult to swing. These patrols obviously do not have superb marksmanship, and they are easily approached by Lu Yu and Fangru and others, with the support of long-range spells and bows and arrows. This group of people was cleared out in a short time.
The experience value of killing the demon soldiers is higher than that of killing the monsters in the peak forest. This place is really a treasure for leveling.
Fang Rou said excitedly after a rare opportunity to be the main force.
There are at least low-level wild animals in the pinnacle forest. The soldiers patrolling here are all level 55. No wonder it was not open to players before.
Zhao Xinghe said while picking up the loot.
We have gained 20 honor points with such great skill. Let's set a small goal and kill 100 million of his magic soldiers first.
Zheng Yu laughed.
Childish. Do you know the concept of 100 million magic soldiers? I'm afraid even standing still and letting you cut me will tire you to the point of vomiting blood. There is a village not far ahead. Let's go and have a look.
Lu Yuan said, holding the map revealed by the patrol.
Okay. There should be a lot of demons in the village. It looks like they can kill a lot.
Everyone got on their mounts again and found a new environment. They felt that they had regained the energy to upgrade. But when they arrived at the village, everyone found that they were wrong again. The village here was no different from their own. And all the villagers were very strong. Even the children did not play, but exercised. Facing the unfamiliar Lu Yuan and others, the villagers did not show any hostility. But they were not very enthusiastic either.
Is this the Devil's World?
Zhao Xinghe said confused. Chapter 204 Cruel Rules of Survival.
Is this the Devil's World?
Zhao Xinghe said confused.
Don't they have demon villagers written on their heads?
Zheng Yu replied. Everyone walked around the village. But the villagers did not attack. Although they were not very enthusiastic, they did not show any dislike for outsiders. Lu Yuan walked up to an old man and asked,
Grandpa, are there any magic soldiers nearby? Are the demon soldiers here? There are a few intruders.
The old man glanced at Lu Yuan and the others and said coldly,
We have no malicious intentions.
Lu Yuan explained.
You don't have any ill intentions. What are you doing here? You can tell by your attire that you are from the other side of the barrier. Isn't it enough that you have plundered such a large area of land? Are you coming to invade our home again?
The old man is old but very tough. He talks unforgivingly, but has no intention of taking action. Lu Yuan didn't know how to explain it. It was originally to prevent the invasion of demons. But now his group has become intruders.
If you want to fight, then fight openly. Our sanctuary is not opposed to war. We have always respected the strong. We can win by doing small tricks. Victory is meaningless.
A young villager interjected. While everyone was talking, The villagers gathered around, with strong fighting intent in their eyes. It was hard to imagine that these villagers had such courage without even having armor. It is not difficult for Lu Yuan to eliminate these villagers. But Lu Yuan does not want to kill innocent people indiscriminately, regardless of whether these villagers have honor points to gain. He will not attack unarmed people.
Come on! Let's go somewhere else.
Lu Yuan motioned for everyone to leave the village. After all, the purpose of coming to the demon world was to weaken the power of the demons. And there was no point in wasting time here. As soon as Lu Yuan and others walked away, a group of magic soldiers entered the village. Everyone turned back and did not show up. Instead, they hid in the dark to see if they could hear any information. The demon soldier shouted directly to the villagers.
The day to test your strength has come. Everyone come out and be tested.
The villagers were all lined up neatly. Some had frightened looks on their faces, while others looked calm. The demon soldier took out a booklet and called everyone's name one by one. All the people whose names were called took a step forward, and a mage from the demon tribe clicked with his staff to finish checking. Since Lu Yuan and others were not too close, they didn't know what they were checking specifically. However, some people returned to the team after checking. Some were pulled aside and beaten with sticks. And some others, he was dragged to the entrance of the village and killed directly. These villagers seemed to have no emotions. They were not very sad and did not resist. Lu Yuan and others did not want to continue watching, so they stepped forward to stop them. These demon soldiers were not powerful. They were just detectors.
What are you doing?
The villagers asked angrily.
They killed you villagers. Why didn't you resist? Weren't you very belligerent just now?
Lu Yuan asked back.
Those who do not make progress deserve to die and do not deserve sympathy at all.
Not only did the villagers not appreciate it, they surrounded Lu Yuan and others. Some villagers even picked up the weapons of the demon soldiers on the ground.
You are our enemies if you kill our sanctuary soldiers. We strengthen our bodies and train ourselves so that one day we can defend our territory from infringement.
As the villagers spoke, they launched an attack on Lu Yuan and others. Lu Yuan and his group were a little confused. He obviously saved them, but instead, he became their enemy. Lu Yuan still signaled everyone not to take action, and forced his way out of the village.
Are these people sick? It's obviously for their own good, but they fight us desperately.
Fang Rose said breathlessly.
Just hammer them to death.
Zheng Yu also said angrily.
After all, they are just ordinary villagers with no fighting ability. We still focus on destroying the demon soldiers.
Lu Yuan said.
I know why the demon soldiers killed the villagers. Look at this pamphlet.
Xiao Lui didn't know when he picked up the pamphlet from the demon soldier's hands. The name of the village is on the top of the booklet, and the names of the villagers are below. Some names have seals that have passed the strength test, while others have seals that have failed the strength test. Names that have failed 3 consecutive times have been crossed out. Regularly check the strength of civilians, and progress must be made every period of time. Those who are lazy will be punished corporally, and those who fail to make progress in 3 consecutive checks will be executed.
The methods of this demon tribe are really cruel. They won't even spare their own people,
Li Tong said with some shuddering.
So the demons are not weak, and they fight to the death in battle,
Xiao Lui said.
Fortunately, this is only like this in the demon world. If lazy people were punished like this in our world, I'm afraid not many people would survive,
Zheng Yu said.
I still remember when I was fighting against the demon general Shaqian Dao. He said that he had to put in a lot of effort to reach the position of the demon general. It seems that the competition in the demon world is really strong. Although the combat power is strong and weak, it is really impossible for a race like this where all the people are soldiers. Easy to deal with,
Lu Yuan said.
It is because of such violent governance that Professor Sun and others have the opportunity to take advantage of it. People have feelings no matter what, and it is impossible for everyone to agree with the policy that the weak will be executed,
Xiao Lui added. Lu Yuan's mood became heavy again. The demons invaded the real world, so everyone was their enemy. However, Professor Sun and others also invaded the world of Taoyuan. No matter what rules of survival they have, in theory, they have nothing to do with humans. To put it nicely, they have saved many people. But to put it bluntly, they just make excuses for invasion. Moreover, these people call themselves the Holy Domain, and the so-called demon realm is just the title given to them by the system. What the players see are just scenes that have been arranged long ago. Taoyuan Company turned players into executioners, and each player was invading for their own benefit. This made Lu Yuan feel uncomfortable.
Lu Yuan, what's wrong with you?
Xiao Lui noticed that Lu Yuan's expression was a little tangled.
It's nothing. I just feel like I'm being used. So I feel a little uncomfortable.
No one expected that what they thought was a relaxing game would end up like this. If I knew less, it would be easier.
Don't think too much. Even if humans are at fault first, and they invade our world, we still have to protect it. War can't tell who is right and who is wrong.
Xiao Lui is very insightful. Lu Yuan nodded. He was indeed a bit over the top. Human beings can only progress through constant exploration. If you want to explore, you will definitely break some rules. Moreover, if humans dominate this world, these villagers will definitely live a better and more harmonious life. If everything becomes harmonious, there will be no need for all the people to be soldiers. That will be the real paradise. After thinking about it, Lu Yuan regained his smile and said with a smile,
Everyone is looking for a paradise. We should be grateful to the motherland. Isn't our life now as harmonious and happy as a paradise? No matter whether it is right or wrong, we must protect it. Our Peachland.
Chapter 205, Monster Spawning in the Demon World. The response speed of the Demon World was also very fast. After being massacred by the players for a round, they quickly gathered their troops and launched a counterattack. All the masters of the Demon Clan, including the Demon Generals, also took action, beating the players back steadily. Lu Yuan and others encountered another group of heavily armored cavalry. This group of soldiers had hundreds of cavalry, and the horses were all heavily armed. The riders were also better equipped, and their levels had even reached level 60. Demonic Heavy Cavalry level 60. HP 1,500,000. Demon Clan Heavy Cavalry Squadron Leader level 60 Elite Monster HP 5000000. The cavalry formed a charge formation, using the squad leader as an arrow, and quickly rushed towards Lu Yuan and others. The hundreds of heavily armored cavalry did not seem to be many, but they charged together with such amazing momentum that even the earth was shaking. Facing such a momentum, it was difficult for Lu Yuan and others to perform. All attacks were ineffective. It was impossible to run for a while. If they stood still, they would be submerged under the iron cavalry. Solid Turtle SH.L. Zheng Yu stood up in front of everyone this time, using the skills he acquired in the Peak Forest. The ghost of the Turtle SH.L appeared all the time. Everyone pressed hard against Zheng Yu's body and withstood the charge. Finally, cracks appeared on the Turtle SH.L, broken. Lu Yuan took advantage of the situation and jumped up, kicking the cavalry soldier Zheng Yu in front of him off his horse. Everyone focused their fire to kill him instantly. On the other hand, the cavalry that rushed over turned around and formed their formation again, and preparations for the second round of charge were completed. The first time I was caught off guard. I didn't expect all the control skills to be ineffective. Since I couldn't control it, I could only kill him instantly. The cavalry rushed over again. This time Lu Yuan was well prepared. He used the set skill Natural Disaster and shot a huge attribute ball directly at the leader of the cavalry. The cavalry seemed to feel the power of the attribute ball and quickly dispersed their formation. But the explosion still affected a third of the cavalry. After the dust cleared, a deep pit was blown out of the soft grass. The cavalry hit by the attribute ball evaporated directly, and the momentum of the other cavalry who escaped also dropped sharply, and they were no longer so arrogant. After rearrangement, the number of cavalry was less than 50, and the leading squadron leader was nowhere to be seen. The entire team was leaderless. They were afraid that the attribute ball would explode again, and they seemed hesitant when charging. Do it all at once. Second time tired. Third time exhausted. Field, the scorching sun. Extreme dragon control technique. Fire dragon technique. On the battlefield, morale was even more important than strength. Xiao Lui directly released domain skills. With the blessing of domain skills, he also used dragon control and fire dragon techniques. The two fire dragons forced the cavalry to collide with each other. The cavalry saw this, and did not dare to confront them. The formation instantly dispersed. The fire dragon technique lost its target and failed. Just when the cavalry were relieved, Xiao Lui controlled the fire dragon, and killed he turned back his carbine, and was attacked from behind. The charging cavalry was defenseless, and the formation became even more chaotic for a while. Lu Yuan and others seized the opportunity, and rushed forward. Without formation and unified coordination, these ordinary soldiers were vulnerable, and were cleared away after a while. After cleaning up the mobs, everyone was exhausted. It was unexpected that 100 or so ordinary soldiers would cause such a big trouble to everyone.
It seems that on the battlefield, Single-target explosions are not popular at all,
Lu Yuan said.
I think this kind of cavalry, in reality, can be eliminated with just a few tank LS. No matter how well armed the warhorse is, it can't hit a tank,
Zhao Xinghe said disapprovingly.
It's much more complicated on the battlefield. Sometimes high technology is not as easy to use as local methods.
Lu Yuan had participated in real-life battles. The magicians and archers of the demon clan were very responsive. After suffering several losses from cannonballs, they still managed to detonate the cannonballs in the air without knowing how. The collision of technology and magic is an incredible thing. Obviously magic has more advantages. What humans are good at is simply copying. With the Taoyuan group, a group of human warriors can be copied. Lu Yuan and others continued to explore. And the demon world was larger than they imagined. They finally walked out of the grassland. And the scene in front of them seemed to be related to the demon world. A charred forest appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The ground was full of dark, scorched earth. There were many hairless monsters wandering in front of them. They looked like humans but not humans. And they looked a bit like ghouls. Their fangs were exposed, and there were only 2 small holes in their noses. Seeing someone approaching, he neighed, landed on his forelimbs, and rushed over very quickly. Demon Mutant level 65. HP 2,500,000. The battle came very suddenly, and there were many mutants. They all rushed over at once. After many battles, everyone's level was close to level 55. Lu Yuan and Xiao Lui were already almost level 56. They would fight after 10 levels. It's not too much pressure to blame. Mutants are extremely fast, and their claws are very sharp. Their attack methods are probably scratching, biting, and tearing. The HP of 2.5 million is not low for a mob. Even with Lu Yuan's attack power, it is a bit difficult to fight.
Zhang Yu stands behind to attract hatred and protect Linger.
After Lu Yuan finished speaking, he put on the mock face mask, and the mutants attacked Lu Yuan like crazy. Even stacking up like a hill. Everyone's scalps were numb. And the screams from the mutants were even more disturbing. All kinds of group attack skills were released. Fortunately, Lu Yuan's blood volume was very thick. And with the increased defense power of Tiangang Roar, he would not be defeated. Instant kill. The most important thing is that although there are many monsters, the monsters behind him cannot actually attack Lu Yuan. After Lu Yuan was buried by the monsters, the taunting effect weakened somewhat, and the mutants began to attack the back row. Although everyone had been experiencing high-intensity battles, they had not encountered so many monsters for a long time, and they were beaten in a hurry. Zheng Yu, I can only do my best to hold on to the hatred. Armor of Overlord. Lu Yuan directly used the jewelry set skill, and combined with the whirlwind to rush out of the monster pile. The pressure on Lu Yuan to show up to the others was much less, because the hatred effect of the mocking face was too strong, and the mutants rushed towards Lu Yuan again. Xiao Lui and Zhao Xinghe had already launched range attacks. Li Tong also used scattering and explosive arrows to start the group of monsters. And Fang Rou was throwing away hidden weapons while killing the monsters attacking Linger.
Lu Yuan, use the attribute ball of the set skill quickly,
Zhao Xinghe reminded loudly.
It's not an instant skill. It takes a few seconds to prepare. There's no chance now.
Lu Yuan rushed from left to right, trying not to let the mutants surround him. But the mutants were very fast and couldn't get away at all, leaving Lu Yuan no chance to prepare. Opportunity.
Linger, hold on to the blood. I'm going to use my ultimate move.
In order to create some space for Lu Yuan, Zheng Yu took the risk and planned to use his secret skills on the monster crowd. Ultimate meaning, a rich burial in the sand sea. Fine sand appeared in the sky, and a large part of the already dense mutant population was sealed in the sand. Everyone suddenly felt that the pressure was relieved. Lu Yuan used 1,000 army kill to rush into the middle of the crowd, and directly used the set skill Natural Disaster. The attribute ball was slowly getting bigger in the air. The remaining monsters had already begun to rush towards everyone. At the critical moment, Zhao Xing had directly used the newly learned skill Electric Grid, and opened a grid around himself. The mutants were paralyzed for 2 seconds. Although the time was short, it was enough for everyone to adjust. Status.
Zheng Yu, understand,
Lu Yuan said. The skill of Sand Sea Burial was lifted, and a large number of mutants regained their freedom, and they all rushed towards everyone. Lu Yuan's attribute ball has also been thrown, and the huge explosion instantly enveloped the surrounding monsters. Miracle Doctor Miracle Hands of Rejuvenation Mystery Burning Sky. Xiao Lui also released his secret skills to supplement some damage. When Linger saw a fish slipping through the net and rushed towards him, He was afraid that Zheng Yu, who was in a weak state, would be killed, so he hurriedly released the ultimate move to restore the group's health. After the explosion, the mutants were too dense, and Xiao Lui's Burning Sky skill supplemented the damage, which immediately produced a clearing effect. Except for some fish that slipped through the edge, not a single monster that was cleared in the middle was left, and the ground was full. The loot is just like a legendary private server. Chapter 206 Competitiveness. It was already morning when everyone went offline for dinner. It had been the first time since the game had been launched that everyone was listless after going offline for so long. As we move deeper into the demon world, there are no longer birds singing and flowers fragrant, but all kinds of monsters appear. Different from the Pinnacle Forest, the monsters here are more bloodthirsty and dark, and their appearance is very unpleasant. In comparison, the Pinnacle Forest is like a zoo, which only maintains its own food chain. The monsters in the demon world are all out to kill, and even if their companions are injured, they will be abandoned by the group. In short, the idea that is uniformly implemented in the demon world is that people who are incompetent do not deserve to live. Lu Yuan and others were considered a top team, but they were still overwhelmed by the tide of monsters. The high-intensity battle made everyone very tired. Even though everyone was in low spirits, Lu Yuan still led everyone to do morning exercises, and then reviewed the basic skills. There was only 1 or 2 hours of training every day, except for Xiao Lui, who had a strong foundation in Kung Fu. The others had minimal results. Zhao Xinghe made up his mind. I could also find time to go to the gym in the basement every day to strengthen my training. After spending several days in such high-intensity fighting, the demons have begun to organize a counterattack, and every village and town has also been on alert. Once a foreigner is discovered, they will directly enter the battle. Lu Yuan didn't want to bully ordinary villagers, and big towns were heavily guarded, so he only fought some encounters in the wild. Although he brought a lot of medicines, there had been no supplies for several days, and they were almost exhausted. Everyone was also preparing to go ahead. I'll make plans after returning to the holy city. After a few days, Lu Yuan and Xiao Lui have reached level 57, and the rest of the players have also reached around level 56. On the other hand, for most of the other players, the level growth is not too fast. After all, not everyone can group monsters, and some sadly, not only did players fail to upgrade, but they died several times, lost their equipment, and their level dropped a lot. Everyone returned to the holy city to replenish their supplies, and planned to go to the demon realm after lunch. It must be said that Yuanzi was very dedicated. He just worked on refining medicine every day, and the quality of the medicine was much better than that of the drugstore. During this period, because Yuanzi had become familiar with everyone, he repeatedly said that he could only charge the cost of the medicinal materials. But Lu Yuan still insisted on purchasing at the agreed price. Firstly, Lu Yuan was not willing to take advantage. And for another reason, for those who are willing to work hard, Lu Yuan didn't mind giving affirmation. In comparison, Zhang Pan, the nanny hired by the family, actually has a much better fate than Wasayan, the pill. However, Zhang Pan always looks pitiful and always wants to win people's sympathy. Lu Yuan, who values emotions, is not interested in this kind of nanny. People can't sympathize with him. When I came down from upstairs, I saw that there was no one in the lobby on the first floor, and the meal was not ready. I took a look at the time and found that the offline time was indeed earlier today. Zheng Yu and Zhao Xinghe also came over to eat and chatted and laughed, and saw Lu Yuan stretching at the door.
Is the meal not ready yet?
Zhao Xinghe asked.
Well, I logged off a little early today, and I didn't see Zhang Pan. I guess I have to wait for a while, just in time to get some fresh air.
Lu Yuan replied.
Yes. It's been so dark these days, but our sky is bluer today.
Zheng Yu sighed with emotion.
Why is the back door open?
Zhao Xinghe walked up the steps to the front door and found that the back door facing him was open. So he asked. Lu Yuan really didn't pay attention. Under normal circumstances, few people went to the backyard, especially since everyone was very busy recently. The three of them walked to the backyard to take a closer look. When they came out of the back door, they found Zhang Pan swimming. The house had been vacant before, so the water in the swimming pool was empty. It seemed that Zhang Pan filled a large pool of water by himself just for fun.
Since the game Taoyuan, how long has it been since we enjoyed life like her?
Zhao Xinghe sighed with emotion. Lu Yuan chuckled and said,
looking at her confident appearance, she is not as pitiful as she appears.
Zhang Pan swam to the edge of the swimming pool. But before he noticed Lu Yuan and the others, he picked up his phone and took a selfie. His expression and posture looked more like the owner of the house than the nanny here.
Girls! It's normal to like something stinky and beautiful. They all have some vanity.
Zhao Xinghe is quite open-minded.
I don't notice it usually. But this Xiao Zhang has a pretty good figure.
Zhang Yu joked. Lu Yuan didn't want to look any further, and turned around to enter the room. He was a little disgusted with Zhang Pan's behavior of making his own decisions and taking over the guests.
Who has a good figure? You three big sluts.
Fong Rou and others came downstairs at some unknown time, and happened to hear Zhang Yu teasing. Lu Yuan had something on his mind, and he was not so vigilant at home. He didn't notice the women approaching until he turned around. Linga turned her head away with an angry look, obviously a little jealous. Zhang Yu quickly ran to Linger to apologize. Li Tong and Xiao Lui frowned when they saw Zhang Pan, who was still pretty. Young people didn't have so many rules when they were together, but they both had servants at home. Seeing such a scene, they felt that they had crossed the line. Only then did Zhang Pan see the people standing at the door. He was a little embarrassed himself, so he hurriedly came ashore and said,
"You're done. I'm going to cook now."
Lu Yuan didn't say anything and took the lead in entering the room. After chatting for a while, the food was ready. Due to Fong Rou's repeated request before, Zhang Pan ate every meal with everyone, and the atmosphere at the dinner was a bit awkward. After a quick lunch, everyone started playing the game. Zhang Yu was still explaining beside Linger, and everyone obviously saw Lu Yuan's dissatisfaction.
Lu Yuan, what's wrong with you? Are you angry because Zhang Pan doesn't follow the rules?
Xiao Lui can guess Lu Yuan's thoughts every time.
What's there to be angry about? If you leave it empty, it's empty. If she wants to play, just let her play,
Fong Rou said.
Lu Yuan is not a stingy person. Zhang Pan did not deserve it this time,
Li Tong also said. Lu Yuan shook his head and said,
"None of this is important. She makes people feel uneasy at home. I didn't expect that even in this era. Your class concept is still so strong,"
Fong Rou said angrily. Lu Yuan smiled and did not continue to say anything. Everyone was teleported to the entrance of the demon world. At this time, more people gathered here, and many people were looking for the team members. The demon world's counterattack is very powerful, and it is difficult for a single team to survive in the demon world. So players have begun to form teams of hundreds of people, and major guilds have also mobilized collectively. The distribution of monsters in various places in the demon world has also begun to be announced on the forum.
"Brother Lu, we meet again."
Yang Yanzhao saw Lu Yuan and others coming over and said Lo.
"Well, do you also want to enter the demon world?"
Lu Yuan said to Yang Yanzhao and the others.
"Yes. The previous teammates were too weak. We plan to find some stronger teammates. Let's go together."
The two people behind Yang Yanzhao are also old acquaintances. One is Chang Chunzi, and the other is Jianchen. After Jianchen was defeated by Xiao Lui in the arena match, he only appeared once during the National War, and then disappeared without a trace. He did not appear when the Western Region Kingdom was playing bats. When Zhang Yu saw Chang Chunzi, he recalled the scene when he was dominated in the arena competition, and said with an unhappy face,
"This stinky Taoist priest has very cheap skills. Now that he is a higher level, he is probably even more cheap now. Little brother, have I seen you?"
Chang Chunzi had already forgotten about Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu was immediately furious when he was ridiculed. Faced with such an obviously older veteran, Zhang Yu was obviously unable to keep up with his flirtatious remarks. Jianchen stepped forward and said to Xiao Lui,
"I have learned the 5th sword. If there is a chance, we can compete again. Even if you learn the 50th sword, it still depends on how many swords you can throw. If you face Lu Yuan, you may not be able to throw even one sword,"
Xiao Lui said with a smile. Jianchen said unconvinced,
"Would you like to have a discussion?" "Okay. There's no point in fighting monsters every day. I've long wanted to find someone to fight against."
Xiao Lui was aroused to be competitive again, and Lu Yuan hurriedly hid behind, letting this girl see her, and she might start arguing with him again. Chapter 207 Young and Frivolous. Yang Yanzhao and Chang Chunzi also shook their heads helplessly. This little guy had a martial arts dream since he was a child. Unexpectedly, after entering the game, he accidentally encountered an old man who called himself a sword master. "I abandoned the ordinary skills of a warrior and started to learn the moves of the sword master. I can only learn one sword every 10 levels. Now I am over 50 and have only learned 5 swords. Although each sword is very powerful, the moves are too long-winded. The gesture is too obvious. When he debuted for the first time, he wanted to shine. But he didn't expect to be instantly killed by Xiao Lui with just a few moves on the ring. He has always been worried about it, always thinking that one day he can regain his face. The group of people walked out of the camp and found a flat and wide place. The two of them started the duel mode. In this mode, all skill cooldowns were restored, and people would not really die.
I won't be careless this time,
Jianchen said coolly, still wearing a green robe and an iron sword behind his back.
Are you sure it's carelessness, rather than lack of ability?
Except for Xiao Lui and Lu Yuan, who were a bit gentle. She really didn't let the others face her.
Look at the sword.
Jianchen didn't say any more, and the iron sword flew out with 2 fingers. After the level was higher, the previous sword moves became more powerful, and he became more comfortable controlling the flying sword. King Sword. Field Scorching Sunfire Dragon Technique Extreme Dragon Control Technique. Jianchen only used 1 sword, but Xiao Lui instantly released 3 skills. With the blessing of the domain, the 2 fire dragons became stronger. The fire dragon technique went straight to Jianchen and rushed over, while the fire dragon with the dragon control technique flew into the sky. Go and hover around the sun of domain skills. Jianchen's iron sword turned into a stream of light and stabbed at Xiao Lui. Xiao Lui did not use any defensive skills, but turned slightly sideways and actually hit the sword accurately with his staff. The iron sword was in the air. After spinning around a few times, it flew back into Jianchen's hands.
You are growing, and we are also improving. Don't use such low-level moves in the future,
Xiao Lui said coldly. Jianchen frowned slightly. Although his sword controlling skill was only level 10, he never thought that he would be easily blocked by the mage. Earth-shattering. Jianchen directly used his level 50 skill, with Xiao Lui as the center. Murderous aura rose in an area with a radius of more than 10 meters. Long swords sprang out from the ground, and long swords also stabbed down in the sky. A beautiful figure jumped back and forth between the sword blades, leaving wounds on her body from time to time. Jianchen couldn't help but feel a little proud. He controlled his skill entirely by himself. As long as the mana was not empty, he could kill the enemies in the sword array. The range seemed small, but after the sword array was activated, if he wanted to escape from these 10 domi, is almost impossible.
It is true that I have become a lot stronger, but there is still a long way to go.
Although Xiao Lui's blood volume was declining, he still said coldly. Sunset. Domain skills. The sun in the sky fell straight down. Jianchen, who had participated in the arena competition, knew that the sun's attack was also very powerful. He had no choice but to forcibly interrupt his sword formation, grab the iron sword and stab Xiao Lui directly. I wanted to use offense instead of defense, but I didn't expect to escape the sunset in the sky, but was completely injured by the fire dragon charged with dragon magic. The huge fire dragon hid behind the sun of domain skills and had been forgotten by everyone for so long. Unexpectedly, it fell from the sky at this time and slammed Jianchen to the ground. The entire fire dragon entered Jianchen's body from beginning to end. The blood volume is cleared directly to 0. Xiao Lui did not feel the joy of victory and said lightly,
I really lack some powerful displacement skills.
Jianchen got up from the ground, his face obviously unnatural. He lost to a woman twice in a row, which made him start to doubt what he had learned. Yang Yanchao walked over and patted Jianchen on the shoulder, comforting him.
Brother, you have made a lot of progress. The equipment gap is too big. Keep working hard.
Lu Yuan came over from behind at this time, holding a long sword in his hand. The sword was green in color in the scabbard. It was the sword of the green snake in the peak forest. When Jianchen was fighting just now, Lu Yuan felt there was a commotion in the storage ring. It turned out that Green Snake felt the strong sword intention, and later saw Jianchen's handsomeness. So he decided to give Qi Feng's sword to Jianchen for use. Before Lu Yuan could speak, Green Snake appeared from the Qi Feng sword and said,
Little girl Qingshen, I would like to hand over my destiny sword Qi Feng to the young master for use. I will practice in the sword. If I encounter a strong enemy,
I can use it at any time.
Call me.
Lu Yuan smiled and handed over the Qi Feng sword. It seemed that Qin Shi had moved Fan Xian and rushed to finish his words. Jianchen took the long sword and danced with a few sword flowers. His master once told him that a long iron sword is enough to fight in the world. If someone presents the sword to him, he must bring him to the master. Although this sword is the natal sword of the monster, it was obviously brought by Lu Yuan. So the master's prediction should be that he wanted to see Lu Yuan. But Jianchen still couldn't figure out why his master had known for a long time that someone would give the sword to him. No matter what. I can't express my joy beyond words when I get a long sword. Although the sword itself should be a level 75 long sword. The level is not very important if the owner of the sword approves it.
The lady just now said that I couldn't even make a single move in front of you. How about a test?
Jianchen got a new weapon and wanted to try it out. Lu Yuan didn't want to have such a meaningless fight. So he said to Yang Yanzhao,
Brother Yang, we've been delayed long enough. Let's go in quickly.
After hearing this, Yang Yanzhao nodded in understanding and said to Jianchen,
Let's fight another day. If you want to try the sword, go into the demon world and try it. That sister is very strong, but I will definitely be able to defeat her after I get this sword. Is she bragging when she praises you so much?
Jianchen spoke politely, but he sounded a bit youthful and provocative. Seeing that there was a lot of excitement, the surrounding players also came over. For a while, the surroundings of Lu Yuan and his party became the focus. Lu Yuan glanced at Xiao Lui helplessly and saw that she had her hands spread out, ready to watch the fun.
Come on! Just this once.
Lu Yuan took out the shadowless sword and didn't bother to explain anything. There was nothing wrong with the discussion. Lu Yuan admired Jianchen very much. But he was obviously much younger, and not as mature as Yang Yanzhao and Chang Chunzi. Such young people should also appropriate frustration. The two distanced themselves. Jianchen held the Qi Feng sword in his hand, and a confident smile appeared on his face. He could launch his attack from such a long distance. But the warrior attacking at short range could not reach him at all. Forward. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown to the duel began, Jianchen directly controlled the Qi Feng sword and prepared to release his skills. But suddenly a dazzling white light flashed, and he lost his vision instantly, and his brain was in pain like needles. When he came back to his senses, he already fell to the ground. Jianchen was a little confused. He didn't even know what was happening. He looked at the sword in his hand, feeling unwilling but speechless. He really didn't even send out a single sword move.
Brother Yang, let's go quickly.
As if Lu Yuan had just done an insignificant thing. Everyone recovered their vision under the shadowless sword sun and moonshine skill. In the eyes of the onlookers, the battle had not yet begun, but it was already over.
Has it started yet? It's over.
Chapter 208, Demonstrating Power with the Sword. Lu Yuan deliberately wanted to frustrate Jianchen's spirit. Jianchen, who seemed to be about the same age as himself, was a little too arrogant. It was okay for a young man to be like this. But if he was too complacent, he might not be able to make any progress. Jianchen's skills and moves are very strong and gorgeous. But their real practicality is not high. His defense is too empty, and his moves are not flexible enough. When facing a real master, it is difficult to deal damage, and he will even be defeated easily. Jianchen, who was instantly defeated, said nothing. While he couldn't believe it, he also felt very humiliated. After all, there were many onlookers. Lu Yuan originally wanted to enter the demon world quickly, but when he saw that Jianchen was a little unable to get off the stage, he walked up to him and said a few words.
Your sword moves are very lethal, although you will be surprised when you are singled out. But with the cooperation of your teammates in the team, you will be the main output. And don't pursue too much gorgeousness. Sometimes something simple and unpretentious can have miraculous effects.
Lu Yuan didn't say too many words of comfort, but told him all his advantages and disadvantages. If he couldn't bear the failure of even one PK, he probably wouldn't be able to go to the battlefield.
Brother Lu, this little brother of mine makes you laugh. Since we are 10 years apart, our family is too doting on him. He has had a martial arts dream since he was a child, and it came true in the game. So he is a bit proud.
Yang Yanzhao saw that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, so he quickly came over to smooth things over. Lu Yuan didn't care much about this. He nodded and pulled Yang Yanzhao and Chang Chunzi into the team, and then invited Jianchen to join the team.
Brother Lu, you are right. My master once said the same about me. And I am indeed pursuing a gorgeous appearance too much and ignoring practicality.
Jianchen thought about it and let out a sunny smile.
Well, if you want to fight the enemy in Kung Fu, simplicity and directness are the most effective. The goal is to defeat the enemy, as long as the result is achieved. It doesn't matter whether the process is gorgeous or not. Thank you, Brother Lu, for the tip. When you have time, come with me back to the Taihang Mountains. My master has told me that if I meet the person who gave me the sword, he wants to meet him.
Jianchen was indeed a fan of martial arts, and his words and movements were somewhat old-fashioned. But Lu Yuan didn't understand how his master knew someone would give a sword to him. So he nodded in agreement. Lu Yuan also wanted to meet the so-called sword master, and maybe he could gain something from it. Although he had already mastered his palm skills, he didn't have any very sophisticated moves in his sword skills. He mostly did it casually or relied on skills. Its own action. However, the skills themselves are too formatted. If used multiple times, it is easy for people to understand the trajectory of the attack. Most of the skill movements are very stiff. If someone wants to target them, they can be broken easily. Green Snake's swordsmanship is very exquisite, but it is too feminine, and the moves are tailor-made according to his soft body, making it difficult for others to learn. Everyone formed a team and finally set out to enter the demon world, following the route that had been explored before. After all, familiar areas and monsters made it easier to fight, and could reduce the occurrence of accidents.
By the way, when I was sorting out my backpack, I found this desert army ant egg. At that time, everyone was not at a high level, so I left it here. Let Linger use it. Even 100 ants can resist it for a while at the critical moment. Damage,
Lu Yuan said and handed the special equipment ant eggs to Linger.
Actually, the blood volume of summoned ants is 1/3 of the user's. If you have thick blood, you have an advantage in summoning.
Linger finished the equipment and said to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan smiled at Linger without explaining anything. In fact, for Lu Yuan, if it can threaten his existence, what effect can 100 or 10 summoned objects have? Everyone soon came to a valley. There was a stone tablet at the mouth of the valley. On the stone tablet were written 4 characters.
Strange Rock Valley.
The sun in the valley was so bright that it heated the sand and gravel on the ground.
What the hell is this place? Usually valleys are dark and humid, with strong winds. Why is it hotter than the plains outside?
Zhang Yu complained, sweating profusely from the sun.
Look at the huge rocks in front of you. There is actually a stone forest in the valley.
After Yang Yanzhao joined the team, he volunteered to take the lead. Although Lu Yuanyuan had already discovered it from afar, Yang Yanzhao was still left to report the situation to everyone.
Those stone forests composed of huge rocks are actually stone giants. Be careful,
Lu Yuan added.
So many stone giants? How can we defeat such a big one?
Zhang Yu originally wanted to go and enjoy the shade under the stone pillars.
It's just a stone giant. Look at me later.
Jianchen looked at Zhang Yu and said a little scared. Zhang Yu felt a little unhappy when he saw that the young boy who had just joined the team dared to laugh at him. He thought for a while and said,
You just lost to my boss, and you are not convinced. You are both warriors. Let's see who of you kills monsters later.
A lot.
Okay, let's compete then.
Everyone quickly arrived not far from the stone giant, and Lu Yuan took a look at the monster's basic information. Gravel Valley Monster Giant Level 65 HP 80000000. The valley is very large, and there are many giants with strange powers. The appearance is all made of stone. They keep a certain distance from each other and stand motionless there. If Lu Yuan hadn't reminded them, everyone might not have been able to spot them. A level 65 ordinary monster has 8 million HP, which is really a bit higher than the average.
It must be a human shield monster, but since its name is a strange giant, its attacks must not be underestimated and be careful to dodge. After all, it is such a big man, and we cannot resist it relying on its own weight,
Lu Yuan said. After all, there are new ones joining. There are 3 people, so the coordination needs to be adjusted again.
I know. I'm being weird.
Jianchen didn't wait for anyone to answer, and directly controlled the Qifeng sword in his hand with his sword control skills, flew out, and stabbed one of the giants. The strangely powerful giant was awakened and strode straight towards everyone. His huge body, which was more than 5 meters high, brought a great sense of oppression to everyone. All kinds of skills were used together, and the defense was indeed very high, and the damage effect of lightning and fire magic was very low. Even Li Tong's bow and arrow. The strange giant's big hands punched back and forth, and his feet kept stepping on them. After a few rounds, he jumped up and sat down on everyone. If he had sat down firmly, he would have killed people instantly. Everyone scattered to avoid it. Lu Yuan took advantage of the strange giant without getting up and quickly circled around its body. It is impossible for any monster to have no weaknesses, especially since this giant seemed to be made of stone, and it was impossible to have no core. Sure enough, at the back of the strange giant's neck, a dark red light was found coming from the gaps in the skin.
The monster's weak point is at the back of the neck.
Lu Yuan reminded everyone while he had already jumped up high. The shadowless sword penetrated the giant's energy core without killing him instantly. The giant who was about to get up instantly lost his balance, and used both hands to support his body to prevent himself from falling. At this time, all the attacks that were almost ineffective began to work. After breaking through the defense, the 8 million HP was useless, and was wiped out after a while. Lu Yuan came over and said to Jianchen,
"Would you like to play something big?"
Jianchen understood in his heart, and controlled the Qi Feng sword to float on his chest with 2 fingers. He drew a circle with his hands on his chest. The Qi Feng sword actually split into circles of identical blades. Fairy guides the way. Jianchen's eyes flashed, and the Qi Feng sword flew out like lightning. For such a motionless target, it was Jianchen's favorite monster. The split Qi Feng swords accurately pierced the monster's body one by one. Nape of neck. Chapter 209 Giant Lord of Gravel Valley. Everyone greatly appreciated this gorgeous move. And Jianchen finally felt proud, and continued to control the flying sword, hitting the strangely powerful giant on the back of his neck. Since the attack issued by Jianchen was not a physical sword, the monster giants were weak for less time, and they all returned to normal after a while. However, in such a short period of time, the crowd was not enough to kill so many giants instantly. Facing the charge launched by so many monsters and giants, even Lu Yuan did not dare to take risks. He could be trampled to death if he was not careful. Then a scene appeared in the valley. A group of people were running wildly in front, chasing a lot of strange giants from behind. In the end, the former ran out of the valley, and the strange giants retreated angrily, and returned to the valley to load up the big rocks.
"It looks cool, but I didn't expect it to be just an embroidered pillow. It's useless,"
Zheng Yu said mockingly. "You?" Jianchen felt angry when he was ridiculed, but he didn't know how to refute.
"Brother Lu, this stone giant is too difficult to defeat. How about we change our route?"
Yang Yanzhao said.
"That's not necessary. Although it is difficult to fight, it is rich in experience. It would be a pity not to fight."
Lu Yuan didn't have any good ideas for such a thick-skinned monster. If you don't hit its weak points first to make it weak, it would take a long time to kill one. And when the number of such large monsters increases, monster attacks are still tough.
Since it's not possible to gather a group, let's focus the attack on a few, so that the monsters will be weak for a longer period of time.
Jianchen is not stubborn, and he is still very confident in the control of his skills. Everyone returned to the valley again. This time, they did not dare to pull too many monsters. Li Tong activated a few monsters, and then pulled them a little away from the monster group. Jianchen once again used the mortal guidance, this time focusing all his swords on these monsters. As expected, the weakening time became much longer. Lu Yuan and Fang Rou were the first to jump on the monster's back, stabbing the monster's core with their weapons. Chang Chunzi's skills are the most interesting. Not only can he summon imps, but he also uses some kind of trick to make a bunch of summons like hemp poles. He also holds weapons like spears in his hands to focus the fire. The damage is also pretty good. Occasionally, he can also release the detonating talisman. It seems that wind, fire, thunder and lightning can be controlled through talismans. Although it is not as pure as a single mage, it is valuable in that it has comprehensive attributes and flexible spell casting. Although there are not many monsters in each group, it is extremely efficient. The most important thing is that this monster giant has a lot of experience. So although it is more troublesome, everyone still fights very energetically.
"Brother Lu, your attack is so high!"
Yang Yanzhao and Lu Yuan each jumped on the back of a giant and thrust their swords and forks at the same time.
"The equipment is just excellent, but your marksmanship is really proficient."
Lu Yuan praised Yang Yanzhao.
"Liuhe's spear technique is a spear manual handed down from our ancestors, but no one likes to practice it anymore. I have liked it since I was a child, so I practice it by myself. My younger brother has always liked swords, but it is really rare that he listens to your commands so much. How have you considered what I said last time? I envy you. A group of people playing games together. But I already have a family, so I can't help myself with many things."
Lu Yuan nodded to express his understanding. Both of them moved very quickly. They were only responsible for prolonging the monster's weakness, and the main attack was left to the people at the rear.
"If you are in the capital, you can come to my place as a guest,"
Lu Yuan said politely.
"It's a coincidence that we are all here. I'll treat you all to a drink someday when I have time."
Yang Yanzhao is also a straightforward person. As everyone worked together more and more smoothly, suddenly the ground shook. and a huge creature stood up deep in the valley, a full 15 meters tall. In comparison, these strange giants were not even as long as its legs. The arms and body have become thicker versions. This is a true giant. Gravel Valley Giant Lord Level 70 HP 300000000. Lu Yuan told everyone the basic information about the monster. Yang Yanao and the others were the most surprised. Although they had fought boss at so many levels before, they had never experienced a boss at level 70. Especially one with a terrifying blood volume of 300 million. Lu Yuan was not surprised that the Earth attribute monster's blood volume was astonishing. And it was estimated that the Lord would also fall into a weak state. When the attack and defense were reduced, the damage would definitely be doubled.
How can you hit it? With such a thick skin, it may be difficult to hit its weak point. What to do with these mobs? The damage caused by mobs cannot be underestimated.
Everyone is used to listening to Lu Yuan's tactics. They were able to take care of themselves in the past. But now they all rely on Lu Yuan when something happens.
Jian-Chun will continue to weaken the mobs based on the situation. The mages will focus their fire to clear out the mobs first. Brother Fong Rou and Yang will assist Jian-Chun from a short distance. Zheng Yu will protect the back row. Leave the boss to me first.
After Lu Yuan said that, he rushed towards the pile of monsters, moving around. These bulky monsters couldn't hurt him at all, and he could even draw a few swords at will. However, the skin of these monsters is too thick. Although the shadowless sword can cause wounds, it cannot cut them off. Soon Lu Yuan ran in front of the boss. Lu Yuan, who was over 1.8 meters tall, was only as high as his ankles. This kind of monster generally did not attack with magic, so Lu Yuan was confident that he could hold it down by himself. When the giant lord saw someone running toward him, he stepped on it. Lu Yuan rolled back and forth to avoid it, and went around behind him. His large size made him more intimidating, but his corresponding flexibility was much lower. Lu Yuan even started playing hide-and-seek with the boss. After circling for a few times, the boss was obviously stunned and sat down. Lu Yuan hurriedly used Thousand Army Kill to widen the distance, and then escaped the disaster. After all, the monster was too big, and the dust it stirred up choked Lu Yuan. Immediately afterwards, a thick arm swept over, and Lu Yuan jumped with all his strength to avoid the attack. Before he could fall in the air, another big hand smacked him down. At the critical moment, Lu Yuan directly used the Hand of the Void to pull his body towards the boss's head. With the help of the force, his body turned twice and stood on the shoulders of the giant lord. The giant waved his hand to grab it. Lu Yuan simply jumped towards the back of his neck and thrust his sword directly in. However, the stone layer on the outside was too thick and tightly wrapped the weak point. The length of the sword could not reach the core. The giant lord also seemed to feel the threat. He kept grabbing Lu Yuan back with his hands, shaking his body, and already stood up. Lu Yuan didn't have a chance, so he directly pulled out the shadowless sword and slashed it along the giant's body. After all, no one had come here yet, so he just needed to delay. After a long time, when Lu Yuan and the boss were tired from all the hard work, everyone finally cleared away the mobs.
Boss, you are so powerful. You can actually defeat a level 70 boss by yourself.
Zheng Yu ran over and flattered him first.
Get ready. I'm about to go. I've already thought of a strategy to deal with the enemy,
Lu Yuan said confidently, taking advantage of the boss's arm to attack. He jumped on the boss's arm and quickly ran towards the giant lord's shoulder. Chapter 210 each shows her abilities. The huge giant lord instead aroused Lu Yuan's desire to fight. Taking advantage of the gap between the giant's attacks, Lu Yuan jumped on the boss's arm and ran towards his shoulder again.
Brother Lu, let me help you,
Jian-Chun shouted loudly, and stabbed the boss's neck with his sword again. But this time, he was unable to break through the boss's neck defense. It seemed that as the lord of a monster giant, knowing his own weaknesses, he attacked them, okay.
To strengthen protection, Lu Yuan had already made a plan in his mind. It would be best if Jian-Chun could break through the defense. If he couldn't break through the defense, then he would proceed according to his plan. Fortunately, the giant lord's body was made of stone and was not smooth. Lu Yuan jumped left and right and ran upwards. When the boss swung his arm, he pierced the monster's body with his sword and lay on the monster's arm. The distance was less than 10 meters, but he ran very hard. In the end, Lu Yuan stood on the shoulders of giants again. The sun and the moon shine. Just as Lu Yuan stood firm, he ignored the boss grabbing his hand and directly used the skill attached to the shadowless sword. A dazzling white light suddenly erupted. The giant lord was also stabbed and lost his vision. The hand-grabbing Lu Yuan also changed direction. Covered his eyes. Sun and moon shine is an indiscriminate attack. Everyone except Lu Yuan will fall into a state of blindness. Everyone is somewhat used to it. It is like being thrown a flashbang. Not only can they not see it, but their brains are also stinging, affecting their own health. Judge. A violent explosion was heard in the white light. When the white light dissipated, everyone looked up and saw Lu Yuan throwing a black long sword in the air. As his body descended, a big golden hand appeared and grabbed the boss's neck, pulled himself over. The long black sword was the Yilin sword, and it just penetrated into the energy core of the back of the neck that was exploded by the natural disaster. Lu Yuan used his hand to avoid to move, put away the shadowless sword in the air, and took out Zheng Zheng again. Yu gave himself a rubber sledgehammer and hammered the Yilin sword into the energy core with all his strength. The 16-star strengthened Yilin's sword, especially the tip of the sword, was extremely sharp. At this moment, it was like a nail, hammering into the boss's weakest point. The giant lord suddenly fell to his knees weakly. Everyone naturally knew that the opportunity had come and began to release various skills in turn. Jianshan even used his second skill, Heaven and Earth Sword. He had used it once before in the arena. The sword shadow was dozens of meters long, and he slashed it down with one sword, regardless of the damage. The momentum was amazing. Chang Chunzi shot out and threw a bunch of explosion symbols at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan naturally understood and directly stuck them on the boss's energy core. However, Chang Chunzi did not directly detonate them, but controlled his summons to attack. The goddess scatters flowers. Jianshan used his level 40 skill again, and sword rain began to fall from the sky. With the sound of breaking wind, each sword struck the boss. Yang Yinja's skills seemed a bit monotonous. He stabbed the boss with one shot and dealt damage. He didn't use too many flashy moves, and there weren't that many bells and whistles. It seemed to be a dual type. The giant lord was not weak for too long, and the energy core began to repair itself, even wrapping the knight's sword and the explosion talisman in it. Two huge fists suddenly hit the ground, shaking the ground like an earthquake, making everyone unsteady, and all fell to the ground. The boulders flew and began to gather on the giant lord. In the end, all the injured areas were rewrapped, even thicker than before. If the blood volume had not been restored, everyone might have thought they were facing a new boss. Even if you are an indestructible mountain, I will crush you and explode. A smile appeared at the corner of Chang Chunzi's mouth, and she pretended to be AB confidently, then pinched a Talis magic formula with her right hand and directly detonated the explosive talisman wrapped in the energy core. But the scene was quiet, and nothing happened. Only the sound of the word, explosion, echoed in the valley. Chang Chunzi pinched his hands, stamped his feet, and kept shouting, "Explosion, explosion, explosion!" You and Jianshan are really similar. Apart from pretending to be cool, you really don't have any other advantages. Zhang Yu couldn't help laughing. Before Chang Chunzi had time to refute, the boss attacked again. Everyone hurriedly adjusted their positions and looked for opportunities again. Brother Lu, how long do you have for your explosive skills? Why don't you try it again? This was the first time Yang Yinzhao officially cooperated with Lu Yuan, so he didn't know how long Lu Yuan's skills were. The set skill cools down for half an hour. The protection on the back of his neck is particularly good. I didn't expect that Yilin Jian has been inserted so deep, and it can actually slow down. Lu Yuan replied, I know. It's because it's too high, so it's beyond my casting range. Chang Chunzi suddenly realized that he only calculated the distance to the monster, but forgot the height of the monster itself. I wonder if my secret skill can penetrate its defense. Fong Rose said slowly, while staring at the back of the boss's neck. Fong Rose's idea is not unfounded. Normally, her secret art, Flash, attacks the enemy's heart. But a special monster like this cannot reach the enemy's heart at all, and it will not force the caster to fly. So it should be possible if the target is on the back of the neck. And this skill itself is a force-penetrating strike. Stinky Taoist, can't you run up along your arm like my boss? This way your casting distance is not enough. Zhang Yu said, I don't have those two chances. If I fall, it won't kill me. Chang Chunzi knew that he was not very skilled in a profession that was basically a legal profession. The bonus of strength and agility was not outstanding, so it was difficult to perform such advanced movements. Jianshan tried again, but his sword could only damage some of the surface and was difficult to penetrate directly.
which made him very frustrated. Lu Yuan ran to the monster's feet and repeatedly slashed at the same spot with a shadowless sword, trying to cut off the boss's feet and make it lose its balance. While everyone was attacking and looking for a way, a black figure had already learned Lu Yuan's method and ran up to the boss's shoulder. Due to the invisible state, the giant lord's epidermal sensitivity was not high, so he was not noticed. On the contrary, Fong Rou reached the boss's shoulders more easily than Lu Yuan, and jumped directly above the back of his neck. Even in the game, this kind of operation undoubtedly requires courage. Second truth of flesh. The black shadow disappeared in a flash, and when it reappeared, it was already in front of the boss. At an altitude of more than 10 meters, Fong Rou had no follow-up life-saving skills, and she was already in a weak state. If she fell to the ground, she would definitely lose her health. Clear. Fong Rou closed her eyes without a trace of fear, but opened her arms, as if enjoying the pleasure of free fall. Chapter 211 Explosive Talisman shows its power. Fong Rou's blow was not in vain. The boss's weak point was hit by a piercing attack. His body suddenly swayed, and the Yilinjian nailed in the energy core was affected. His whole body went limp, and he knelt down on one knee. However, he recovered quickly, and was about to stand up. When I got up, a voice came. Explosion. This time, Chang Chunzi didn't have time to pretend, and was afraid of missing the opportunity. So he quickly detonated the explosion talisman wrapped around the back of the boss's neck. A booming explosion sounded, and the giant lord entered a weak state again. Fong Rou fell from the sky, and was about to die on the ground. A figure rushed over quickly, and caught Fong Rou's body at the critical moment. However, the momentum was too strong and her arms were obviously not strong enough. With the force of sinking, he did a forward somersault and landed on his back, tightly protecting Fong Rou in his arms. Who else could come if it wasn't Lu Yuan? A fire dragon flew past the two of them. Xiao Lui originally wanted to use his extreme dragon control technique to try to slow down Fong Rou's momentum and see if he could catch her. Seeing that Fong Rou was rescued, he simply controlled the fire dragon's charge. It went up to the sky, then fell from the sky and hit the boss's energy core directly, dealing full damage from the dragon's head to its tail. The boss was hit hard again, this time completely lying on the ground. Chang Chunzi climbed directly onto the giant's back this time, threw stacks of explosive talismans at the boss's energy core, and then jumped down. This time, he didn't plan to wait for the boss to recover again, so he turned around and pulled away first, some distance. During this period, Jian Shen used his immortal guidance skill to continuously hit the Yilin sword nailed to the energy core. He kept hitting the Yilin sword into the energy core, and finally penetrated the core of the boss. Explosion. Changchun calmly turned his back to the boss and detonated his explosive talisman. He imagined that he had become the leading actor in the movie, and there were explosions behind him. He calmly lit a cigarette, but he didn't expect that too many explosive symbols were placed, causing the explosion range to be too large. He was lifted up by the explosive airflow from behind and fell to the ground, making himself disgraced for a while. When the smoke cleared, the giant lord had been killed instantly. He originally still had more than half of his health, but the energy core was destroyed, and in the end, he was nothing more than a pile of stones. Everyone got up from the ground. Everyone looked a little embarrassed. Zhang Yu used his turtle SHL skills to protect Ling, although Xiao Lui used his own gourd cover to cover himself and Li Tong. He was still blown away by the airflow of the explosion. Although he was not hurt, he was still a little embarrassed. Lu Yuan and Fong Rou were the worst. Lu Yuan, who had caught Fong Rou, fell to pieces. Fong Rou was also in a trance and almost fainted. Then the explosion hit. The two of them were closest and had no time to retreat. Lu Yuan was in a trance and almost fainted. Yuan had no choice but to protect Fong Rou again. Both of them were buried in rubble, and finally crawled out of the rubble with difficulty. Lu Yuan opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of ash, which made Fong Rou smile sweetly.
You can kill the boss slowly if you fight slowly, so why bother trying so hard?
Lu Yuan said reproachfully.
I know you will catch me,
Fong Rou said with a smile. Ever since the three women agreed to compete fairly, Fong Rou, although bold and unrestrained, has never resorted to any tricks. Being rescued this time completely satisfied the fantasy of a woman being rescued by a hero. Although she was embarrassed, she felt safe in Lu Yuan's arms. It's unprecedented. It would be perfect if it could spin a few times in the sky, but then Newton's coffin might not be able to hold it down. Lu Yuan shook his head helplessly. casually patted the dust on his body, and stepped forward to pick up the yellow sword that was stuck on the ground. After such an explosion, the yellow sword was not damaged at all. Although some weapons are not of the highest grade, but its perfection is not necessarily low. It may be affected by many factors. So Yi Linjian is only at the epic level. But Uya's craftsmanship is really impeccable. There is also a skill book on the ground, some gold coins and gems for inlaying, and there are 2 pieces of rare level armor. But the level is too high, and they are of little use. Earthquake, use huge force to hit the ground, causing an earthquake effect 10 meters around, while causing a small amount of damage. The enemy will be unstable and fall down. Can be learned by guardians above level 50. Lu Yuan directly gave the skill book to Zhang Yu, and said to Yang Yanao and the others,
We usually allocate it to whoever needs it. If there is no demand, it will be divided into gold coins. Of course, we people are too familiar with it. Yes, I may not pay much attention to some details. If you have any comments, you can put them forward.
After hearing this, Yang Yanzhao replied,
You haven't paid back the money for this weapon yet. It's whatever you want. I don't have any objections. And friends are playing together, so don't pay too much attention to the details. The 3 of us are not stingy people.
Jian Chun and Chang Chunzi also nodded in agreement.
I said, Stinking Taoist priest, did you deliberately cause such a big explosion to embarrass us?
Zhang Yu said to Chang Chunzi.
Ha. I didn't expect the explosion to be so powerful. I threw all my explosive talismans into it. I've never tried it before.
Chang Chunzi said, slightly embarrassed.
This is good. If the boss recovers again, it will take a long time to break through the defense. But your skills are really powerful. Who can withstand such an explosion?
Lu Yuan said with emotion.
This is an explosive talisman that I have been saving for a long time. It takes me 5 minutes to make a talisman, and it is usually released in a straight line, and it is easy to be dodged. This is the first time that I just throw a bunch of them and detonate them like this.
Chang Chunzi himself was stunned by the fall, but he didn't expect hundreds of explosive talismans to be so powerful.
Go over there and pick up the items from the previous monsters.
Yang Yanzhao took the lead in picking up the loot. He was anxious to clear the monsters before, but he hadn't picked up the items in the area yet. Lu Yuan just wanted to go over and help, but was stopped by Jian Chen.
Brother Lu, do you think my sword training is in the wrong direction? I worked so hard to give up all my skills, and could only learn 1 move every 10 levels. But I couldn't even break the boss's defense.
Jian Chen felt a little depressed after this battle, especially the successive defeats, which greatly affected his confidence.
Don't mind it too much. You are already very strong. This kind of monster has high defense and high health. I just rely on the power of equipment. If you can gather those hundreds of swords, you should be able to pierce the monster.
Defensive.
Lu Yuan comforted. Lu Yuan still admires this kind of young man who is somewhat arrogant and knows how to ask for advice humbly after failure. Jian Chen is very arrogant, but he respects people with strength from the bottom of his heart, especially after getting in touch with him. He found that Lu Yuan did not defeat him by luck, but that his strength far exceeded his own.
You said you could only learn this later. With my current control, I can only transform hundreds or thousands with 1 sword. Later, when I reach tens of thousands of swords, I will start to practice the integration of 10,000 swords into 1, and use the power of 10,000 swords to combine into 1 sword, the master said. It begins with a sword and ends with a sword.
Jian Chen's swordsmanship is indeed gorgeous, and he would probably be a protagonist in movies and TV shows. Apart from being gorgeous, he only lacks experience, and his swordsmanship has too many flaws, and his moves are too cumbersome. But he is undoubtedly standing behind his allies, and the group it does work wonders in times of war. Lu Yuan patted Jian Chen on the shoulder and said,
Come on. By the way, Brother Lu, don't forget to follow me to meet my master when you have time. Well, it just so happens that I also want to pay a visit.
Chapter 212 Peace Village. After defeating the giant lord and his mobs, everyone was promoted to another level. Lu Yuan and Xiao Lui were still in the lead at level 58,
while the others were also at levels 55, 56, and 57. Everyone continues to go deeper into the demon world, and the levels of monsters are getting higher and higher, which are not suitable for upgrading. After all, with everyone's current strength, it may be useless even if they find the demon world headquarters. And many people have already encountered the demon general. The level of the demon general is around 75. No one with a higher level has appeared yet. although the level is not too outstanding. His skills and strength far exceed that of monsters of the same level. Everyone, they are all very difficult to deal with. Players can only admit that they are unlucky when encountering a demon general and return to the city with hatred. Only since Yang Yanzhao and his team formed a team with Lu Yuan and others to slay monsters did they understand what experience is called. These talents are called monster slayers. Needless to say, fire, sea, thunder and lightning. Just talking about Lu Yuan's special effects equipment, the surroundings will explode. The one who knows poisonous mist is simply a magic warrior. Jian Chen was even more envious. He used several skills in turn, but they were not as effective as Lu Yuan ping and cutting. Jian Chen even felt that he should not worship the sword master as his master, but should worship Lu Yuan as his master. The monsters in the demon world are very strange. After being killed, they will not be refreshed by the system. But every once in a while, annihilated monsters will appear in the monster territory. However, the Lord Boss is obviously different, and it is estimated that there are capable people. The group of people explored while cleaning up monsters. Villages and cities were under martial law. Lu Yuan and others did not want to cause trouble, so they took a detour when encountering such a situation. Lu Yuan's idea is very clear. He will first upgrade his level, and then put on more advanced equipment, so that he can have the capital to fight the Demon King. As for the Demon Emperor, Lu Yuan has not yet considered it. The people who are at the top of the world are not the ones they are now. I can handle it myself. Every part of the Demon King's body can bring powerful power to people. His right arm was obviously very strong last time, but it was just that he was trapped in the illusion by Demon General Kunming and didn't show it. Another village appeared in front of everyone. It was said that the size of the village was not much different from that of a small city. Just when he was about to take a detour, Lu Yuan discovered that there were players coming in and out of the village entrance, and the area around the village was obviously not under martial law.
Let's go into the village and have a look,
Lu Yuan suggested. Everyone was a little curious, so they all agreed to go in and take a look. There is a sword stuck on a square stone at the entrance of the village. The village is surrounded by a wooden fence. A plaque on the gate reads, Peace Village. There are various characters in the village. The villagers are all dressed in devilish costumes, and players come in and out, using this place as a place to stay.
Brother, why is there no martial law here?
Yang Yanzhao asked the players in the village. In the Demon Realm area, players are as warm to each other as fellow villagers meeting fellow villagers.
You've asked the right person about this. I've heard that the people here are those who are being hunted in the Demon Realm, or those who are not up to the standard and will be executed. The owner of this village is very powerful. If anything happens in the Demon Realm, just enter this peaceful place. The village is naturally protected, and even if we are not from the demon world, we still enjoy this treatment.
Lu Yuan was curious about the person who could create a safe zone in the demon world. From what he had known for so many days, the demon world was very tough. Most of the villagers seemed to accept their fate and never thought of escaping, because they also ran away. Don't fall off. And it is said that no matter how strong you are in cultivation, if you do anything that violates the rules, the most serious situation may lead to a demon general chasing you. It is impossible for the demon generals not to know the existence of this place. But the fact that they did not come to clean it up can only mean one thing. That is, the master here may be stronger than the demon generals. The people in the village did not feel disgusted when they saw that there were more outsiders recently. Instead, they started doing business. They rarely left the village. All the supplies they needed were written on the list and purchased by the owner. The poor work for the rich in exchange for daily living expenses. People who are fleeing should be considerate of each other. But the people in this village are not like this, and they are not as enthusiastic towards their companions as they are towards outsiders. Lu Yuan and others sat down at a small restaurant in the village, preparing to taste the food of the demon world. In the game, a good meal will increase some attributes. Although the improvement is not very big, everyone just treats it as a pastime. Everyone ordered a few side dishes at will and chatted while eating. It was quite pleasant to talk and laugh. Suddenly there was a commotion among the villagers. It turned out that the owner of the village came back with a carriage. The villagers began to help unload the goods. Everyone was very enthusiastic. The owner of the village is a middle-aged man. He looks neat and tidy but does not look like a fierce person. He has a very easygoing personality and talks and laughs with the villagers, as if feeling the gaze of Lu Yuan and others. A pair of bright eyes looked over at everyone, glanced around and finally stopped on Lu Yuan, and nodded as a greeting.
This person is very strong. I can't see through him.
Lu Yuan retracted his gaze and said to everyone,
If you can't see through it, then his level must be at least level 85.
Xiao Lui knew Lu Yuan's strength very well. The village owner came over and said to everyone,
It's okay to stay, but don't stay in the village for a long time unless there are special circumstances. And don't use force in the village.
Apparently seeing Lu Yuan and others meeting each other, he came here to talk about the rules. There is also an alchemist in the village. Although the medicines are ordinary, they are not expensive. With such a transfer station, at least you don't have to run back every time to resupply. After all, it was a village in a demon world. Lu Yuan and others took a short rest before leaving to continue spawning monsters and upgrading. It was already daybreak when I logged off. Since there were too many monsters in the last wave, the morning exercise time was delayed. Yang Yanzhao also proposed to treat everyone to dinner in the afternoon. But in the end, he was invited by Lu Yuan to the villa. There are all facilities here, but there are no facilities at all. It needs to be tossed out. After leaving the game warehouse, I found someone in the house. It turned out to be the nanny Zhang Pan, who was kneeling on the ground and mopping the floor. Lu Yuan frowned, because there were mops, vacuum cleaners and the like at home. So there was no need to kneel there and wipe them. And looking at his clothes, it was obvious that he didn't come in just for cleaning. Although Lu Yuan is emotionally indifferent, he is not stupid. Zhang Pan obviously thinks that he is not satisfied with her, so he comes to do useless things. Zhang Pan's skirt was very short and her back was facing Lu Yuan. She was kneeling there and wiping herself very carefully, with her underwear exposed.
Why are you cleaning at this time?
Lu Yuan asked. Zhang Pan didn't get up but sat down on the ground. He turned around and patted his chest and said,
I'm shocked. Why is there no sound when I log out of the game?
Lu Yuan didn't look at the beating chest, but felt a little disgusted in his heart. Sooner or later, such a person would create a mess at home. Lu Yuan opened the door without answering and walked out, just as the women upstairs also walked out. They saw Lu Yuan and the poor Zhang Pan coming out of the house together. If the two of them hadn't been together in the game, Zhang Pan would have been misunderstood by his outfit and expression. Lu Yuan, who saw the boundless spring scenery so early in the morning, was not happy. On the contrary, it affected his mood. He was thinking about how to tell everyone to change the nanny, especially Fang Rou. He didn't know how Zhang Pan coaxed Fang Rou so well. Chapter 213 Touching the Butt?
Zhang Pan, we have guests coming this afternoon. Please prepare more dishes.
Fang Rou stepped forward and hugged Zhang Pan and said,
Well, I understand.
Zhang Pan said pitifully. Lu Yuan was even more disgusted by Zhang Pan's pretentious look. He decided to fire her anyway, and soon found an opportunity to tell Fang Rou that after all, she was the one who invited the person, so it would be best for her to make the arrangements. After taking a rest after dinner, Lu Yuan led everyone to start practicing palm skills. It is not only necessary to improve in the game, but practice in reality is also very important. During the break, Lu Yuan said to everyone,
Zhang Pan is not suitable for us. Let's hire a new nanny.
Lu Yuan's words were very direct and sudden. Everyone looked at Lu Yuan strangely, wondering why he suddenly said this.
Xiao Yuanzi, what's wrong? Isn't Xiao Zhang's cooking delicious? And it's quite eye-catching. Why the sudden change?
Xiao Xing has said lightly, wiping his sweat.
It's nothing. I just don't think it's suitable to be here with us.
Zhang Pan was pretty good at work, but Lu Yuan really couldn't fault him, and he was embarrassed to talk about what happened in the morning.
Lu Yuan, why do you always have a problem with Zhang Pan? It's not easy for her to come to the capital alone, and she has to support her younger brother in school. Don't you have any sympathy?
Fang Rou said angrily. Li Tong pulled Fang Rou and said,
Ru, don't be like this. Lu Yuan is not that kind of person. He should have his reasons. It's just a nanny. Don't hurt your friendship. Just give her some more money to send her away.
Xiao Lui said calmly. Zheng Yu learned a lot and just listened silently. He had already offended Linger once about the nanny, so he didn't dare to express any opinions. Fang Rou was still a little angry, but in the end she sighed and said,
I'll tell her later. Treating Jianchen and the others to a banquet today can be regarded as a...
Okay.
To Zhang Pan. You are telling me now that she won't put medicine in our food. Right.
Zheng Yu said mysteriously. Xiaoyao was sighing and has been behind everyone. Hearing Zheng Yu's words, he couldn't help laughing.
I'm quite afraid of death. It's okay. As long as I'm at the dinner table. No one can poison us. Although it's not in the game. but all the knowledge about the medicine god lineage is in my mind. By the way, Lu Yuan, why do you always want to recruit Yang Yanhao and the others? You don't see how powerful they are? Zhao Xinghe asked with some confusion. It's been too quiet recently. Although we have fought back and forth in the demon realm. Don't you feel that the demon realm's resistance is not very strong? It is not easy to find a few reliable teammates. After dealing with them several times, I feel that they are good people. Not bad. And you have a foundation in Kung Fu. In a real battle, you will have a lot of advantages if you have some Kung Fu foundation. Lu Yuan expressed his thoughts. I recently contacted Sister Jingbai. The company is busy developing a global voice system so that everyone can communicate by voice at any time during the battle. She also said that Taoyuan Group is preparing for a war. Li Tong added. After everyone finished practicing, they were just about to enter the game when they received a message from Yang Yanzhao, saying that Jianchen couldn't help but want to see everyone early. So he decided to come over earlier, and he could arrive in about an hour. Lu Yuan simply stopped playing the game and told everyone. They all gathered on the first floor to chat. Lu Yuan also explained to everyone the difficulties in the palm technique. More than an hour passed quickly, and a Mercedes-Benz stopped at the gate. Brother Lu, this house is so grand. I didn't expect him to be an invisible rich man. Yang Yanzhao said with a smile when he saw everyone coming out. The three people standing at the door are basically the same as in the game except for their costumes. Yang Yanzhao and Chang Chunzi look very mature, while Jianchen really still looks like a child, with white and tender flesh. After everyone entered the room, Yang Yanzhao began to introduce. My real name is Yang Chahai. This is my brother Yang Chen. That one is Chang Chunzi in the game. His real name is Chin Chong Chu. Lu Yuan also introduced the people on his side one by one. Since the meal was not ready yet, everyone sat down and chatted. Brother Lu, I was supposed to treat you to dinner, but I came to disturb you. I'm really sorry, Yang Yanzhao said. It doesn't matter. They are all friends and it doesn't matter who invites us. I'm very happy that you can come. Brother Lu, I heard from my brother that you want to recruit people to set up a studio. Do you think I can do it? Jianchen said straight to the point. Okay. You can come anytime you want. There are many rooms in the building next to it. You can just pick one. Lu Yuan still liked Jianchen quite a lot. Ha. This child is fair and tender. He is much cuter in reality. In the game, there is always some pretense. Just to let my sister pinch his little face. Fong Rou ran over with a smile and pinched Jianchen's face like a child. Jianchen froze there with a horrified look on his face. A little at a loss. Brother Lu, I'd better think about it, Jianchen said in a daze. Let's go. I'll take you to see the accommodation there, so you can choose a room. In the end, the men went to see the room, and the woman stayed to help cook. Fong Rou said she just wanted to talk to Zhang Pan. Brother Lu, although Lao Chen and I can't come and live here, we are your most trustworthy teammates, Yang Yanzhao said seriously. Yes. After all, we are already married. Otherwise, we would really want to join in the fun. Chang Chunzi looked at the surrounding environment and said with some temptation. It doesn't matter. We are all friends. We will help each other in the future. You can rest assured that Jianchen will live here, Lu Yuan replied. In the end, Jianchen chose a room next to Zhao Xinghe and Zheng Yu. Lu Yuan briefly told them about what might happen in the future. After hearing this, the three of them felt surprised, even incredible, and they understood Lu Yuan. Why should we find some trustworthy comrades? The food was quickly prepared and everyone sat down. But Fong Ruru was nowhere to be seen. They were probably discussing the issue of dismissal in the room. Xiao Lui asked Linger to call, and everyone started eating directly. Zhao Xinghe skillfully took out the wine from the wine cabinet upstairs. Usually no one would drink with him. But this time he finally met two people who could drink. Yang Yanzhao and Chang Chunzi were also veterans of the wine shop, and they were not polite to everyone. As the host, Lu Yuan took the lead in raising his glass and said, I met these two brothers through Chahai. It is fate that we can sit together today. I hope we all get along well in the future. I will do it first as a token of respect. Everyone was chatting and laughing, and the atmosphere was very pleasant. But Fong Rou ran downstairs angrily. Come to Lu Yuan. Let's touch it. Fong Rou ran to Lu Yuan, raised her butt and said angrily. Lu Yuan was confused and didn't know what happened. And everyone looked at Fong Rou with puzzled faces. As guests, Yang Yanzhao and the other three were even more embarrassed, not knowing what kind of drama was going on. What are you doing?
Lu Yuan asked puzzledly.
Aren't you willing to touch your butt? It's not like we don't have the conditions at home. It's not good for you to touch anyone with so many people. Why are you touching Zhang Pan's butt? Looking for excitement?
Fang Rou said angrily.
When did I touch her butt?
Lu Yuan was a little angry after being wronged. Especially the relationship between men and women. Lu Yuan paid great attention to it. Even things that were not in line with etiquette. Lu Yuan didn't even look at. But he was still labeled as such. Chapter 214 Nanny Incident. Fang Rou's playful scene was a little embarrassing. Lu Yuan was wronged, and at the same time a little sad. They had been friends for so long. But they still didn't understand her own character.
Ru, how could you do this? Follow me into the house.
Li Tong was also surprised by what Fang Rou did. Even if it was true, it shouldn't be done in front of guests. And Li Tong didn't believe that Lu Yuan would do such a thing. In the end, Xiao Lui and Li Tong brought Fang Rou into the house. When Xiao Yaowan saw that the women were gone, he simply picked up some food and left with his own bowl.
Ha ha. Miss Fang is really straight-tempered.
Yang Yanxiao broke the silence to lighten the atmosphere.
Who knows what she is having trouble with? My boss is not that kind of person.
Zheng Yu said.
Zhang Pan is not simple. And her purpose here is not simple. She has no intention of harming us. And we don't know what her purpose is.
Lu Yuan thought for a while and said, although Fang Rou is usually bold, she is not as bold as she was just now. She probably did such a thing because Zhang Pan said something, and she didn't think about it for a while. But a woman, when Lu Yuan is on guard, can't make too big a splash. Let's just see how the situation develops. Since she dares to frame Lu Yuan, it proves that she also knows that she may not be able to stay any longer. That's why he bit back. As for the purpose, Lu Yuan really couldn't figure it out. In the rest area on the top floor, several women gathered here and asked Fang Rou what happened. Even Yao Wanzi was curious while eating her bowl and listening. Fang Rou calmed down and said,
I went to Zhang Pan to talk about her resignation. She said that Lu Yuan had always been biased against her. She was cleaning the floor in his room this morning. Unexpectedly, Lu Yuan touched the floor after he logged off the game. Her ass. Because Zhang Pan resisted. That's why Lu Yuan made up his mind to fire her. Do you believe this?
Yao Wanzi couldn't help but say before he could swallow the food in his mouth.
I was a little impulsive just now. The key point is that what Zhang Pan said is too true. But there are so many women in the family. You said he provokes other women. The key is that he can't touch anyone. There are so many people. And no one he touches will follow him. Angry.
Fang Rou's words made everyone present feel embarrassed. Although everyone knew about the complicated relationship between several people, they all knew it tacitly. And no one usually said it clearly.
Don't include me. I'm just here to rent a house to live in. Judging from my many years of experience in society, Zhang Pan is obviously lying.
Yao Wanzi analyzed as an outsider.
Lu Yuan really won't do such a thing. As for her purpose, I'll ask someone to check her details first.
Xiao Lui motioned to Linger to do it.
Ru, please be calmer when encountering problems in the future. This kind of thing is not a joke. It is very hurtful.
Li Tong said.
I also believe in Lu Yuan. But for some reason, I was very angry when I heard this. I couldn't help but go to him to make a fuss. If it was you two who were touched, maybe I would like to see the excitement. Not serious.
Xiao Lui and Li Tong's faces turned red, and they stopped talking. Only Yao Wanzi giggled like he was watching a play. When several men were together, they quickly forgot about the unpleasantness. Zhao Xinghe even found a drinking buddy. Although Zheng Yu had some drinking capacity, he was still far behind those few people. Jianshan said that he does not know how to drink, and he has to drive when he goes back. So he is the soberest. The men chatted like this all afternoon, ranging from the development in the game to the insights of life. Politics, history, jokes, houses and cars, and finally women. Yang Yanzhao and Chang Chunzi were both married people, and they all talked about marriage matters. They both smiled and warned their younger brothers not to rush into marriage, but to play for a few years before getting married. Zheng Yu has been talking about Linger. This is the first girl he has really gotten along with, and he is always a little at a loss. Only Zhao Xinghe and Lu Yuan just listened silently. Zhao Xinghe obviously didn't want to mention the matter of Qiu Shui, and those previous passers-by didn't seem to want to mention it either. When mentioning the woman, Zhao Xinghe always had a hint of loneliness in his eyes. Lu Yuan was even more so. It seemed that nothing good happened if he had anything to do with women. Every time a woman got hurt, A nanny who had nothing to do with him could bite him. He didn't even know how to deal with the feelings of the three women around him. Deal with. When Yang Yanzhao and the others were sent away, it was already past 6 p.m. Lu Yuan was also drunk. He returned to the house and began to use his internal energy. Lu Yuan found that practicing the function effectively eliminated alcohol and sobered up faster. A knock on the door broke the silence. Lu Yuan opened his eyes and was much awake. Although the door was unlocked, he still got up and opened the door. It was Xiao Lui who knocked on the door. Lu Yuan let her into the room without speaking first.
The matter has been investigated clearly. Zhang Pan was sent by Lei Bing. The purpose is probably to seduce you so that I will misunderstand and leave you.
Xiao Lui investigated the relationship between Zhang Pan and Lei Bing, and everything fell into place naturally. Figured it out.
Lei Bing? Did you use the Thunder Palm at your birthday party? Is your injury healed?
Lu Yuan is relatively sensitive to martial arts, so what he remembers most clearly is who used which technique.
We have known each other for many years, and I thought he was an upright person. Although I didn't like him at first, I didn't dislike him either. Such a fact is disgusting,
Xiao Lui said with a slight frown.
Just figure it out. The circle of rich people really likes to use these methods.
Lu Yuan shook his head helplessly.
Zhang Pan has already sent you away. And Linger also called Annie from my house. She will be responsible for hygiene and food from now on. If you don't drink well, drink less. I'll get you some water.
Looking at Xiao Lui's back as he went out, Lu Yuan was very pleased. No matter what happened, Xiao Lui always calmly thought of a solution first. And she always trusted him so much. She was the first to understand his thoughts every time. There was another knock on the door. And before Lu Yuan could open the door, a figure got in by himself. Fong Rou was the only one in the whole family who could do such a thing.
Lu Yuan, I'm sorry. I was impulsive. Please don't be angry. Or you can hit me. As long as the matter is resolved. I'm not angry. She spoke coldly, and she said she wasn't angry. Come on. Hit me twice to calm down the anger.
Fong Rou said and raised her, but again, Lu Yuan was a little bit dumbfounded. Fong Rou looked so weird. There was really nothing he could do with her.
Stop making trouble. I'm really not angry. Go back quickly.
At this time, the door suddenly opened, and Xiao Lui walked in with a water glass. Seeing Fong Rou's actions, she quickly turned around and was about to go out. Fong Rou covered her face with her hands inside.
That's sloppy.
He quickly dragged Xiao Lui back and ran out quickly. It turned out that Fong Rou was also embarrassed sometimes. Lu Yuan spread his hands. Xiao Lui also smiled and said nothing. Put the water on the table, waved his hands and walked out. Lu Yuan took a sip of water and had no intention of practicing. He lay quietly on the bed in a daze, not knowing what he was thinking. There was another knock on the door, which brought Lu Yuan back to his senses. This time it was Li Tong who opened the door and did not enter the room. He handed over a glass of honey water and said,
Fong Rou is outspoken. Don't be angry with her. Drink some water and go to bed early. If you are drunk, don't play games.
Lu Yuan took the water and nodded. Li Tong always cared about him silently, always giving people a quiet feeling, and always taking care of his face at any time. Lu Yuan closed the door, unable to fall asleep after thinking about it, and finally decided to enter the game. Lu Yuan's biggest weakness is that he always wants to escape when he encounters emotional problems. Love is much more difficult for him than defeating monsters and leveling up. Chapter 215 Juggernaut. Lu Yuan logged into the game and found that he was not online at all. Zhao Xinghe and Zhao Xinghe were probably drunk, and the other girls were having dinner. Among the team, only Jianchen was online, and Yang Yanzhao and Yang Yanzhao should have gone back to their respective homes. They were also in a state of drinking too much.
Brother Lu, you're here. Are you still leveling up today? There are so few people.
Jianchen was also used to a large group of people fighting monsters together. But suddenly, there were only 2 of them left, and he felt a little lonely.
Let's not upgrade now. Let's go see your master.
It just so happened that Lu Yuan also wanted to meet the sword master. It was hard for him to leave when everyone was there. So this was the perfect time.
Well, okay. Let's go directly from the entrance of the demon realm to get closer.
The 2 got on their horses and avoided the monsters all the way. They soon returned to the entrance of the demon realm, and then drove straight to the Taihang Mountains at high speed. The 2 came to the foot of Taihang Mountain. Instead of taking the usual mountain road, they came to a cliff. standing at the foot of the cliff. You can only see the clouds in the sky. The cliff is as sharp as a knife. And there is no passage such as a cave nearby.
Why don't you go up the mountain from that way?
Lu Yuan asked.
Master said that you must climb up from here every time you come back. And you can only take the mountain road when going down.
Jianshan replied.
How to climb here? Follow me. This is actually a training. Training strength, endurance, and perseverance.
This was not the first time for Jianshan to climb. If he looked carefully, there were some clasps on the vertical cliff. Jianshan had already climbed a few meters and turned around to urge Lu Yuan to follow. Lu Yuan doesn't know how to rock climb. But among warrior players of the same level, no one is likely to have higher strength than Lu Yuan. Jianshan followed Lu Yuan in front. When he climbed halfway up the mountain, Jianshan slowed down. It was obvious that he was running out of endurance. But Lu Yuan still had energy left. This was the advantage of having high endurance attributes. Lu Yuan did not rush and followed slowly. Because Jianshan was too slow, the two of them climbed to the top of the cliff for a long time. After reaching the top, Jianshan lay directly on the ground.
Finally, I know why your sword is not powerful enough.
Lu Yuan said with a slight breath.
Why? Because you are not good at studying. You are not even very skilled in climbing this road. And you are even exhausted, let alone the essence of swordsmanship.
Lu Yuan pointed out directly.
Brother Lu, don't say this for a while. My master already regrets accepting me as his disciple. If you say it now, you can't kick me out of the master's door.
Jianshan said with a smile. The two rested for a while and walked for a few more minutes. There was a thatched house in a clearing in the forest. There was a stone table in the fenced yard. There were 2 stone benches on both sides of the stone table. There were also 2 big geese in the yard, walking back and forth slowly.
Master, I'm back.
An old man walked out of the house. He could be called an old man, but his hair was white. His face did not have many wrinkles. And his body was still very strong.
The
old man agreed casually. His eyes swept over Lu Yuan's body, and finally met Lu Yuan's eyes. Lu Yuan only felt that the old man's gaze was as sharp as a sword. Just like when he concentrated on strengthening the weapon. He felt the resistance from the sword. But it was insignificant compared to the old man's gaze. He was worthy of being a sword master.
Are you a descendant of the lineage of the god of Craftsman?
The sword master said with a friendly look. For a person with such eyes, how could the accessories on his body escape his eyes? Lu Yuan was not surprised and nodded and saluted.
Yes. Your ancestor and I are old acquaintances. And I would like to call him senior. After he retired from the world, I have never seen an outstanding descendant like you. The lineage of craftsman gods is blessed. Unlike the ones I have received in my life. Several disciples. All of them failed to live up to expectations.
The sword master said, feeling a little sad.
Master, don't be so sad. I will work hard. Look, this is the sword that Brother Lu gave me.
Jianshan seemed to be used to his master's behavior. The sword master did not reply, but glanced at the chief-owned sword. Unexpectedly, the green snake in the sword appeared out of thin air, bowed to the sword master, and said politely,
Greetings to the senior, the little lady, Jian Zhengdao. I never thought that I would encounter such a strong sword intention in my lifetime. Although I am not a human body, I can still work so hard. It is not easy to practice to this point. You can listen to me discussing swords next to you. How much you can understand is your destiny. Thank you, senior.
Jianshan was a little speechless, and didn't know what the use of listening was. His master talked about him every day, but he didn't see how powerful he was, so he didn't know what to thank him for. The sword master walked to the stone table and sat down, then motioned for Lu Yuan to sit opposite, while Jianshan and Qingqi stood behind the sword master.
Actually, it's because of you that I accepted this disciple,
the sword master said to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan looked at Jianshan and said with some confusion,
What do you mean? I haven't known him for a few days. So why did he accept him as my disciple because of me? Not long ago, a large number of people from other worlds like you arrived. And Senior Uya, who has been hiding for a long time, also received news. Senior offered me a sword, but he didn't ask for anything. I happened to meet my good friend Shin Swansea. He said that the world structure might change. It happened that this kid was passing by, and Shin Swansea pointed at him and told me that if I wanted to repay my kindness, I would accept him as my disciple and give him the Jianshin sword in the future. People are the key figures that change the world structure. When you see that person, you can naturally repay the favor.
The sword master told the whole story. There were actually people who could predict the future. This surprised Lu Yuan. Everything had a cause and effect. He was the reason why Jianshan became a disciple. And he was also the one who gave the sword to Patriarch Oyi. Bear fruit.
This junior dare not accept repayment for our ancestor.
No matter what kind of reward the other party wants to give. Lu Yuan cannot accept it for Oyi. Oyi naturally has his own reasons for what he does. He doesn't know anything. It would be bad if he ruins the reputation of his ancestor.
Actually, when it comes to repaying gratitude, what can I, a martial artist, do to offer? How come the lineage of God Craftsman lacks rare swords, gold and silver treasures? The only thing that can be done is the understanding of swords you have gained over the years. There is no need to feel pressure. When I presented the sword to you, Senior Uya said that I was the one destined for me. And you are also the one for me.
The sword master made a casual move. And a sheathed long sword floated out from the room and floated slowly above the stone table.
The name of this sword is Lin Yuan, which was given by your ancestor back then. Can I take a look?
The sword master nodded, letting Lu Yuan watch with his sword, and then started talking to himself.
Back then, Senior Uya found a piece of top quality or on a cliff in the Taihang Mountains, and simply forged a sword on the edge of the cliff instead of smelting it in the furnace. This sword is forged entirely with a hammer. It took him more than a month to make this sword. When it happened to be finished, my father and I went up to the mountains to hunt. We were lucky enough to meet Senior Uya. He took one look at me and threw the sword to me, saying that I was the one destined for him, and that I only then did I have the opportunity to embark on the path of practicing swordsmanship. I only learned this from him when I saw him again after I became a master of swordsmanship, because it was cast on the edge of a cliff. It was named Lin Yuan. Right?
Lu Yuan asked with a smile. The sword master nodded and said,
Senior Oyi took out a small sword and flew away, leaving only the word Lin Yuan behind. I think this is what it means. My ancestors' names were so casual, and his sons' names were even more casual.
Lu Yuan thought of his ancestor and missed him a little, wondering if he would ever see him again.
This scabbard was not made by my ancestor.
Lu Yuan took the sword in his hand and said directly. The sword master nodded, as if mentioning these. He had too many stories to tell. Chapter 216. Is this the beginning?
This scabbard was not made by my ancestor.
Lu Yuan took the sword in his hand and said directly. This Lin Yuan sword seems simple in shape, but no effort has been spared. Although the scabbard is also very good, it is obviously not made by Oyi, his ancestor. The sword master nodded and said,
The most important thing in sword practice is to maintain the sword. I only have this sword in my life, and it is best to keep the sword in the sheath. When it is taken out of the sheath, it is sharp, and when it is put into the sheath, it is recharged. The sword has not been unsheathed for many years.
And this scabbard was also made by a descendant of your lineage of craftsmen. An ordinary scabbard cannot hold Lin Yuan at all.
When Uya taught himself, he didn't mention the scabbard. In Uya's mind, good materials were used to make weapons. In his eyes, making a scabbard was a waste. But sword training is different. Which swordsman doesn't cherish his sword? There is indeed a saying of raising the sword. It seems that Lu Yuan should also sheath his sword in the future.
The next thing you have to listen carefully is my insights and experiences over the years.
The sword master said to Lu Yuan seriously, completely ignoring Jianshan and Qing Shi behind him.
Actually, sword cultivation is generally divided into two types. One is qi training, which uses qi to control the sword, just like what Jianshan learned. The other is simple sword training, where you focus on understanding the sword and practicing it. When you reach the highest level, everything can be used as a sword. When you reach the peak of your training, it doesn't matter whether you have a sword or not. There is no difference between the two. You can reach the highest level by practicing until the end. Jianshan thinks that practicing qi is more handsome, so he learned to use qi to control the sword. This direction has the advantage of distance and can kill people thousands of miles away. But it has weaknesses. It is also obvious that the close defense ability is weak, and it will be very weak if the sword move is broken. But pure sword practice is different. As the saying goes, one sword can defeat all means, although the moves can be very gorgeous. In my opinion, the simpler and more effective the better. If you can stab the opponent to death with one sword, why do you do somersaults in the air?
The sword master did not speak too profoundly, but used the simplest words to explain the way of swordsmanship, and also expressed his many years of experience. Lu Yuan himself has a foundation in Kung Fu. He can understand these things at a glance. whether it is swordsmanship or palm skills. In the final analysis, it is nothing more than defeating the opponent. The reason why the sword master's sleeping moves are as simple as possible is because of his strength. Who knows? Everyone knows that it is easiest to stab the opponent to death with a sword. But how to stab him is a science. The sword master formed a sword with his 2 fingers and struck the clouds in the sky. And the clouds were split into 2. This is the swordless realm. Although I don't have a sword in my hand, my body is a sword, said the sword master. Lu Yuan was a little surprised by the sword master's strength. If that cloud were a human, wouldn't he be killed instantly? Don't be surprised. Although it seems simple, I actually used all my strength. If the opponent is a master, although it is difficult to dodge, it is not guaranteed to hit. The sword master is still a little humble. At the level of breaking the cloud with a wave of his hand. What kind of master does the opponent have to be to dodge it? Moreover, even if he dodges it, what about the subsequent attacks? Senior sword master, with your strength, what disasters can't be solved? If the demon emperor is resurrected, wouldn't it be enough if you take action to solve him? Lu Yuan said, I'm no match for that kid. Besides, I'm not in my prime. Everyone calls him the Demon King. But actually, that kid isn't too bad. It's just that his methods and ideas are a bit extreme. The sword master said, I'm a little curious about the Demon Emperor. If Professor Sun and others had not entered this world, I am afraid that the Demon Emperor would still be ruling here well, and there would be no title of Demon Emperor. Lu Yuan pulled out the Lin Yuan sword. Although the sword master said that the sword had not been taken out of the sheath for a long time, there was no rust at all. The sword was white and shiny, and the blade was extremely sharp. There was a sound like a dragon roaring when it was taken out of the sheath. Moreover, these people are using fake artifacts. Yi said that he has only made one fake artifact in his life. Is this the one? Lu Yuan muttered quietly, but the sword master still heard him. The sword master laughed loudly and said, Senior Yi is known as the god of craftsmen. Naturally, he has not only made one false artifact. The reason why he said he has only made one is because only one is the most satisfactory to him. Although the other weapons are also the best of the best. They cannot catch his eye. Lu Yuan nodded. This was indeed Patriarch Uya's style. The world is yours after all. Although we immortals have some strength, we no longer want to worry about worldly matters. We just want to pass on our skills. The sword master's eyes showed vicissitudes of life. It was obvious that his long life had already made him tired of fighting, and he only wanted to break through his own limits. Without the support of this obsession, living a long life would be a burden. Isn't it the same with Patriarch Uya? He tried his best to create a real artifact. If you learn swordsmanship, which direction would you like to develop in? The sword master suddenly asked. Can't you do both? You can't bite off more than you can chew. People don't have that much energy. It's hard to master both. I mainly practiced swordsmanship at first. I only started to practice chi when I reached the peak. I took the pills given by Senior Medicine God. I didn't lack the most. It's time, the sword master said. If I learn a sword, I will practice sword first. Although I am very strong in sword control, I prefer to stand in front. Lu Yuan knew that the sword master wanted to teach him. So naturally, he would not learn anything if he did not learn. And he would not be overwhelmed by his many skills. The sword master nodded and said, although there is no distinction between the two, practicing the sword first will help you understand the sword better. The early results will be slow, but the final road will be smooth. Master, do I still have a chance? Jianchen heard that it would be beneficial to practice the sword first. But the master had never told him this. The same goes for practicing sword control well. If I don't tell you, it just means that you are immature. You know too much and can't concentrate on practice. It's not that the sword master is hiding anything from his disciples. He teaches students according to their aptitude. The most important thing in practicing swordsmanship is asking for swords. Your lineage of god craftsmen has a natural advantage. That is, you can forge weapons by yourself. So you understand weapons better. Only by knowing your own sword can you practice swordsmanship well. I was with Lin Yuan's sword has been inseparable for decades. And I finally understand it. Although Li Yuan didn't understand what Wenjian was, he seemed to understand it somewhat. Because when he strengthened Yilin, he felt the sword's tension, resistance, and finally submission. Shadowless sword was even more stubborn, arrogant, and unwilling to admit defeat, and was not conquered by Lu Yuan until the end. This should be the natural advantage that the sword master said. Moreover,
I have the ingenuity to passively use weapons more easily, coupled with my Kung Fu foundation. All I lack now is to learn the sword skills systematically.
Sword training is also mental training. The state of mind is very important. Today's young people are impetuous. But you are rare and calm. Unlike a scoundrel like me who only thinks about looking cool all day long.
Jian Chen was very embarrassed. He didn't expect his master to evaluate him like this.
Come with me.
After saying this, the sword master led the way. He didn't walk very fast, but the three of them had to jog to keep up, and finally came to the edge of the cliff. It's strange to say that there is only one big tree here, and there is a flat protruding place on the edge of the cliff.
You meditate here for a few days. Forget everything about the outside world for a while. Calm down your mind, and start practicing swordsmanship in 3 days.
Lu Yuan sat down under the scorching sun. The sword master was really neat in his work. He was about to start teaching himself. 3 days in the game was not long. So Lu Yuan simply started the Marrow Cleansing Sutra. Chapter 217 9 Swords. The Marrow Cleansing Sutra is indeed a top-notch skill. As the skill deepens, my various abilities have also improved. And I even have a new understanding of my own Qiankuan palm technique. And Lu Yuan's palm skills have long been perfected. And combined with his own internal strength, it seems to be a matter of course. In just a month or so, I was able to make such progress. In the final analysis, it is the credit of the Marrow Cleansing Sutra. The body is the root of everything. 3 days in the game passed quickly, and the sword master returned again. Seeing Lu Yuan's condition, he couldn't help but nodded. He had good foundation, high talent, and was very determined. In fact, for young people like Lu Yuan, the sword master only needs a few pointers. After living for so many years, you can tell a rough idea of a young man's kung fu cultivation at a glance.
Young friend Lu, you haven't moved a muscle for 3 days, and your concentration far exceeds that of your peers.
The sword master praised him. Lu Yuan stood up and said, "Okay," without saying anything. In reality, who can go 3 days without eating, drinking or going to the toilet? 3 days in the game is only a few hours. And he is not tired. If you can't persist in this, then Lu Yuan's martial arts practice since childhood were all in vain. The Juggernaut was followed by Jian Chen and Green Snake. Green Snake looked satisfied. It was obvious that she had benefited a lot from the 3 days in the game. Jian Chen had a serious look on his face. Probably because he had been criticized again.
Actually, your ancestor Oyi is also a master of swordsmanship. But he is obsessed with forging and never lives up to his reputation. He didn't teach you how to use the sword. Probably because he didn't want to distract you.
The sword master said to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan nodded and said,
"It is true that Patriarch Uya has never taught me swordsmanship except for forging.
Oyi, who has lived for thousands of years, has been making weapons all year round. Even if he is not interested in martial arts, he still needs to be able to dance a few times. He has only practiced a little bit every day for thousands of years, and has become a master. In fact, the reason why the sword master respects Oyi so much is not because Oyi is his guide. It can be said that Lin Yuan made him successful. Or it can be said that Oyi created a sword master casually. It is not difficult to imagine that if you give your shadowless sword to a child, even if you can only slash casually, ordinary people will not be an opponent. You will naturally be interested in it if you have a high starting point. Talent is important, but opportunity is sometimes more important.
You are the descendant of Senior Uya. I cannot accept you as my disciple. I will only teach you a few sword moves. It is a meeting gift from my predecessor."
Lu Yuan nodded and saluted, and said respectfully,
"Thank you, Senior. People who practice martial arts will have a sense of danger. So no matter how turbulent your internal energy is, you must hide your energy and control it freely. This is the realm of quietness. I will let you adjust here for 3 days. Also to allow you to truly calm down."
The sword master finished speaking and turned over his hand, and the Lin Yuan sword appeared in his hand. In terms of teaching, he did not need to use the Lin Yuan sword at all, but chose to use the Lin Yuan sword in the Taihang Mountains, which is the starting point for the sword master. He had the opportunity to repay Oyi for his lifelong kindness. Only by not forgetting your original intention can you succeed. Not only is the sword master superb in swordsmanship, but his moral character is also impeccable. He gently drew the sword out of its sheath, but there was no power. However, when the sword master stabbed casually, ripples appeared in the air and rushed out for more than 100 meters. Lu Yuan believed that this casual blow would hit any object. Penetrated by it,
the first sword, Stab.
The sword master suddenly looked at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan felt that his whole body seemed to be sealed by the tip of the sword. And he could not move. The sword master walked toward him step by step. And his heart seemed to be beating at his pace. It felt like a century had passed. But in reality, it was less than a second. The sword master kept his sword an inch above Lu Yuan's head and said calmly,
Second sword. Chop!
When Lu Yuan resumed his action, the sword master was already standing 10 meters away and said to Lu Yuan,
Use your strongest move to attack here.
Lu Yuan's strongest single-target skill is the secret skill. Although the lower the blood, the more obvious the killing effect. The most important thing is to control the opponent. Although I don't know whether the sword master will be controlled. It is at least worth a try.
Please advise.
Lu Yuan took out the shadowless sword. The sword master was a little surprised when he saw the sword. Lu Yuan concentrated and directly released his secret skills. Mysterious Azure Slash. The sky seemed to be a little darker. The sword master felt that he was being grasped by Shura's big hands. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yuan was in front of him. The shadowless sword drew a perfect arc from bottom to top. And the golden light only drew a line. It was blocked halfway.
The third sword. Break.
Lu Yuan knew that the sword master did not rely on the difference in strength to release the control, but relied on his sword intention to forcefully break through the control. The sword master ignored the surprised Lu Yuan and jumped to the protruding part of the cliff. He danced with his sword. The sword moves were ethereal, and the figures became illusory.
The fourth sword. Jinghong.
The figure of the sword master seemed to be teleporting, thrusting back and forth from left to right, causing a sense of oppression even from far away.
The fifth sword. Piaoxue.
Although the name of the sword is called Piaoxue, there are no snowflakes falling. Instead, the Lin Yuan sword dances back and forth very fast. The blade shines like white snow. The dense sword intention makes people feel chilled. In a few seconds, the sword is like flowers, as dense as snow. It is a move that can be used both offensively and defensively.
The sixth sword. Sword dance.
Lu Yuan didn't even see this move clearly. The sword master slashed a few swords in front of him at will. And then he saw the marks of the sword blade scratching in the air a few meters in front of him. And the sound of piercing the air was endless.
The seventh sword. Piercing the sky.
The sword was not swung forward. The sword master swung his sword seemingly casually towards the sky, just as the name of the sword move suggests. A crescent-shaped sword energy slashed towards the sky as if it had substance. The distance was beyond imagination. It flew away through the air. It was probably because he was afraid of hurting the surrounding trees that he chose to send this sword towards the sky.
The eighth sword. Broken moon.
This sword is more handsome. The sword master flashed past, and finally settled on the action of sheathing the sword. A full moon really appeared on the way. And suddenly the moon was cut diagonally. Lu Yuan did not feel any intimidation from this sword. It seemed that all the killing intent was concentrated in that full moon.
The ninth sword. Killing immortals.
The sword master raised his sword in front of his chest and closed his eyes. A giant sword appeared in the sky and stabbed where everyone was standing. This move was so powerful that everyone could not move at all, and even stood up straight. His body was a little strained. If this sword fell to the ground, the mountain would probably be destroyed. In the end, the giant sword, which was more than 100 meters long, was frozen in the air and did not continue to stab down.
The first three swords are the basis and can be used flexibly anywhere. When I use the second sword, what blocks the space around you is actually the stab effect of the first sword. Use the sword to become invisible, and use the swords will to limit your power.
Enemy. The last few swords are my condensed moves.
The sword master came to everyone again at some point and explained. Lu Yuan thoughtfully recalled everything that had just happened. The sword master did not disturb him and stood quietly aside. Jian Chen and Qing Snake were already stunned.
Ding, congratulations on getting the inheritance of the sword master.
Chapter 218, A Small Success in Swordsmanship.
Ding, congratulations on getting the inheritance of the sword master.
Lu Yuan was awakened by a system announcement.
More guidance from senior sword master.
In Lu Yuan's eyes, he was not only shocked but also grateful. He taught without reservation. This kind of selfless spirit was not something ordinary people could achieve. Moreover,
he just wanted to repay the kindness of knowing someone.
Sword moves are just a form of letting people feel the sword. Many times, no moves are used at all. Just follow what you feel and follow the sword. Don't be bound by the form. Exquisite moves can only be the icing on the cake. And your own cultivation is the key. The way of heaven is like this. The weak eat the strong. The winner is king. So I said that the boy you call the Demon King is not bad. Just a little extreme. But most people just want to live a normal life. And the strong are always in the minority. He can only be classified as an alien. The sword master said with emotion. Whatever you feel. Follow the sword. Lu Yuan has been practicing Qingquan Palm since he was a child. He has always been influenced by the subtle way to feel the world and search for the mysteries of the universe. He has thought a lot since he was a child. So he is quick to accept new things. The sword master said that he can basically understand it. My father always taught me to let my body form a memory, so that every muscle can feel the crisis. Don't deliberately use that palm move, but judge according to the situation. Only by letting the body move on its own can you fight against the enemy. Talent is invincible. However, times are different after all, and there is no real life and death fight. Therefore, Lu Yuan has always focused on physical fitness. It was not until the scene happened that Lu Yuan started practicing martial arts seriously. Fortunately, his father had laid a good foundation for him since he was a child. You may never use martial arts in your life, but you must know it. This is the idea that Lu Yuan's father has implemented for him since he was a child. You've been practicing your sword here recently. If you don't understand anything, just ask me. If you two go somewhere else, don't disturb him. The sword master said to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan looked at the skill bar. Although the system prompted that Lu Yuan had received the inheritance of the sword master, there were no additional skills in the skill bar. It seemed that he needed to practice a little by himself. Thank you, Senior Sword Master. Time always passes quickly when there is something to do. Lu Yuan greeted everyone and then practiced swordplay with the sword master alone on the Taihang Mountains. Sharpening a sword does not require chopping wood. He does lack some powerful sword moves. This is his opportunity. So even if Lu Yuan is behind in level, he must first practice his sword well. Lu Yuan still led everyone to contact palm skills every morning. But Jian Chen was even faster. He packed his luggage and moved here the next day. Lu Yuan also heard from everyone that some player forces actually joined the demon realm and launched attacks on ordinary players. However, Taoyuan Group banned these people as punishment. But in vain. The identity of these people could not be found. ID information? The data of some players was separated. Taoyuan Group was in a dilemma for a while. The system originally set the demon world as the enemy, and did not give players the opportunity to choose their camp. Who would have thought that this would happen? People in the demon world are good at fighting and taking advantage of human greed. They must have promised these people something. Although some people have already joined. It is impossible for the Taoyuan Group to let most players out of control. So they only announce to the outside world that they have received a hidden mission. For players from the opposite camp. Killing players from the opposite camp will earn high honor points. Therefore, the unilateral monster spawning in the game has turned into a battle between two forces. And the ones who benefit the most are the demons, which reduces a lot of unnecessary deaths and injuries. Ordinary players will definitely not have such a method. It is probably done by powerful people in reality. Zhao Jiuzhou has been quiet for so long. It is estimated that this matter has something to do with him. Lu Yuan said. Players who join the demon realm will have a black symbol appear on their foreheads. And through human flesh searches by netizens, there are indeed many members of the original Troubled World Guild, as well as many acquaintances of the leaders. But Zhao Jiuzhou is nowhere to be seen. Xiao Lui has always been very knowledgeable. Be careful. I'm going to practice with the sword master for a while. Lu Yuan didn't want to miss this opportunity. Although the sword master may settle here, and he can come at any time. Time will not wait for anyone. If he is held up by unimportant things, he is afraid that he will not be able to calm down at all in the future. After this period of teaching, everyone has mastered the basics of palm skills well. Although there is still a long way to go. After all, Kung Fu cannot be mastered in a day. Xiao Lui was the fastest to learn. But what surprised Lu Yuan the most was Yao Wanzi. Xian actually knew how to punch and kick a few times. He had practiced Mizong fists since he was a child. But it was just a formality and no essence. I have practiced it. And I have never practiced internal skills or anything like that. But I can make progress much faster than if I have no foundation at all. A week flew by in the blink of an eye. And more than 2 months had passed in the game. Lu Yuan sat quietly under the big tree on the edge of the cliff, slightly closing his eyes and thinking about the details of the sword moves. The sword master said it well. Don't be rigid. Moves. But Lu Yuan feels that it is just a general direction and does not need to be restricted by moves. But the moves must be practiced to perfection.
The sword master is also very satisfied with Lu Yuan's performance. In a short period of time, Lu Yuan has mastered the first 5 swords. And he also mixed his own opinions in between. This is how sword training is. 100 people practice swords. And everyone's understanding is different. Blind imitation will lead to failure. What makes Lu Yuan a little strange is that he has learned all the sword moves. But he doesn't have any additional skills. However, he can indeed use it. But all the movements need to be completed by himself. If he has not learned the internal skills and marrow cleansing sutra before, it was probably difficult for Lu Yuan to do it. Opportunities are indeed reserved for those who are prepared. Only by accumulating more critical moments can you gain more opportunities. Lu Yuan stood up and used the sword moves he had learned in a smooth and fluid manner. The first 3 moves of stabbing, splitting, and breaking were basic moves, suitable for changes, and mixed into many moves. It can be said that the following moves are also based on these 3 moves. Basic changes. The most important power is not bad. Jingong. Lu Yuan used his 4 sword. Front, back, left, right, and in the air, leaving only the shadows of various postures. And the process of drawing the sword could not be seen at all. This move also used fast movement, adding the stab, change of the first move. It's hard to guard against. And the more solid you practice the first move, the more powerful this 4 sword will be. Falling snow. After finishing the 4 sword, Lu Yuan kept his feet on his feet, and directly used the 5th sword Piao Shui. The shadowless sword in his hand held the sword flower. Although it lacked the flicker of light, the chill was stronger, killing people invisible. Lu Yuan had only practiced the 5th sword. Like Jianchen, he was also subject to level restrictions. No matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't master the subsequent sword skills. So he had to give up temporarily. However, he would soon reach level 60. That you should be able to practice the 6th sword by then.
Young Master Lu is indeed very talented. I hope you can make a breakthrough one day. I have lived for so long and, like your master, I have been pursuing the possibility of breaking through the limits. But I have always missed half a step.
There was a hint of helplessness in the Juggernaut's voice. And Lu Yuan had seen similar emotions in Oyi. Lu Yuan looked at the sky and thought silently.
Compared to the legend of becoming a god in the real world, the sky in Taoyuan world is still not wide enough.
Chapter 219 The Return of the 9-Colored Deer. It is up to the individual to practice when the master brings him in. The sword master has already passed on all his experience to Lu Yuan. As for how far he can practice, everyone has different understandings, and it depends on his own efforts. After leaving Taihang Mountain, Lu Yuan still had many things to do. The first thing was to go back to the blacksmith shop to take a look. After all, the time he left this time was indeed a bit longer. Although the little pill was always there. After all, he was the owner of the blacksmith shop. The second step is to make a scabbard for your shadowless sword. If you have suitable materials, make one for Yi Linjian. After all, it is a weapon made by Grandmaster Uya himself. And I plan to keep it even if I don't use it anymore. I also need to buy a dozen gems for my own equipment. I sent a message to the butler Afu some time ago, asking him to help buy some. After all, the price at the auction house is just like the original strengthening stone. And it is a bit inflated by speculation. Although Lu Yuan is not short of a few gold coins, there is something he said well.
Going to nightclubs by bicycle is a matter of saving and expense.
Moreover, Xiao Lui had not upgraded for several days, and had already reached level 60. His level had dropped by 2 levels, and he was already on the same level as Yang Yanao and others. Although everyone's equipment is already behind the level, special ores are not that easy to find, and the elimination rate of epic equipment is not that high. So there is no need to switch to level 60 sets for the time being. Lu Yuan plans to take some time to enhance everyone's equipment to 15 stars, which will also improve their strength a lot. There is also the Sky Thunder Crystal obtained in the Valley of Death in the Kunlun Mountains. This kind of spiritual stone bred by heaven and earth is really rare. Lu Yuan has already thought of a forging plan in his mind. But it cannot be found in ordinary places, because the Sky Thunder Crystal,
as soon as it is taken out, it will cause the clouds to form thunder clouds. So Lu Yuan plans to find a place off the beaten track and plan to go to the Valley of Death one day until the forging is successful. Although Xiao Lui's 9 Heavens Mysterious Fire Staff is of the highest quality, its level is really lagging behind. Lu Yuan also plans to help her find suitable ores to build a new weapon. I plan everything in my mind. It seems that I am really busy. Lu Yuan returned to the blacksmith shop and found that the business was still extremely prosperous and the scale had expanded a lot. It turned out that Taoyuan Group was directly connected with Ah Fu. The shops around the blacksmith shop were now all owned by Lu Yuan. So the blacksmiths outside were mainly responsible for reception. Players. The newly expanded store is still mass-producing equipment and weapons. Ah Fu even formulated reward rules for the store. Anyone who forges top-quality equipment or has top-quality attributes will be directly rewarded with additional gold coins. Everyone does not earn a fixed salary. But the more they work, the more they earn. So the blacksmith, none of the employees at the shop are just dawdling. They are all very hardworking.
Boss, you're back. Our scale is getting bigger and bigger now. And the Lord of the Holy City is very supportive of us and has given us a lot of conveniences and preferential policies.
Ah Fu came up to us and said to Lu Yuan happily. Lu Yuan was not surprised, because the Holy City was secretly controlled by the Taoyuan Group. Since he was helping them, it would definitely give him some benefits. While mutual benefit and win-win, it was also to win people's hearts. The revenue of the blacksmith shop completely exceeded Lu Yuan's imagination. As the player level increased, the demand for equipment also increased a lot, with tens of millions of gold coins in the account. And this was after tax. Since the ratio of gold coins to cash has dropped a bit now, Lu Yuan simply doesn't exchange it back and forth to avoid being deducted from the handling fee. Anyway, all he spends on collecting things in the game is gold coins. After casually looking around the blacksmith shop, everything was in order. Ah Fu's management ability and business acumen were truly talents. However, recently I have not received any or that Lu Yuan I likes. Although there are some good ones, they are only suitable for forging some low-level equipment, and the density and strength do not meet the standards of high-level equipment. There was no shortage of gems for inlaying. There were gems with various basic attributes, which was enough for Lu Yuan's needs for the time being. Lu Yuan planned to equip all his equipment with attack gems,
because his blood volume was already very high, and his development direction was not like a warrior at all, but more like a blood bull. Of course, Lu Yuan's various attributes had already been far away, surpassing all players at the same level. The so-called superiority is just comparing with yourself. Lu Yuan walked into the inner room of the blacksmith shop, intending to find some pills to replenish some medicine. Otherwise, he would be afraid that he would forget in a hurry. Yuanzi was not as busy as he imagined. Instead, he was chatting with a woman in white while watching the fire. The two were talking and laughing. It turns out that the 9-colored divine deer is back. Because my schedule has not been fixed these days, I rarely meet with everyone except for morning exercise time. It is estimated that the 9-colored divine deer has not been back for a long time.
Aunt Shenlu, you're back. Have you made arrangements for Xiaolu?
Lu Yuan asked with a smile.
Well, I entrusted my daughter to my old friend Flower Fairy. The place is mainly populated by plant monsters, so it is very safe. The monsters have to rely on their own efforts to grow. From now on, they will have to rely on her own creation.
The 9-colored divine deer said calmly. Every monster must learn to survive independently after the lactation period. This is their survival rule. Therefore, Geo-color Shenlu left her daughter. Although she was a little missing, she was not particularly sad, because she herself grew up in this way. Suddenly, the 9-tailed fox by Qianqian, who had been silent for a long time, appeared in the house from the pet space. Her temperament was so charming, and the originally contradictory words seemed so harmonious to her.
Your shabby pet space is already small enough. I can't bear to live with others,
Bai Qianqian said calmly, with an unquestionable tone. Lu Yuan only knew that there were grids between his mount space and his pet space, but he had no idea what was inside. The 9-colored divine deer was a little surprised. As a monster, she naturally knew Bai Qianqian's strength, and after becoming a pet or a mount, the level of the monster was generally restricted by its owner. But Bai Qianqian didn't seem to be affected at all. And you can also appear freely.
I didn't expect that the majestic 9-tailed fox would be willing to be my master's pet.
The 9-color sacred deer looked kind, and although there was a hint of sarcasm in his words, it did not make people feel disgusted.
Ha ha. I didn't expect that the 9-colored deer, which symbolizes the peace and auspiciousness of the pinnacle forest, would be willing to be ridden by a man. If Lord Zhulong knew about it, I'm afraid he would be very angry,
Bai Qianqian said with a sneer. Jusulu was still smiling and did not get angry or refute, although Bai Qianqian was older and older than Jusulu. In Jusulu's eyes, Bai Qianqian was like his own child. Chapter 220 Inlaid Gems. Lu Yuan never thought that Bai Qianqian turned out to be the most troublesome. She had never helped him. And now she was occupying her pet space. She couldn't even coexist peacefully with such a kind nine-colored divine deer.
I think your strategy didn't work. Why don't you just go back to find your sweetheart? Your strength is here. If Zhulong really comes after me one day and sees my strength, I'm afraid I'll think you cheated him.
After listening to Bai Qianqian's story, Lu Yuan had already understood that Zhulong was just entrusted by an old friend to keep Bai Qianqian safe. If she was strong enough to protect herself, the four-symbol ceiling formation would not be able to stop her at all. But what Zhulong didn't expect was that after he casually told her not to leave, she had actually been practicing there for so many years. It's no wonder that Bai Qianqian came up with such a childish plan and actually said that she was being raped by Lu Yuan and others. After all, she has been isolated from the world. And there are many evil ways that she does not understand at all.
No, I can't leave. I've already asked the monsters in the forest, and they don't know where the candle dragon is. I couldn't find it even if I looked for it. Where can you wander around all day? You might still encounter it. Where is he?
Bai Qianqian said lightly.
Since I can help you.
Don't make things difficult for me. And Zhishanlu is very nice. You get along well with her. If there is any news about Zhulong, how about I help you find it as soon as possible?
Under Lu Yuan's mediation, Bai Qianqian finally compromised. In fact, she didn't hate the nine-colored divine deer, but she had lived alone for so long and didn't know how to communicate with others. After solving this difficult matter, Lu Yuan planned to make a scabbard for the shadowless sword first, and then set it with gems. Although he would be able to wear level 70 equipment soon, he did not have suitable ores, so he would not prepare the equipment for the time being. 5 elements. Lu Yuan is still very satisfied with the natural disaster suit. The shadowless sword is made of Tianshan ice crystals, which are difficult to smelt, and with the sharpness of the shadowless sword, it is difficult for a general scabbard to hide its edge. Lu Yuan had 3 Tianshan ice crystals left after making the shadowless sword, so he had to take out a whole Tianshan ice crystal and began to beat it continuously, slowly beating it into a strict shape, which was slightly longer than the body of the shadowless sword. Strangely enough, when I forged weapons last time, I could feel the sharpness every time I hit the Tianshan ice crystal, and it seemed that I damaged several forging hammers due to resistance. But this time I didn't feel it at all. Looking at the shadowless sword on the chopping board, Lu Yuan slightly thought about it. It may be that the shadowless sword of the same material suppressed the Tianshan ice crystal. The reason why good materials can make good weapons is because the best materials themselves are also be spiritual. The outer body of the scabbard is polished very smoothly, and the whole is transparent and light blue. The hollow part is the most difficult part of the scabbard. It must fit the sword body as a whole, and it should not be too tight or too loose. Normally, the scabbard is made in 2 halves, and finally snaps together into one piece. However, that forging method is not in line with the perfection of the shadowless sword. So Lu Yuan wanted to make a scabbard that is integrated into one piece. Lu Yuan originally thought of using a fine chisel to slowly pull out the hollow part, although it was a bit difficult. With Lu Yuan's eyesight and forging skills, it just took more time. But when his eyes fell on the shadowless sword beside him, an idea suddenly emerged in his mind. Lu Yuan held the half-finished scabbard in his left hand and held it at chest height. He grabbed the shadowless sword in his right hand, held a sword flower in the air, and inserted it into the scabbard. The speed of sheathing the sword was very slow. The scabbard made of Tianshan ice crystal was slowly inserted like tofu. Fine dregs flowed out from the mouth of the scabbard and disappeared into the air before it fell to the ground. In the end, all the shadowless swords were sheathed. The sword body and the scabbard were like one body. There was no attribute bonus. But at the moment when the shadowless sword was sheathed, I felt the light vibration of the shadowless sword and the joy transmitted by the sword. It feels like going home. Since practicing the sword according to the method taught by the sword master, my affinity with weapons has become higher. Coupled with my peak ingenuity passive skills, I have a better understanding of the weapons in my hands. The action of directly sheathing the sword just now was completely ignored. Guided by the shadow sword, Lu Yuan took out the gems for inlaying. The gems were divided into elementary, intermediate, and advanced. The elementary gems added 20 corresponding attribute points. The intermediate gems added 50 corresponding attribute points, and the advanced gems directly added 100 corresponding attribute points. It may not seem like much, but each piece of equipment can be inlaid with 3 gems if it is strengthened by 15 stars. 5 pieces of equipment plus weapons can be inlaid with up to 18 gems. If only a single attribute point is added, it is a full 1,800 points. Of course, not many people can achieve 15 stars all over the body, but it is still very easy to strengthen the whole body to 10. Inlaid with high-grade gems all over the body, it can also add 1,200 points of attributes, which should not be underestimated.
Taking Lu Yuan as an example, with a strength attribute bonus of 1,800 points, one strength is equal to 5 points of attack power, which increases the attack power by a full 9,000 points, which is equivalent to bringing an extra weapon. This shows how much gems can improve the character. If the mosaic function is used together, it can be enough to make up for the imbalance of its own attributes. It can use extreme attacks or make up for the shortcomings in a single aspect. The Guardian can even increase agility to help increase movement speed to catch up with the enemy. And the Assassin can even increase stamina to increase his own endurance. Synthetic gems are basically the same as synthetic strengthening stones, but they cannot be saved. They can only combine 5 low-level gems into one higher-level one. Of course, synthetic gems will not be a problem for Lu Yuan, and the success rate is still very high. What is surprising is that the gemstones do not get bigger as they get closer, but the color simply gets better. The gems that increase strength are red, except for the synthetic gems, which have a certain chance of failure. The inlaying is 100% successful. Lu Yuan first took out the shadowless sword and inlaid high-level power gems on both sides of the handle and guard. Then, there is the 5 elements natural disaster set on the body, which is inlaid with gems in the inlay slots produced by strengthening. The gems do not have any special light. After the embellishment of the gems, the equipment seems to be more noble. Lu Yuan looked at the jewelry equipment and felt a little regretful, because the jewelry equipment was small in size, and most of them were embellished with gems, so they did not have the effect of inlaying gems. Otherwise, he would have gained 900 attribute points in vain. Lu Yuan, who had gained 1,800 points of strength attribute, was already very satisfied. He continued to take out the Yilin sword and planned to make a scabbard for the Yilin sword. Lu Yuan thought about it, and decided to make a more luxurious style. He directly chose nugget gold. After purification, he used the separate forging method to divide the scabbard into 2 halves. After calculating the space needed for the sword body, he added a layer of padding inside the scabbard, snake skin to avoid wear and tear on Yilin sword and scabbard. The golden scabbard was integrated into one, and Lu Yuan inlaid 3 gems, large, medium and small, on both sides of the scabbard just for decoration. Some beautiful patterns were carved on the scabbard. After being sheathed, the Yilin sword is more like a decorative sword worn by the royal family. Luxurious but not tacky. Chapter 221 Not optimistic. The Yilin sword looks very noble after being sheathed, but even if the level is not high enough, no one dares to underestimate the sharpness of the Yilin sword. After all, it is the first sword to break through the strengthening limit. The tip of the sword ignores the defensive effect and will never be ignored. Not to be underestimated. Lu Yuan sent a message to everyone, asking everyone to come to the blacksmith shop and directly help everyone strengthen it and set all the gems on it, so that everyone's equipment can be worn for a while. During this period, Lu Yuan went to the blacksmith's warehouse again, but there was still no fish that slipped through the net. The email sent to him by Galewind Village did not contain any surprises. It seemed that the low-level maps had been almost explored by players, unless some ordinary players arrived. Otherwise, it would be difficult to find rare treasures. Lu Yuan inspected the blacksmith shop and found that old Lu, the blacksmith with a bad temper at the time, was now very popular with everyone, and he was also very enthusiastic in giving guidance to the new guy. Although now one was in charge of operation, and the other was in charge of quality with Ah Fu. But Lao Lu was never lazy, and even worked harder to forge equipment. Because of Lu Yuan's blacksmith shop, everyone decided to return to the holy city, and soon everyone gathered in the blacksmith shop.
Boss, when are you going to help me make a level 60 weapon? Look at Fong Ro's water-avoiding weapon. It put a dry curse on me yesterday. I've been losing weight all day long. Blood. If Linger hadn't kept adding blood to me, I would have done it as an adult.
As soon as everyone entered the room, they heard Zheng Yu, whom they hadn't seen for a few days, starting to complain. Lu Yuan was a little funny and a little helpless. He was glad that he was not around when he went to learn the sword. Otherwise it would be strange that he could calm down.
There are no suitable ores for the time being. Everyone should be careful when exploring. Generally, places with harsh environments or steep mountains are prone to produce top-quality ores. I am a clever woman who cannot make a meal without rice.
Lu Yuan is not a stingy person. And he also wants everyone to become stronger. Only with strong overall strength can they play a role in the war. Without wasting any more time, Lu Yuan asked everyone to bring the equipment one by one and began to strengthen it for everyone. For Lu Yuan, who had already forged pseudo-artifacts, strengthening the equipment was already a piece of cake. After all the equipment was strengthened by 15, he stopped strengthening it and started to set gems on everyone's equipment. Zheng Yu chose to wear endurance gems all over his body. Since his attack power was no longer comparable to that of others, he might as well just resist a little more and take advantage of his profession to block the knives for everyone. Because fire magic has a continuous burning effect, Xiao Lui chose intelligence, which simply increased the attack power. However, since the weapon level was less than 50, it could not be embedded. Li Tong chose agility. In the wild, the world is dominated by archers. So high agility and high mobility are crucial. Only by making the enemy unable to catch up can he have the opportunity to keep flying the opponent's kite. Fang Rou chose gems that increase the chance of critical hits. Assassins already need a high burst, and with the increased critical hit rate and critical hit damage effect caused by avoiding water, critical hit gems are the most suitable. Zhao Xinghe also chose intelligence. For mages, high damage is understandable, so there are not many options. Even if you increase some HP, the defense effect will not be obvious. Under Lu Yuan's suggestion, Linger embedded all the endurance in her body to increase her blood volume, reduce the burden on her teammates, and increase her own survival rate. Because everyone is very strong, it would be fine as long as the doctor can stay alive without any hindrance. Jian Chen, Yang Yanzhao, and Chang Chunzi looked at each other with envy. The equipment of the three of them was not bad, but it was not as complete as the others. Most of them were matched in pieces, and there were only 1 or 2 pieces. Epic equipment is much more than ordinary players. Lu Yuan was also a little helpless. It wasn't that he didn't pay attention to them, but that he really didn't have any good materials. Lu Yuan wanted to help Jian Chen strengthen the Qifeng sword, but as the natal sword of the green snake, it could not be strengthened with strengthening stones. The Qifeng sword was also very special. As long as the green snake was stronger, the Qifeng sword would be more powerful. Although this kind of equipment is not listed separately by the system, it should be regarded as a spiritual weapon, surpassing the epic level weapon. The strength of the weapon can be judged by the strength of the weapon spirit. Green Snake uses his own cultivation to make swords and prove the Tao with his swords. It is also possible for high-quality weapons to produce weapon spirits through human cultivation and practice. It's just that the Green Snake is the main body in the former, and the weapon is the main body in the latter. The difference is that if the Qifeng sword is damaged, the Green Snake can repair it as long as it doesn't die. If the weapon is the main body, if the weapon is damaged, the weapon spirit will disappear with it.
Lu Yuan, my people gave me a piece of news. The west of the Eye of Kunlun we have been to is called West Kunlun on the map. There are more than 10 volcanoes. The reason why the water in the Eye of Kunlun is like a hot spring. Also influenced by that, there is a cave in the mountains that is incompatible with the surrounding environment. There is a fire unicorn living in it, but the person who investigated it was instantly killed. And the monster level is all question marks.
Xiao Lui is still very well informed. Even though everyone has gone to the demon realm to upgrade, there are still people helping her explore the map. She is not usually in contact with her subordinates. The affairs of the big family are really unpredictable.
Do you want to go?
Lu Yuan asked.
Well, I want to take a look. But the fire unicorn must be at least a level 85 monster. After all, in our world, unicorns have always been a symbol of mythical beasts. It is still a bit dangerous to go there at our current level. Wait until I reach level 60. The two of us will go explore together. If we can't fight, just run away.
Lu Yuan nodded and said,
Boss, why don't you take us with you? Didn't we agree to share the joys and sorrows together? We're going to. At worst, we'll lose some experience together.
Lu Yuan didn't want everyone to take risks. But now that the matter was over, he knew everyone would not give up. So he nodded.
How is the Demon Realm battlefield going?
Lu Yuan changed the subject. After all, he had not participated in the Demon Realm battle for many days.
The two sides are in a stalemate. The players who join the demon world cooperate with the demon soldiers and monsters, causing our players to retreat steadily. However, they do not pursue pursuit and seem to only want to defend. I don't know how the demons are so united and even the monsters are so obedient. Moreover, Many monsters that have been eliminated have reappeared on the battlefield. The players on our side are all mixed, and there are only some systematic troops accompanying them. The battle line is too long, and it is probably difficult to defeat them. Fortunately, they are not pursuing them.
Everyone added one by one, and Lu Yuan also got a general idea. In short, the battlefield was not optimistic. No one knew what the players who joined the demon clan thought, although most of them may not know that the outcome of the war was very important. It is easy to affect the current world, but those leaders must be clear. Could it be that if the world is destroyed, what good can they do? Chapter 222 Demon General Blood River. Xiao Lui saw Lu Yuan's doubts and explained calmly.
Don't be surprised. There are many such people in history. There have always been ministers who subjugated their countries, and people who cheated on others. The demons must be tempted by the rights of the real world, while ordinary players are just served according to the conditions given by the leader. Are rights really that important?
Lu Yuan shook his head.
There are many businessmen. No matter how rich they are still worthless in the face of power. Zhao Jiuzhou is a typical example.
After listening to what Xiao Lui said, Li Tong nodded in agreement.
Is Taoyuan Group taking any action? A batch of lists have been announced on the official website. Those players who have defected to the Demon Clan have been listed as affecting the balance of the game and maliciously exploiting bugs. Taoyuan Group will continue to pursue their responsibilities.
Zhao Xinghe opened the official announcement and shared it with everyone. Watch. After hearing this, Li Tong added,
but as a pioneer of online games in the new era, Taoyuan's main focus is that there are no bugs and everything can happen. This announcement is a slap in the face.
Lu Yuan nodded. Although he was not on the side of Taoyuan Group, his subjective wish was for world peace.
They must have felt at first that even if the system made a calculation error, this world is real, and most of the habits are the same as ours. Even if something is wrong, it can be understood as real. But they didn't expect that the situation would develop in some ways. It's out of control.
What Lu Yuan said was unanimously agreed upon by everyone. After all, only a few people know the truth. Unless the war begins tomorrow and the world is in chaos, these ordinary players will always be kept in the dark. Taoyuan Group made such a contradictory announcement. On the surface, it was a slap in the face. But in fact, it simply and effectively restricted the choices of some ordinary players. In many games, after reaching a certain level, there will be some camp choices. Now it seems that the treatment of the Demon Clan is better and stronger. Players will only think that this is an option. Some people will even try their best to join the Demon Clan, thinking that it's a hidden opportunity. However, Taoyuan Group directly announced that this was a loophole, and would also hold these players accountable in the future. Most players would definitely not take the risk and let their efforts go to waste. After understanding the general situation and explaining the work of the blacksmith shop, everyone set out again after everything was prepared. This time Lu Yuan plans to raise his level to level 60 first, and then make a decision based on the situation. If the war in the demon world is still at a stalemate, and everyone can't get much profit, he will go to the Kylan Cave to take a look. If the battle situation is that there is progress, everyone will stay on the front line to help fight the enemy. When Lu Yuan went into the back room to pick up the 9-color divine deer, he was still thinking that if Bai Qianqian was messing around, he would just leave her in the blacksmith shop. Unexpectedly, Bai Qianqian didn't say anything and directly entered Lu Yuan's pet space. Everyone felt that the situation in the demon world was complicated. They originally planned to go to the Peak Forest to accompany Lu Yuan to upgrade 2 levels first. But who would have thought that the 9-color divine deer would directly stop him? The Peak Forest is even more chaotic now. Many high-level monsters have proposed to declare war on the human race. They say that the human race has torn up the peace treaty and started killing monster beasts and destroying the forest. This is not good. There are many monsters in the Peak Forest. If they really attack, it will be very troublesome. Lu Yuan said worriedly after hearing this, and directly signaled everyone to change direction and set off directly to the demon realm.
The most important thing is that if the demons also take advantage of this opportunity to attack, I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to resist it.
Xiao Lui also said,
this is the first time I've seen that the righteous side is so weak. Why do they feel threatened everywhere?
Zheng Yu said with some complaints.
Weak. It just looks weak on the surface. As long as we insist on justice, even if we are invincible, we still have the backing of the motherland. Until the last moment, you can't tell who is strong and who is weak.
Lu Yuan said this, convinced. We discussed these things all the way. After all, Lu Yuan hadn't paid attention to these things for a few days. At such a sensitive moment, a lot of things would happen every day. When I re-entered the demon world, I felt no different from the previous time. I didn't see any demon army stationed there.
The demon army is all guarding a line, so we can't see it yet.
Xiao Lui saw Lu Yuan's confusion. Everyone looked for the route they took every time. After all, although the 2 levels were not much, the experience required was still very scary. In order to avoid taking time to go back and forth for supplies, everyone planned to use the area around the Peace Village as the main leveling point. But when everyone came to the vicinity of the Peace Village, they found that today was not a peaceful day. There was a group of several hundred demon soldiers at the entrance of the village, and the leader was talking loudly to the owner of the village.
MOU, how many times have I told you? You want to become a Buddha immediately. We will give you phase, but you should not always meddle in other people's business. Those invaders killed many of my brothers. You hand them over. I will leave immediately, people. The rules were set many years ago. Although I don't welcome them, I won't kick them out if they don't leave. You can go back.
You don't need to look further to understand what's going on. Some players are fighting with the demons. Maybe they have never fought before or for some reason. So they ran into the Peace Village. The middle-aged man known as Magic Feather. Although he did not reveal any hostility towards Lu Yuan and others last time, he also said that he should not stay in the village unless there was something special. He obviously did not welcome the players, but he complied with it. I set the rules myself, and I probably didn't expect players to invade the demon world at the time. Demon General Blood River level 75. HP 400 million. Lu Yuan glanced at the leader of the demon tribe. He was actually a demon general. No wonder he was so arrogant. However, the identity of that demon feather made people even more curious. Even the demon general was afraid of someone who he still couldn't figure out. It seemed the talent is a real master. Demon General Shueha holds a bloody scimitar in his hand. He is of medium build, has short hair, and has a sadistic and bloodthirsty look on his face. Although he has not stepped into the Peace Village, he obviously feels dissatisfied with Demon Yu.
Although you were powerful in the past, you have been holding back for many years. You know the competitiveness of our holy domain. Today's top 10 holy generals are getting stronger with each generation. I advise you not to challenge my patience.
River shouted again. After hearing this, MOU smiled and said,
I think one generation is getting worse than the other. Stop shouting. If you dare to take a step forward today, even if your head falls to the ground, the Holy Emperor will not be able to protect you. I said so. After saying that, he turned around and went back to the village tea shop to drink tea. Demon General Shueha, in the end, did not dare to take a step forward, and was about to retreat. He happened to see Lu Yuan and others, and his eyes lit up.
Hey, I'm getting angry. And here are some people who are not afraid of death. I will sacrifice my blood knife with you today. Boss, this guy is really interesting. I was so scared that I almost peed my pants. Now I just turned around and started showing off.
Zhang Yu started to taunt him directly. Lu Yuan smiled. He was a little brother who wasn't very good at resisting monsters, but he was good at taunting skills.
Hey, I just need to level up. So I sent you a lot of experience points. I will try my newly learned swordsmanship with you today.
Lu Yuan shouted to hundreds of demon soldiers in a similar manner. Although there were many enemies, Ling Ran was not afraid. Chapter 223 The Power of Swordsmanship. Lu Yuan put away his mount and first added a Tiangang War defensive buff to everyone. He took out the shadowless sword and did not rush to unsheath it. He held the sword in his left hand and grabbed the hilt in his right hand. He twisted his hips slightly and turned to the side to directly accumulate strength. This is a move newly studied by Lu Yuan. It uses Qianzhen's forward thrust. Depending on the number of enemies, it is decided whether to cooperate with the 9 swords of the sword master, the first sword stab, or the second sword cleave. 1000 army kill. Lu Yuan's most commonly used starting move is mainly stabbing.
But after all, the attack range is too small. Previously, Lu Yuan used Whirlwind to increase the attack range. But now it's different when combined with the sword moves taught by the sword master. Just a simple thrust is stronger than the
1000 army killing
thrust that relies on momentum and inertia. When facing piles of enemies, combined with the second strike, it's different. The sword slashes horizontally, and the attack will definitely reach a higher level. With the process of accumulating power, Lu Yuan concentrated all the energy in his body on the sword. There were many enemies, and they were very strong. Lu Yuan did not intend to continue talking nonsense and directly defeated them by surprise. As one of the top 10 demon generals, Shuehe naturally has his own pride. Seeing that the invaders in front of him are weak and there are many of them, he is naturally not in a hurry to take action and wants to kill Lu Yuan slowly. At all.
I will attack the enemy's right side, while the mage archers will attack the left side. Zheng Yu and Brother Yan will stay put to prevent the demon general from coming over. Fong Ro will be invisible to assist.
Lu Yuan whispered. With the blessing of life buff added, Lu Yuan turned into a figure and rushed towards the enemy formation. Shuehe didn't expect that such a long distance, a seemingly weak enemy, would rush over so quickly, and he was coming with a single sword. Just as he was about to raise his sword to welcome him, he realized that he was heading towards the army behind him. Shuehe smiled slightly and said coldly,
You still have some self-awareness, and know that you are not my opponent. But do you think my army is that easy to deal with?
The shadowless sword was unsheathed, and Shuehe stayed in place for an instant. Only the movement could be seen, but no shadow of the sword could be seen. The dozen or so heavy armored soldiers blocking the front all had their throats cut and fell to the ground instantly. Lu Yuan succeeded with one blow, and used his four-sword Jinghong continuously at his feet. This sword move is nothing more than an enhanced continuous version of the first sword. His figure kept moving quickly, making it difficult to figure out. And in every sword move they all stabbed the enemy's vital points accurately. So it seems that you can always only see the movement of the sword wielder retracting his move. After Lu Yuan had practiced internal strength, this was the first time he released it with all his strength, and it was combined with real sword moves. The moves taught by the sword master did not seem difficult, but in fact they were all the best. Hundreds of years of experience finally reduced the complex to simplicity, and taught the essentials. Gave it to Lu Yuan.
As graceful as a startling giant. As graceful as a swimming dragon.
Only this word could describe Lu Yuan's state. In just a few breaths, 30 or 40 people in the demon army had fallen. The reason why the lethality is so strong is that the army is all humanoid enemies, and they are not system data. The enemies in the demon world are real, so it is easy to kill them with one hit if they are fatally injured. Before level 50, most of the enemies we fought were system enemies. Even if the monsters generated by the data inflict fatal damage, it will only be calculated as a high amount of additional damage, not just an instant kill. Therefore, in the game, the players have the advantage. But if the demonic army enters the real world in large numbers, and both sides are fighting in flesh and blood, the situation may not be like this. At this time, the long-range attacks from Lu Yuan and others had also arrived, and the already chaotic formation was even more at a loss.
Leave half for me to surround that kid, and charge the other half with me.
He raised his blood-colored scimitar and led his men to deal with long-range attacks first. Although the sword moves were sharp, they consumed a lot of energy. Soon Lu Yuan felt a little exhausted and relied on his own skills to fight the enemy again, and his killing efficiency suddenly slowed down. As expected, the other half of Lu Yuan's enemies rushed towards the rear, although they had already made arrangements. Knowing that they were led by the demon general, they could not resist at all. Thousands of armies kill Hand of the Void. Another 1,000 soldiers broke out of the siege, and then a big golden hand appeared out of thin air and accurately captured the demon general Shuehe. Shuehe was unprepared, and a huge force pulled him back from the horse. Lu Yuan also used this force to jump forward, and raised his sword to stab. Shuehe is worthy of being a demon general. His body has lost his balance in the air, and he can still quickly swing the sword with his backhand. The bloody light flashes away, and the Hand of the Void is actually broken. The blood sword faces the shadowless sword stabbing downwards. Blocking, he used his strength to step over Lu Yuan's head, and also stepped on Lu Yuan's back. Lu Yuan was thrown forward by the kick. When he was about to land, the tip of his sword hit the ground, and he used the momentum to roll forward twice before he stopped. Lu Yuan gasped slightly when he landed. Although this explosive attack was effective, it consumed a lot of himself. He never felt tired in the game. Could it be a problem with the use of internal energy just now? Lu Yuan can practice martial arts in the game, but there are no clear hints or attribute blessings. Just now, Lu Yuan used his sword skills to add his own internal power to the shadowless sword. The power was indeed greatly increased, but the attributes did not actually change. It seems that internal strength and the like are hidden attributes, or are not recognized by the system. The entrance to Hepping village was already filled with villagers, who were obviously out to watch the fun. Although it sounded like they were all fleeing here, and it felt like they were all weak and pitiful. In fact, they were a mixed bag.
And there were some evildoers. Good boy. You are looking for death. And you actually pulled some sneak attack tricks. Since you want to die first, then I will help you, Shui said bitterly after standing firm. Lu Yuan did not answer Shui's words, but ran directly to his teammates, ran behind everyone and whispered, "Cover! Gather monsters!" Seeing the other party escaping, Shui laughed a little and said, "It's just like the rumors. The intruder can only do some tricks and doesn't dare to fight openly." Shui waved his long sword, and all the demon soldiers rushed forward, intending to annihilate Lu Yuan and others in one fell swoop. Most of the soldiers led by Shui were heavily armored warriors. It would be really troublesome if they were surrounded. At this time, everyone was already covered with sea of fire and thunder and lightning. Zheng Yu and Yang Yanxiao were at the front. Chang Chunzi stood in the second row and summoned a bunch of imps to help fight the monsters. Jianshan also started to attack with his sword. Control the monster. At this time, Zhao Xinghe moved a few steps forward and directly used the thunder net. Most of the monsters within 10 meters were paralyzed in place. The Bell of Shock. Chang Chunzi also cast a spell, and a Taoist priest used a big bell in the sky. He used this skill once during the arena competition. Later, due to little contact, Chang Chunzi never used it. In the area covered by the bell, the enemies seemed to have seen something terrible and began to run around. It seemed to be a very practical control skill. Act of God. Lu Yuan has been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Facing these heavily armored soldiers, it is difficult to kill them with the set skills in one hit. So he asked everyone to gather monsters and control them in order to maximize the effect of the set skills. The attribute ball fell from the sky into the group of monsters, and a huge meteorite also fell together. After the explosion, the smile of Demon General Shuehe, who thought he was sure of victory, gradually solidified. Chapter 224 Domain Blood Moon. After a blast of artillery, coupled with everyone's skills and finishing blows, more than half of the hundreds of demon soldiers were immediately wiped out. And the demon general Shui, he also stayed where he was. You clean up the remaining soldiers, and I'll support the demon general. After speaking, Lu Yuan raised his sword and rushed out. There's such an upright duel. What's the point of doing those little tricks? Shui said angrily. Lu Yuan casually inserted the shadowless sword into its scabbard on the ground. He held the shadowless sword in one hand and said with a disapproving smile, "You lead hundreds of soldiers and use your strength to bully the few. Now you want to talk to me about fairness?" Shui, he was speechless. He directly raised his blood knife, fired out several sword energy, and attacked Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan gathered qi in his sword and directly used the third sword to break. The third sword was mainly used for defensive counterattacks. He condensed the qi into the sword and used the sword itself to defeat the enemy's attacks. As the saying goes, one sword can break all attacks. Of course, also depends on the gap between yourself and the opponent's enemy. Shue's strength was obviously superior to Lu Yuan's, but it was not difficult to break this casual attack. Lu Yuan didn't want to lose the initiative right after the fight, so he chose to be tough. The sound of the blade's edge sounded, and several incoming sword qi were resolved immediately. Shuehe took advantage of this gap to finish casting the spell. Field Blood Moon. Suddenly, the surrounding sky darkened, and a scarlet blood moon hung in the sky. The remaining demon soldiers led by Shui, he seemed to have been stimulated, lost all reason, and began to attack crazily without fear of life and death. For a moment, everyone encountered a tough fight. The caster Shui, he was even more proud, and the red light of the blood knife in his hand became even brighter, as if he had already secured victory. I won't be so stupid that I use my ultimate move only when I lose. A quick fight is the way to win. Every time the moon is full, my bloody sword will be sacrificed with human blood. Today, when the bleeding moon is over, I will sacrifice you men with my sword. Just take the girl back and give it to my brothers to have fun with. Blood River has already begun to declare victory. Lu Yuan took advantage of this gap and had already accumulated his strength, and stabbed Shuehe's vital part with a sharp sword. Have you ever thought about it? Nagging is not the way to win. Lu Yuan replied coldly, still floating in the air, facing the sudden attack of the sword. Shui's eyes were full of panic, and even his movements were a little panicked. Just when Lu Yuan thought that the sneak attack with the sword was successful, Shui Dao raised the shadowless sword from bottom to top. Shui also showed a joking smile and kicked Lu Yuan directly in the chest, sending Lu Yuan flying backwards. Go out. Ha ha ha. Do you really think I'm that stupid? In my field, every move you make cannot escape my perception.
Lu Yuan rolled on the ground a few times before regaining his balance. What came face to face was the dense sword energy coming from the blood river. The difference from before was that the sword energy was all blood red. Lu Yuan naturally knew that this sword energy was affected by in order to get the bonus from the field. I didn't want to waste my energy, so I chose to dodge this time. The ensuing battle was exactly as Shui said. All Lu Yuan's attacks were seen through by him, and the actual damage caused was minimal. The strong recovery ability of the demons had already been experienced when they fought against Shaqian Dao. On the contrary, Lu Yuan was beaten and was a little embarrassed. However, Lu Yuan is not an entity in the game after all. So with the blood bottle to restore him, it is not easy for Shui to kill Lu Yuan instantly. The blood knife in Shui's hand was very evil. It had a blood-sucking effect. Part of the damage suffered by Lu Yuan was replenished into Shui's body. This made Lu Yuan, who is already very passive, even less likely to win. The only point of victory is when everyone can clean up the demon mobs and then work together to find a solution.
I know what you are thinking. Do you still want to wait for your friends to come to support you? But there is no such chance.
Shui's voice became colder, and his figure became huge. Lu Yuan felt like an ant, and felt that his body became stiff under such fear. Bloody light flashed past, and Lu Yuan stood there as if he didn't notice.
Lu Yuan! Get away quickly! Lu Yuan!
As the shouts came, Lu Yuan suddenly woke up. But it was too late. The distance between the blood knife and himself was impossible to avoid. If this knife struck him, he would definitely die. Did he lose so easily? Could it be that he couldn't even defeat a demon general? Do you still think about saving the world all day long? With a soft ding, Lu Yuan woke up. Why did he have so many negative emotions? It seems that this field can not only strengthen his teammates, but also put enemies into fear. Shaking his head to get rid of these emotions, Lu Yuan woke up and hurriedly drank a large bottle of potion, and then quickly retreated to distance himself from the blood river. What saved his life was the 5 elements bismuth gold leg armor. One of its attributes, blocking a fatal injury. Lu Yuan smiled.
The only thing that is weak is my own heart. The equipment I created is so powerful. How could it not defeat a mere demon general? How could my shadowless sword be defeated by an evil sword?
The fighting spirit was instantly aroused, and the shadowless sword also felt the fighting spirit and buzzed. Since all movements in this field would be noticed, Lu Yuan simply did not move quickly and walked towards the blood river slowly step by step. Facing the sword energy coming from Shui, Lu Yuan dodged it with illusory steps and came to a few meters in front of Shui. He used his legs to simply close the distance and started to chop in various ways. In hand-to-hand combat, Lu Yuan only used the most basic moves to hone his basic skills, because the moves were futile even in the field, so he could make progress in a real life-and-death battle. When the sword master first taught him the swordsmanship, the reason why the second sword cleave could immobilize him was because he integrated the stab of the first sword into the sword's intention and blocked his surroundings. Being able to use simple moves so flexibly and effectively is the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Among the moves that have been refined over hundreds of years, which move is weak? Shui could deal with it calmly at first, but after a few blocks, he found that he couldn't get rid of Lu Yuan's sword and was stuck with the simple basic moves such as chopping, stabbing, and teasing. And it seems that the field's induction effect has declined. The speed is too fast, and there is no time to react. In addition, the shadowless sword is mysterious and unpredictable, and the attack trajectory is elusive. I can only rely on the direction of the sword hilt to judge. In the end, the wounds on my body become more and more serious. As more and more came, the momentum was suppressed. Seeing that this situation would continue like this, Shui would fall into an endless loop, and the opponent would become more and more courageous as he fought. So he simply protected his vital parts, took Lu Yuan's sword, and punched Lu Yuan back in the chest. Blood blade drifting into the wilderness. The blood river swept across, and the shadow of the blood blade transformed into a knife became extremely huge, and could even affect the people fighting behind. If they were hit by this knife, they would not die, but would be seriously injured. Armor of Overlord. Lu Yuan planted his feet firmly on his horse's feet, directly activated the jewelry set skill to enter the hegemonic state, and actually blocked this majestic blow with a small shield on his left wrist armor. Impossible. Shui's eyes widened. This blow, blessed by the domain, could not be blocked like this.
I don't know how many impossibilities there are in the world. I only know that miracles are created by people.
Lu Yuan was surrounded by the golden light of the overlord body, and said seriously. Chapter 225 Blood River Escape. Lu Yuan, who used the overlord body armor, had his attack power, attack speed, and movement speed enhanced. Taking advantage of Shui He's shock, he charged directly to start a new round of attacks. Although he blocked the attack, Shui He's the quantity has gone down a lot. Shui He's big move that he thought was a sure hit was blocked like this. So he had to put away his sword and block. For a moment, Lu Yuan actually had the upper hand. Lu Yuan's desperate fighting style made Shui He a little unable to resist. Although the demons have strong recovery ability, their vitality is limited after all. And Lu Yuan only needs to eat blood bottles. And he can't fight if he is dead. Lose some experience. Seeing that all the demon soldiers under his command were almost dead or injured, Shui couldn't help but look at the enemy in front of him in a different light. There were only a few intruders he encountered who could block his attack. The level of the person in front of him was not outstanding. Who would have thought that he could actually fight with him? I beat him back and forth. Bloody storm. Shui He held the back of the knife with both hands and deflected Lu Yuan's attack. Then his body turned into a phantom and swung the knife quickly. As expected, a fishy wind blew up. The strong smell of blood made people want to vomit. And what followed was a violent storm of attacks. The bloody knife burst out with such speed that Lu Yuan was unable to withstand it. He was forced back step by step. At this moment, he had no time to use any of his moves. The so-called bloody storm turned out to be the wind of the knife mixed with the rain of blood of the person being attacked. If it weren't for the instant recovery medicine made from Yuanzi, even Lu Yuan's thick blood wouldn't be able to withstand it. The blood river seemed to be tireless, waving the blood knife crazily. And the blood moon in the barrier seemed to be no matter whose blood was from the enemy or our side. The more casualties there were, the brighter the blood moon would be. And it felt like dripping blood. As the blood moon strengthens, the blood river becomes more and more courageous as it fights. It is obvious that this is a field where one loses and the other grows. As one's own side weakens and the enemy strengthens, the gap between the two sides will only become wider and wider. The moves and skills of the top 10 demon generals are each better than the other. If there was no level difference, they might not be so passive. Lu Yuan knew that if this continued, he would be doomed. So he simply activated his defensive skill Songfeng blood armor, resisted Shui He's sword, and then stabbed Shui He with a shadowless sword. Lu Yuan felt that in addition to the physical damage, the blood knife seemed to absorb an additional part of his blood. Lu Yuan's equipment itself had the effect of tearing open wounds, coupled with the sharpness of the shadowless sword. Although it did not hit the vital point, it also interrupted Blood River's attack. The two sides once again distanced themselves, and the people cleaning up the mobs were finally finished. A few green lights flashed, and Lu Yuan's condition quickly recovered. Attack the blood moon in the sky from a distance, and take care of the rest with melee combat. Act accordingly. Lu Yuan didn't have many tactics for this flexible and changeable Shui with fierce moves. He could only rely on everyone's own reaction ability. However, if the blood moon in the sky could be broken, Shui's combat power would be reduced by at least 30%. As everyone attacked Shui in the sky, Demon General Shui He was a little panicked. Although the territory would not be breached so quickly, but with so many helpers coming, he might have to lose if he dragged on. Lu Yuan's condition has returned to its peak, and he will definitely not be able to give the opponent a chance to breathe. Shui's attack just now was very fast. But in terms of speed, the fifth sword of the 9 swordsmen of the Sword Master, Diao Shui, is also famous for its speed. Lu Yuan stepped forward and directly used the fifth sword Falling Snow. The Sword Master used this move to attack quickly with the sword itself. The refracted light gave people a feeling of falling snow. Although Lu Yuan's shadowless sword there is no refracted light, but there is more mystery. Shui was worried that his domain would be breached, so he failed to concentrate on facing the attack. As a result, the wounds on his body gradually increased, and as the wounds increased, his actions became more panicked. At this time, the blood moon in the sky was finally broken by the impact of Xiao Lui's fire dragon, and the sky returned to brightness. However, the blood river seemed to have been hit hard, and its blood volume dropped significantly. The blood volume of 300 million is indeed too thick. After Lu Yuan fought with him for so long, the opponent only lost about 16% of his health volume. However, when the blood moon was broken, he actually lost 20% of his health volume. He had to feeling deeply about the vitality of the demon people. As the blood moon was broken, Shui, who had lost a large amount of blood, was also a little sluggish. Lu Yuan took this opportunity to use all kinds of skills at once. Everyone was familiar with this situation of beating a drowned dog. All the skills also followed. Fong Rou even directly used the water-avoiding dagger's accompanying skill. Dry. Shui He's skin dehydrated quickly, but recovered quickly. But his health continued to decline. Obviously, this skill was consuming Shui He's vitality. Shui He is not stupid. He knows that his situation is over, and he is looking for opportunities to escape. Now he is glad that he did not use his ultimate move later. Otherwise, he would wait until his vitality is low to use his ultimate move. Once the realm is broken, he may not even have the chance to escape. There is none left. After going through countless hardships, he climbed from a commoner to the position of a demon general step by step. He was planning to use the invaders to attack and make great achievements. How could he lose his life like this? Blood double. The attacks by Lu Yuan and others continued, and Shui He's body suddenly glowed with red light. When everyone's attacks fell, Shui He's body seemed to have been shattered, turning into a pool of flesh and blood spread on the ground. At this time his true form had long since escaped, and he was fleeing into the distance on horseback. There was a bustling sound, and more than a dozen players who had been hiding in Hepping village rushed out, shouting,
"We are here to help! Where are the enemies?"
Lu Yuan and others are not fools. These people are not here to help. They are obviously here to get some loot after seeing that the enemies have been defeated.
Look at you bunch of dogs! Why didn't you come out to help just now? No one is allowed to touch the things on the ground. Otherwise, Grandpa, I will blow you up.
Zheng Yu shouted at the rushing players with a sledgehammer.
Why did the demon general run away? He looked like a ruthless person, but he didn't expect that he was nothing.
Yam Yanzhao said to Lu Yuan.
He is very strong. I only relied on drugs to fight him hard. If we were to fight in the real world, my current strength might not be as good as his.
Lu Yuan said calmly.
After all, the level difference is so big. If you are allowed to reach level 75, it will be a different matter.
Xiao Lui comforted. Lu Yuan nodded. It was indeed the case. If Shui He hadn't escaped just now, he would have been unable to escape death in the end. Even if he challenged him alone, a pack of blood bottles in his backpack would be enough to kill him alone. After all, in this world, Lu Yuan is not the main body, so he still has some advantages.
He will definitely not be able to escape next time.
Lu Yuan suddenly raised his head and met a pair of eyes outside the tea shop in Hepping village. It was the man whom Xue called Demon Yu, and the owner of Hepping village. It can make the demon general stop outside the village entrance. And just by listening to the name, you can tell that he is not a good person. Although the sword stuck on the stone outside the village entrance is covered with rust and dust, Lu Yuan can tell at a glance that it is not ordinary.
You guys pick up the loot, and I'll go into the village to take a look,
Lu Yuan said to everyone, and then walked towards the man in the village. Chapter 226 Senior Brother Mayu? Lu Yuan walked into the village. The villagers had already dispersed. Mou poured tea for Lu Yuan on the tea table.
The battle was exciting, but it seems that you have just learned swordsmanship and don't have much practical experience yet.
Mou made a sit-down gesture and said to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan was stunned. He didn't expect that the first sentence in the opening sentence was actually talking about his swordsmanship.
Looking at the sword stuck at the entrance of the village. Senior, you know that Senior is not a common person. I don't know who his identity is, but he actually makes even the demon generals afraid.
Lu Yuan asked straight to the point after sitting down.
I don't know why you all call this the demon world, but I have sealed the sword for many years, and I really have no intention of fighting and killing. As for the demon general you are talking about, before I sealed the sword, he didn't know where he was playing in the mud.
Mou took a sip of tea and said calmly. This question stumped Lu Yuan. Everyone called this the demon realm because the names they saw and the introductions they heard were all about the demon realm. However, who has actually seen the demon realm? Seeing that Lu Yuan was silent, Mou continued.
Actually,
who is a god and who is a devil is not that important. There is no obvious boundary between good and evil. It is all a matter of a thought. The last time I saw you, there was something wrong with you. We haven't had this sword intent yet, but we have already made rapid progress. How is the sword master doing?
Lu Yuan was stunned again. This man even knew that he learned the sword during this period. Lu Yuan calmed down and replied.
Senior sword master is in good health, but he always talks about his disciples.
When Mou heard this, his expression changed, and he smiled sadly.
Actually, I am still your senior brother. When I became a disciple of the sword master, He saw that I was too murderous and specifically told me to do less killing. But then the rule of the Holy Realm is like this. The weak and the strong survive. But I am also competitive, and did not listen to his old man's teachings.
Lu Yuan thought that Mo.U was only in his 30s or 40s. But Professor Sun and others should have entered the world of Taoyuan many years ago. If 1 day is equal to 10 days here in reality, the timing is obviously correct. Not on.
I wonder how old senior brother is this year,
Lu Yuan asked, expressing his doubts.
Don't call me senior brother. Although I have been using the sword for many years. You are intruders after all. Maybe one day I will pick up the sword again to defend our homeland. Now we call this place a demon world. Did you know that I died in your hands back then?
How many civilians are there?
Although Mo.U was angry in his words, his tone was always calm. Lu Yuan had only heard Professor Sun's one-sided remarks, and it was not easy to comment too much on the events of that year. However, once the war broke out, no matter who was right or wrong, innocent people would definitely die. Lu Yuan knows that these current scientists are no different from lunatics once they discover anything groundbreaking. So it is not surprising even if they did something excessive back then. But now the demonic world has begun to invade the world. Regardless of no matter how it was before, Lu Yuan still had to protect his home.
Then why did you steal the sword in the first place?
Lu Yuan had no choice but to change the topic. No matter whether he was an enemy or a friend in the future, Lu Yuan was very curious as to why he wanted to create such a village. And all the good and bad people were protected by him.
I killed my most beloved woman and my best brother.
Mo.U said it without any concealment. Lu Yuan did not continue to ask questions, since he killed two of the closest people with his own hands. The reason must be very sad. Mo.U took a sip of tea and continued, as if he was telling someone else's story.
The people of my holy tribe have long lifespans. What's funny is that my beloved woman is actually the survivor of my entire family, who was killed by me. After gaining my trust, she tried to harm me many times. But I forgave her. But she actually seduced my best brother and betrayed me with my brother.
Mo.U just smiled lightly when he said this. His eyes and expression were calm, as if he was talking about someone else. After a pause, Mo.U continued.
This is killing evil. The master is right. To practice swordsmanship is to cultivate the realm, not to bully others with the sword. If I hadn't killed so much, maybe I could have been with my beloved. Women stay with each other until they grow old. But betrayal is betrayal. They couldn't kill me, but instead let me kill them all. So since then you have sealed your sword? I still have another question that I should ask. I am a sword master. Why do you use a sword? So you haven't learned the sword for a long time. As long as you have a sword in your heart, does it matter what you use in your hand? There is another reason why I don't use a sword after I leave my master. What I do is both good and evil, and I don't want to disgrace the sword.
Mo.U added more tea to Lu Yuan's cup, but his expression remained calm and showed no signs of happiness.
Can't you see? Are these people in the village just here for their own interests?
Mo.U suddenly laughed.
I can protect them, so they surround me. As long as I am valuable, at least they will not back me up.
Lu Yuan also smiled in agreement. Although Mo.U was strong, he was actually a poor man who was hurt by love. He looked at Xiao Xinghe outside the village, hoping that his brother would have a good outcome. When everyone picked up the loot and entered the village, Mo.U obviously lost interest in continuing to chat. However, after a brief chat, Lu Yuan also learned a lot of information. He didn't know that Mo.U was following the sword master for the sake of his face. He talked a lot, but the duel just now reminded him of something. Moreover, Mo.U's last words before leaving.
I am a member of the Saint clan after all, and I hope we won't meet on the battlefield.
It proves that when their clan's life and death are at stake, he will come back to the world. Lu Yuan drank all the tea in the cup, stood up and said to the people who had just entered the village.
Let's go. Continue to level up. No way. Boss, you've been drinking tea for a long time. At least let us rest for a while.
Zheng Yu said coquettishly, pulling Lu Yuan's arm.
The owner of the village said that he will kill us all if we stay here.
Lu Yuan said jokingly.
Okay. It's leveling time again. People like to level up with monsters.
Zheng Yu's face changed instantly, and he walked directly out of the village. Xiao Xinghe laughed when he saw this and said,
This is so funny.
Lu Yuan passed by the village entrance and saw the sword on the stone. He couldn't help but think of what Mo.U said just now. It really didn't matter what he used, but he knew that what he did was not all that glorious. So he avoided using the sword anymore. What exactly is the sword in his heart? Weapons do not determine how a person does things. But he will feel that what he does is not worthy of the sword. Lu Yuan, who had only been trained to learn palm skills since he was a child, has only just begun to master swordsmanship. There are many things he doesn't understand very well, and he even thinks they are a bit exaggerated. Chapter 227. The brain-eating centipede Zheng Yu was swallowed. Everyone left Heping village and did not move towards Gravel Valley, although they were familiar with that route once. The giant rock monsters there were too difficult to fight. Anyway, the devil world is very big, so everyone began to look for suitable monsters. Since the people of the demon realm have brought the battle line together, many monsters that were traveling abroad have also been transferred back. Although I don't know why the demon realm can even rule these monsters. It seems that the main place to upgrade in the demon realm is to go to the front line.
Boss, what were you talking about with the village chief just now? Seeing that you were still talking and laughing, why are you suddenly going to kill us?
Zheng Yu asked in confusion.
It's nothing. He saw from his sword skills that I was also a descendant of the sword master. He was also a disciple of the sword master. But then, the war broke out, and we came to the current demon world with different stances. We talked about some past events. I guess he usually has no one to talk to.
Lu Yuan replied.
No one of the master side, when he mentioned a few of his disciples. They were dead and injured. And there were actually people from the demon world.
Jianchen replied after hearing this.
No snowflake under the avalanche is innocent. We have changed the pattern of this world. There is nothing wrong with the jungle and the strong. But people have thoughts and feelings after all. No one wants to live in a ruthless world. So the devil is number one defeating this time is understandable.
Lu Yuan said calmly. As he was talking, the ground in front of him suddenly trembled, and everyone hurriedly stopped. Unexpectedly, a long and large bag bulged out of the ground and moved quickly towards everyone.
Be careful. It's probably a monster,
Lu Yuan reminded. Everyone hurriedly dispersed and stood up. The dust on the ground suddenly exploded, and a huge centipede emerged from the ground.
Holy shit! Is this a centipede?
Everyone was shocked when they faced the centipede, which was bigger than a giant python. They didn't know what it had eaten to grow up. Brain-eating centipede level 75 HP 200000000.
It specializes in eating brains. No wonder it's grown so well. It's just that it looks like it doesn't have a brain. It seems that they are specifically ambushing here to ambush players who go to the front line to support them. Anyway,
I'm going to hit anyone. Pay attention to your position. I'll make some wine with it later.
No one goes to check carefully how many legs the centipede has. But the dense squirming can't help but make people's scalp numb. Those with trypophobia may die on the spot when they see it. The brain-eating centipede is huge, more than 10 meters long, and more than 2 meters wide. Its body is relatively flat, so it is not very tall. There are a pair of collective eyes on both sides of the back of the head. Each collective eye includes several single eyes. There is a mouthpart on the ventral surface of the head, which is the feeding organ of the centipede. There is also a pair of antennae on the head. The trunk is composed of many individual segments. And the back of each body segment, they are all bone LS, with a pair of sharp claws at the end, which should be able to release poison just like ordinary centipedes when they sting people.
Jianchen, use the sword to cut off the leg.
Lu Yuan, this huge centipede, looks invulnerable except for its weak legs. Jianchen's sword flew out and went straight to chop off the legs on both sides of the centipede. Unexpectedly, the monster's legs seemed to be sensitive. When the long sword flew by, it quickly retracted into the SHL, and then quickly stretched out after flying over, giving people it feels like paddling a dragon boat. Although the centipede is huge, it is still very fast. After all, it has so many legs working hard. Its huge mouthparts open, and it rushes directly to bite everyone. Meteor falls. The huge bolide fell from the sky and directly hit the boss's body, directly pressing it to the ground. Although it caused a lot of damage, the SHL on its back was not damaged at all. It seemed that it had been shed countless times before it was able to survive. Growing to such an extent, the centipede plunged its head into the soil, somehow managed to make a hole, and quickly entered the ground, getting rid of the meteorite on its body.
Damn. You can also escape from Earth. It's really evil.
It was not easy for the body that was more than 10 meters long to completely enter the soil. Everyone began to attack the second half of it. Chang Chunzi wanted to shoot the explosive talisman at its tail. But as soon as it got closer, the centipede seemed to have a sense, and its tail, his pair of sharp claws, almost caught Chang Chunzi. If he was caught, his body would not be broken into two parts, It is estimated that the toxin would be enough to kill him instantly. Ran? Zheng Yu couldn't help but wonder when he saw that all the centipedes had burrowed into the ground, and there was no movement at all.
How come the people from the demon world we met today were so able to escape?
Jianshan took back his Qingfeng sword and said with a smile. Suddenly, the vibration struck again, and the ground under Linger's feet was already somewhat raised. It turned out that this centipede boss actually knew how to cut the back row.
Linger, be careful.
Since Xing Yu's responsibility has always been to protect the back row, he stood close to the back most of the time. He quickly stepped forward and pushed Linger away, but the boss had already burst out of the ground. Zheng Yu had no time to dodge and was swallowed by the boss. Go down.
Zheng Yu can be regarded as sacrificing for love. Although he lost some experience points, he won his heart.
Zhao Xing has sighed while putting down his skills.
He's not dead yet. Look at the health bars of the team.
As a doctor, Linger is most concerned about the health bars of the team. Sure enough, Zheng Yu's blood bar was slowly dropping, probably because it was being digested. But it still rose a little after a while, probably because he was using a blood bottle to top it up. Linger tried to add blood to Zheng Yu, but she still couldn't. Fortunately, it was Zheng Yu who was swallowed as a human shield. If he was a backline profession, he might not be able to withstand the boss's stomach acid even if he took a blood bottle.
Intensify the attack and try to eliminate the boss before Zheng Yu can no longer hold on.
After Lu Yuan told everyone, he rushed forward. Since cutting off the legs was not possible, he would break the SHL with the sharpness of the shadowless sword. Lu Yuan was confident enough to cut through the hard SHL.
Lu Yuan ran a few meters in front of the monster and used his hand of the void. The giant golden hand appeared and grabbed one of the boss's tentacles. This kind of monster relies entirely on its tentacles to sense its surroundings. When it was suddenly caught, it couldn't help but raise its head and want to breaking free. Lu Yuan used his strength to jump directly to the top of the boss. Lu Yuan planned to attack the boss from behind. But Centipede was not stupid either. Seeing Lu Yuan flying in the air, he opened his mouth and wanted to swallow Lu Yuan in one gulp. How could Lu Yuan be swallowed so easily? Since he dared to jump in the air head-on, he had already thought of his backup plan. He held the shadowless sword with both hands and concentrated his energy on the sword before slashing towards the centipede's upper jaw. Break. Although the boss's SHI was hard, a hole was cut out and turned into a hare's lip. Lu Yuan relied on the reaction force of the downward slash to avoid the bite with a somersault and turned towards the boss's head. Yi Lin's sword appeared with his left hand already unsheathed and stabbed into Centipede's forehead fiercely. Prick. These two swords were used flexibly, and the unique luck method of stabbing and breaking in the 9 swords of the sword master really worked, making the originally sharp weapons even more indestructible. Lu Yuan grabbed the hilt of the Yi Lin sword, steadied himself on the centipede's head, and pulled out the sword flower with the shadowless sword. Lu Yuan had already seen his own shadow in the boss's eyes, and there was also a trace of fear. Chapter 228. Don't touch that dirty place. The brain-eating centipede was still struggling, trying to throw Lu Yuan off his head. But since Lu Yuan was up, he would not let the boss succeed easily. Everyone attacked the centipede's abdomen as it raised its body, but the effect was still not very obvious. Although the abdomen was not as high in defense as the back, it was still a very hard SHL. The only weakness was the membrane connecting the upper and lower SHLs. Although I know that it is very fragile, the densely packed insect legs are not just for decoration. The legs that look a bit fragile can resist some attacks at critical moments, and ordinary insect legs also have poison sacs, which will release toxins if they are too close. The melee profession is very uncomfortable. Zheng Yu is no longer there. Lu Yuan is above the insect's head, and Yang Yanzhao is the only one in the front row with a serious face. However, he does not dare to get too far forward, and can only play some protective role. The main output still relies on long range. The centipede suddenly raised its tail. Its entire body curled outward, and its giant pincers clamped directly towards Lu Yuan. Normally, monsters with this kind of SHI can rarely bend outwards, and most of them curl up toward the abdomen. I didn't expect that the SHL of this centipede could be so flexible. Lu Yuan knew how powerful the boss's tail pincer was, so he didn't dare to resist and didn't pull out the Yi Lin sword. He slid down the boss's broad back and stood in the middle of the boss. The shadowless sword adjusted its position and penetrated through the gap in the centipede's back SHL. With a forceful stroke, a large gash was opened and green blood spurted out. Lu Yuan didn't dare to get involved. So he adjusted his position again, still found the gap in the carapace on his back, and began to attack repeatedly. Centipede was seriously injured, and its body shook even more crazily. Its densely packed legs sprayed out all the toxins. The entire boss, including Lu Yuan, was hidden in the poisonous mist and could not be seen clearly. Everyone did not dare to step forward easily. They were still very confident in Lu Yuan, and they could only release some group attack skills as auxiliary attacks. At this time, entering the poisonous mist rashly would be a disservice. Fortunately, Lu Yuan's poison resistance is very high, and his blood volume is very thick. With the blessing of medicine, it is not a big problem. Although his line of sight is somewhat blocked, it does not affect Lu Yuan's attack. At this time, the weakness of the centipede is obvious. The legs are not long enough to attack Lu Yuan on the back, although the tail can be raised to attack. The angle is limited after all, and the toxin cannot kill Lu Yuan instantly. After being beaten, there was nothing he could do. Finally, the centipede couldn't stand it anymore and burrowed into the ground again. Lu Yuan was afraid that it would escape, so he simply pierced its body with a sword and followed it into the ground. Calm returned to the ground once again, and the poisonous mist gradually dissipated. Looking at the big hole in the ground, everyone understood that the insect must have got in again.
Watch your steps and run away if there is loose soil.
Of course, everyone who has suffered a loss once will not be fooled again, even if they are killed instantly. No one wants to be swallowed by such a bug. This time, the centipede did not appear under everyone's feet, but appeared on the ground more than 10 meters away, and jumped out of Lao Gao. Sure enough, as Lu Yuan expected, the boss wanted to escape when he saw that he couldn't beat him. Fortunately, Lu Yuan followed him. Although he suffered a lot, Lu Yuan kept attacking his back with the shadowless sword. In desperation, he had no choice but to rush out of the ground. Seeing that there was nothing he could do to defeat Lu Yuan, Centipede quickly attacked everyone. No matter how Lu Yuan attacked on its back, it ignored Lu Yuan. This time, it used its tail in front and its huge claws to pinch everyone. The speed was so fast that everyone had to dodge in embarrassment. But after all, the size of the centipede was there, and with a length of more than 10 meters, it was not possible to jump out of the attack range with just a few steps. It seems like a simple attack, but once it hits, it will be instantly killed. No one dares to experiment on themselves. Lu Yuan gave up on the treatment of the centipede and began to frantically dismantle the hard SHL on the centipede's back regardless of what everyone said. Once the battle begins, every second counts. The reason why Lu Yuan wants to get some powerful teammates is so that when they go to the battlefield, they can trust each other and be able to protect themselves at critical moments. With Lu Yuan's unremitting efforts, he finally removed a section of the SHL from the centipede's back. Without the protection of the hard SHL, the leaking tender meat could be easily broken even without a sharp weapon. Lu Yuan began to chop randomly. The boss was completely hurt this time. He didn't care about attacking everyone. He raised his head and tried to escape. If he let it burrow into the ground this time, it would definitely run as far as it could go. Ice. At the moment when the boss's head immediately penetrated the ground, Lu Yuan directly used the skill exploded by the Frost Saber-Tooth Tiger. Originally, everyone thought that this skill was useless and of no practical use. But in the eye of Kunlun, it paved the way for everyone. And this time, the seal was sealed. Road. All play a key role. It seems that no skill is useless. The key depends on where it is used. Centipede wanted to escape, so it naturally used a lot of force. Although the ice surface that suddenly appeared was cracked by the impact, Centipede also fainted on the spot.
All attacks are directed here.
Although Lu Yuan was also shaken down by the huge inertia, he still pointed out the attack position to everyone. As everyone's attacks fell, the boss, who was in a dazed state, was awakened by pain. For a boss like this that only relies on speed and its own hardness, as long as everyone understands its attack method, it basically does not pose much of a threat. Although the battle is still difficult, it is only a matter of time to eliminate it. Centipede obviously has no new tricks and cannot escape. It can only try its best to attack everyone and try to pose some threat to everyone. And when it was about to die, it still performed an amazing operation, deliberately twisting its body into a U shape, making everyone think that its tail could not move due to heavy injuries. When Lu Yuan and others were resisting when it attacked with its head, it suddenly moved in the opposite direction, attacking from the front to the rear with its tail. Centipede seemed to know that this was his last chance. So he tried his best to help the two backers. But no one else had time to help. Extreme Dragon Control Technique. At the most critical moment, Xiao Lui used the Dragon Control Technique. A huge fire dragon appeared, even bigger than the boss. It bit the boss's tail pincer and dragged the centipede into the sky. When Lu Yuan rushed over, only the tail of the fire dragon was still on the ground. He grabbed the tail without hesitation and gave Xiao Lui a wink. Xiao Lui also understood it. The fire dragon hung all the boss in the air and then let go, continuing to fly upward. When Lu Yuan reached the top of the centipede, he released the hand holding the dragon's tail and released the hand of the void to pull himself towards the boss. Lu Yuan held the shadowless sword with both hands, concentrated all his inner strength in the sword, and struck down the centipede's abdomen with the sword. The sharp shadowless sword, coupled with a blessing of internal strength, ripped open the boss's abdomen directly from the middle like it struck tofu. Lu Yuan fell to the ground freely, and the fire dragon flew back from a distance, caught Lu Yuan firmly, and landed smoothly on the ground. Everyone hurried forward to look for Zheng Yu, who had been swallowed. In the end, he emerged from the split abdomen on his own, covered in mucus, and feeling indescribably disgusting. Linger, however, ran forward without any disdain and hugged him tightly.
Linger! Don't touch it! It's dirty there!
Before Zheng Yu could finish speaking, his mouth was blocked by Linger's little mouth. Chapter 229 Demon General Xingyan. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them and admired Linger's courage. Zheng Yu's crime was not in vain.
I didn't expect that among this group of people. The one who dares to love the most is Linger,
Zhao Xinghe said with emotion. Lu Yuan also directly rose to level 59 with the death of the boss. He walked up to the boss's head and pulled out the Yilin sword. Although the Yilin sword did not cause any fatal damage in these battles, it played a key role.
How many people did this giant centipede swallow? It's full of equipment.
Lu Yuan sheathed his sword and put it away. He heard everyone talking about it. This centipede giant insect ambushed on the way to the front line. It is estimated that many players have suffered from its poisonous mouth. There are many equipment dropped by players in its stomach. I don't know why its intestines and stomach are so good, but there is no indigestion, since all kinds of equipment were available. This battle was quite fruitful, but Lu Yuan and others couldn't use it. Yang Yanxiao replaced several pieces of equipment, and there were even epic-level equipment mixed in.
Old Zheng, what were you thinking when you were swallowed?
Zhao Xinghe used his staff as a microphone to interview Zheng Yu. Everyone looked at Zheng Yu's embarrassment. Although they felt sad for him, they also found it a bit funny.
At that time, I was thinking that this brain-eating centipede might be interested in my brain. I wonder if it will affect my IQ after being resurrected. Let's go. Let's find a water source first, and let Zheng Yu wash it off.
Lu Yuan felt uncomfortable for Zheng Yu doing that. Everyone didn't know where the water source was, so they had to walk around to try their luck. In the end, Lu Yuan decided to walk towards the mountains in the distance. Under normal circumstances, where there are mountains, there must be water. Although it is not guaranteed, they can only find a target to try their luck.
I'm sorry, boss. I'm holding everyone back again,
Zheng Yu said, a little embarrassed on the way.
It doesn't matter. There's nothing urgent anyway. There might be monsters more suitable for leveling over there.
Lu Yuan consoled him. Normally, the system would automatically clean the player's equipment every once in a while. But the centipede's gastric juices never disappeared, and the sun-dried mucus made Zheng Yu even more uncomfortable. Everyone hurried on, and soon arrived at the foot of the mountain. As expected, there was a waterfall, and a pool of clear water below. Zheng Yu, who was extremely uncomfortable, got off the Scar Wolf King and plunged into the pool. The Wolf King thought about it and jumped in. It was tortured all the way.
Hey, what a pity for this pool of clear water.
Fong Rose sighed. Zheng Yu suddenly raised water and splashed Jian Shen all over him. After all, everyone was kids at heart, so they started a water fight, and the noise echoed at the foot of the mountain.
A bunch of brats are disturbing my qin cultivation.
Suddenly a cold voice floated over. Everyone was startled, but they looked around and found no one.
Have you heard hallucinations?
Everyone was a little confused and couldn't help but stop. In the end, Lu Yuan fixed his gaze in the direction of the waterfall. Looking carefully, it turned out that there was a person sitting under the waterfall. This person was naked and allowed the waterfall to wash away his body. But he remained unmoved. Judging from the muscles on his body, he was probably a highly trained person.
I don't mean to disturb you. I'm sorry to offend you,
Lu Yuan said to the waterfall.
Now that you're here, don't leave.
The person behind the waterfall stood up from the big stone and jumped to the shore. It must be said that his muscles were perfectly trained. Demon General Starfall level 75 HP 500000000. Everyone did not expect to encounter the Demon General in this corner. And the opponent obviously did not want to let everyone leave. And as Lu Yuan expected, this Demon General was a master of horizontal training, with a blood volume of up to 500 million. Just looking at it, he felt like he was full of life.
I didn't expect that I would encounter enemies coming to me while I was practicing in a place like this.
Xingyu tilted his neck back and forth, causing his bones to crackle. Lu Yuan knew that this battle was inevitable, so he took out the shadowless sword and silently took a stance. Since the relationship was antagonistic, there was no point in talking about it. Xingyu made a move with his right hand, and a huge round hammer flew over. The hammer handle was about half a meter long. There were several golden dragons at the connection between the hammer handle and the hammer head. The hammer head was very large and round. The upper part is evenly divided into several parts, like the dividing line of a basketball. Each part is slightly convex. Looking at it alone, this sledgehammer must weigh several hundred kilograms. Demon General Xingyu hooked his fingers at everyone, stood on the spot, and signaled for everyone to attack first, with a look of contempt on his face, not taking Lu Yuan and others seriously at all. Everyone was unambiguous and started to release their skills directly. Thunder clouds formed in the sky, and thunder and lightning began to fall continuously. Xia Lui released the meteor shower to control the field, and all kinds of explosive arrows and slow arrows also flew over. Xingyun was unmoved, except for blocking a few arrows with his sledgehammer. The rest of the thunder, lightning, and fire rain were all allowed to hit him. Lu Yuan's blood volume was indeed decreasing, but Xingyuan didn't seem to notice it. Although magic could cause damage, his skin was not damaged at all. Since entering the game, apart from rough-skinned monsters, Lu Yuan is still the first simple unarmored humanoid enemy. I have to say that although he is a little silly, he is very manly. Lu Yuan charged forward and swung his sword quickly, but Xingyuan blocked it casually and almost knocked the shadowless sword away from Lu Yuan's hand.
What a strong force! What a quick response!
Lu Yuan couldn't help but feel a little emotional. With the force of being bounced away, he turned around and avoided the opponent's follow-up blow. Yang Yanzhao and others also rushed up, but it was difficult to injure Xingyun at all. He was obviously a powerful enemy, but he didn't expect to react so quickly. The sledgehammer's defense was watertight, and his counterattack was also very sharp, which made it impossible for him to react at all. Unstoppable. Fong Rou appeared from behind and stabbed Xingyun in the back of the neck with a dagger in her hand. The blow was so unexpected that Xingyun was stunned, and the sledgehammer had no time to defend himself. Just when everyone thought Fong Rou had succeeded, Xingyun shouted loudly. A large amount of energy surged out of his body, and his body seemed to be covered with a layer of golden light. Fong Rou's blows seemed to hit a steel plate, making a sound of metal collision. The sound failed to penetrate the enemy's body before she could continue the attack. The sledgehammer had already been swung over. Fong Rou had no choice but to kick Xingyu's body with her legs and quickly pull away from him. He has 500 million health. If he only relies on long-range attacks to consume it, he may not be able to kill him even if he fights for several days, because his vitality is very strong and he can slowly recover his health. If you want to defeat the enemy, you still have to break his defense first. But this horizontal kung fu is really powerful. Lu Yuan quickly used his sword, and several swords struck Xingyun's body, but they failed to leave any scars. The damage value is also a bit pitiful. Lu Yuan's attack power of more than 100,000, coupled with the sharpness of the shadowless sword, was unable to break through the defense of the naked Xingyun. Everyone was once again plunged into a bitter fight. Chapter 230 covering the door. Lu Yuan and others kept attacking, but still had little effect. Xingyun seemed to be toying with everyone, and was not in a hurry to attack. Occasionally, he would knock people back several steps with a single swing of his hammer, or even directly fly them away. Although Demon General Xingyun has flexible moves, he doesn't like to move very much once he gets into a fight. Even if he does move, he will quickly change positions, and he won't jump far like he did when he appeared.
Kung Fu practitioners generally have 1 or 2 barriers. If you find his weak point, it will be easy to break through the defense.
Lu Yuan has been exposed to martial arts since he was a child. He has also heard of things like the golden bell cover and the iron claw shirt. Although this type of kung fu is very durable and even invulnerable, There are still 1 or 2 places that cannot be practiced, which is the covering the door. If you find this weakness, you can easily break this horizontal training skill. Most people will strengthen their own weaknesses, and the covered door will usually choose a place that is easy to defend. The reason why Xingyun doesn't move much when the fight starts is mainly due to luck. Random movement will lead to uneven distribution of qi in the body, which will not reach the maximum level. Good defensive effect. Although everyone understood what Lu Yuan said, and Yang Yanzhao and Xiao Lui, who had a solid foundation in Kung Fu, understood it. It was not easy to find his weaknesses in the face of this immovable star. Xingyun mainly defended himself against sharp weapon attacks, and even let the other blunt weapon attacks hit him. He didn't even bother to dodge the long-range spell damage. As if there was nothing you could do to me. Lu Yuan's body was flexible, and he constantly tested Xingyun's reaction. If the attack area made him resort to vigorous defense, then the cover would probably be there. Xingyun was not stupid. Seeing that the enemy began to change attack positions, he was probably looking for his own weakness. And the attacks with the giant hammer in his hand began to become fierce. The giant hammer, weighing several hundred kilograms, was swung round, and no one dared to resist its power. Every time they collided with it, everyone felt that their jaws were about to be shattered, and they could no longer hold the weapons in their hands. The earth shook and the mountains shook. Xingyun did not attack anyone, but directly smashed the giant hammer to the ground. The ground felt like an earthquake. Everyone had already dodged his attack when they saw it. They never thought that this was a control skill. In close combat, Lu Yuan was included. He didn't even have time to react, so he lost his center of gravity and fell to the ground. Xingyun seemed to have expected this situation, so he chose Yang Yanzhao, who was closest to him, raised the hammer with both hands and hit it hard. Without giving him any time to react, Yang Yanzhao rolled as hard as he could to avoid the attack. But there was no time to escape from Xingyun's attack range. He could only watch in despair as the giant hammer fell towards him. This time he would definitely die. Armor of Overlord. At the critical moment, Lu Yuan rushed over. He was short of time, and had no time to adjust his position. He could only resist the blow with his back, because the Overlord skill was activated. He still protected Yang Yanzhao underneath him. Most of Lu Yuan's more than 100,000 HP was instantly gone. If Lu Yuan hadn't resisted the blow, Yang Yanzhao would have died with his defense and HP. The scary thing about Xingyun is that there are not so many bells and whistles. As the saying goes, one force can defeat 10 enemies. Just one hit can kill someone. Miracle Doctor Miracle Hands of Rejuvenation. Ling hurriedly launched his ultimate move, because Xingyun's giant hammer had been raised again and fell down quickly. Lu Yuan was in such a state that he couldn't withstand the hammer at all. But with the increased health of the secret skill, Lu Yuan's health bar instantly filled up. Another hammer hit Lu Yuan's back, and Lu Yuan's knees had already sunk into the dirt. Fortunately, the body dominance effect could last for 10 seconds.
Let's go quickly,
Lu Yuan said. With the 2 seconds that Lu Yuan fought for, everyone finally reacted, and Yang Yanzhao quickly rolled to one side. Another hammer came, and Lu Yuan naturally no longer resisted. He rolled sideways and dodged the third hammer in embarrassment. When the hammer hit the ground, a big crater suddenly appeared, which showed its power. Lu Yuan turned around and stabbed directly toward Xingyun's armpit. Lu Yuan felt that Xingyun rarely raised his arms when attacking, so there was a high possibility that Xingyun's armpit was covering the door, and the timing was just right. After all, the giant hammer had just fallen before it could be lifted up, and Lu Yuan was right below it. A sword stabbed Xingyun's armpit, but what he got in return was his evil smile. Lu Yuan guessed wrong. Before he could put away the sword, Xingyun clamped the shadowless sword with the next door. Lu Yuan pulled the sword hard, but what happened? Can't pull it out either. Xingyun accidentally let go of the giant hammer, clamped Lu Yuan's wrist with his big hands, and actually swung Lu Yuan up, faster and faster, and then beat him back and forth on the ground. Even Lu Yuan was helpless and couldn't break free. Explosion. Chang Chunzi took advantage of the chaos and released the explosion talisman at Xingyun's feet. An explosion sounded. Due to his carelessness, Xingyun lost his center of gravity and fell to the ground. Lu Yuan was also thrown away.
Stab the soles of his feet,
Chang Chunzi shouted. Jianshan had already controlled the flying swords and was preparing in the air. When the opportunity finally came, all the flying swords were stabbed towards the soles of Xingyun's feet. Since Xingyun has remained motionless since the start of the fight, it is very likely that the door is under his feet. As long as he does not expose the soles of his feet, he will have no flaws. Everything happened in an instant, and Xingyun had no time to react. Dozens of split flying swords were divided into two teams, and they all stabbed toward Xingyun's soles of the feet. The damage was indeed much higher than normal. But it was just that Xingyun didn't have the luck to resist. And the soles of his feet were not where Xingyun's shield was.
Childish!
Xingyun stood up again and said coldly to everyone. Picking up the giant hammer again, Xingyun began to swing it again. This time he began to move quickly and launched in attack mode. Everyone did not dare to resist, so they had to spread out and avoid it. It has been tried in most places. Xingyun is as invulnerable as an invincible King Kong, although the long-range consumption continues. But with 500 million health, I don't know if I can fight like this until the end of the year.
Since it's not in the dark, it's possible that it's in the open.
Lu Yuan walked back again. This was the first time that he had been beaten so embarrassingly. He was thrown around like a ball. He hadn't felt like he was on the verge of death for a long time, since his health reached more than 100,000. Lu Yuan raised his sword and charged forward again. Xingyun's moves were becoming more flexible, and his defense was more airtight. After all, he was using a giant hammer. How could he be faster than this sword? Since the speed just now could be blocked, he would be faster. Jing Hong. Lu Yuan began to use his flexibility to attack again. This time he did not attack the hidden weakness, but attacked Xingyun's face with all his moves. As expected, Xingyun began to panic. Lu Yuan's expectation was good. Xingyun's cover was no longer in the dark, but right between the eyebrows. And he had been acting, pretending to guard his armpits, soles of feet, etc. It had to be said that Xingyun was still a little scheming. Under Lu Yuan's quick sword, Xingyun finally found a flaw. He swung his giant hammer to defend Lu Yuan, and his face was exposed.
Chance!
Before he finished speaking, an arrow hit his eyebrows with a sound of breaking through the air. Li Tong had been waiting for a long time. How could he not seize such an opportunity when he saw it? Xingyun, who was like a diamond just now, suddenly felt like a deflated rubber ball, and his blood volume dropped by 30%. The magic attack that had been ineffective until now also suddenly became more effective. Lu Yuan's sword could easily cut through his skin. Although Xingyun's huge power was still there, it was obvious that the situation was over. Chapter 231 Beating Drums. Urn and Golden Hammer. The Starfall Gate was broken, but he did not fall down directly. But his defense was greatly reduced, and he was not protected by armor. In the end, he paid the price for his pride. Although Xingyun's defensive power has dropped off a cliff, its huge power is still there, and with the giant hammer in its hand, it is still a big threat. But its fate has long been doomed. Everyone dispersed their formation, not for defense, but because they were afraid of being run away by him this time. Although the demon general had a scary name, and each one was more arrogant than the other. After the battle, everyone discovered that he was not invincible. The Eye of Kunlun let Kan Mei escape, and not long ago, it let Blood River escape. This time, Xingyu will not escape again. Xingyun didn't seem to think about escaping at all. Even though his defense was greatly reduced, he still fought hard with everyone without losing his warrior style. However, the result of this was that his blood volume would soon bottom out. Finally, when the blood volume was lower than 30%, Xingyun seemed to make up his mind and directly burned his own vitality, in exchange for a substantial increase in strength, speed, and attack power. The melee class headed by Lu Yuan stood firmly in front, resisting this round of crazy attacks. Xingyun exchanged his life for dozens of glorious seconds, and then fell down without daring. Although Xingyun's attacks are not that fancy, if it weren't for Lu Yuan, no one would be able to withstand his sledgehammer. Without too much viciousness, Xingyun is the most admired demon Lu Yuan has encountered so far. General is a true warrior. Xingyun's giant hammer,
Drumming Urn Golden Hammer,
exploded on the ground, as well as a skill book.
Anyuan Body Protection Skill.
The golden hammer of the drum and urn is an epic level weapon, and it does not require level, but it requires the strength of the user. Of course, the person who uses the hammer is a guardian profession, but Zheng Yu's endurance is very high, and the strength is not enough to use it. Requirements. So it cannot be used for the time being. But the attack power and attributes of this hammer are indeed very good, which made Zheng Yu decide that he must start adding strength attributes when he upgrades in the future. Lu Yuan said that there was no need to go to so much trouble, and that he could just remount the gems on the equipment. Since Xing Yu was inlaid with endurance gems, he could directly replace them with power gems, and the attributes would be up to standard. Originally, only 4 pieces of equipment needed to be changed. but at Zheng Yu's request, all 5 pieces of equipment were changed to power gems. Zheng Yu said that this way he could use the sledgehammer with ease. This series of operations did not require returning to the blacksmith shop. Lu Yuan completed it directly on the spot. He also directly helped Zheng Yu strengthen it and added the power gem. Zheng Yu's confidence immediately increased when he picked up the sledgehammer. Drum earned golden hammer. Epic level. Can be equipped with a strength attribute of 3000 or above. Attack power 73 20 75 50. Additional attribute. Serious injury passive. A heavy hammer weighing 400 kilograms. Every time it hits the enemy, there is a chance of causing the enemy to fracture and be seriously injured. The treatment effect of the seriously injured enemy is reduced. Additional attributes. Increase own endurance by 35%. Additional attributes. Increase own strength by 35%. Additional attribute. Fatal. If the heavy hammer hits the enemy's fatal part, there is a 1% chance of killing the enemy with one hit. Zheng Yu announced the attributes of the weapon. It was indeed invincible. A giant hammer weighing several hundred kilograms was indeed no joke. The chance of being fatal probably depends on the shape of the enemy's body and bones. If a squishy profession is hit by a real hammer, I'm afraid no one can withstand it. But looking at the attack speed, it is estimated that it will be difficult to hit the agility profession. But if there is control in a group battle, it will be different. Hun Yuan body protection skill. Sacrificing movement speed to increase one's own defense by 50%. The effect lasts for 30 seconds. After the skill ends, the movement speed is greatly increased. But one's own defense is reduced by 30%. And the effect lasts for 15 seconds. A fairly practical skill. But it has some negative effects after using it. But the increased movement speed can make up for it somewhat. This skill book is definitely suitable for frontline professions. The real frontline players in the team are Lu Yuan, Zheng Yu, and Yang Yanzhao. Zheng Yu said that it would be alright if he had weapons. And he also had no shortage of defensive skills. After all, he also had the Turtle SH.L skill to save his life. Lu Yuan thought about it and assigned it directly to Yang Yanzhao. Yang Yanzhao was naturally very happy, but a little embarrassed. He had taken Lu Yuan's Neptune fork without paying him back. And now, he was given such a top-notch skill book. He didn't know what to say for a while.
Shall we go to the front line now?
Zheng Yu was carrying a sledgehammer, eager to have a fight now.
Since we're all here, why don't you go to the mountains to have a look?
Jianshan seemed to have a soft spot for all kinds of mountains, which may be the reason why he became a disciple in the Taihang Mountains.
Then let's go up and have a look. There might be some special ores.
Lu Yuan also felt that while upgrading, he should also continue to explore, so that he could make new discoveries. Everyone had no objections. It was the same no matter where you went. Even if there was nothing on the mountain, just take a walk and take in the scenery. Everyone found their way up the mountain, and there was nothing unusual at first. However, as we walked, the fog became more and more dense. The sky became darker and darker, and the sun could no longer shine through the fog.
I suddenly don't want to go up there. It seems a bit scary here. Let's go!
Fong Ro felt that the scene was a bit eerie, and couldn't help but be a little scared. Not only was she scared, but everyone else also found it a bit eerie. Even Jianshan couldn't help but lean towards the center of the formation.
It's okay. Don't be afraid. Let them be monsters. I'll take them all down with one strike.
Zheng Yu couldn't help but feel a little swollen when he mentioned the new weapon. Suddenly Zheng Yu, who was walking at the front, stopped, turned around with a stiff body, and said,
"Don't make trouble. I'm so scary. Who's going to grab my leg?"
Everyone looked at Zheng Yu with strange expressions. He was so confident just now. Why did he suddenly change his expression like this? Zheng Yu also saw that everyone was around. It was not a prank at all. When he lowered his head, he saw a half-body zombie-like monster emerging from the ground. 2 withered hands were grabbing his legs, and his rotten face was close to his calves. I don't know that the big yellow teeth that haven't been brushed for hundreds of years have been bitten down. Zheng Yu was actually emboldening himself. When he suddenly saw such a disgusting monster, his heart collapsed. He hurriedly swung his sledgehammer and swept the monster away from his legs. The monster was opened, but its 2 dry arms were folded on Zheng Yu's legs, and it could still move on its own. Following Zheng Yu's blow, pairs of green eyes appeared in the fog, and zombie monsters appeared layer by layer, making everyone scalp numb. When Lu Yuan saw these monsters that could still move after being disintegrated, he couldn't help but think of the original Skull Cave. The little skeletons inside were just like this. But the bodies he encountered now still had some flesh and blood. And some were still wearing armor. This is not a mountain that looks beautiful on the outside, but turns out to be a mass grave. Chapter 232 Magical Skills. The monster in front of me is very similar to the monster in the Skull Cave. They trap the souls of the dead in the dead bodies. In the demon world, it is definitely not done by Taoyuan Temple. So there must be a master in the demon world who specializes in controlling the power of souls. There are all kinds of monsters on this mountain. Some are just ordinary demon villagers. Some are demon soldiers. And even some beasts are among them. Although the monster has no intelligence, it should be done deliberately by the caster, both long range and short range. And the cooperation is very tacit. Ordinary villagers have no offensive power, so they hide in the mud and appear unexpectedly to grab people's legs. Regardless of the effect, they can always scare people. There is also the Avenger Demon Giant. At first glance, he looks like a thick-skinned human shield. He carries a piece of wood on his shoulder. When he sees someone, he swings it wildly, regardless of whether he can hit someone. Although the hit rate is low, it is very easy to hit. It effectively restricted the movement of everyone. But fortunately, the number was not large. The most annoying thing is the Avengers assassins. I don't know where to find so many short people. They usually hide in corners or in trees. Once someone approaches, they pounce directly on them, and their hands are already rusty. The dagger will stab you randomly. The attack is fast and sharp. And the most important thing is that you are not afraid of death. You have no intention of retreating when you pounce. Avenger Villager level 50. HP 500,000. Avenger Demon Warrior level 60 HP 1,500,000. Avenger Demon Giant level 65 HP 3 million. Although it has brought a lot of trouble to everyone. They are monsters with little intelligence after all. As long as they are familiar with the types of monsters and attack methods, these monsters will no longer be a threat. And their experience points are not bad.
These monsters are not afraid of death and don't know pain. How come they are like dog skin plaster?
Zheng Yu had just gotten a new weapon and was thinking about killing everyone. Who would have thought that he would be surrounded by a group of wolf dogs and Avengers assassins? Unable to swing the giant hammer at all. And he couldn't use it even though he had no strength. Lu Yuan seemed very relaxed. He simply used these monsters as sword targets and began to practice the sword skills taught by the sword master. Lu Yuan didn't think that he could understand the essence after learning in the game for more than a month. He still needed more practice and understanding. Everyone fought for a long time, and the entire mountain was full of such monsters. Combined with the assessment system of the demon world, Lu Yuan estimated that these were eliminated residents or soldiers. And then they were thrown together here. And then those who controlled the souls turned them into monsters. The Walking Dead? If these monsters were sent to the battlefield, they would be quite a fighting force. Perhaps even more powerful than when they were alive. Everyone fought all the way to the top of the mountain. But Lu Yuan's experience level had not reached level 60. He thought that the sun would shine in on the top of the mountain. But in addition to the lack of trees on the top of the mountain, it was still covered in clouds and mist.
This place is really evil. There is no sun even on the top of the mountain. Maybe someone set up a barrier. Otherwise these undead creatures would definitely be running around.
Since there were no ordinary monsters on the top of the mountain, everyone chatted for a while. But suddenly the sound of a horse croaking interrupted everyone's conversation. A burly general rode over on a tall horse. If both eyes were not glowing green, he would have thought he had encountered a living person. Immediately, the general was tall and tall, holding a big sword in his hand and sitting on a horseback crotch. He is only 2 meters tall, and his limbs are all handsome. He must have been a rare good horse when he was alive. General Yao Shengwan Jinghao level 70 boss HP 50 million. Before everyone had time to think about it, the boss had already rushed over quickly. It seemed that he was also a famous general in his lifetime. Even if he became a living dead, his armor was neat. He chopped it down with a single blow without any delay. And the attack was very fast. There are rules and regulations.
I come!
Zheng Yu stepped on his horse's feet, swung the drum and golden hammer fiercely, and faced the big sword that had been handed down. After waiting for so long, he finally got a chance to perform. Zheng Yu used all his strength. After the sound of metal clanking, Zheng Yu didn't lose his grip at the critical moment this time, and flicked out the big knife.
The power of this sledgehammer is indeed extraordinary.
Shengwan Jinghao was not a vegetarian either, although one blow was effective. He covered the long handle of the knife with both hands and rotated it several times to relieve the force, and then swept it directly. Zhang Yu was feeling proud after blocking the first blow. But he didn't expect the second sword to come so quickly. He didn't have time to move his strength. Although the giant hammer blocked the big sword, he was knocked back this time.
Attack his horse's legs.
The most feared thing about this kind of long-handled weapons, especially broadswords, is that they will be knocked off their horses. Once the weapon cannot be swung, its power will be much less. There was nothing wrong with everyone's fighting style. But the boss's horse was not ordinary. Facing the flying sword and melee attacks, he jumped and then accelerated and rushed out. Although he hit 2 swords, it was difficult to deal with it with ordinary slashes. Cause fatal damage.
I didn't expect that there would be such a person on the mountain. Yes. He rides too fast. How can we fight him?
Lu Yuan looked at the opponent's horseshoe and suddenly laughed. Before anyone could ask more questions, the boss rushed over again, faster than before, and swung the sword in a circle with one hand. This blow must have been heavy. Hit. Ice. Lu Yuan unexpectedly used a non-attack skill, and a thick layer of ice formed on the ground. The boss, who was still charging, naturally had no chance to react. But the horseshoe was made of iron, and his footing was unstable under the rapid attack. Someone came and jumped on his back.
Beat him!
Most of the area occupied by the demon realm is grassland, and there is no snow even in winter. Therefore, Shangwan Jinghao really has no experience in riding horses on ice, and there are no anti-slip measures on the crotch mount. In addition, there are sudden changes in the ground. Only then did this dramatic scene occur. The horse struggled to get up, but the iron armor on its body became a burden. Shangwan Jinghao fell hard. Even though there was no pain, he still didn't recover for a long time. Everyone swarmed up and took advantage of his illness to kill him. Just as Lu Yuan expected, the dismounted boss couldn't swing the sword at all. Because Lu Yuan, Zhang Yu and Yang Yanzhao were close together, restraining him tightly and not giving him any chance. Opportunity strikes again. Shangwan Jinghao is also a tragic figure. His martial arts are indeed very good, but he failed to show them at all. He had made many achievements in battle, but after his death, he was made by magic and left here with neither human nor ghost. I originally heard that when the war broke out, he would be asked to lead these living dead out of the mountain. But he was pulled off the horse at this stall. I originally thought it would be a tough battle, but I didn't expect that just because of Lu Yuan's skill. The battle was simplified. In the end, Shangwan Jinghao died with hatred again.
Boss, I didn't expect that. The ice surface skill is a magical skill,
Zhang Yu said with a smile. Lu Yuan's level finally reached level 60. In fact, Lu Yuan just had the attitude of giving it a try. But he didn't expect the effect to be so good.
Brother Lu, do you think his mount can be tamed?
Yang Yanzhao looked at Shangwan Jinghao's mount, and his mouth was watering.
Generally, generals' mounts are very loyal. I'm afraid it's difficult to tame them. Besides, they were made like this using magic.
Lu Yuan felt that this matter was not very optimistic.
Ha! With my chief animal trainer here, there are still mounts that can't be tamed?
Zhang Yu said with a smile while carrying a sledgehammer, and then summoned the Scar Wolf King.
Wakai, our goal today is to tame it.
Zhang Yu pointed at Shangwan Jinghao's mount and said. One person and one wolf walked toward the mount in a cowardly manner, and everyone felt as if they had seen this scene before. Chapter 233, Happy Horse. To say that Zhang Yu calls himself Peach Garden's #1 beast tamer, he is well deserved. From the Scar Wolf King to the ghost-faced demon spider, they are all high-level monsters, and they were all tamed by Zhang Yu. Although the ghost-faced demon spider on the surface, it was for revenge, but it was just an excuse to survive. Zhang Yu walked up to the warhorse and pulled the reins. The warhorse neighed uneasily and trampled its 4 hooves wildly. We all level 65 HP 20 million. The name of the warhorse is Wuya. It is covered in heavy armor. The exposed hair is pure black and shiny, without a trace of stray hairs. The most important thing is that it is huge, giving people a sense of oppression. Let's not mention the effect. But it is handsome. It's a matter of a lifetime. Especially for a man like Yang Yanzhao, who has the feeling of jumping on the horse with a spear. Simply can't resist. Zhang Yu picked up the giant hammer and planned to use his tactics of coercion and inducement. Yang Yanzhao felt a little distressed when he saw it. He couldn't bear to let his horse be abused, so he hurried forward to stop it.
Brother Zhang, it's up to me to do it myself. To tame a warhorse, you have to let it sincerely approve it.
Zhang Yu was interrupted just as he was about to start. Although he still had some unfinished ideas, he still handed the reins to Yang Yanzhao. Yang Yanxiao took the reins, patted the horse's back gently to calm Wu Ya's mood, then stepped on the pedals and rode directly on. Wu Ya suddenly started to struggle. Yang Yanxiao clamped his legs and tightened the reins. One person and one horse began to compete. Wu Ya began to run back and forth on the top of the mountain. He even had the urge to jump off the cliff twice. But Yang Yanxiao tightened the reins both times. Pulled back. After half an hour, Wu Ya was finally exhausted and finally chose to give in. Yang Yanxiao also took advantage of his physical strength. After all, with the blessing of endurance attributes in the game, people's fatigue will be greatly reduced. Yang Yanxiao was naturally very happy to have received a good horse. But the sword exploded by the boss was not suitable for him. It would have been nice to have another spear. When everyone went down the mountain, they felt like they were in two different worlds. Everyone finally saw the sun and breathed in the fresh air greedily.
Fortunately, the environment in this demon world is not bad. If it were like that on the mountain, it would be really painful. Shall we continue to the front line to see how the battle is going? Or should we go to Qilin Cave to have a look?
After hearing this, the nine-colored divine deer interjected.
The Qilin Cave you are going to. Is it a fire Qilin or a water Qilin?
Because Zhu Shenlu and Bai Qianqian had been in the inner room when everyone was talking about this in the blacksmith shop before. So they didn't hear it. Now when people were talking about Qilin, they obviously knew something. So they interrupted.
Fire Qilin. Luo Yi wants to find some opportunities to see if he can improve his strength.
Lu Yuan replied. After hearing this, the nine-colored divine deer thought for a moment and said,
Qilin is known to have two attributes, water and fire. Although its strength is not as strong as the Zhulong, it was one of the best in the Pinnacle Forest. The water unicorn was born with the endurance of thousands of years of cold water, has a gentle temperament, can control all waters, is well versed in the world, and understands the will of God, but the fire unicorn is different. Full of flames, extremely ferocious, naturally powerful, and always thinking about possession and destruction. There are also water unicorns. Are there unicorns, earth unicorns, and golden unicorns?
Zheng Yu asked.
Listen to Aunt Shenlu. She will ask questions later.
The nine-colored divine deer chuckled, not caring about being interrupted. He shook his head and continued.
I have never heard of the other attributes. These two appeared in the Peak Forest. Later, Shui Qilin did not want to participate in that year, the war, so I chose to leave without knowing where to go. Fire Qilin actually liked war, but after the war, it was still hot-tempered and destroyed the forest wantonly. So it was taught a lesson by Zhulong, and later he chose to leave out of anger. I didn't expect this story. It seems that Qilin Cave is quite dangerous. What was the strength of the Fire Qilin when he left? Because Qilin was called an auspicious beast before, especially Water Qilin. After they left, our nine-color sacred deer lineage was regarded as a symbol of auspiciousness in the Pinnacle Forest. When the Fire Qilin left, it was around level 85. Now I am afraid it has already broken through. It is level 90. Once a monster breaks through the level 90 mark,
it will be a qualitative leap. When it reaches level 100, it can become a god. These level divisions were also brought over by people like you. Later, because they are simple and clear, so they are all commonly used.
Geocolor Shenlu told everything he knew. Lu Yuan did not expect that Qilin would reach at least level 90. Everyone has seen Bai Qianqian's strength. There is no chance to resist in front of her. Even Lu Yuan is at his wit's end. Moreover, Qilin has a violent temper. If he meets her head-on, I'm afraid I don't even have a chance to escape. Lu Yuan looked at Xiao Lui and found that although she listened carefully, she did not waver at all. Instead, she was a little eager to try. Xiao Lui was very competitive, and Lu Yuan also understood it deeply. Although when she was with everyone, I don't like to be too pushy, but when fighting with outsiders, I always have to fight for the upper hand.
What do you think? Do you still want to go?
Lu Yuan asked for Xiao Lui's opinion.
I don't think it's necessary to go all of them. If everyone dies in one round, it will have a huge impact on our overall strength. I can just go and explore it myself.
Xiao Lui said it very objectively, without adding too many ideas. Lu Yuan also agreed. It is indeed not suitable for too many people to participate. But Lu Yuan must go, because exploration itself is a kind of fun. There is no more how can you grow up quickly through experience.
I'll go with you,
Lu Yuan said.
Then I'm going too.
Fang Rose spoke, and although the others did not speak, their eyes revealed their determination to die together.
Do you think we can beat level 90 Qilin even if we all go there?
Lu Yuan said directly. Everyone looked at each other, and finally shook their heads. The difference in strength was there, and it was okay not to admit some things.
When the fire unicorn goes out and looks for a place to live, it will definitely find a cave. Moreover, it belongs to fire. It is estimated that fire-attributed ores will be produced in the cave. The main purpose of our trip this time is to explore and see if we can get some. It's a good thing, although it's invincible. But if I run away with all my strength, I'm afraid it won't be able to stop me.
Lu Yuan is still very confident in his own attributes, coupled with his physical skills. There is no problem in running away if he can't fight. Too many people will be a burden. We are all young people with flexible ideas. We know that if we insist on going this time, it will easily become a burden. In the end, we all agreed with Lu Yuan's statement.
You go directly to the front line to help fight. Be careful and follow Brother Yang's instructions.
Lu Yuan said to everyone. In fact, there is another reason for Lu Yuan to go to the Kunlun Mountains this time. And that is the Sky Thunder Crystal. Due to the special nature of this ore, it will trigger thunder as soon as it is taken out. So Lu Yuan decided to go to the Valley of Death for forging, where it was originally lightning strikes all year round, so it has little impact on the environment. It can also cover up people's eyes and ears, so no one bothers Lu Yuan.
Huiqilin is very lustful. If Miss Louie goes, be careful not to be taken advantage of.
Just Shenlu said with concern. Chapter 234 The Best Gemstone. Lu Yuan and Xiao Lui decided to go directly to Qilin Cave. They went directly to the front line of the battlefield. So they separated at the foot of the mountain and acted separately. Lu Yuan remembered the last time he forged the Shadowless Sword. Many forging hammers were damaged and many whetstones were consumed. Therefore, in order to avoid going back and forth, he prepared enough necessary things before going. The first is medicine. There is no doctor following this time. And the opponent is the powerful Fire Qilin. So blood bottles must be prepared in sufficient quantities. The second is the forging supplies. Lu Yuan can't take the forging furnace with him, but he probably won't need it. If something as domineering as the Sky Thunder Crystal Stone is put into the forging furnace, it may not be smelted yet, and it will directly attract the thunder. The stove was broken. This time it will probably have to be directly forged again, and the specific situation will have to be seen at that time. Lu Yuan also took the time to build a suit of armor from copper ore. There was a lightning rod on top of the helmet. All parts of his body were designed to conduct electricity. Then the boots under his feet led the electricity into the ground. The inside of the armor was mainly made of rubber. Insulation.
Although he didn't know how effective it would be, Lu Yuan was still very satisfied with his creativity. If he didn't do some protection, he might not have finished the weapon, and he would be hacked to death first. Before leaving, I took many kinds of ores from the blacksmith shop warehouse in case of emergency needs. Lu Yuan checked his backpack and the ring of the god of Craftsman. Basically, everything that should be prepared was not left behind. And then he set off with Xiao Lui. Fortunately, the storage space of the ring of the god of Craftsman was large enough. Otherwise 10 people would have needed these things. You can only get it if you help.
The Fire Qilin Cave is very big and complicated inside. It usually sleeps and practices. The two of us just need to try not to disturb it. If we find something good, we will retreat. If it finds us, we can just run and leave me alone.
Xiao Lui said to Lu Yuan as he hurried on. Lu Yuan nodded without refuting. He couldn't do anything like abandoning his teammates. But there was no point in arguing about it now. The two of them headed all the way to West Kunlun, following the location indicated by the intelligence. Kunlun Mountain was indeed the ancestor of the world's mountain ranges, with a vast area and complex terrain. The tops of the mountains were all covered with snow, but because there were many volcanoes mixed in among them, there are also many hot springs. Very few people set foot in this area, but there are some sporadic players. Most of these are fans of extreme sports. After all, even if you are injured or killed in the game, it will not really disappear. So many people even I have no interest in the game itself. But I came in because of hobbies. Lu Yuan and Xiao Lui passed by some places with beautiful scenery. They also took some photos in photo mode as souvenirs. They even stopped for a while to soak in the hot springs. It was quite pleasant along the way. If there were no mutual aggression, it would be much more enjoyable to enter the game. After some searching, the two finally came to a cave. The area around the cave was extremely dry, and there were no plants around it. This was obviously caused by the high temperature all year round. The entrance to the cave is very wide, and the floor of the passage is very flat. It seems to have been specially cut. It is not as dark as expected. There are some crystal clear red stones on the cave wall, and the light emitted is enough to see clearly what is going on in the cave. Lu Yuan also made a special study and found that this type of stone has no great value other than emitting light. It only needs to absorb heat to keep it bright. It seems that without these stones, the temperature here should be higher. Sure enough, the further they walked into the cave, the brighter it became, and the temperature became higher and higher. There were no other monsters in the cave, and the two of them saved a lot of worry. Because I didn't know where the fire unicorn was, I didn't dare to make too much noise. The cave went all the way down, and there were many forks in the cave. Some of the forks led back to the same place, while others went to separate directions. Different directions. They continued walking down for a long time, but there was still no movement, and they didn't find anything of value. I really didn't know that if the people who came to explore the terrain paid more attention, they would encounter the fire Qilin. Lu Yuan and the two even suspected that the fire Qilin isn't really here. Fortunately, Xiao Lui had a good memory and made some marks, so the two of them didn't have to go back a lot. After walking for a while, they felt the temperature getting higher and higher. Suddenly, the entrance of the cave opened up, but magma was tumbling underneath.
There is no road. It seems we have to go to the other side,
Xiao Lui said. Lu Yuan pointed to the opposite wall and said,
there are many exits like this. There are too many forks in the cave. You may just go to another exit if you walk around those raised stones at the junction of the magma and the wall. It looks like a good ore. Those raised rocks? The outside is covered with a layer of magma ash, and you can't see the inside at all. Could it be ore? How do you get down to such a critical place?
Xiao Lui did see the protruding things, but he didn't think that the ones wrapped in them were ores. After all, if they were ordinary raised rocks wrapped in a layer of magma ash, the visual effect would be similar. Lu Yuan smiled and said,
there are specialties in the art. Don't question my eyesight. The fire element contained in the ore that can survive at such a high temperature must be amazing. Your new weapon is here. It seems that the quantity is a lot, and it's probably more than enough to make a set of equipment.
Xiao Lui was also a little moved by what he said. After getting higher and higher, he hadn't found a top-quality weapon suitable for him for a long time. Although Lu Yuan was good at forging, he never had suitable materials. Xiao Lui was very strong, although he said that his weapons were very effective, seeing everyone change their weapons one by one, and he was the only one who still used the level 45 epic staff. He naturally felt very unhappy. Comfortable.
But how can we get down there?
Xiao Lui saw that the entrance of the cave was at least dozens of meters away from the bottom, and the ore was not far from the magma. Even using a rope was unrealistic, and neither of them could fly.
Isn't your dragon control technique physical? You control it from above, and I get the ore from the dragon. Doesn't it last for 5 minutes? It's enough to get many pieces of ore.
Lu Yuan has already thought of a countermeasure.
With such a long distance, I don't know if I can control it accurately. What if something goes wrong and you fall down? We are on the dragon together, so that I can control it more accurately.
Lu Yuan thought about it, and felt that the view from above was indeed not very clear. Although it was dangerous for both of them to go down, it would be more efficient. Xiao Lui no longer hesitated and directly used the extreme dragon control technique to summon the fire dragon. The two were in a team state, so the fire dragon would not cause harm to Lu Yuan. In such an environment, the fire dragon seemed to be bigger. Lock up. Both Lu Yuan and Lu Yuan stood at the dragon's head, each holding a dragon horn. Xiao Lui controlled the fire dragon to descend. As the altitude became lower and lower, the temperature continued to rise. Xiao Lui was okay, and Lu Yuan it is even losing blood slowly. But the impact is not big. Coming to the side of the ore, Lu Yuan took out the Yilin sword and gently knocked on the ore. The magma ash fell off with the vibration, and the ore was revealed. The crystal clear red ore seemed to be burning with flames in the center of the ore. Even those who did not know how to forge Xiao Lui also saw how good the ore was. The temperature of the ore was very high. After Lu Yuan knocked the ore loose, he endured the high temperature and took it off, then quickly put it into the ring of the god of Craftsman. His blood volume also dropped a lot. The two of them did not dare to waste time. Since there was such a high quality ore, they naturally had to dig more quickly. More than 3 minutes have passed, and the two of them are still digging ore, because Lu Yuan feels that there is still plenty of time. But a sudden change occurred, and a monster rose up from the magma. Who else could it be if it wasn't a fire unicorn?
Are 2 more bed bugs here? There is actually a beauty. The flame of my love has not burned for a long time. Ha ha ha.
The fire unicorn did not turn into a human form, but began to tease him by speaking human words. Chapter 235, A Glimmer of Hope. The fire chilling is really powerful. It usually goes deep into the lava to practice. Watching the lava slowly dripping from its body is as casual as if it had just taken a bath. The ore is already enough. And the time for the fire dragon is coming soon. Now that I suddenly meet the fire unicorn, even if I die, my trip will not be in vain.
Fly upward slowly, and find the nearest hole to enter,
Lu Yuan said softly. Although something has been gained, no one wants to lose a lot of experience points in vain. Who wants to die if he can live? The fire dragon floated upward slowly to avoid attracting too much attention from the fire unicorn. However, the fire unicorn was not a fool. After reaching level 90, its wisdom had surpassed that of ordinary humans.
Want to run? Do you think you can run away in front of me?
Huiqilin turned into a human form and said with a sneer. He had already noticed the little moves of Lu Yuan and the two. Fire Qilin wore a black robe with some smart flame patterns on it. His face looked like a mature middle-aged man, but his smile was a little evil. He stood in the air with his hands behind his back, looking very tall.
Accelerate!
Lu Yuan did not hide it from Huiqilin, so he had to let Xiao Lui control the fire dragon to accelerate. There was at least a chance after entering the cave. If the fire dragon disappeared in time, and the two of them fell into the lava, they would die on the spot.
Ha! It's interesting, but it's boring anyway, so I'll just play with you too.
Huiqilin pointed his finger, and fireballs appeared out of thin air. The fireballs were not too big, and they were obviously just to tease Lu Yuan and the two. Facing the fireballs that filled the sky, Lu Yuan stood in front of Xiao Lui to prevent her from being distracted. Lu Yuan hit the fireballs with a shadowless sword. Although he blocked some of them, there were too many fireballs. Received a lot of attacks. It looks like an ordinary small fireball, but its attack power is very terrifying. Lu Yuan's fire resistance is not low, but his blood volume still drops quickly, so he takes blood medicine desperately to hold on. Fortunately, Huiqilin had no intention of attacking Xiao Lui. Otherwise Lu Yuan would really be unable to stop him. Thinking of what the nine-colored divine deer said, it seemed that Huiqilin was not only lustful, but also quite sympathetic to her. Lu Yuan and the two found the nearest cave entrance, and they returned to the cave. Xiao Lui controlled the fire dragon, which had little time left, and crashed directly into the fire unicorn. And then the two of them ran away quickly. Fire Qilin was not in a hurry. Facing the fire dragon that hit him, he opened his mouth and sucked the fire dragon in. After the fire dragon was swallowed, Fire Qilin burped and then floated into another cave. Seeing that Huiqilin didn't catch up, Lu Yuan and the two felt a little strange, but they didn't dare to stop. However, this cave was entered casually, so it was different from the way they came, so they could only run away randomly. The two tried to return to the city directly, but the system prompted that they had been locked. The combat status did not allow them to return to the city, and they could not even go offline. The system directly prompted,
Unknown fault. Temporarily unable to go offline.
Lu Yuan heard Professor Sun say that only part of a person's spiritual body enters the game, so most of the time escaping offline is the most effective method. In this case, it seems that the fire unicorn has locked the two people's spirits, so although there was no pursuit, and the two of them did not break away from the fight, this is the first time this has happened, which means that if the two of them don't die, it is theoretically possible to be trapped in the game forever. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat.
If there is a chance later, you must run away first. I think Huiqilin is not interested in men. It doesn't matter. If it doesn't work, I'll use self-destruct to escape.
Xiao Lui understood what Lu Yuan was worried about, and had already made up his mind. The self-destruction skill was still a skill he learned early on, and he had never had a chance to use it. If this was the case, it would be the best way to escape, even if it meant losing some experience points. It's better than being humiliated here. Lu Yuan nodded. This might be the best way. Joking laughter echoed in the cave. Huiqilin took a shortcut from another cave entrance and blocked the front. In terms of familiarity with the terrain, Lu Yuan and the two were naturally inferior to Huiqilin. It seemed that they were running blindly to no avail. Instead of running away in vain, it is better to fight with all your strength. Although the outcome is doomed, at least you can know how big the gap in strength is. Lu Yuan held the shadowless sword tightly in his hand, silently gathering strength, and quietly watched the fire Qilin walking towards him step by step. Fire Qilin level? Blood volume? After Lu Yuan reached level 60, he could already clearly see the attributes of monsters below level 90. It seemed that the Fire Qilin had indeed exceeded level 90.
Yo, the young man is quite motivated.
But the more you resist, the more excited I become.
Qilin may have been holding it in for too long, and it felt like his words were a bit abnormal. Lu Yuan did not reply, but was seriously thinking about how to draw the sword. He happened to see Qilin talking nonsense, and seizing this opportunity, Qian Juncha immediately released and rushed over. Lu Yuan took advantage of this momentum, unsheathed the shadowless sword and struck out with a sweeping strike. Unexpectedly, Fire Qilin had been careless just now, but he was well prepared. A small fire shield appeared in his right hand, blocking Lu Yuan's sharp blow. With a slight flick of his left hand, a flaming sword appeared instantly and stabbed Lu Yuan gently. Lu Yuan felt that the speed of the sword was not fast, but he couldn't move even if he wanted to hide. Lu Yuan felt this kind of pressure when he faced Bai Qianqian for the first time. When he was learning swordsmanship in Taihang Mountain, he was also controlled by the sword's intention when the sword master used his second sword. This was the third time he had been oppressed like this. Feel. Just when the fire sword was about to pierce Lu Yuan's chest, a fire phoenix flew over and hit Qilin's hand. However, it had no effect at all. Not even a drop of blood was lost. Could it be that Qilin was Hu Yuan? Although it did not cause any harm to Fire Qilin, it successfully attracted his attention. He stabbed Lu Yuan's chest with the fire sword in his hand, and then casually threw Lu Yuan against the wall.
Little girl, I just thought that your fire magic is special. Although it is not strong enough and the purity of the flame is not high, it still feels familiar. Who is your master?
Qilin put away his joking expression and asked lightly.
Road.
Lu Yuan just felt the flames passing through his body. Although he did not suffer any damage on the surface, he felt that there was a flame running around in his body. This blow did not kill Lu Yuan instantly, but it caused Lu Yuan to lose a lot of energy. With tens of thousands of blood, he was almost killed instantly. A casual blow can have such power. This is the difference in strength. After Lu Yuan stood up and took the blood bottle, he saw that the fire unicorn had already arrived in front of Xiao Lui. So he charged forward again. The fire unicorn built a wall of fire directly in front of Lu Yuan. The wall of fire blocked Lu Yuan's progress as if it were real. And once touched, a lot of blood would be burned away by the high temperature.
Boy, don't interrupt me while I'm talking. I'll take care of you later,
Qilin said coldly. When Xiao Lui saw Qilin saying that his flames were somewhat familiar, he suddenly saw a glimmer of life. Could it be that his master had some connection with Qilin?
My master is Lin Yi, the chief magician of the Holy City, and one of the top 10 magicians in Taoyuan continent. He gave me a hint of fire when he taught me.
Xiao Lui did not hide anything and said it directly.
Oh, it's really that boy?
Qilin's brows gradually relaxed, as if he remembered something happy. Chapter 236 by Qianqian takes action.
Do you know my master?
Xiao Lui asked tentatively when he saw Qilin's expression softening.
I saved his life, and I also gave him his Qilin fire. That kid has some sense and has accepted a beautiful apprentice.
Qilin held up Xiao Lui's chin with his hand and said lightly,
Since he is my master's benefactor, he must be a good person. I wonder if Senior can let us go.
Xiao Lui pleaded.
Good person? I am not a good person. Only valuable people can survive. You are beautiful. So you are valuable. Just stay here with me for a while. When I get tired of playing, I can let you go. As for you're my companion, although his strength is a bit lacking, his courage is commendable. Unfortunately, I was the one who provoked him. I can let him die more happily.
Qilin suddenly changed his face and returned to his original joking tone. He waved down with one hand, and a cage composed of fire elements appeared out of thin air, locking Xiao Lui inside the cage. Break! Lu Yuan poured all his inner strength into the sword and directly cut the wall of fire, blocking him into two pieces. It was difficult for his attack skills to cause damage to the fire unicorn. Now he could only rely on the sword moves taught to him by the sword master.
When he reached level 60, his strongest move must be the sixth sword among the 9 swords of the sword master. Sword dance. When the sword master demonstrated this move, Lu Yuan didn't even see how he drew the sword. When his sword was sheathed, the sword energy lingered in the air, seeming to shatter the space in that area. It was really like a group of swords dancing wildly. Lu Yuan didn't have time to think too much, and directly used the sixth sword dance. which he was not yet proficient in. The most important thing about this move was that it was fast. It was hard to guard against. And by the time he reacted, it was too late to dodge. Seeing that the fire wall was cut off, Huiqilin couldn't help but become curious about Lu Yuan. Logically speaking, how could a small person of this level be able to defeat his own skills? Huiqilin felt that killing Lu Yuan was as easy as crushing an ant. So he was not in a hurry. He wanted to see how capable this little man was. Lu Yuan's luck lies in his whole body. To be able to use a fast sword, he must be fast all over his body, which requires very high requirements for every movement. Lu Yuan had just reached level 60 and had no time to practice. So he could only rely on the sword master's original explanation to perform it. Fortunately, the sword master the teaching is very detailed, and the theoretical knowledge is already familiar to me. Lu Yuan did not move his body significantly. He just drew the sword directly when he reached the attack range. The movement was very smooth and had reached the current limit. Although the sword drawing speed was far behind that of the sword master, it was already very good. Lu Yuan sheathed his sword and stood up. Not to be cool. It turned out that after drawing the sword so quickly, he needed to collect his breath. As the shadowless sword was sheathed, Lu Yuan's breath quickly calmed down. Huiqilin did not move, letting Lu Yuan's sword energy rage around him. Many cuts were made on his fine clothes, and blood marks were left on the skin inside. But no blood flowed out. Lu Yuan looked at the damage coming out of Huiqilin's head. They were all 4 digits starting with 1, with more than 10 consecutive values. His 6th sword dance, only took away more than 30,000 damage from him.
The sword move is good, but the strength is too weak. The most important thing is that it actually cut my clothes. Die!
Huiqilin said after resisting a move. The flaming sword appeared in Huiqilin's hand again, and he slashed it casually. Lu Yuan couldn't figure out whether Huiqilin was a melee fighter or a mage. When he hit Xiaolui, he used spell attacks, and when he hit himself, he used the flaming sword. However, Lu Yuan could dodge this kind of casual attack even if the level gap was very large. Lu Yuan nimbly dodged the attack with one side. His sword followed his heart, and he struck the gap with the shadowless sword. And the Huiqilin's, the clothes were cut open again. Huiqilin was instantly furious. He originally thought of just killing Lu Yuan, but he didn't expect that this kid turned out to be like a loach. A huge fire hand appeared out of thin air, and grabbed Lu Yuan tightly. The fire unicorn held up the flaming sword and thrust it directly into Lu Yuan's chest. This time, Lu Yuan was doomed. The sound of breaking glass sounded. It turned out that Lu Yuan's 5 elements bismuth gold leg armor saved him once again, and blocked the fatal blow. But Lu Yuan's blood volume had also bottomed out.
Okay. Right. A guy who has lived for nearly 10,000 years is actually bullying 2 children here. And he is not afraid of spreading the word and making people laugh, said a somewhat sarcastic voice. It turned out that at the critical moment, Bai Qianqian came out of the pet space on her own. She didn't want to care about it at first, because she also understood that Lu Yuan and others could still be resurrected even if they died. But she couldn't stand the 9-colored divine deer, and kept pleading. Coupled with the fact that Huiqilin failed to kill Lu Yuan several times, Bai Qianqian really couldn't help but come out and ridicule him. Huiqilin stared at Bai Qianqian and stayed on the spot. He didn't expect that there was such a stunning beauty in the world. Bai Qianqian grabbed both hands, and both Lu Yuan and Xiaolui broke through the control, and were caught behind Bai Qianqian. How about we have a fight?
Bai Qianqian blinked at Huiqilin and said with a smile. Huiqilin felt that his body was stiff. He was completely attracted by Bai Qianqian's smile. For a moment, he forgot how to speak, and his mind went blank.
If you don't say anything, we can leave,
Bai Qianqian continued. After all, Huiqilin had broken through level 90. Although he was charmed by Bai Qianqian for a while, he quickly recovered. Although his expression returned to normal, the love in his eyes was not missing at all. And there was even 2 flames lit up.
I won't fight you if I fight. But they broke into my training place and stole my treasures. I can't let them go. Even if you are a beauty, you have to give me an explanation.
Huiqilin straightened his clothes and said to Bai Qianqian in a very gentle tone. Lu Yuan did not expect that Bai Qianqian would come out to help him. As for the treasures, although those ores were considered treasures to Lu Yuan, they were of no use to Huiqilin. It was nothing more than an excuse for it.
What do you want to say?
Bai Qianqian was a little angry when Huiqilin looked at him.
As long as you stay with me for 1 night, beauty, I will no longer pursue their affairs. Dirty.
Bai Qianqian was ignited by Huiqilin's words. She practiced alone since she was a child, and was later imprisoned in the castle in the Peak Forest. Although there were always monsters harassing her, she always pretended to be a gentleman. When had she ever heard such a thing? The words of a tiger and a wolf. And looking at Hui Qilin's eyes, it was obvious that he was serious. Bai Qianqian's whole body was filled with pink arrogance, and the nails on his 10 fingers suddenly grew longer, and they scratched directly at Hui Qilin. Hui Qilin seemed to be physically restricted, and his movements were much slower than usual. He did not escape the first claw and was attacked. Then he woke up with a start, and narrowly avoided the second claw. Even though the Fire Qilin's defense was super high, it was still scratched with 5 blood marks, and blood flowed out. This is the first time that Li Yuan has seen Bai Qianqian actually take action. Unexpectedly, Bai Qianqian is quite good at melee attacks, coupled with her control skills and charm. If Li Yuan is asked to choose an opponent, Li Yuan would rather choose to fight Fire Qilin than fight with him. Bai Qianqian beat.
Luoyi, you leave first to avoid something unexpected happening later,
Li Yuan whispered while watching the battle.
What about you? It would be nice to take this opportunity to get rid of Bai Qianqian too.
Li Yuan shook his head and said,
Battles above level 90 are rare. I want to take a look here. You can go with ease. Even if Bai Qianqian is defeated, it is useless for Hui Qilin to keep me here.
Xiao Lui thought about Hui Qilin's rogue behavior, and decided to listen to Li Yuan. If something unexpected happened, it might be really troublesome.
Then be careful and run away if you feel bad.
Xiao Lui gave Li Yuan instructions, and then found a way to retreat. Bai Qianqian had received Zhulong's guidance, and it seemed that her cultivation was a little higher than Hui Qilin's. But her combat experience was obviously lacking. The two fought back and forth, and Li Yuan also hid in the distance and watched with great interest. Chapter 237 Nine-Tailed Sky Fox. What Li Yuan didn't expect was that Bai Qianqian looked weak, but she didn't lose at all in a head-on fight with Hui Qilin. However, she only lacked combat experience, and she couldn't resist Hui Qilin's flirtatious words. The beatings can be regarded as coming and going. Li Yuan could see that in terms of cultivation alone, Bai Qianqian was indeed superior, and her control skills were indeed incredible. Even if she was mentally prepared, she still couldn't guard against it. As long as he glanced at her, her figure would linger in his mind, even if he closed his eyes during the battle. Just hearing her voice or smelling her fragrance would make even a strong man like Hui Qilin. Although he was stagnant in place, he could recover quickly. But in such a master matchup, 1 second was enough to do a lot of things. Fortunately, the fire unicorn's own defense is amazing, and its vitality is very strong. The wounds on its body are often scratched, and they heal automatically after a while. However, the fine clothes on its body are a bit badly scratched, one by one, like a beggar.
Little beauty, are you so anxious to take off my clothes?
Hui Qilin saw that the clothes on his body were torn, but he smiled instead of getting angry.
I'm not only going to take off your clothes, I'm also going to take off your skin and tear your mouth apart.
It was the first time Bai Qianqian took action as a successful practitioner, but she didn't expect to meet such a bitch. Not only was the expression on his face mean, but his mouth was even meaner. Bai Qianqian drew a circle on her chest with her hands, and a huge pink bubble floated over like a fire unicorn. Li Yuan had seen this bubble before. It was this bubble that controlled everyone in the first place. It seemed like it could burst with just one poke, but it was actually very tough. Fire Qilin was not careless because of the appearance of the bubble. With a wave of his hand, a huge fireball hit the bubble. When the two collided, there was no explosion as imagined, nor did either party disappear out of thin air. Instead, the bubbles enveloped the fireball. Without the support of air in the bubbles, the fireball slowly extinguished and finally disappeared. The pink bubble split instantly, turning into a group of bubbles and continuing to fly towards the Fire Qilin. The flaming sword in Hui Qilin's hand appeared again, breaking these bubbles one by one. Since it was the first battle, Hui Qilin certainly saw Bai Qianqian's strength. He didn't know how powerful these bubbles were. In order to avoid being injured, he could only defend carefully. Unexpectedly, the bubble burst as soon as it was touched, and there was also a faint fragrance, which made people feel relaxed and happy. Instead of feeling any discomfort, they felt like they were in great spirits. Hui Qilin once thought that Bai Qianqian lacked combat experience and had used the wrong moves, so he used the enhanced skills on himself. While Hui Qilin was still immersed in comfort, he didn't know that the danger was approaching. Bai Qianqian's hands were filled with pink light, and he had quietly arrived in front of Hui Qilin. He grabbed his face with his right hand, followed closely by his left hand. Two very sharp claws. The first claw successfully left 5 blood marks on Fire Qilin's left face, almost tearing his mouth apart. When the second claw struck, although the difference was less than 0 points, it took a few seconds, but Fire Qilin had already reacted and narrowly escaped the attack. This time, Hua Qilin's face had not healed, and the deep blood marks were constantly bleeding. Although the previous wounds also had blood, they turned into flames and disappeared each time before they dripped down. This time, the drops fell to the ground, and the blood did not blend into the soil, but turned into crystals. After Hua Qilin received this blow, he put away his playful face, and his whole body was filled with flames. Although the wound on his face stopped bleeding, the scar did not disappear as usual. The battle up to this point was not as Lu Yuan expected. There were explosions everywhere. Bai Qianqian's moves looked harmless to humans and animals, but every blow was fatal. How about Fire Qilin's defense? Lu Yuan had tried it before after a few sword blows. Bai Qianqian's claw was able to break through his defense and leave a scar on his face. One can imagine the power of this claw.
Smelly bitch. I've been merciful to you, but you're really messing with me?
The fire unicorn's murderous intent was raging. And if the powerful murderous intent had substance, it swept through the cave like a blade. Lu Yuan hid in the distance, only to feel that countless knives were slashing at him. The hair on his body stood up, and his back was already covered in cold sweat.
How many murderers must be on hand to have such strong murderous intent?
Lu Yuan couldn't help but sigh. There was a barrier around Bai Qianqian's body, and the murderous aura had no effect on her.
Show mercy! Have I begged you to let me go?
Bai Qianqian succeeded with one blow, and finally let out a breath of anger, and said with some pride,
"Ha ha! I like to be tough-talking. You'd better not beg me to let you go for a while."
Fire Qilin took a sharp breath, and then spit out a pillar of fire from his mouth. As soon as the flames appeared, the temperature of the entire cave increased instantly, and the stones on the ground were a little hot. The pillar of fire was so big that it almost filled the entire cave. Fortunately, there was still some space on the ground. Lu Yuan escaped by lying on the ground. Even so, he still lost most of his health. If he was hit in the front, even the bones would be burned. Gone. Bai Qianqian resisted the blow. The light shield in front of her had long since disappeared, and she looked a little tired. Hua Qilin's full blow was so easy to deal with. If there was a spacious place, she could still hide in this narrow cave. There is no place to hide even if you want to. After the fire unicorn skill ended, he quickly attacked Bai Qianqian with his feet. He did not use the flame sword, but attacked with fists. Bai Qianqian had no time to dodge, and received more than 10 punches in a row, and finally landed a heavy punch. He knocked her away hard and fell to the ground. Bai Qianqian spat out a mouthful of blood and dyed her white dress red. Lu Yuan looked at it and shook his head secretly. Bai Qianqian had too little actual combat experience. After guarding against the flames, he actually relaxed his vigilance. Bai Qianqian was also furious. She had been beaten to the point of vomiting blood for thousands of years since she was born. In anger, Bai Qianqian instantly transformed into her true form. It turned out to be a white nine-tailed fox. This was the first time Lu Yuan saw Bai Qianqian's true form. Nine-tailed sky fox level? Blood volume? Bai Qianqian is covered in white hair, exuding crystal white light, and her 9 tails are swinging constantly, which dazzles those who see her. Bai Qianqian, who has returned to her true form, is even more eye-catching. Bai Qianqian raised her chin slightly, and a black energy ball formed in her mouth. A sense of crisis arose spontaneously. The seemingly small energy ball put a lot of pressure on people. Upon seeing this, Hua Qilin quickly stepped forward, wanting to prevent Bai Qianqian from continuing to accumulate energy. Bai Qianqian was already prepared. The 9 fox tails instantly lengthened, and flexibly entangled with Hua Qilin to prevent him from advancing. The fire unicorn in the narrow passage did not dare to resist the energy ball, and ran directly backwards. Bai Qianqian was afraid that the fire unicorn would run away, so she fired the energy ball before it was completely gathered. Fire Qilin felt the threat coming from his back, stopped and turned around. Real walls of fire blocked him in front of him, and he continued to run backwards. Lu Yuan looked at the energy ball flying out like a black hole and felt a little familiar. Could this be the legendary Tail Beast Jade in the anime? Chapter 238 Imprisoned in Qilin Cave. Bai Qianqian's energy ball hit the wall of fire released by Hua Qilin, shattering 6 defenses in total, and finally detonated when it hit the skill released by Hua Qilin. Lu Yuan was still marveling at the energy ball emitted by Bai Qianqian. When he came back to his senses, a violent explosion had already struck. Lu Yuan, who was lying on the ground, was instantly blown away. The cave was also shaking violently. Collapse. Lu Yuan kept eating the blood bottle. Fortunately, the energy ball was not shot at him. Otherwise, he would not even have the chance to take medicine. Hui Qilin also felt uncomfortable. After detonating the energy ball, he quickly retreated, but was still affected by the explosion. Fortunately, he retreated early. Otherwise, the energy ball would have gathered for a while, and the cave would have collapsed. Hui Qilin didn't expect Bai Qianqian to directly release such a powerful skill. If the cave nearly 1,000 meters underground collapsed, even the most advanced ones would have to be buried here. Bai Qianqian didn't think so much. She wished she could concentrate all her strength. In the worst case, she would die and live a life of being surrounded by stars. When had she ever received such anger? The shaking gradually stopped, and the direction in which Hui Qilin retreated had been blocked by the collapsed boulder. In fact, as long as the entire road was not collapsed and the road was blocked, the two of them could easily get through with their strength. But Hui Qilin did not pursue him again. Come! Lu Yuan got up and saw that Bai Qianqian in the distance had turned into a human form. Her face slightly red. She must have been punched by Fire Qilin just now, and her internal organs were injured. There were 3 red crystals not far away that attracted Lu Yuan's attention. It was the blood left by Qilin's injury just now. It could actually fall to the ground and turn into crystals. And it was also emitting light. It looked like they were not ordinary objects at first glance. Lu Yuan hurried over. Received in the backpack. Are you okay? Thank you for your help. Lu Yuan walked up to Bai Qianqian and said gratefully. If it weren't for the 9-colored divine, dear always yelling at me to save you, I wouldn't have taken action. That Fire Qilin really deserves a beating. His fists contained flame energy and penetrated my body. I'm going to heal. Just watch and escape by yourself. Bai Qianqian had no strength to speak, and cold sweat broke out on her face. It seemed that the fire unicorn's flame was indeed overbearing. Lu Yuan put Bai Qianqian into the pet space. It was a certain death situation. Due to Bai Qianqian's action, he had a glimmer of hope. Since Hui Qilin didn't chase him, he should run away now. Lu Yuan ran for a while, and found that Xiao Lui had left a mark for him. There was a bottle of blood medicine placed in a conspicuous place at every fork in the road. Lu Yuan sent a message to inquire, and learned that she had arrived at the exit of the cave. After Lu Yuan explained the situation, he asked her to stay away to avoid the fire unicorn chasing her out. Lu Yuan kept trying his best to escape all the way. When he felt that he was approaching the exit, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was lucky to be able to escape. When Lu Yuan arrived at the exit immediately, he found a person standing at the entrance of the cave. Because it was very bright outside the cave, the person at the entrance could only see a black shadow. Lu Yuan initially thought that Xiao Lui was waiting for him, but after a closer look, he found that it was not the case. It turned out that the fire unicorn had already arrived at the entrance of the cave. Lu Yuan was desperate, but also a little lucky. He was glad that he had asked Xiao Lui to run away. Otherwise, everything he had just done would have been in vain. Lu Yuan clenched the shadowless sword and took a stance, planning to fight to the death. There was no way to survive anyway. Where's the little beauty? Let's fight this time. Fire Qilin took a shortcut and came to the exit in advance, just to catch Bai Qianqian. When he reached the ground, Fire Qilin didn't care anymore. Although the energy ball just now was powerful, it might not be able to hit him in the open area. Even if he had to force it, he resisted on his own, and was not afraid that the aftermath of the explosion would collapse the cave. She has left. If you want to fight, just fight me. Lu Yuan's expression remained unchanged, neither humble nor arrogant. What's the point of fighting with you? You're neither a rival nor a womanizer. I don't have the free time to play with you. Hui Qilin looked at Lu Yuan with contempt, and his words were full of disdain. What are you so arrogant about? If I had been born decades earlier, you might not be my opponent. Lu Yuan said that he had already used the 1,000 army kill to rush towards Hui Qilin. Just as he was about to unsheath his sword and strike with his right hand, he was held down by a big hand. Lu Yuan just stopped in front of Hui Qilin. Even the sword was not drawn out. It's a pity that there are no ifs. It's good to have the courage to draw a sword when facing a strong man. It's a pity that I don't know how to appreciate it. Your value to me is just a bait. Either let the little fox come out to accompany me, or let you and your companion come back. Think about it yourself, Hui Qilin said coldly. Lu Yuan thought.
What a pervert. No one can come. Or you will kill me.
Lu Yuan closed his eyes in resignation and started to cheat.
Kill you? I think there is something more fun than killing you.
Fire Qilin suddenly said with a sneer. Holding Lu Yuan with one hand, he quickly walked towards the underground magma, returning to the place where Lu Yuan collected ore. Qilin actually cut a piece of wall off the wall and threw it directly on the magma. It was about 4 square meters. Normally, the stone slab should sink and be engulfed by the magma. But this stone slab floated on the magma intact. Lu Yuan was still pinned to the stone slab by the fire unicorn, and a red barrier was placed on the edge of the stone slab.
Just stay here. When the little beauty comes, I will let you go.
After saying this, Fire Qilin transformed back into its original form and sank directly into the magma to practice. Lu Yuan found that with this barrier, he could only feel the high temperature outside, but he would not lose blood like before. He knocked on the barrier and found that it was unrealistic to get out. After a while, the temperature of the stone slab began to rise. Lu Yuan was so hot that he could not sit still. He wanted to go back to the city but found that the return to the city skill had expired. Even if he wanted to go offline, it showed that he could not go offline due to special circumstances. It seems that the only way to enable forced offline is to enable the forced offline. Taoyuan group may know that something uncontrollable will happen. So when it cannot be offline, it only needs to ask external friends or family members to activate forced offline on an external machine. You can forcefully leave the game. If you are the kind of player who has no friends or family, you can ask for emergency help in the game, and specialized personnel will find ways to help you offline. The reason why the forced offline is set up outside the game equipment is to prevent players from being forced offline directly when encountering difficulties, and also for better gameplay. After all, if 2 people are competing in the wild, the weak one can directly force offline. The gameplay will be greatly reduced. Lu Yuan sent a message to Xia Lui, asking her to help him force himself offline, at least to avoid the limelight first.
How are you doing over there? Didn't you escape?
Seeing Lu Yuan quit the game, Xia Lui asked with concern. Lu Yuan briefly learned the story from Xia Lui, and told him not to save himself, because it would not work at all, and it would be easy to get someone else involved. After hearing this, Xia Lui also felt that it was difficult to handle. He couldn't stay in Qilin Cave all his life.
Don't worry. Since he doesn't want to kill me, then I'll just commit suicide. I see who is patient. Doesn't it mean that he has a bad temper? It's not easy to make him angry.
Lu Yuan figured out the key. If you don't believe in death, you won't die. Chapter 239: The Torture of Fire Qilin. Lu Yuan was not in a hurry to play the game, but went downstairs to stretch his body, and then waited for everyone to have a meal together at noon before returning to the game. Everyone at the dinner table asked how Lu Yuan was doing, and Lu Yuan didn't know how to answer. He could only tell everyone not to worry too much and practice hard to improve his strength. He went upstairs and laid down for a while. Lu Yuan really didn't want to go back to the game and suffer. Who would want to stay in a cage in such a hot environment? But in the end, Lu Yuan returned to the game. He couldn't sit still and wait for death. Since he couldn't die, what else could he not do? As soon as Lu Yuan got online, he felt a wave of heat coming over him. There was someone staring directly at him on the stone floor, which shocked Lu Yuan.
Did you become invisible just now? Why did your breath disappear?
Qilin seemed to be very interested in Lu Yuan's disappearance. Lu Yuan was stunned for a moment, and then realized that Qilin had probably stayed here for too long. After all, it was unreasonable to disappear after being isolated from the world. He didn't know as much about players like Lu Yuan as the NPCs in the town.
It won't help if you lock me here. No one will come to save me.
Lu Yuan did not answer Qilin's question.
No one is coming. So just stay here. It's boring for me to practice by myself every day anyway. Seeing you being tortured here makes me feel quite happy. Dead pervert. Ha ha. So what if you're a pervert? I just like the look in your eyes that you can't stand me, and you can't do anything about me.
Qilin said with a look on his face. He didn't feel as calm as he had practiced for thousands of years. Lu Yuan cursed at Qilin a few more times. Qilin did not scold Lu Yuan, but directly filled the outside of the barrier with flames. The temperature increased again, and Lu Yuan felt that it was starting to become difficult to breathe. However, the health points did not decrease at all, and no one wanted to find fault. Lu Yuan knew that Qilin would not be fooled. So he stopped yelling and simply sat cross-legged on the stone slab and began to practice his internal skills. Hua Qilin saw that Lu Yuan could still calm down in such a harsh environment, and couldn't help but look at Lu Yuan with admiration. Although his strength was a bit weak, he had never surrendered in the face of strong enemies, and he was so determined at such a young age. It's not easy. Lu Yuan also thought about it. Since he couldn't get out now, he might as well take this time to integrate his martial arts and continue to understand the sword moves. After the recent high-intensity battle, Lu Yuan discovered that there are actually many attributes that are not included in the data that are also effective. For example, with the blessing of internal strength and body skills, the weapons are sharper. For some things that cannot be achieved by skills, the sword moves taught by the sword master are very effective. Although Lu Yuan can now apply them skillfully, there are still some problems in the skill bar. But there is no skill display. It is undeniable that the Taoyuan system is very powerful. But even in the real world, there are many things that cannot be explained by science, let alone an independent world. The system is also being improved through continuous exploration by players, analyzing what the players have seen and heard, and giving it a title that seems reasonable. There are many unpredictable things, but players will only think that they are true, not bugs. After all, only a few people truly understand the truth. Although the sword moves do not have the bonus of additional damage from skills, with the assistance of Lu Yuan's internal strength, the damage is still considerable. Especially it can produce some unexpected effects. And after continuous practice, Lu Yuan discovered that the Marrow Cleansing Sutra and the Qianquan Mind method are not mutually exclusive. The Marrow Washing Sutra can not only refine the body, but also has the effect of washing marrow and cutting bones, and can also increase the storage capacity of one's own internal energy. The Qianquan Mind technique is said to encompass all things. After practicing the Marrow Cleansing Sutra, the Qianquan Mind technique can be skillfully integrated with it and complement each other to greatly increase the effect. Recalling the letter my father left when he left, which said, refining the body first and then practicing the martial arts. I guess everything was as he expected. Lu Yuan, who was concentrating on practicing, could not feel the heat around him. Things outside him seemed to have nothing to do with him, and he was just practicing his skills silently. Hua Qilin seemed to be a little tired of practicing, and he kept staring at Lu Yuan. The more he looked, the more surprised he became. Although the surrounding environment was restricted by him, and would not cause harm to Lu Yuan, Hua Qilin knew the horror of this temperature. Hua Qilin also took a fancy to the environment here, so he chose to practice here. And he only started to practice inside the magma after breaking through level 90. Not only could a mere mortal persevere, but the effect of temperature on him seemed to disappear after entering meditation. How not to surprise the fire unicorn? After practicing for several hours, Lu Yuan opened his eyes. A middle-aged man's face was less than 10 centimeters away from him, which shocked Lu Yuan again.
I said you're such a pervert. Why are you so close to me?
Lu Yuan was startled and said angrily.
You want to die on hunger strike? You have been practicing for 2 days without eating anything? What a beautiful idea.
The reason why Hua Qilin was so close to Lu Yuan was just to see if he was dead. How could ordinary people sit here for 2 days without even eating or taking the toilet with them? Lu Yuan looked at the time and found that more than 4 hours had passed. It was indeed equivalent to 2 days in the game. However, he probably wouldn't be able to use the hunger strike method, even if he didn't eat all the time in the game. He wouldn't starve to death. And eating food is all about increasing some additional attributes. Although this is a bit contrary to the promotion of complete immersion. Players cannot be allowed to play dungeons and farm monsters without having to go back to the city for a meal. Right? It is the spiritual body that enters the game itself, and does not need food supplements at all. Lu Yuan looked at the red fruit in front of him. This fire unicorn actually had some humanity, no matter what the purpose was. He even brought some food over after saying he would not kill him. Facing the fruit brought by Hua Qilin, Lu Yuan didn't think it was poisonous. If it poisoned himself to death, it would be better to fulfill his wish and go back to the city directly. Lu Yuan picked up a small fruit and put it into his mouth in one bite. However, before he could chew it, the fruit turned into a stream of liquid and flowed into his esophagus. Lu Yuan tightened his throat, feeling as if his entire esophagus and stomach were on fire. The pain came from the inside out, and Lu Yuan curled up directly on the hot stone slab.
Holy shit! What the hell is this?
It took a long time for Lu Yuan to recover. His health was not reduced due to the pain. It seemed that the fruit was not toxic, but it was too painful to eat. Seeing Lu Yuan in such pain, Hua Qilin felt a little secretly happy. Isn't this guy a tough talker? I'll see when you give in.
I'm kind-hearted. If you stay here and take care of food and housing, there is no such good treatment in the world.
Huichilin finished speaking with a smile, pointed to the fruit on the ground and said,
Keep eating. I want to starve to death.
Impossible.
Lu Yuan didn't answer and shook his head. He suffered so much after eating this fruit. Even if he was killed, he wouldn't eat it again. Huichilin sneered slightly, picked up a fruit and ate one himself, as if he was enjoying it.
If you don't want to eat, then let me feed you.
Huichilin ate one by himself, picked up the other fruits, grabbed Lu Yuan's chin with one hand, and stuffed all the fruits into Lu Yuan's mouth. As soon as the fruit melted in his mouth, Huichilin let go of his hand and looked at Lu Yuan rolling on the stone slab. He suddenly felt that it was fun to torture people, especially stubborn people. Chapter 248 Blessing in Disguise. Huichilin was addicted to torturing Lu Yuan. He picked a lot of fruits every day and fed them on time. Lu Yuan was unbearable at first, but slowly began to adapt. Although I feel uncomfortable every time after eating the fruit, the effect of practicing seems to be better, and I am becoming more and more accustomed to the high temperature around me. Fruits that can be produced in this environment must be full of rich fire properties, so they burn the esophagus like this. However, after slowly getting used to it, I still feel a little nauseous after not eating for a day. Lu Yuan realized that this fruit was a good thing. Although he didn't feel much discomfort after eating it, he still pretended to be in pain. After all, Huichilin liked to torture him, so Lu Yuan could only cooperate with the performance. Gradually, Huichilin also felt that something was wrong. He felt that Lu Yuan's pain was fake, so he stopped taking pleasure in the fruit. Although Lu Yuan is still given some to eat every day, the amount has been significantly reduced, but it is already an unexpected gain for Lu Yuan. Slowly, Lu Yuan got used to this kind of life. Although his level was dropped again, his internal strength was improving day by day. The attribute gap in levels could be made up with equipment, but internal strength required time to accumulate. When Huichilin saw that Lu Yuan was not arrogant or impetuous every day, but instead stayed a little comfortable, he was immediately angered, and finally couldn't help but take action against Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan was suddenly awakened by pain while meditating. It turned out that Huichilin was holding a flaming whip in his hand and began to beat Lu Yuan. The pain was far greater than the damaged health. I thought that Huichilin had murderous intentions, but when Lu Yuan's blood volume dropped to half, Huichilin stopped and allowed Lu Yuan to slowly recover his blood.
Kill me if you dare, you pervert.
Lu Yuan thought he could survive it all,
but he didn't expect Huichilin to do this again.
Ha! You want to stay comfortable? You are so beautiful.
The flame whip in Huichilin's hand is very fast, but there is no method. At first glance, it relies on the mastery of the fire element to control it, but it is enough for his teasing purposes. At first, Lu Yuan was indeed beaten very embarrassed, but gradually the fire unicorn's long whip couldn't keep up with Lu Yuan's body. In the end, Lu Yuan stood there waiting for the whip to hit, and at the last moment, he turned slightly to avoid it. Lu Yuan took Huichilin's teasing as a challenge to practice footwork. Apparently Lu Yuan succeeded, and Huichilin also discovered something was wrong. How did he change from abuse to training? Seeing that the whip could no longer keep up with Lu Yuan's speed, Huichilin simply replaced the whip with a long flame stick. The reason why he didn't use the sword was because he was afraid of accidentally stabbing Lu Yuan to death, although Huichilin himself was accurate. After all, Lu Yuan wanted to die. Who knew if he would pounce on him himself? After the whip was replaced with a stick, it became much more difficult to dodge. Lu Yuan took out the shadowless sword and started to attack him, since he couldn't avoid it with his footwork. Let's practice his sword skills. Huichilin also called on Lu Yuan, and kept hitting Lu Yuan with a stick without using any extra methods. Whether it is speed or strength, Huichilin is much higher than Lu Yuan. This is the natural advantage of the monster. Not to mention the huge gap in level. Lu Yuan grew up through constant beatings. Every time his blood volume dropped to more than half, Huichilin would stop attacking. Lu Yuan also habitually began to meditate and practice. As his internal strength increased, his blood volume recovered faster. It's also sped up a lot. Huichilin has been practicing on his own for so many years. Suddenly having such a toy makes him feel a lot more interesting. Especially Lu Yuan's unwillingness to admit defeat further arouses Huichilin's competitive spirit. Conquering Lu Yuan every day has become more important than training. Defeat is different from conquering. Huichilin now wants to kill Lu Yuan, just like killing an ant. But he doesn't want to do that. Now, he just wants to make Lu Yuan surrender, and surrender to him from the heart. Facing the torture in the game every day, Lu Yuan also aroused his fighting spirit. At first, he had some thoughts of seeking death or escaping. But now, he looks forward to fighting against the Fire Qilin every day when he goes online. Fire Qilin's blows were merciless every time, although there was no danger of life. For some reason, the person who was hit was in extra pain. Lu Yuan regarded the abuse as a kind of training, as if he had returned to the way he learned palm skills when he was a child. It was rare to have a sparring partner like this. The last person to beat him like this was his father. The two began to compete like this, and they repeated these things every day. Lu Yuan's strength also improved greatly, and the attacks on his body gradually decreased, until Lu Yuan swung his sword and cut off the fire stick in Hui Qilin's hand. The two stood facing each other and stopped.
Good boy. After thousands of years of tempering, my flame has already become substantial, stronger than ordinary metal, and it was actually cut off by you,
Hui Qilin said calmly. From the beginning for the sake of women, to the pleasure of abusing Lu Yuan, until finally the shock that the weapon turned into flames was cut off. Hui Qilin's mentality has been changing. Hui Qilin saw Lu Yuan's unwillingness to admit defeat, Lu Yuan's fighting spirit, and his unlimited potential. Maybe he was right. If he had been born decades earlier, he might not be his opponent. This is the advantage of human beings. Although life has no monsters or taller, but their cultivation is much simpler than monsters. On the other hand, Lu Yuan was not complacent. What he had just used was the third sword of the 9 swordsmen of the Sword Master. Broken. He just concentrated on it, and regarded the wooden stick in front of him as an obstacle. He wanted to break it, and habitually moved his whole body. The energy was concentrated on the sword. And then he cut off the fire stick with one strike. Compared to the splendor of the next few swords, the first 3 swords seemed too plain and simple. But the more Lu Yuan practiced, the more he felt that the 3 swords of stabbing, cleaving and breaking were the essence of these 9 swords. And each of the following swords also it is based on these 3 swords.
Are you still going on?
Lu Yuan came back to his senses a little, looked at Hui Qilin and asked calmly. Hui Qilin originally admired Lu Yuan's progress, but seeing his proud look, he snorted and sank into the lava, and continued to think of other ways to abuse him. Lu Yuan saw the Fire Qilin walk away, then closed his eyes, and silently realized the sword strike just now. The progress in the past few days was far greater than the improvement in level. Although the Fire Qilin did not kill anyone, the speed and power he showed were so impressive. It's a real level 90 level. Although he could block most of the attacks and occasionally counterattack, Lu Yuan was not so arrogant that he thought he could fight the Fire Qilin. If it were really a life and death battle, I'm afraid Lu Yuan still wouldn't be able to block Fire Qilin's blow. But it might not be that easy for Fire Qilin to kill him instantly. Lu Yuan looked at the several square meters of stone slabs, and couldn't help but feel a little funny. From the beginning of being captured, Fire Qilin's teasing and abuse have now turned into training for Lu Yuan in disguise. And the effect is still obvious. Hui Qilin also seemed to have forgotten his purpose, and only thought about how to make Lu Yuan surrender every day. Lu Yuan suddenly felt that Hui Qilin was quite cute. Chapter 241. The past is like smoke after so many years.
Lu Yuan, how are you doing over there?
During the morning exercise, everyone asked questions. After all, Lu Yuan had been trapped for a week. Although there was nothing urgent now, Lu Yuan could not be trapped in Qilin Cave forever. If Lu Yuan hadn't repeatedly said that he was fine, these people would have organized gang members and players to rescue them, and the human sea tactic would always be effective.
I really have nothing to do for the time being. I have food, drink, and sparring every day. My life is pretty good. As for the level, I have fallen behind. I believe I will be able to catch up soon when I come out,
Lu Yuan said confidently.
Hui Qilin didn't make things difficult for you.
Xiao Lui has asked this question more than once.
It's not an embarrassment. It depends on how you think about it. Under his training, my swordsmanship and internal strength have improved a lot,
Lu Yuan said with a smile. Lu Yuan wanted to laugh when he thought of Fire Qilin, although it usually likes to show off and lusts after women. But now that the two are in a competitive stage, Fire Qilin wants to convince Lu Yuan, and tries its best to torture Lu Yuan every time. But Lu Yuan gets some benefits every time. Hui Qilin's biggest failure was that he was reluctant to kill Lu Yuan at first, and used it as bait, hoping that Bai Qianqian would come to save him. However, Bai Qianqian was injured. So how could she come out to save Lu Yuan at this time? She was not sure of winning the War Unicorn. But now we can't kill Lu Yuan. After the two people compete with each other, a kind of game has now been formed. If Lu Yuan is killed at this time, it will prove that Wu Qilin can't do anything to Lu Yuan, which is equivalent to this war of conquest. Lost. In fact, there is another reason. That is, Fire Qilin has been practicing for thousands of years, and has always been famous for his bad temper. He has no friends around him, but the only one of his kind, Water Qilin, has been separated for a long time because of their incompatible attributes. Not seen. Lu Yuan uses Wu Qilin as his sparring partner, so Wu Qilin also uses Lu Yuan as his companion.
I asked my master after I returned to the city. My master was actually raised by Wu Qilin, and it was Wu Qilin who gave him his original fire. Only then did my master have the capital to travel across the continent.
Xiao Lui said, a past that surprised everyone.
Fire Qilin can actually raise children? Does your master have any connection with him?
Lu Yuan asked in surprise.
My master only found out later that this matter has a lot to do with Shui Qilin.
Xiao Lui said. Everyone didn't go to the Qilin cave. They had been listening to the two Lu Yuan for the past few days, and they all knew the general idea. After all, it involved divine beasts. Now that they heard about the Water Qilin being withdrawn, and the child's problem, they couldn't help but gather over. Listen to Wu Qilin's gossipy past.
Fire Qilin has a violent and murderous personality, while Water Qilin is just the opposite. Gentle and kind. They are of the same species, and are one male and one female. Although there are differences in personality, Fire Qilin is actually very accommodating to her, and Water Qilin is the only one who is originally a match made in heaven. But their attributes are so incompatible that in the end they are each other.
Xiao Lui narrated calmly.
Where is the child? Since we can't be together, where will the child come from?
Zheng Yu asked anxiously.
Old Zheng, are you thinking about something dirty?
Zhao Xinghe said with a smile.
What are you anxious about? Just listen to Luo Yi and continue speaking. Don't interrupt.
Fang Rou stopped the chatter of several people, and motioned for Xiao Lui to continue speaking. Xiao Lui also smiled slightly and continued.
A war broke out in Taoyuan continent 100 years ago, which was initiated by Professor Sun and others. This war covered a wide range of areas. It overthrew the rule of the demon emperor and separated the demons from the present, the so-called demon world. Later, due to human beings' continuous research and exploration, they finally had conflicts of interest with the monsters. That war was even more tragic than the war with the demons, because many ordinary people also participated. Fire Qilin is the main force in the monster world. In that battle, it killed many civilians and soldiers, and its evil reputation spread from that time on. However, Water Qilin did not want to participate in the killing and hoped for peace in the war. It wasn't until the fire unicorn burned down the entire village that the innocent villagers could no longer escape. Perhaps by God's will, my master was put into a bucket in the well by his family, and he escaped after the fire unicorn destroyed the entire village. While he was feeling the pleasure of destruction in the village, he heard the child's cry. Just when Fire Qilin was about to kill, Shui Qilin appeared and stopped it, and directly stated that if Fire Qilin continued to kill innocent people, they would never see each other again, and put forward an impossible task, which was to kill the Fire Qilin. The child was raised. So your master is not their biological child? Zheng Yu asked after hearing this. Xiao Lui ignored Zheng Yu and continued.
The reason why it is an impossible task is because how can the fire unicorn raise a human child? In fact, the water unicorn just wants it to change its bad temper. So I just made this request. And I didn't have much hope at first. Unexpectedly, Wu Qilin actually nodded and agreed. Fire Qilin really returned to the Pinnacle Forest and no longer participated in the war. But the other monsters did not stop. Water Qilin finally chose to leave. Later, when the war ended, Fire Qilin could not find Water Qilin, and there was a big fuss in the Pinnacle Forest. He blamed the monsters for killing innocent people, which led to Shui Qilin leaving. So as Aunt Shenlu said, he was punished by Zhulong, and finally left the forest in anger. Then what happened to your master in the end? If the war happened 100 years ago, wouldn't your master be 100 years old? The normal lifespan of people in Taoyuan continent is indeed longer than that in our world. If there are medicines or adventures, they can even live longer.
Yuanzi said calmly. Xiao Lui nodded.
That's true. When I left the forest, my master was already several years old. We had some feelings for a few years. Wu Qilin began to teach my master magic. Finally, when my master was 16 years old, Wu Qilin left without saying goodbye. And these more than 10 years of life have also changed my master's life.
After hearing this, Lu Yuan understood why the two were first in Qilin Cave. What Qilin said that Xiao Lui's flame was familiar, and it turned out that the origin came from it. And he remembered the children he had taught. But at that time, Fire Qilin deliberately concealed his longing. Maybe it was for the child. Or maybe it was for Water Qilin. When Lu Yuan returned to the game, Hui Qilin was sitting on the stone slab in a daze.
Hey, what are you thinking about?
Lu Yuan asked as if greeting a friend.
You brat. You've disappeared for so long. You will definitely give in this time.
Fire Qilin revealed another sinister smile. As soon as Hui Qilin finished speaking, he didn't give Lu Yuan time to prepare. He directly sucked Lu Yuan in front of him, and quickly injected a stream of qi into Lu Yuan's eyebrows, palms, and soles of his feet with 2 fingers. Lu Yuan collapsed directly on the stone floor, unable to move this time, and he was in so much pain that he couldn't even make a sound. Chapter 242 The Ultimate Fire Mineral.
Carnelian.
Lu Yuan collapsed on the ground, feeling only 5 domineering flames running around in his body. He had just listened to the story of Hui Qilin, and thought he was lonely and pitiful. Now that he was doing something like this, it was really hard for people to sympathize with him. Fire Qilin still used the same old routine. It was just torture but not fatal. Lu Yuan only felt that the meridians in his body were painful and itchy. When he was about to faint from the pain, the burning stopped just right, and then he became unbearably itchy. Seeing that the effect was achieved, Hui Qilin suddenly became happy and started making sarcastic remarks.
You brat. If you beg me and surrender to me, I will let you go. How about that?
Lu Yuan gritted his teeth and insisted without answering. It didn't matter whether he would let him go if he begged for mercy. What mattered was that Lu Yuan couldn't see how proud he was.
Seeing that Lu Yuan was silent, Hui Qilin paced back and forth on the stone floor angrily, and said angrily,
Okay, if you have the guts, just hold on. Just die. Anyway, I'm tired of playing like this every day.
Hui Qilin said, then he sank into the magma. Lu Yuan got used to it for a long time, endured the pain and started to run the marrow cleansing meridian. The only way he could think of was this. After unremitting efforts, he finally got the technique working, and Lu Yuan began to use his inner strength to confront the 5 flames in his body. Hui Qilin was indeed a little angry, so he struck hard this time. If he was here, he would naturally be able to control the intensity of the flames. However, because of Lu Yuan's stubbornness, Hui Qilin was so angry that he went to practice. If Lu Yuan didn't resolve it in time, the ending must have been a failure. In fact, dying in the game was exactly what Lu Yuan wanted at first. To return to the city early, so that he could do his own thing. However, Lu Yuan did not want to lose. He did not want to leave like this. The worst case scenario was that he would die in battle, and be tortured to death by this method. My pride cannot accept it. For a whole day, Lu Yuan didn't even eat. It was not until late at night that he finally suppressed and eliminated the few flames in his body. At this moment, Lu Yuan's body was already a mess. After going offline for a brief meal, Lu Yuan came back online. This time, what Lu Yuan had to do was sort out the injured meridians. The marrow cleansing sutra was indeed miraculous. After another night of rest, Lu Yuan had recovered as before. Fire Qilin clicked lightly, and it took Lu Yuan a day. Even 10 days had passed in the game. But at this time, Lu Yuan had recovered as before. It is estimated that Hui Qilin thought that Lu Yuan was dead, so he did not come out to check. Anyway, Lu Yuan could not escape the barrier no matter whether he was dead or alive. Even if the barrier was gone, the stone slab was in the middle of the magma. If he wanted to enter the cave entrance, he would not be able to fly. It's hard to do. After practicing internal strength for so long, Lu Yuan didn't want to continue meditating. He simply took out the ore collected here and took a look. If it didn't work, he just forged it here. Anyway, the tools were ready, but there was no forging furnace. If being able to use the magma below, there's probably no metal it can't melt. Right?
Carnelian, it was born from the extremely high temperature at the bottom of the volcano for tens of thousands of years. The transparent core of the whole body seems to be filled with flames.
Lu Yuan took out the ore again. He still remembered that when he was collecting it. As soon as he touched the ore with his hands, his blood volume dropped a lot, which showed how high the temperature was. But now that he was holding the carnelian in his hands, he could not feel anything at all. No. Lu Yuan felt the surroundings. He usually didn't notice that in this scorching environment, Lu Yuan could no longer feel the suffocating heat. It seemed that after being tortured by the fire unicorn, his fire attribute resistance should have improved a lot. But when Lu Yuan opened the attribute panel, he found that the values had not changed. It was still the resistance attached to the equipment, which seemed to be hidden attributes again. Lu Yuan smiled happily. At least his sins during this period were not in vain. The improvement of his own attributes is far more practical than improving his level. The level is fixed there, but his own attributes cannot be improved just by thinking about it. There was no accurate numerical prompt, and Lu Yuan was the only one here, so he couldn't try to improve it. Lu Yuan decided to study how to forge first. Although Lu Yuan had a lot of time here, he couldn't waste it. Carnelian is not too big. The two of them collected more than a dozen pieces at the beginning. It is definitely more than enough to make weapons. If you budget more carefully, you can even make a set of armor directly. If they are all made of the same material, it will be more than enough to make a weapon. With Lu Yuan's current level, he can probably make equipment with set attributes. Lu Yuan took a closer look at the material of carnelian. Although there was jade in the name, it only looked similar in appearance. In fact, the ore was extremely hard. Lu Yuan used his eagle eyes to carefully observe the inside of the ore. Although it was now heated, not that sensitive, but as if ignited by the flame, his eyes burned. From the analysis of the flames inside the carnelian, I am afraid that ordinary flames are difficult to smelt. Moreover, the ore itself was born in such a high-temperature environment. I am afraid that this time, I will have to rely on the forging hammer in my hand to hammer it hard. As for the forging itself, if the ore is not smelted and heated, there are two disadvantages. The first point is that it is not easy to process and make it the way you want. The second point is that it is easy to crack, and force forging can easily destroy the main structure of the ore. But there are no absolutes. Just like the shadowless sword in Lu Yuan's hand, it is an ice attribute attack and was born in the extremely cold zone. It has no impurities in itself, and every blow of Lu Yuan must follow the grain of the ore. Forged strength all remains consistent. The more Lu Yuan comes into contact with forging, the deeper his admiration for Ouya becomes. How much enthusiasm and research spirit are required to achieve such achievements in this world? Create so many forging methods, and sum up such experience. Lu Yuan planned to help Xiao Lui make a set of armor first. But the carnelian itself is transparent, and its temperature is too high. Although Xiao Lui itself is a fire attribute, it may not be able to withstand such a temperature. In addition, let alone Xiao Lui, she doesn't know how to wear transparent clothes. Lu Yuan thought about it, and bought some ice silk at the auction house. Fortunately, the auction house has a systematic email, and players can withdraw it directly, which also saves Lu Yuan a lot of trouble. Ice silk is very expensive to sell. Most of it is only used by tailors, and it is only used by high-grade equipment. 1 gold coin can only buy a small roll. The reason why I bought some ice silk was to put it inside the equipment to insulate it from heat and line of sight. Every time he made equipment, the most troublesome thing for Lu Yuan was the equipment of Xiao Lui and Fong Rou, because one preferred cloth armor, and the other preferred leather armor. Logically speaking, both of them were jobs in a tailor shop. But with Lu Yuan's experience last time, he seemed to be very familiar with it this time. Since he was from the lineage of the god of Craftsman, how could a mere cloth armor stump Lu Yuan? Lu Yuan took out a rectangular solid iron block from the god of Craftsman ring. This was a spare chopping board specially prepared by Lu Yuan to prevent it from being stressed when forging in the wild. As soon as all the tools were arranged neatly on the chopping board, Lu Yuan began to hammer away. Chapter 243, Assistant, Fire Qilin. Carnelian is a very strange material. Every time Lu Yuan hits it, it will bring out a lot of sparks. And it is extremely durable. It takes Lu Yuan almost dozens of hits to make it slightly deformed. However, it seems that there are not many impurities in the ore. It is estimated that the impurities were automatically removed by the high temperature when it was formed. Compared with boring practice, Lu Yuan prefers to forge and make his thoughts come true. The sense of accomplishment is indescribable. So the more difficult the forging process, the more sense of accomplishment he will feel when he succeeds. Lu Yuan pounded the ore tirelessly with a hammer. He originally wanted to make a similar style to Xiao Lui according to the method last time. But Lu Yuan found that no matter how thin the carnelian was compressed, it would not be as soft as cloth. It seems that the one-piece robe cannot be made. Carnelian itself does not weigh much. So Lu Yuan decided to simply give up the style of cloth armor and directly make a set of armor for Xiao Lui. As long as the weight is not very heavy, it will not affect its flexibility. And its defense will be better, there will be protection. Another point is that Xiao Lui is a relatively conservative person. Although the blue water and red tide suit made by Lu Yuan last time was very beautiful, she felt that it was a bit too exposed during battle. After all, running back and forth was always difficult. Her long and fair thighs were exposed, and the slit was quite high, so she was somewhat worried when she moved. However, if you want to make an armor style, it will be extremely difficult to shape it. And if the pants are not smelted, it will be difficult to make the joints fit with just a hammer. Lu Yuan could only try to build it, but he still failed. No matter how hard he separated the carnelian, he couldn't knock it together. The tough method would only cause damage to the ore. Lu Yuan looked at the damaged piece of ore on the chopping board and couldn't help but shook his head. Even if there was a forging furnace now, it would be difficult for ordinary flames to burn carnelian. After all, the temperature of the ore itself was already higher than that of ordinary flames. When Lu Yuan was at a loss what to do, the voice of Fire Qilin suddenly came from behind.
You brat! You're not dead. You're really alive. I've been banging here all day. Are you tired of it?
Hui Qilin was a little surprised at first, then said calmly,
I can't leave, so I have to find something to do.
Lu Yuan said helplessly with his hands spread out. Hui Qilin glanced at the tools on the stone slab and was a little surprised. Since his personality was just like his attributes, he really hadn't observed a small character like Lu Yuan very carefully. He only wanted to torture him. So the ring of the god of Craftsman was not found on Lu Yuan's hand.
You can also forge?
The kid in front of me has already given me a lot of surprises. I didn't expect that he is also a craftsman. Lu Yuan nodded and said with a smile.
Actually, blacksmithing is my profession. I just practice martial arts part-time. You brat. You deserve a beating.
Lu Yuan's meaning was obvious. He was a blacksmith who practiced martial arts as an amateur, and Hui Qilin couldn't do anything to him. This was a disguised insult to Hui Qilin.
Huh? Are you a descendant of the lineage of the craftsman god?
Hui Qilin looked at Lu Yuan carefully, and finally stopped looking at the ring of the god of Craftsman in Lu Yuan's hand. Lu Yuan was not surprised. The reputation of the craftsman god lineage has always attracted people's attention. But almost anyone with some knowledge knows that this is the reputation that Yi has created over thousands of years.
Exactly. Thanks to you, I have a deeper understanding of fire, which will be of great benefit to my future forging.
Lu Yuan said calmly. Hui Qilin became even more furious when he heard this. He tried so hard to torture him, and even asked him to call it help. Hui Qilin walked up to Lu Yuan, picked up the damaged carnelian, and said sarcastically,
That's it? Can I ask you a favor? Help me expand the barrier a little. I want to use the magma below.
All Lu Yuan could think of was the magma below. Although he didn't know how effective it would be, he could only try his best. Hui Qilin also seemed to want to see how Lu Yuan forged it. Without any unnecessary movement, the barrier expanded a small area. Lu Yuan took out the tongs and put the previously damaged piece of carnelian into the magma. Lu Yuan also came into contact with magma for the first time. He then knew that its temperature was high enough, but he didn't know what it would look like if the ore was put in. And I didn't want to waste materials, so I tried it with scraps first. Lu Yuan stood on the edge of the stone slab, waiting for the changes in the ore. A small opening opened in the barrier. Lu Yuan only felt that the temperature was slightly higher, but he didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Looking at the red and churning magma, Lu Yuan really wanted to jump down, so that he could return to the city for free. But this thought was fleeting, and at the speed of the fire unicorn, he would definitely not let himself succeed. After waiting for a long time, Lu Yuan took out the carnelian. Something surprising happened. The carnelian did not change at all, and was exactly the same as when he put it in. Seeing this scene, Lu Yuan was not discouraged. Instead, he was a little excited. The ore that cannot be melted even by the high temperature of magma must be the best of the best. Looking at the damaged piece, Lu Yuan even felt sorry for himself. Be careful and feel heartache.
That's it?
Hui Qilin said with a smile.
This ore is so resistant to high temperatures that even magma cannot melt it. It seems that there is no flame in this world that can burn it.
Lu Yuan shook his head with regret and glanced at the Fire Qilin.
Ha ha. It's just a piece of broken stone. What can't be melted? You are saying this in front of me, and you want to use the provoking method?
Hui Qilin had lived for so long. How could he not see that Lu Yuan was deliberately irritating him?
You can? Men can't say no. Then you come?
Lu Yuan handed over a piece of carnelian and said to Hui Qilin.
Okay. Let me do you a favor. I also want to see how much of your forging skills you have learned.
Unexpectedly, Hui Qilin did not refuse, but instead seemed very interested in Lu Yuan's forging. Hui Qilin picked up a piece of carnelian and placed it directly in the palm of his hand. A not too strong flame appeared in his palm. The carnelian floated on the outer flame of the flame and rotated at a constant speed. Lu Yuan did not despise the flames because they were not big. Because Lu Yuan, who was accustomed to the environment here, actually started to sweat the moment the flames appeared. As expected, the carnelian began to melt. Lu Yuan carefully observed the heat and quickly stopped the fire unicorn when he felt it was about to turn into liquid as it continued to burn. Lu Yuan clamped down the carnelian and began to beat it continuously. Because he only used a piece of ore just now, Lu Yuan simply decided to make shoes first. I originally wanted to add some other fire-based materials, but they didn't blend well with carnelian. So I simply gave up the idea and made the whole thing out of this one material. Lu Yuan deliberately made the soles slightly thicker and left a curve in the forefoot to prevent the material from being too hard and affecting the comfort of walking. A pair of compact combat boots were made from a piece of carnelian. In order to insulate the inside of the combat boots from high temperatures, Lu Yuan specially made ice silk lining to insulate them from the temperature. The combat boots reached just above the ankles, and the surface was deliberately carved by Lu Yuan to look like fire unicorn scales. The whole process was very fast, and there was no need for the fire unicorn to help with the second smelting. Hui Qilin watched the whole process and nodded secretly, looking at Lu Yuan with admiration again. Chapter 244 Fire Lin Suit. Lu Yuan took a look at the finished boots and was very satisfied. So he named them Fire Kirin boots, because Fire Kirin helped with the smelting. He chose this name directly. Hui Qilin also felt very useful after hearing this. Although he didn't say it clearly, the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. How could this tiny detail escape Lu Yuan's eyes? Moreover, although this pair of shoes shows epic level equipment, the name is indeed dark gold, which is completely different from the previous epic equipment. After putting the shoes aside, Lu Yuan handed over 3 pieces of carnelian. This time he planned to make bottoms, so he had to use a little more material. After all, Xiao Lui's legs were relatively long. Hui Qilin was slightly startled. Was he treating himself as a tool man?
Senior Fire Qilin is really powerful. Things that cannot be melted by magma melt easily in your hands. It's awesome.
Lu Yuan. Hui Qilin's face looked wrong, and he quickly flattered. Fire Qilin raised his head proudly. And although he didn't say anything, he obviously answered,
Of course.
Fire Qilin took the 3 pieces of ore, and the flames in his hands became more intense. The 3 pieces of ore rotated in his hand at a constant speed. Although Lu Yuan was dissatisfied, he still recognized the strength of the Fire Qilin. Just looking at the fire control with one hand was enough to prove its strength. Lu Yuan would not have understood it before. But after learning to be a blacksmith and being trained by Yi, he realized that many people are doing the same thing. But it is the details that often determine success or failure. And it is not just paying attention to the details. Those who can do it, and those who can do the details well are also a symbol of strength.
Can I help you melt the 3 pieces into one?
Hui Qilin asked.
No. Just let me do it. If there are any mistakes, it will affect the forging effect.
Humph. Hui Qilin snorted coldly. After Lu Yuan indicated that the temperature was enough, he waved his hand, and 3 pieces of ore floated in front of Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan observed the grain of the ore, and started to put the 3 pieces of carnelian together along the grain. The synthesis process was perfect. After seeing it, Hui Qilin finally understood why Lu Yuan had to do it himself. Since the bottoms need to be made into pants, the process is still a bit cumbersome. Hui Qilin helped me heat it several times before and after. During the production process, Lu Yuan had been thinking about Xiao Lui's body shape and the perfect curve of the calf. He deliberately left a gap in the knee area and attached a knee pad so that when the leg was bent, it would not be restricted by the hardness of the material. The buckle connects the 3 together perfectly. The lines on the pants are a little irregular. At first glance, there is no pattern at all. Like part of a painting. The inside of the pants is also finely arranged with ice silk. When Lu Yuan did this, Hui Qilin was a little surprised. The thin threads were actually arranged into the equipment one by one. Just looking at it made him very tired. But Lu Yuan far away, but tirelessly repeating it. Lu Yuan named the
Fire Qilin trousers
directly after he finished it. It was also a dark golden name. Lu Yuan didn't bother to delve into it. He had to forge all the equipment quickly, while the Fire Qilin was not bored. When Lu Yuan handed over the ore again, He was also cautious. After all, Huiqilin had a bad temper. Who knew whether he would suddenly lose patience? But somewhat to Lu Yuan's expectation, Huiqilin didn't make any sign and started smelting directly. Huiqilin also wanted to see what this set of equipment would look like after it was completed. So he helped patiently and took this opportunity to see how good Lu Yuan was. Tops are even more troublesome. They must be practical and beautiful at the same time. After all, it is armor worn by women. If it is made like a man's armor, it will always feel too boring. Lu Yuan thought about it again and again, and decided to make the top strapless and make a pair of hand guards on the forearms. This has two benefits. First, the mage casts spells mainly by waving the staff with his arms, which can improve his flexibility. Secondly, Xiao Lui's collarbone is very beautiful, and it will be more beautiful this way. Lu Yuan forged step by step according to what he had in mind. When Lu Yuan placed the armor on the support and started to shape the chest of the armor with a ball-peen hammer, Huiqilin, who had been watching silently, spoke.
Is this made for the little girl who is traveling with you? I didn't notice that her breasts are not small.
Lu Yuan was almost made to miss by this sentence. He readjusted his mentality and started to continue making. Soon the two parts of the top were completed. After the top was completed, the pattern became more obvious. It turned out that Lu Yuan used the texture of the ore itself and carved it to form a unicorn pattern on the bottom and top. And it's not just a rigid pattern. If you look at it in a circle, it's a complete fire unicorn. Huiqilin looked at the completed armor and was a little shocked. This boy had only seen his animal form once, but he was able to carve the armor's patterns lifelike. And he also made perfect use of the characteristic lines of carnelian itself.
Very beautiful,
Huiqilin said sincerely.
It's not perfect yet. Once the belt is done, the whole picture will be complete,
Lu Yuan said without being arrogant. Huiqilin stretched out his hand and motioned for Lu Yuan to continue taking out the ore. Apparently his curiosity was aroused. Lu Yuan smiled and handed over the ore. And then, with the help of Huiqilin, he began to forge the belt. The belt is not heavy. It simply tightens the waist shape and covers the edges of the pants and top, providing a perfect transition and protection. Sure enough, as Lu Yuan said, after adding the belt, the whole picture became complete. Since carnelian is red and translucent, the appearance of the equipment is also very transparent and shiny. Ice silk is used inside. Firstly, to isolate the high temperature of the armor. Secondly, for close-fitting comfort. And thirdly, to make the transparent material opaque to block sight. The flames at the core of the carnelian ore did not disappear. Instead, they spread to the surface of the equipment and moved around on the surface, making the equipment as a whole seem to come alive. With a red appearance, a light blue base, a lifelike fire unicorn pattern, and flames swimming around the armor, with perfect shapes and lines. This set of fire unicorn equipment is a bit tempting to look at.
Senior? Don't be stunned yet. There is still one head left to finish.
Lu Yuan held the ore in his hand and tried to use his voice to bring back the distracted Huiqilin.
Oh!
Huiqilin took the ore and didn't know what he was thinking. Lu Yuan still planned to make the helmet into a headband, just to protect his forehead. After all, with the mage's defensive power, if he was hit on the head by an enemy at close range, even wearing a helmet would be of little use. Lu Yuan carved a small unicorn head in the middle of the headband. The flame in the core of the ore happened to be touched by Lu Yuan to the unicorn's eyes. When Lu Yuan looked at the carnelian for the first time, he felt like the flames in the ore were about to ignite him. It is estimated that if someone stares at the flames on the equipment, it will have some effect. Lu Yuan was very satisfied with the completion of his set of equipment, and the 5 pieces of equipment clearly echoed each other when put together, so it must have a set effect.
What a pity!
Lu Yuan shook his head and said regretfully.
Why is it such a pity?
Huiqilin asked with some confusion.
If this material is used to make a weapon, it will definitely be the icing on the cake. Then just do it. It's a pity that there are not enough materials. That's not easy to handle.
Huiqilin opened his hands, and all the ores that had not been removed from the surrounding walls flew over.
Is that enough? Do it quickly,
Huiqilin said calmly. Okay, Lu Yuan replied happily. Chapter 245 Earth Core Flame Essence. Lu Yuan knocked off the volcanic ash on the surface of the ore, took out 5 pieces of carnelian, and handed them to Huiqilin. In order to make the fire element in the staff more abundant, Lu Yuan deliberately used a few more pieces of material. Since the material itself is relatively smooth, Lu Yuan did not make a special shape. The body of the staff is a simple cylinder with fine scale patterns carved on it. so that it looks full and not monotonous. The thickness is roughly based on Xiao Lui's palm. To improve the comfort level, there is a ring-shaped partition at the end of the stick that is carved into a sphere, in order not to appear top-heavy at the head of the stick. The upper part of the stick is deliberately made gradually thicker so that the connection to the stick head does not appear abrupt. The head of the stick is directly shaped into the shape of a fire tornado, with a depression in the middle to resemble a torch, and carvings on all sides of the stick head. There are 4 fire unicorn heads, each with different emotions and joys. The flames in the core of the carnelian all rose up and gathered at the head of the staff. The 8 eyes of the 4 fire unicorn heads all glowed with fire. There were also flames rising out of the grooves, but they were not too strong. The staff is also named Fire Lin Burning Heaven Staff, which is also an epic grade dark gold name.
It's indeed good. The forging of the god Craftsman lineage is really good.
Although Huiqilin is irritable and arrogant, he is not stingy in acknowledging the excellence of others. In his seriousness, he also upholds that only those with strength will be respected. As Oyi said to Lu Yuan at the beginning,
people will only respect valuable things. This staff can only be regarded as okay. It lacks a core, but the carnelian ore is too domineering. It is difficult to blend with ordinary fire attribute gems or materials. Once it comes into contact, it will be destroyed. Otherwise, the grade it should be higher than it is now.
Although Lu Yuan is very satisfied with his work, he has some regrets. If there is a core to gather the energy of the Fire Lin Burning Sky Staff, then the power can be maximized. Now this situation is overall very strong. Although Lu Yuan tried very hard to concentrate the energy of the staff on the head, the flame in the head of the staff is not strong, and the energy of carnelian is more than that.
Oh, can it be stronger? Doesn't it mean it has to reach the level of an artifact? At least it's a pseudo-artifact. Patriarch Uya's level is so high that it's impossible that he hasn't encountered the best materials. Even he can't create an artifact. I don't dare to say for sure.
Lu Yuan said calmly.
I do have something that should meet the requirements you mentioned.
Huiqilin looked at Lu Yuan and said. Lu Yuan looked at Huiqilin and replied calmly.
What are the conditions? If you want a woman to change it, then forget it.
Huiqilin laughed loudly after hearing this. After the laughter stopped, he replied to Lu Yuan.
What's wrong with a man liking a woman? But you are smart, and you have the conditions. But it has nothing to do with women. What is that? What equipment do you want to forge?
Lu Yuan asked back. Huiqilin nodded and said appreciatively.
It's easy to chat with smart people. Yes, I love swords by nature, but I never have a weapon that I can take advantage of. Although I have always used my own fire element to condense the sword, but in a duel with a master of the same level. But I will suffer a lot. If you can help me build a satisfactory weapon, it doesn't hurt to share some of the materials with you.
Lu Yuan was a little hesitant. Fire Qilin itself was already strong enough. If he had the help of a top-quality weapon, his strength would probably be even higher. By then, Bai Qianqian would no longer be his opponent. Wouldn't he be trapped here and never be able to get out? Huiqilin seemed to see what Lu Yuan was thinking, and said calmly,
You don't have to think about it so much. Even if you don't have the best weapons, you are not my opponent. Okay, I'll help you make it. As a craftsman, you really shouldn't have too many distractions in forging.
Lu Yuan made up his mind. Since the material Huiqilin was interested in, even if he didn't know how to forge it, it should not be ordinary. At least better than this carnelian. Even if I can't leave here, as a craftsman, I still want to see better materials. As for what will happen in the future, there is no use thinking about it now. Lu Yuan believes that even if his level has not improved, as long as he keeps practicing his internal skills and refining his swordsmanship, he will be able to defeat Huiqilin sooner or later.
Okay, after I torture you like this, you can still let go of the past. The god of Craftsman lineage has been lonely for many years. It is a blessing to have you now.
Huiqilin said with appreciation.
You have lived for so many years. You should have met my ancestor Oyi. Right. Why didn't you ask him for a sword?
Lu Yuan asked curiously. Huiqilin laughed and said,
Back then, your ancestor made a pair of claws for Zhulong, and he almost broke through the limit and reached the level of an artifact. However, for some reason, the vision suddenly stopped. In the end, it was only at the level of a pseudo-artifact. But it was also shocking at the time. The entire continent. In order to get a weapon, people from all walks of life would do whatever it takes, even squandering their wealth, with Zhulong's promise to protect him. No one dared to be tough on Oyi. Besides, your ancestor still has a certain level of strength. Even now, I'm not sure if I want to move him. I was young at that time, and I didn't look down on anyone. I asked him for a sword but was rejected. Later, I used violence and threats, but I didn't hit your ancestor, so I offended him. When we met again later, it was already 100 years later. Although the misunderstanding was resolved, I was still embarrassed to mention the sword.
Huichilin recalled the past when he asked for a sword. It could be seen that his favorite days were when he was traveling across the continent and doing whatever he wanted. Now, practicing alone is somewhat lonely.
Grandmaster Oyi is indeed very unique.
When mentioning Oyi, Lu Yuan also felt a little nostalgic for him.
There weren't very good materials back then, so we couldn't ask for swords and then let people come up with the materials themselves.
Huichilin continued.
Where are the materials now?
Fire Qilin stretched out his hand, and the churning magma under his feet suddenly surged even more. After a while, a red ore floated from it, an ellipsoid about 1 meter long and 30 to 40 wide, with an almost transparent burning surface. A flame.
I accidentally discovered this ore while practicing in magma. If it can exist in such an environment,
it must be something extraordinary, and I can feel the energy contained in it is very strong.
Lu Yuan stared at the ore in front of him. It was indeed the best of the fire system. The carnelian produced near the magma was so strong. So how could the ore existing in the magma be weaker than carnelian? Earth core flame essence, a non-attributed ore that is infinitely close to the center of the earth. After being nurtured by magma for thousands of years, it contains a large amount of fire attribute. It is a rare fire attribute treasure.
It is indeed the best material. Even though I have adapted to the temperature here, I still feel like I am about to be ignited in front of this ore. The flames on its surface should not be simple. I can't touch it. I don't know how to forge it.
Okay, let me think of a solution.
Facing this high temperature ore, Lu Yuan didn't know how to start. He might not even be able to withstand the forging hammer. Huichilin thought for a while and said calmly,
although it was a bit unpleasant when we met, you didn't do anything excessive. That girl is the child's apprentice, and you are the descendant of Oyi, so I will help you.
This can be regarded as repaying the mistake of offending Oyi in the first place.
Fire Qilin's whole body was full of flames, and then it converged into the body. With luck, he gently touched the center of Lu Yuan's eyebrows. This time, there was no pain, but he felt a flame slowly sinking along the center of his eyebrows, and finally sank in your own dantian.
Let's adjust our breath quietly for a while, and we'll discuss the forging matter later.
Fire Qilin's voice slowly reached Lu Yuan's ears. Lu Yuan sat cross-legged and began to use the exercises to regulate his breathing. Chapter 246 Kirin Fire. Different from previous tortures, Lu Yuan could deeply feel that he had benefited from this time. The fire given by Huichilin eliminated his original irritability, and slowly and perfectly integrated with Lu Yuan's body. This time, I meditated for a whole day and adjusted my breath. Lu Yuan didn't go offline to eat for a whole day. If it hadn't been for a message in the game, everyone would have thought what happened to him being attacked by the fire unicorn. Lu Yuan slowly opened his eyes, and the fire flashed in his eyes. He checked the attributes and found that there was no change, but he could no longer feel any warmth in the barrier.
You're awake.
Fire Qilin sat not far away and never left. Because flames are relatively destructive attributes, so if something goes wrong, it is best to take action to recover the flames in time.
Thank you, Senior,
Lu Yuan said sincerely,
for being able to fight against me for so long. You are considered a figure. Besides, how can I let your efforts go in vain? This is considered as reward, so there is no need to thank you.
Huichilin said without caring. Lu Yuan understood that this was a typical case of hard-talking and soft-heartedness. How could a truly cruel person raise a human child, teach him fire magic, and give him the original fire?
Senior, I need to adjust my condition first and continue forging when I come back.
Lu Yuan changed his title from pervert to senior. After all the fighting, the two of them somewhat cherished each other. In addition, after hearing the story of Huichilin, Lu Yuan's view of it also changed a lot. Huichilin closed his eyes slightly and said nothing. What was transmitted to Lu Yuan was his own original fire. It took 100 years for that fire to be condensed. When it was directly stripped from the body like this, Huichilin also felt a little tired. Lu Yuan went offline and had a quick bite of food. Everyone was probably in the game. Only the cooking ant stayed on the first floor dutifully, waiting for Lu Yuan to go offline to eat at any time. After adjusting everything, when Lu Yuan came back online, he had returned to his peak condition. With bright eyes, seeing that Huichilin had not left, he called softly.
Senior. I'm back. Well, let's finish all the unfinished things first. The weapons you make for me must be of the highest quality. Otherwise, I won't be able to spare you. Now you can use your own luck and mobilize the flames in your body to smelt the ore. Test it yourself.
Fire Qilin said. Close my eyes again. Lu Yuan was overjoyed when he heard this. He thought he had this fire just to not be afraid of the high temperature.
But he didn't expect that he could also mobilize the flame to smelt the ore, which saved a lot of effort. With silent luck, he guided the flame in his dantian to his palm. With a slight exertion of his left hand, the flame appeared in his palm. Lu Yuan couldn't control objects with one hand, so he could only use his right hand to control the energy in his body to wrap the carnelian and float it above the flames in his palm. In fact, Lu Yuan's ability to merge with the original fire so quickly has a lot to do with the fact that he had been tortured by the fire unicorn before. Especially the 5 fire chi injected into Lu Yuan's body by the fire unicorn in the end, which not only tortured Lu Yuan's meridians, but also increased the number of a lot of toughness. Danger and opportunity often complement each other. If you can't survive it, it will be a disaster. If you survive it, it will be a lifetime of experience and blessings. The reason why Lu Yuan smelted carnelian again was that he wanted to test how to use the unicorn fire in his body. And he wanted to make 3 pieces of jewelry directly. After all, Lu Yuan hasn't started studying the earth fire essence yet, so he doesn't know what its effect will be. The smaller the object, the more difficult it is to make. Lu Yuan tried his best to compress the ore, but the carnelian itself had no impurities. In any case, it could not reach the size Lu Yuan wanted. In the end, Lu Yuan had to compromise and use less materials, thus making the size moderate. It seems that this kind of top-quality genius treasure does not need to win by quantity at all. It has been condensed into essence without any impurities. However, Lu Yuan suddenly had an idea. The ring was only made into a ring setting, and an inlay was left in the middle of the necklace. The bracelet was made into a 4 cm wide bracelet, with an inlay gap left in the middle. The entire set of jewelry also matches the overall armor, with fine scales as the main carving, and the unicorn pattern as the finishing touch. This is when Lu Yuan really made a complete series of equipment. After everything was prepared, Lu Yuan set his sights on the earth core flame essence and stretched out his hand to touch its material. The texture was very hard, and it was always burning with transparent flames. After thinking about it, only my own shadowless sword could try to cut it. The shadowless sword was of ice nature, and its level was lower than that of the earth core flame essence. So water vapor even appeared in the air when I first approached. Lu Yuanyan couldn't cut directly, so he silently raised the shadowless sword and wrapped his own chi around the blade. Break, quickly drawing out the sword. It was the 3rd sword of the 9 swordsmen of the sword master, and the upper end of the earth core flame essence was neatly cut off. Lu Yuan threw the small piece of earth core fire essence into the air and quickly slashed out many swords. The piece of earth core flame essence was divided into more than 10 pieces, one of which was relatively large and 2 medium pieces, and the rest were evenly sized. Difference: the slightly larger one should be placed on the weapon, the medium one should be placed on the center of the necklace and the bracelet, and the remaining one should be placed on the ring. Lu Yuan plans to inlay the remaining gems into the equipment after the enhancement is completed. Slots and weapon slots. Lu Yuan felt that this kind of pure fire attribute material was much higher than the normal gem grade. Instead of adding so much intelligence, it was better to simply directly increase the purity and intensity of the flame. Lu Yuan used the Qilin fire to start smelting the earth core flame essence. This ore was indeed the best of the best. It itself contained high temperature, so even a small piece took Lu Yuan a long time. In the end, it was no match for the Qilin. The fire begins to melt. Lu Yuan really didn't know where he would start without the Qilin fire, even if he had such materials. I'm afraid he wouldn't even be able to smelt it. Right? However, all things are mutually reinforcing each other. I guess there are always other ways to do it, but it is very difficult. After the smelting was completed, another problem arose. The forging hammer was damaged after just a few hits. The damage this time was not caused by its hardness, but by the high temperature of the earth's core flame essence, which melted the forging hammer. Fortunately, I was well prepared and brought enough forging hammers. I forged the earth core flame into the desired shape and then placed it directly into the groove of the fire Lin burning heaven staff. Originally, Lu Yuan was thinking about how to forge the two together, but when the small piece of earth core flame essence touched the staff, the two automatically adhered together, and the flames in the groove suddenly became stronger. but from the original red color, it turned into an almost transparent flame.
Ding! Congratulations to player Bu201 for successfully forging the pseudo-artifact Fire Lin Burning Sky Staff.
Since Lu Yuan was thousands of meters underground, apart from the system announcement, there were no other special phenomena. Unlike the birth of the Shadowless Sword, although Lu Yuan didn't see it, the world channel exploded again.
Holy shit! It's this kid again? I can't complain. I want to write a novel. And it's called
The Boss of Taoyuan Game is My Dad. At the same time as these complaints, there was also a skywide fire that suddenly fell from the Kunlun Mountains. The ice and snow on the mountaintops melted because of it. However, this phenomenon did not last long. Before it touched the ground, it was sucked back into the sky. This vision was clearly visible thousands of miles away, on a mountaintop. Oh, Yi looked at the vision and murmured to himself,
"Is that kid? If this heavenly fire falls on the weapon, I'm afraid it won't be a false artifact."
The last time this vision occurred was when he was making weapons for Zhulong. Chapter 247 Pseudo-Artifact Set. Lu Yuan took a look at the staff that had been upgraded to a pseudo-artifact, and nodded with satisfaction this time. If he could only use such top-quality materials to make epic-level equipment, such a result would obviously not be acceptable to him. Fire Qilin felt the powerful energy of the staff. He picked up the staff to observe, and recognized Lu Yuan's forging skills even more. Lu Yuan picked up the remaining small pieces of Earth Core Flame Essence, and began to inlay jewelry. The situation was the same as when processing weapons. When the Earth Core Flame Essence encountered equipment, it moved by itself and fused with it. It's possible that they were all born in the same place and have the same attributes. So the affinity between the two was very high before. So they were attracted to each other when they met. The jewelry is already a semi-finished product. After the reserved inlay slot is inlaid with the Earth Core Flame Essence, the equipment is directly manufactured.
Ding! Congratulations to player Bu201 for successfully producing the pseudo-artifact Fire Lin Ring. Ding! Congratulations to player Bu201 for successfully making the pseudo-artifact Fire Lin Necklace. Ding! Congratulations to player Bu201 for successfully making the pseudo-artifact Fire Lin Bracelet.
3 consecutive world announcements made the already explosive world channel even more agitated.
I suspect that the game boss is not his father. He is the game boss. Right. Gucho, you're trying to trick me into forging equipment again. Fake artifacts are on the streets?
The world channel is full of denunciations of Lu Yuan, with all kinds of people saying the grapes are sour.
It seems like this is the equipment the boss made for you,
Zheng Yu said to Xiao Lui.
It turns out to be a fake artifact jewelry set. It should be very powerful.
Li Tong agreed.
Although I'm happy for Luo Yi. Lu Yuan is really partial. Our equipment hasn't been replaced for a long time.
Fang Rou said sourly.
He is not a stingy person. Nor is he a partial person. Lu Yuan only helped me update my equipment when he met suitable materials in Qilin Cave. I believe that if there are suitable materials, Lu Yuan will help you forge them as soon as possible. Equipped,
Xiao Lui explained.
Haha. Don't take my joke seriously. Without Lu Yuan, I wouldn't be able to wear this level 50 epic suit.
Seeing that Xiao Lui took her joke seriously, Fang Rou hurriedly explained. In fact, in a team, it is something to be happy about when the strength of each team member increases. There is really no need for comparison among these people together. And the team atmosphere is still very good. Just as everyone was watching the world channel and chatting, the world announcement flooded the screen again.
Ding! Congratulations to the player Bu201. The Fire Lin Burning Sky Robe has been successfully upgraded to plus 12 stars. Ding! Congratulations to player Bu201. The Fire Lin Burning Sky Robe has been successfully enhanced to plus 15 stars. Ding! Congratulations to player Bu201. The Fire Lin Burning Sky Boots has been successfully upgraded to plus 12 stars. Ding! Congratulations to player Bu201. The Fire Lin Burning Sky Boots has been successfully upgraded to plus 15 stars.
A series of world announcements flooded the screen again, and a whole set of defense equipment had been enhanced to 15 stars. The world channel was quiet for nearly 30 seconds. After that, all kinds of curses came out like a tide. Most players struggled to reach 11 stars. This guy would fake artifacts and strengthen 15 stars, making ordinary players jealous. While hating it, I once wondered if there was a bug in the server. The customer service department of Taoyuan Group was already busy, with thousands of customer service calls coming one after another. Lu Yuan invisibly increased the workload of these employees. Finally, Taoyuan Group also issued an announcement at this time. indicating that there were no bugs in the game, and that the player EP201's data was all normal, just because he triggered the hidden inheritance and joined the lineage of the god of Craftsman. It's not that the EP201 group deliberately leaked players' privacy, but that the current group of people are so angry that if the reason is not stated, the EP201 group can no longer withstand the pressure of public opinion from the players. After all, after level 50, the acquisition rate of top-notch equipment dropped significantly, and Liu Yuan was in the limelight again at this time. Liu Yuan was not in the mood to pay attention to that. He only saw the equipment in front of him. The armors were all strengthened to 15 stars. Liu Yuan began to embed the prepared Earth Core Flame Essence. Liu Yuan didn't know whether the ore could be used as an inlaid gemstone, but his intuition told Liu Yuan that inlaying it with Earth Core Flame Essence would definitely be better than gemstones. Liu Yuan chose to believe this intuition. 3 small pieces of Earth Core Flame Essence were absorbed on the inlay opening, and the armor suddenly burst into flames, emitting an astonishing temperature.
Ding! Congratulations to player EP201 for successfully upgrading the epic equipment Fire Lin Garment to a pseudo-artifact level.
The system prompt sounded, and Liu Yuan was slightly startled. When he finished building it, the names of the equipment were all dark gold. Unexpectedly, the addition of the Earth Core Flame Spirit led to the advancement of the equipment. After several announcements in succession, all of this armor was upgraded to the pseudo-artifact level. When the last piece of equipment was successfully upgraded, all the equipment, including jewelry and weapons, shone brightly, obviously triggering the suit attribute. This was the first time for Liu Yuan to complete a set of so many pieces of equipment. A suit of pseudo-artifacts, gathered together. Even the name is close to the red color of the artifact, but they have never crossed that threshold. As Oyi said,
"It's always just a little bit worse."
Qiling was a little tempted when he looked at the suit in front of him. Such a top-notch fire attribute suit, if worn on him, would be even more powerful. He would even have the confidence to fight against Zhuang. Liu Yuan put the Fire Lin Burning Sky staff into the last stage to strengthen it, because he planned to push this staff to its limits. With such top-quality materials, Liu Yuan was confident that its endurance could even surpass his own shadowless sword. The more advanced the weapon, the easier it is for it to have its own consciousness. Every enhancement that breaks through the limit is a gain with the weapon. If you can control the weapon, then the enhancement will be successful. If you cannot suppress the weapon, then let it be enhanced. Even if the technique is good, it is destined to fail. Liu Yuan can be said to be a veteran of enhancement, and he can create miracles every time. This time Liu Yuan plans to try to break through to 20 stars. The first 15 stars are no longer difficult for Liu Yuan. Liu Yuan has strengthened the body of the staff. Starting from the 16th star, Liu Yuan plans to strengthen the head of the staff with the Kirin Fire Seed Protector. The high-temperature flames emitted each time it was strengthened would not cause any harm to Liu Yuan at all. The one that suffered the most was the Forging Hammer. Almost every time he strengthened 1 star, one of the forging hammers would be damaged, even if it was Liu Yuan was well prepared. But the consumption was really high. In the end, as Liu Yuan expected, when the weapon was strengthened to 20 stars, the weapon also reached the limit of endurance. However, after 15 stars, the attack attribute increased greatly, and 20 stars was already the limit of the limits. But Liu Yuan didn't want to finish it. If the weapon itself could withstand it, Liu Yuan even wanted to challenge 21 stars. After reaching the 20th star, there were 4 inlay slots in total. Liu Yuan did not hesitate and inlaid the Earth Core Flame Essence in the center of the eyebrows of the 4 unicorn head statues on the head of the staff.
The lineage of the god of Craftsman truly deserves its reputation.
Qiling has been watching from the sidelines, and can't help but admire it when everything is completed. Chapter 248. Happy to mention the Forging Hammer. All the equipment for Xiao Lui has been forged, and the next step is the highlight. Just a small piece of Earth Fire Essence can upgrade the equipment to a higher level. I really don't know what level a sword made of it will be like.
Senior, do you want a sword of this type? What do you have in mind?
Liu Yuan asked.
I don't like ones that are too thin. Those that are thicker and wider are best.
Qiling thought for a moment and said. Liu Yuan nodded. The fire unicorn is much taller than ordinary people in its human form. It is indeed better to use a big sword. The materials are more than enough, and there will be a lot left over to make a big sword.
In addition to a sword, do you need to make anything else? There will probably be some leftover materials.
Liu Yuan needed to ask clearly before starting to do it, so that he could know how to perform the operation.
I only need 1 sword, and the rest of the materials will be given to you,
Qiling said rather loudly. Liu Yuan was naturally very happy after hearing this.
He didn't expect Huiqilin to be so generous and popular. Because this sword is special, and its temperature is too high. My forging hammer melted after just a few hits. Since Senior is so generous, can you allow me to use this material to make a forging hammer first? Lu Yuan asked tentatively. Road. You can do whatever you want. But the sword you give me must satisfy me. Huiqilin has been practicing for thousands of years. Although he has a hot temper, he still has some patience. Lu Yuan looked at the earth core flame spirit in front of him, thought about the appearance of the big sword in his mind, and roughly estimated the materials. The shadowless sword quickly unsheathed and struck two swords vertically. The earth core flame essence was divided into 3 pieces. The largest piece in the middle was reserved for Fire Qilin to make a sword. One of the remaining 2 pieces was intended to be used as a forging hammer, and the other was used as a spare. Lu Yuan did not ask Huiqilin to help with the smelting, but used the flames given by Huiqilin himself. Although it was not as strong as Huiqilin, the quality of the fire was the same. It happened that the original owner was around, and he could give pointers on the shortcomings of his use. Seeing Lu Yuan take action on his own, Huiqilin nodded secretly. Although the fire is small, it is integrated into yourself. With the core flame, you can use the gas to turn it into a flame. As your cultivation deepens, the intensity of the flame will also increase. You need to be more skilled, Huiqilin said lightly. Lu Yuan nodded and did not reply. The earth core flame essence was slowly being smelted over time. Feeling that the heat was almost there, Lu Yuan started beating. Forging a hammer does not require any tricks. Lu Yuan also focuses on practicality. According to the movie he has seen before, Thor's hammer is the prototype, but his own is a flame hammer. After damaging many ordinary forging hammers, Lu Yuan finally completed the production of his hammer. What surprised Lu Yuan was that this forging hammer was also at the level of a pseudo-artifact, and it could be used as a weapon, and its attack power was not low. Lu Yuan directly named it Earth Flame Fine Hammer, and the randomness of the name was probably inherited from Oyi. Earth Core Flame Hammer. False artifact. No level occupation restrictions. Attack power, 10,000. Additional attributes, increase own strength by 50%. Additional attribute, the object or enemy struck will continue to be affected by the high temperature of the hammer. Additional attributes, increase forging efficiency by 50%. Producer, Bu Dao Huan. The success rate of forging is of little use to Lu Yuan, but the other 2 attributes are still very practical. Increasing strength will help Lu Yuan be more skillful when forging, and the high temperature of the hammer is even better. The smelted ore will gradually cool down, and with this high temperature hammer, there is no need to repeatedly smelt it, and the ore can be kept at a high temperature. In the end, it only needs to be quenched in the cooling pool, and it is okay. With the help of such an artifact, Lu Yuan no longer has to worry about the forging hammer being damaged. Lu Yuan did not pause, and directly took a large piece of earth core flame essence and started to smelt it. Due to its large size, the smelting process was relatively long. Huiqilin seemed to be interested in training Lu Yuan, but did not help. Lu Yuan has already thought about how to forge it. Since this ore does not need to be added with other materials, Lu Yuan plans to just make it in one piece. Since it is a big sword, the sword body must be wide. Lu Yuan directly set the sword body to the width of the palm of his hand. Under the instruction of Huiqilin, the sword length reached 1 meter and 4 meters, and the hilt was 20 centimeters. After all, this big sword sometimes both hands are required. The hand guard has a simple shape, and the center position is carved with the head of Fire Qilin on both sides. The handle of the sword is a simple circle. The sword is 2 fingers thick. The blade is formed by Lu Yuan's fine polishing. Perfect slope. With the help of the new forging hammer, the long sword is always heated, eliminating a lot of repeated smelting processes. The ore was large, but Lu Yuan did not cut off the excess. Instead, he compressed the impurity-free earth core flame essence and forged it hammer by hammer according to the sword shape he had in mind. The whole process went smoothly. Huiqilin watched the big sword taking shape little by little, and was extremely excited. He finally realized his dream of many years, seeing Lu Yuan's last hammer fall. The sword was already perfect. Fire Qilin hurried forward to watch. "We haven't started yet," Lu Yuan reminded. Lu Yuan took out the water tank from the God of Craftsman ring and added the prepared cold pool water into it. The reason why he did not take it out earlier was because the temperature here was too high and the water could easily evaporate. Take the long sword and put it directly into the sink. Quenching can enhance the strength of the sword body, but the temperature of the earth core flame essence itself is very high,
and it is always burning with a transparent flame. When it comes into contact with water, it is filled with water vapor. And the water in the sink, the water also evaporated instantly. Although the water has evaporated, it still has some effect. This is the first time Lu Yuan has seen that fire can also be caught in water. The sword's opening is always the most important, no matter how perfect the whole process is. If the opening fails, the weapon can only be regarded as a semi-finished product. Especially for this kind of big sword. The blade is very thick, so the blade will form a slope. If the two sides are uneven, the blade will easily break when cutting. Naturally, Lu Yuan would not let this happen. With eagle-eyed careful observation, coupled with precise power control, and then careful polishing, the two sides had formed a perfect slope without any deviation. When I continued to sharpen the blade, the problem arose again. The whetstone could not withstand the high temperature of the sword at all, and it dried out and was damaged at the slightest touch.
Isn't this already very sharp?
Huiqilin looked at the big sword and said,
The blade looks sharp, but in my eyes it's not sharp.
Lu Yuan shook his head and said. Suddenly a flash of light flashed, and Lu Yuan found a few drops of Kirin blood in his backpack. Putting the Kirin blood directly on the sword body, the blood that had turned into crystals turned into liquid again, and flowed along the sword body to the blade. A few drops of Kirin's blood melted into one large drop, moistening a circle along the blade, and finally divided into two halves and merged with the Kirin head on the gauntlet and disappeared. The longsword also buzzed, and the attack was completely successful. Chapter 249 Meeting Oyi again. As the longsword was successfully launched, the entire underground magma began to boil, as if a sleeping volcano was about to erupt. The magma was collapsed more than 10 meters high. Fortunately, the stone slab where Lu Yuan was standing was blocked by a barrier. Otherwise he would have been involved in.
Ha ha! Okay, Jiansheng has such a vision. This is in line with my temperament.
Huiqilin looked at the churning magma and said with great joy. The two of them didn't know that the vision underground was only one aspect, and it was even more spectacular on the ground. The clouds in the sky turned red, and a pillar of fire fell from the sky, instantly piercing the ground and heading towards the center of the earth. But when the fire penetrated several hundred meters of the ground, it suddenly stopped and disappeared. Not long after each other, two consecutive visions fell from the sky at the same location, which had attracted the attention of most people. Many people had come to investigate the situation. Who didn't want to find some heavenly material and earthly treasures? Oyi was originally thousands of miles away, but two consecutive visions also attracted his attention. The only person in the world who had such forging ability was his disciple. The two heavenly visions have already demonstrated his progress. If the firelight enters the weapon, he may really break through the bottleneck. It's a pity that I have seen this situation too many times over the years, and every time it seems to be blocked by something, as if the artifact should not appear in this world. Oyi took advantage of his flying sword and began to march towards the Kunlun Mountains. It would be a good idea to leave for a long time to see his disciple and see what he had made. Uya's love for forging made Uya very curious, and he couldn't help but want to find out about anything related to forging.
Ding, congratulations on successfully making a pseudo-artifact. Please name the long sword. How about the Firelin sword?
Lu Yuan asked. Huiqilin nodded. His name was not important to him at all.
World announcement. Congratulations to player Budawan for successfully producing the pseudo-artifact Firelin sword.
Players were already a little numb when they saw the world announcement, and even began to avoid the topic.
The weather is so beautiful today. Look at that false god, and look at how big the sun is. Yes. Brother Zhao. Have you eaten? Let's go eat some fire together. Fire?
Okay.
Stop pretending. Let's get together and blow him up.
Don't be ridiculous.
Haven't you seen the most popular posts recently? This kid has fought dozens of people in single combat when he was at level 30. Now he just shoots it casually, and it's just a pseudo-artifact. It's not bad if he blows it up.
The world channel's words to you and me have deified Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan has never been deliberately mysterious, but now he is regarded as a master of mystery. Inside Qilin Cave.
It's a pity that there is no suitable material to make the scabbard. The sword master once said that swords need to be maintained.
Lu Yuan looked at the fire unicorn wielding the long sword and said lightly,
It doesn't matter. I can put it into my body. In this way, raising fire with fire is 100 times stronger than a scabbard.
Huiqilin said indifferently. Lu Yuan put away the remaining small piece of earth core flame essence, and also put away the tools one by one. The continuous high concentration of energy was too much for even Lu Yuan now. And there was nothing left to build. As for the thunder spar in his backpack, Lu Yuan decided to return to the ground. The fire unicorn danced happily in the air, put away the unicorn sword and returned to the stone slab with satisfaction.
It is indeed much stronger than the long sword that I turned into flames. And I didn't expect that this sword can actually strengthen my flames. It's the best. It's really the best.
What Qilin praised it. Lu Yuan smiled and said nothing. This Qilin sword is indeed the best. Even higher in attack than his own shadowless sword. And its additional attributes are very suitable for the fire Qilin. All of which increase the intensity of the flames. Seeing that Lu Yuan was silent, What Qilin continued.
We don't know each other even before we fight. Although I have locked you up for so long, you have also benefited. I exchanged my original fire for you with a long sword. From now on, we are two people.
No debts. You are free to leave.
Lu Yuan was naturally very happy when he heard this. Even if he could practice meditation here, who would want to be imprisoned? Lu Yuan bowed slightly. No matter how he started, the harvest during this period was far beyond imagination. Especially the original fire. Even if What Qilin ignored it in an understatement, its preciousness was still in Lu Yuan's heart. Clearly, suddenly, rubble fell from the top of his head, and a person emerged from the ground. It was Yi who came with a sword. It turned out that when Yi arrived at the place of vision, he did not find the entrance of Qilin Cave, but only saw the 100-meter deep hole created by the Pillar of Fire. Since the Pillar of Light fell here, the thing that caused the celestial phenomena was fixed below. So Ouya opened the way with 3 flying swords, broke through the rocks and dived here. After he came out, he sealed the gravel and dust behind him in the cave with a wave of his hand. Otherwise the dust of nearly 1,000 meters would pour down. I'm afraid I won't be able to fill it up.
Grandmaster Ouya.
Lu Yuan has such sharp eyesight. Lu Yuan recognized Yi as soon as he appeared. Yi couldn't help but cough twice. It looked like he was choked by dust.
Why did you come to this damn place?
Yi was not surprised to see Lu Yuan.
Grandmaster Ouya. Why did you come in here?
Lu Yuan asked. Yi fell on the stone slab. The outer barrier seemed to have no effect on him. He looked at the fire unicorn and ignored it. Instead, he said to Lu Yuan,
You triggered the celestial phenomena twice in a row. It seems that you have made something good.
Pity. Why is it such a pity? The first celestial phenomenon has already been restricted before it reaches the ground. But the second celestial phenomenon has already penetrated 100 meters into the ground. If you forge it for the second time on the ground, perhaps the celestial phenomenon will be integrated into the sword, and you will definitely be able to break through the bottleneck. Maybe it can reach the level of artifact.
You said calmly. Lu Yuan was underground and didn't know what was going on outside. He felt a little sorry when Yi mentioned it. But there was no way to save it. When the sword was completed, it would only trigger a celestial phenomenon once, and it would not appear again after that.
Let me see what you forged.
Ouya was obviously more interested in the equipment. Lu Yuan first handed the pseudo-artifact Fire Lin Burning Sky suit to Yi. After seeing it, Yi's eyes lit up, and he kept nodding.
Very good. You have improved a lot since I left. Your achievements in the future will be limitless. Not only are they of high quality, but they are also beautiful in appearance. This set of equipment is enough to be passed down through the ages.
Ouya praised it. Lu Yuan handed over his shadowless sword again. Yi looked at the shadowless sword and was surprised for a while. Only the hilt was not visible, and its sharpness could be felt from the air.
This sword is also very good. Your level of innovation far exceeds my imagination. Every detail is very good. Even I can't fault it.
Yi nodded in praise.
Long time no see.
What Qilin saw that he had seen the rest of the equipment. So he directly handed over his Fire Lin sword and said Lo.
Why did you two get together? You didn't bully my disciple.
Did you?
Ouya asked directly instead of taking the sword. What Qilin smiled awkwardly, saying that he bullied Lu Yuan. He really bullied him. And the bullying was not light.
Senior Fire Qilin has also passed on my original fire. Patriarch.
Look. Lu Yuan quickly released the Qilin flame and quickly resolved the embarrassment. Yi looked at What Qilin, then at the sword in his hand, and nodded with satisfaction.
You have a lot of blessings. You must make good use of it in the future. As a blacksmith, if you have something like Qilin fire to help you, your achievements in the future will definitely surpass mine. I will work hard. Now I am also looking forward to seeing the real artifact.
Lu Yuan's eyes were full of yearning.
What do you think is ingenuity now?
Yi suddenly asked. Lu Yuan thought for a while and said seriously,
I think craftsmanship is worthy of every inch of time in repeated years.
Chapter 250 Patriarch Ouya wants to travel through time. Yi laughed happily.
You have grown a lot during this period. Now you are truly a disciple. In the future, you must be optimistic about your character when accepting disciples. Don't disgrace the reputation of my line of craftsmen.
Lu Yuan nodded seriously and asked Yi.
Grandmaster Yi, do you still want to wander around?
Yi nodded and said,
Yes. This visit actually means saying goodbye. Seeing that you have grown so far, I can leave with peace of mind. Leave? Where to go? Haven't you noticed? In fact, every time you forge with the best materials, the equipment you make can already reach the level of an artifact. But it is always restricted by invisible things. At critical moments, even the celestial phenomena will be taken back.
Lu Yuan nodded. Although he did not see the situation outside during these two productions, he could roughly imagine what it was like outside from the boiling magma underground.
Grandmaster, do you want to leave here? Looking for a place without restrictions? Yes. Many people have already passed by. I also want to look for some natural and earthly treasures that I can use when I get there.
Yi said calmly. Lu Yuan was a little surprised after hearing this. Could it be that Yi was going to his own world?
Grandmaster Ouya, you don't want to travel to our world through that space-time rift. Do you? Your world? You should know that there are many adventurers like me. We all come from another world. The two worlds are roughly the same, but the time is a little different. There are indeed many people here who have passed through the cracks and have gone in our world, especially those in the demon world. There are wars all year round on the cracked borders.
Lu Yuan had not told Yi this before. Although Yi knew that Lu Yuan should not belong to this world, he did not ask too much. After what Qilin and Yi heard what Lu Yuan said, these things far exceeded their knowledge and could not even be imagined. Yi also traveled around after leaving Lu Yuan, and accidentally learned that someone had passed through the crack and reached another world. It was said that the other world was tens of millions of times larger than this one. The weapons there can allow ordinary people to launch explosive attacks at will, which piqued Yi's interest. Maybe in that world, he might be able to break through the bottleneck that has been there for many years.
Since you are from there, tell me how the forging is going there.
Ouya grabbed Lu Yuan excitedly and asked.
To be honest, our world has long passed the era of cold weapons. Nowadays, few people forge swords. At most, they are bought as handicrafts. Is your side so backward?
Ouya shook his head regretfully and said. Lu Yuan also smiled bitterly. Falling behind? This place is considered backward. If it weren't for the blessing of magic and the attribute bonuses on the equipment, what would be the difference between this place and the ancient times in our own world?
We don't have magic blessings there, so the swords we make have no attributes. The various production techniques are quite mature, but the craftsmanship of the older generation has not been fully inherited.
Lu Yuan said truthfully.
No matter what, I have to go take a look. I have lived here for too long. I can't waste my time like this. As you said, I have to live up to every inch of my time,
Ouya said with determination.
Since the patriarch has decided to go, you should come to my house, because the crack is an isolation area and we cannot get close. After you cross the crack, you can come to me at this address.
Lu Yuan knew that his persuasion was useless. Since Yi wanted to see his own world, he could just let him be happy. The location of the crack was in an isolation area, and Lu Yuan could not pick it up. Moreover, regarding traveling through the space crack, Lu Yuan did not know what he would experience inside. The time in the two worlds was different, so he could only rely on Yi's own ability.
Okay, I'll walk around by myself after I go, and I'll find you if I need anything. If you can't find the way, just ask someone casually. Most of our people there are very enthusiastic.
Lu Yuan ordered.
Okay, let's go out. This damn place is too hot.
Ouya stayed here for a while and became irritated by the heat, which Qilin was left standing next to him for a long time. When he saw the two of them leaving, he said awkwardly,
Aren't you going to sit there for a while? Is there a place to sit in this damn place?
Ouya said impatiently. But Qilin wasn't angry either. It seemed that he had seen Yi like this before.
Then let me send you two out.
Guided by the fire unicorn, he quickly walked out of the cave. Lu Yuan was a little excited to see the sun again. He hadn't seen the sun in the game for a long time.
Thank you, Senior, for your cultivation during this time. I will come back to see you when I have time.
Lu Yuan said goodbye with an
okay.
Salute.
The fire in your little girlfriend is too weak. If you have more intimate contact, she can be strengthened by you.
Lu Yuan was a little surprised that Wei Qilin was still thinking about this matter after so long. It seemed that he had some feelings for the child he raised.
I understand, Senior.
When the two left, Ouya did not continue to walk with Lu Yuan. Before they left, Lu Yuan deliberately picked a set of fashion clothes in the mall, which was more in line with the style of the real world, so as to prevent Ouya from being treated as an alien when he came to his side. I repeatedly told him to wear the clothes he gave me when he got there, and then reluctantly said goodbye again. Lu Yuan thought for a while and didn't go back to the city directly. Anyway, he had been delayed for so long. He might as well go to the Valley of Death again. His Sky Thunder Crystal had been lying around for a long time. If he didn't forge it this time, he would go to the Valley of Death again. Once again. It may not be postponed until how long? Lu Yuan first sent a message to everyone, telling everyone that he had left Qilin Cave and planned to go to Death Valley to forge something first. In fact, the Shadowless Sword was not outdated. But when Lu Yuan saw such top-quality ores, he couldn't help but want to make a sword with more types of attacks and more choices when fighting enemies. There is another reason. That is, Lu Yuan has been practicing martial arts since he was a child. He has some martial arts dreams. The protagonists in the movies and TV series he has watched each have their own swords. Lu Yuan naturally wants to make more collections. After all, he can't do it himself. Asking for help. My family has the conditions. Lu Yuan was not lonely while he was on the road. Bai Qianqian ran out of the pet space by herself.
You're finally out of that damn place. It's been suffocating me to death since I haven't come out for air for so long.
Bai Qianqian started to complain as soon as she came out.
Is your injury healed? I'm already fine. It's just that the fire unicorn is too horny, and I can't do anything with it, so I can only hide.
Bai Qianqian didn't feel there was any shame in not being able to beat it. Since most of the Kunlun Mountains are mountain roads, Lu Yuan did not summon the 9-color sacred deer, but headed towards the Valley of Death by himself. With the experience last time, Lu Yuan soon visited the Valley of Death again. Although the Thunder Crystal Stone was taken away, there would still be lightning strikes. It seemed that the magnetic field here was indeed strong.
You, as a person, either go to the edge of the lava, or come to this place where you are struck by lightning. You can go and play by yourself. I have to go.
Bai Qianqian complained. Lu Yuan looked at Bai Qianqian, who had disappeared, and scratched his head in embarrassment. The places he went to recently were not normal.
Chapter 251 Flame Blade. Returning to the Valley of Death. Thunder and lightning are still falling here, but the frequency is much slower than when the Thunder Crystal was there before, with Lu Yuan's blood volume and lightning resistance. Although these lightning strikes are very strong, they can still withstand 3 or 4 strikes. Before leaving, Lu Yuan had already prepared a large number of instant recovery potions. He had experienced the frequency of thunder crystals triggering thunder. No matter how difficult the process was, Lu Yuan was already prepared to fight it to the death. Lu Yuan approached the valley and remembered what Bai Qianqian said. He had just been roasted by the high temperature recently, and now he was about to be struck by lightning. Cultivation to immortality and overcoming tribulations was nothing more than that. Right? Lu Yuan planned to find a spacious place to start forging again. The moment he stepped into the valley, Lu Yuan clearly felt that he seemed to have changed the magnetic field here, and all the hairs on his arms stood up. A feeling of danger arose spontaneously. At the critical moment, Lu Yuan took a step to the side and narrowly avoided the lightning strike. Lu Yuan was a little excited. It seemed that he had really improved a lot this time in Qilin Cave. His perception of danger and his body's flexibility had been significantly improved. The speed of thunder and lightning is very fast. If you see it and avoid it, you will not be able to reach it at Lu Yuan's current speed. Only with this kind of advanced perception of danger and the prejudgment of movement half a step in advance can you have a chance to avoid lightning. Lu Yuan quickly came to the middle of the valley, where the Sky Thunder Crystal was taken away, and now it is back here for forging. Since it is a crystal conceived by heaven and earth, let it be destroyed here and be reborn here at the same time. Lu Yuan placed the chopping board on a flat ground. He did not take out the tools directly because lightning was too frequent around him. The tools were made of iron, and were easily knocked away by lightning. It was better to take them as they were used. Lu Yuan, who stopped in his tracks, could not avoid all the thunder, so he could only take medicine to resist and speed up his speed. After the Sky Thunder Crystal was taken out, the dangerous aura in the valley became stronger. Lu Yuan felt his scalp numb. He didn't know whether it was because of the electric current in the air, or because of his own mind. The Sky Thunder Crystal, which is as tall as a person, has been baptized by thunder and lightning for thousands of years. It can be said to be a thunder itself. With the introduction of the Sky Thunder Crystal, the thunderclouds in the sky became more active, and the frequency of thunder and lightning also began to increase significantly. Instead, the thunder and lightning no longer hit Lu Yuan, but all struck towards the Sky Thunder Crystal. The Sky Thunder spar also glowed with sparkling lightning, like dew after a long drought. Endlessly accepting the baptism of thunder and lightning, Lu Yuan felt something in his heart, and did not rush to take action. Instead, he quietly waited for the Tianlei crystal to calm down. Lu Yuan originally wanted to compress the Sky Thunder Crystal, which is as tall as a person, into a sword by relying on extreme compression, so as to completely ensure the integrity of the crystal. Thousands of years of gestation were compressed into a sword. Wouldn't it be equivalent to Lu Yuan holding a thunder in his hand, striking whoever he wanted? It was more powerful and convenient than a thunder magician. However, careful observation this time revealed that the body of the Sky Thunder Crystal is very hard, and has been baptized by lightning for many years. There are no impurities in it at all. It is already full of essence. It is almost impossible to compress it. Another point is that the texture and structure of this crystal do not affect the toughness when the texture is broken like other ores. The entire ore is like a current ball, according to Lu Yuan's eyesight. Even if it is divided, as long as the distance is close, they will be connected to each other through electric current. Lu Yuan, who had just forged a pseudo-artifact suit, naturally understood what was going on when he saw this situation. If you can withstand lightning strikes and forge this thunder crystal stone into a set of equipment, its quality will not be lower than the Fire Lin Burning Sky set. After thinking about it, Lu Yuan silently looked at the Sky Thunder Crystal. He was already thinking about how to cut it. He estimated the materials needed for each part. Although he didn't do anything, his eyes already saw the Sky Thunder Crystal that was as tall as a person. The dividing line is drawn. The Sky Thunder Crystal is still greedily absorbing the falling thunder and lightning. Lu Yuan is not in a hurry. He will wait until it is full before taking action. Who would mind if the elements contained in his equipment are richer? Lu Yuan took out a small piece of the Earth Core Flame essence that was left before. This piece was not enough to make a long sword, but it was enough to make a short knife. Lu Yuan does not lack weapons for combat, but whenever he forges, he uses his own shadowless sword to cut materials. Although his sword control level is very high, and there is not much error, it seems abnormal, unprofessional. As soon as the Earth Core Flame spirit emerged, not only was the Death Valley filled with thunder and lightning, but the temperature also suddenly increased. The Sky Thunder Crystal Stone even sparkled with lightning, as if it wanted to compete with it. Lu Yuan held his palm slightly, and chilling fire appeared from his palm and began to smelt the Earth Core Flame essence in the thunder and lightning. Lu Yuan made the short knife mainly for cutting, but some materials are very wide and thick, so it cannot be too short. Lu Yuan decided that the knife should be about 30 centimeters long. Due to the limited materials, it was destined not to be made into a wide-back knife. After thinking about it, Lu Yuan decided to imitate the Japanese samurai sword and make it look like a small sword. Firstly, the curvature is convenient for cutting, and secondly, it can even be used as a weapon at critical moments. A small piece of Earth Core Flame essence was quickly melted by Lu Yuan. When he felt that the heat had reached his requirements, he started beating it quickly. As Oyi said at the beginning, the forging process consists of 4 stages: confident, natural. Lu Yuan only now has a deep understanding of it. He has thought about the shape, process, and amount of materials to be used, so that the production process can achieve a smooth effect. And the so-called divine help is just the experience accumulated in the long forging process, which integrates the forging into one's own bones. If there is really divine help, why is it always restricted when the artifact is about to be completed? The last realm is what Lu Yuan has only recently reached. The equipment he makes is just as it should be, with impeccable craftsmanship and maximum development of materials. The last realm is a division of craftsmanship. Although it is just a short sword used for cutting, Lu Yuan is not lazy in the style. It is a standard Japanese samurai short sword. The handle is carved with a mesh pattern. The hand guard is a circle, and the blade is a perfect arc. There is a blood groove on the edge of the back of the knife. With such top-quality materials, it was impossible to keep a low profile. The thunder clouds in the sky were torn open, and a pillar of flame fell from the sky. This time it fell directly on the dagger. The dagger, which was originally burning with transparent flames, merged with the flames. Instead, he disappeared and eventually merged into the short sword with Skyfire. Lu Yuan was overjoyed. Did he succeed accidentally? Oh, he said before that if he received the celestial phenomena, he might be able to break through to the artifact level. But the sound coming from the system disappointed Lu Yuan.
Ding, congratulations on successfully making the pseudo-artifact dagger. Please name it.
Flaming Blade. Lu Yuan was disappointed and didn't really want to name it. So he randomly chose the word flame. Looking at the name that was so close to red, Lu Yuan didn't know what the difference was this time. The thunderclouds in the sky have returned again, and the thunder crystal stone seems to have been affected by the celestial phenomena, becoming even more unconvinced, as if it has its own consciousness. Chapter 252 Forging begins. The thunder clouds in the sky are still baptizing the sky thunder crystal, and the sky thunder crystal seems to be stimulated by the vision just now. The crystal, which is as tall as a person, is constantly glowing with electric sparks, as if it is comparing with the earth core flame essence. Don't show weakness. Even though the earth core flame spirit has been forged into a short sword. Lu Yuan carefully observed the condition of the sky thunder crystal for a while, and found that it seemed that it was still absorbing energy, and showed no signs of being saturated. Lu Yuan didn't want to waste time, so he simply took out the strengthening stone, and started strengthening the flame blade, because its main purpose was to use it for cutting materials. Lu Yuan planned to strengthen the blade this time, so that its sharpness could be reached to the limit. This time, it was only strengthened to 15 stars, and then stopped, because the blade was too small, and there was nothing worth strengthening. Lu Yuan did not covet the extra attributes. As long as it was sharp enough, it would be fine. Plus 15 flame blade. False artifact. No restrictions on professional level. Attack power, 9000 to 9000, plus 2100. Additional attributes. The attack has fire attributes. 100% causing the target to enter a burning state. Additional attribute. Amplifies the effect of one's own flames. Strengthens one's own fire attribute attacks, and makes the flames more pure. Additional attributes, short and sharp. Increases attack speed by 100%. Additional attribute, restraining water passive. Its own flame purity is high, and when encountering water attributes that are not as pure as its own, it will have natural restraint. Additional skill, sky fire. When the sword is formed, it absorbs the sky fire. It can actively release the flames in the sword to attack the enemies in front of it. P.S. Made of the finest earth core ore. It absorbs sky fire and blends into the knife together with its own flame. You don't recognize its temperature at first sight, but when you feel its heat, you are already in the flames. Forger, Bu Dao Huan. Lu Yuan just wanted to make a short knife for cutting, but he didn't expect it to become a top-notch weapon with fire attributes. Will he really become a weapons collector in the future? Lu Yuan took out a piece of remaining carnelian and made a scabbard for the flame blade. Although he regarded it as a utility knife, he had to take good care of it. If you encounter an enemy with ice attributes, using this knife may have miraculous effects. After all, one of its attributes is to overcome water. In terms of the purity of flames, how many can compare to the magma in the core of the earth? Lu Yuan held the flame blade and attached the unicorn fire to it. The short blade, which was originally 30 centimeters long, instantly extended into a 40 centimeter flame blade. If you didn't look carefully, you would have thought that the blade was originally 70 centimeters.
Is this the increase in flames?
Lu Yuan muttered to himself as he looked at the flaming blade in his hand. Lu Yuan just used the chilling fire in his body a little, and the increase in flame blade had such an effect. It seemed that the temperature of his chilling fire was higher. Of course, Lu Yuan was very happy to have such an unintentional harvest. But the thunder crystal stone was always absorbing thunder and lightning that day, with no intention of stopping. Lu Yuan still remembered that when he took it away, although there were occasional lightning strikes on it, the frequency was far less high. Obviously, starting the forging directly at that time should have the best effect. After such a long time, it probably lost a lot of its energy, so it greedily absorbed thunder and lightning endlessly. Lu Yuan was not in a hurry. Anyway, with it absorbing thunder and lightning, he was not a threat. He simply waited for it to absorb enough energy before starting. He crossed his legs not far away and started practicing. This lasted for most of the day. After Lu Yuan had eaten, the absorption speed of Tianlei crystal has slowed down a bit. Lu Yuan knew that he could start right away. He had been delayed for too long and his level had been dropped by nearly 5 levels. After the forging was completed, he had to quickly join everyone to raise the level first. and then speed up the restriction of the development of the demon world. People who have been on the front line have been updating the situation in real time. The current war situation is a bit like the war between the Burning Sun Kingdom and the Bright Moon Kingdom. From players fighting against the demon world together, it slowly turned into a confrontation between players and the two sides instead. The NPC soldiers became embellishments. The reason why players from the demon world continue to join is precisely because Zhao Jiuzhou and others operate behind the scenes to make the welfare package quite generous. Ordinary players only think of this as a game, and many games have this antagonistic relationship. Although the official announcement has stated that joining the demon world camp will seriously result in your account being banned. However, there must be a brave man under a heavy reward. The key is that Zhao Jiuzhou and others actually paid a lot of money to hire experts. They used the Taoyuan watch and the game warehouse they obtained before to copy their own products, and used the watch as a medium to hack into Taoyuan company database. Taoyuan Group's network defense is actually very strong, but it was still quietly breached through deliberate calculations and unintentional calculations. Everyone's information requires facial and retinal recognition of the person concerned before they have the right to change it. This was originally a defense set up by Taoyuan Company to prevent staff from tampering with data, and also to give players a sense of security. Unexpectedly, it was taken advantage of in the end. Every player who joins the demon world is authorized by Zhao Jiuzhou, and then they transplant the data to themselves. At first, everyone didn't understand it very well, and found it a bit unbelievable. It wasn't until the most straightforward explanation came later that everyone suddenly realized it. What Zhao Jiuzhou and others did is just like the previous legendary private server. In fact, the client is still the official server. What is clever about them is that they transplanted all the player information authorized to them to their own side, so that Taoyuan Company there is no way to limit them. After Taoyuan Company found out, it started to confront the other side. But there was back and forth between the two sides, and the level of hackers was also very high. Although the data loss was reduced, it was still not stopped. Taoyuan Group traced the exact addresses of Zhao Jiuzhou and others several times, but all failed. One is overt, and the other is covert. This war has already begun in the real world before the demon world invades. The brilliance of Zhao Jiuzhou is that he copied many watches. While mastering the player's information, he secretly promoted that he could bring the equipment skills in the game to the real world, lying that his research and development had already surpassed Taoyuan Group, which is why so many players take the risk to follow. Due to official restrictions, the Taoyuan Group could not make the information about the watch public. Unexpectedly, the few experts it initially selected to solve the trouble actually caused even greater trouble. The Taoyuan Group has overlooked an issue. Not everyone wants world peace. The richer and more powerful people are, the greater their ambitions are. Only when the world is in chaos can they gain more benefits. Lu Yuan retracted his thoughts. The Sky Thunder Crystal Stone had been saturated. The frequency of thunder and lightning dropped significantly, and sometimes it even started to attack Lu Yuan. Taking out the flame blade and using his luck on the knife, Lu Yuan directly decomposed the Sky Thunder Crystal according to the plan he had already arranged in his heart. Lu Yuan drew the sword very quickly and accurately, and the Thunder Crystal Stone seemed to have a sense of danger. The whole thundercloud surged, and the thunder fell as densely as rain, striking down towards the Valley of Death. Lu Yuan had no way to dodge, so he had to take medicine to resist. Fortunately, Lu Yuan was quick with his knife and took out a large piece from the upper left side of the Sky Thunder Crystal. This piece was intended to be made into armor, so it was larger. After the Sky Thunder Crystal was cut off, it became quiet as if it was injured. The thunder clouds in the sky seemed to have been hit, and no thunder fell for a while. Chapter 253. Did it fail? Lu Yuan cut off a piece of Sky Thunder Crystal and hurriedly started to smelt it with his own Qilin fire. The Sky Thunder Crystal was still sparkling in the flames, and he tried his best to resist. The thunder clouds in the sky also felt the crisis of the Thunder Crystal, and lightning began to strike Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan spread the unicorn flames all over his body and directly chose to resist hard. When his blood volume dropped too much, he would take blood bottles, with the unicorn fire as the first layer of defense. The damage from thunder and lightning seemed to be much less. Although the Sky Thunder Crystal was very hard and tenacious, it could not withstand the Qilin fire in the end. The Sky Thunder Crystal, which slowly began to melt, became quiet as if resigned to its fate. Lu Yuan felt that he was not refining ore, but rather as if he was competing with someone. Having built so much equipment, this is the first time I have encountered this situation. It seems that the Thunder Crystal Stone is indeed very strange. Lu Yuan is best at making light armor. After all, it is the type recommended by his profession. Lu Yuan has already thought about the shape in his mind. And this time he plans to make a full body armor. After the Sky Thunder crystal was smelted and forged, it turned into a translucent blue color. Since Lu Yuan's swordsmanship now mostly focuses on agile and fast swords, the armor should not be made too bulky. The upper body fits well with the body. Instead of wearing a protective goggle on the chest like every time, the two sides of the body merge towards the middle to form a pyramid tip. Although it looks like a triangle, the two sides are not straight lines, but slightly arched, rise, forming two perfect arcs. The advantage of this is that when the chest is attacked, it can effectively unload the force to both sides of the body and evenly distribute the damage to all parts of the body. Unlike the goggles, which simply protect against trauma, they cannot protect against blunt force attacks. At the meeting point in the middle, Lu Yuan specially polished a lightning symbol. Although the color did not change, the symbol shone after polishing, thus preventing the armor from being too monotonous. The shoulder pads are not too exaggerated to avoid affecting the movement of the arms when turning and rolling in the air. The shoulders extend 4 centimeters outside the shoulders. The two sides of the shoulder pads are arched and firmly embedded in the chest armor. There is no small shield on the arm, like the natural disaster holster. Instead, it is forged directly according to the shape of the arm. The gauntlet extends a few centimeters to protect the back of the hand. This time Lu Yuan even protected his fingers. Under Lu Yuan's careful carving, the finger joints were cleverly connected through buckles, which did not limit the flexibility of his hands at all. The shape of the entire top is not complicated. There are some lines under the ribs and abdomen, which are modified based on muscle lines to prevent the armor from being too stiff when twisting and turning. When the last hammer fell, there was no sound from the system. Lu Yuan checked the armor and found that it was perfect in all aspects. There was no fault at all. However, there was no success message. Thunder and lightning were still flashing around it, and there were no changes in the celestial phenomena.
Did it fail?
Lu Yuan encountered this situation for the first time, and he was a little confused. Shaking his head, Lu Yuan believed in his own level. Even if it had no attributes, it was still a very strong armor. He couldn't just trust the system's prompts. Lu Yuan took out the flame blade and quickly cut off a large piece of the thunder crystal. This time to make bottoms. The same situation as before. When Lu Yuan started to smelt the thunder crystals, the thunder in the sky no longer struck the large crystals, but instead attacked Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan was already a little numb from being hacked, while keeping his blood volume healthy. He also had to move his body occasionally to prevent stiffness from affecting the strength of the forging. The shape of the bottoms is relatively simple. It is made close to the body according to the lines of joints and muscles. The muscles are arched to better relieve force. The oval knee pads at the knees are perfectly wrapped all the way to the top of the ankles. Although the shape is simple, the craftsmanship is not simple at all, and every detail has been carefully processed. After the forging was completed, there was no system prompt for the bottoms like the tops. The two pieces of equipment were put together, and the current on the equipment was automatically connected. The two pieces of equipment fit together without Lu Yuan moving.
After all, they come from the same origin, and they have changed their appearance and are attracted to each other,
Lu Yuan said to himself when he saw this situation. With this scene, Lu Yuan firmly believes that it will definitely become a set in the end. Lu Yuan continued to divide the thunder crystal stone, this time to make a belt. After 3 divisions, the entire crystal has been reduced by nearly half. Lu Yuan only deliberately left a core piece in the middle, and used the outer part as armor, and the core as weapons. This was something Lu Yuan had already thought of. The main function of the belt is to connect the upper and lower parts. Lu Yuan made a corset shape, with the top and bottom in a trumpet shape to wrap around the connection between the top and the bottom. A 5 centimeter wide belt in the middle of the corset tightens the belt. Lu Yuan also specially polished the button into a lightning shape. There was also no system prompt. Lu Yuan placed the belt between his top and bottom. The 3 were connected together tightly, and the electric light on the armor was even more intense. Lu Yuan started making combat boots non-stop. As the entire piece of thunder crystal disintegrated, the clouds in the sky became even more violent and continued to hit Lu Yuan, as if they wanted to eliminate the culprit. Lu Yuan only had forging in his eyes. No matter how thunder and lightning came, he would only get a blood bottle at most. The resistance of the sky thunder crystal also aroused Lu Yuan's fighting spirit and entered a state of selflessness. The combat boots had been protecting Lu Yuan's calves, and the tips of the shoes were shaped like an awl, which increased the damage of the kick and prevented the intestines from being broken by one kick. There was still no prompt when the boots were completed. Lu Yuan remained unfazed. He put the boots aside and continued to forge the helmet. For this helmet, Lu Yuan planned to combine the mask into one. Because the Sky Thunder Crystal is translucent, and as long as the mask is not made too thick and polished, it will not affect the line of sight at all. The mask and the helmet are not fixed together. They can be automatically scratched off during battle. They are usually hidden in the mezzanine above the helmet. A lightning symbol is carved on the forehead of the helmet. Electric flowers gather here as if they are sensing something. The lightning symbol is surrounded by real lightning. Extremely domineering. Putting the helmet aside, the whole set of armor was completely put together, like a living person lying on a chopping block. Only the core in the middle and a base are left of the whole piece of Sky Thunder Crystal. Lu Yuan kept the base for forging jewelry. A whole set of armors was made, but there was not even a single system prompt. It was too late to regret it now. So I had to finish it all. Separate the bottom part of the Tianlei crystal stone, and put aside the core part for the time being. Since no other materials were used in this production, the operation and steps were much simpler. Although the three-piece jewelry set requires fine workmanship, it is relatively simple to smelt. Lu Yuan's necklace was made into a circle of pendants. The wide and flat necklace was just outside the armor and absorbed on the collar of the jacket, like a circle of decoration, shining brightly. The rings and bracelets are all of a regular style. When placed next to the armor, the ring automatically attaches to the outside of the fingers of the right glove, and the bracelet also automatically attaches to the wrist of the right gauntlet. Lu Yuan nodded. This set of equipment was already perfect, and judging from the adhesion of each component, it looked like a suit. However, there was not a single system prompt.
Did it really fail?
Chapter 254, Sealed, Artifact Set. Lu Yuan shook off these distracting thoughts and picked up the center of the remaining Sky Thunder Crystal. Lu Yuan faintly felt that the problem lay in this core. Lu Yuan picked up the cylinder that had been specially preserved from the beginning. Lu Yuan wanted to use it to make a sword. The reason why he chose the centermost material was because Lu Yuan had observed the hole before cutting, and the energy in the center of the Tianlei crystal was the strongest. Of course, the strongest point must be used on the surface, and good steel must be used on the blade. This is an old saying passed down from ancient times. When Lu Yuan started to smelt the material, all the reactions around him confirmed Lu Yuan's vision. The sand and gravel on the ground began to float toward the sky. This anti-gravity phenomenon was obviously abnormal. The thunderclouds in the sky were more active than ever, but there were no lightning strikes as frequently as before, as if something was brewing. Finally, under the guidance of the Sky Thunder Crystal in Lu Yuan's hand, a thunderbolt several times larger than usual fell from the sky. It hit the Sky Thunder Crystal directly. The crystal did not absorb the thunder, but as a conductor, everything was transmitted to Lu Yuan's body. Every time, the armor on his body resisted, but this time it directly invaded his body. Lu Yuan knelt down on one knee, and the familiar feeling came over him again. This was the feeling when the 5 flames that the fire Qilin tortured him in the Qilin cave first entered his body. Lu Yuan held the heavenly thunder crystal in his hand tightly, and all the Qilin fire in his dantian was released, regardless of the pain in his body, and he continued to melt it. This was the only battle between Lu Yuan and Tianlei Jingshi, and the intensity was comparable to a duel with a master. The heavenly thunder crystal stone only has amazing energy in its body, but it can only output it in a straight line, and does not know any skills. Lu Yuan controlled the Qilin fire smelting, while silently running the marrow cleansing sutra. He used his own internal force to carry the thunder and lightning that entered his body away. Then he cooperated with his Qianquan palm technique and pushed his right palm towards the sky. The thunder and lightning in his body seemed to have found a pouring outlet, and struck back at the thunder cloud. Lu Yuan took a large bottle of blood to replenish his health and maintain his vitality. Even if he was seriously injured and couldn't move, he still had to keep himself alive. With the operation of his internal strength, Lu Yuan gradually recovered. Every once in a while, the completed thunderbolts entered Lu Yuan's body along the crystal stone. However, Lu Yuan became more and more resistant every time. He used the previous method to destroy the thunder and lightning excreted from the body.
Fighting against the sky is endless fun. Ha ha ha.
Lu Yuan suddenly remembered S quotation, shouted to the sky, exhaled all the turbid air in his body, and suddenly laughed heartily. In the end, the thunder crystal was still not consumed by Lu Yuan, and the whole body turned red without burning, and the thunder clouds in the sky temporarily calmed down. Lu Yuan no longer hesitated, picked up the new forging hammer, and started banging it. Every time the hammer fell, a thunder struck. What makes Lu Yuan feel strange is that the outer part of the Tianlei crystal is difficult to be compressed. But the place where the core energy is the most explosive can be compressed by Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan originally thought that this would be a wide sword. But he never thought that it would be compressed to a long sword with a width of 2 fingers. The shape of the sword is very simple. The handle is a simple cylindrical shape, in order to increase friction and prevent it from falling out of the hand. For ring-shaped depressions as thick as fingers are made on it, there is no handguard partition. And then, there is the sword blade, which is 2 fingers wide and about 2 millimeters thick. The sword blade is 60 centimeters long, and the entire sword hilt is about 80 centimeters. It is slightly shorter than the shadowless sword, but it is considered a normal long sword range. The whole thing is surrounded by dense thunder and lightning, so that the long sword, which is already blue, cannot be seen at all, as if it is holding thunder and lightning in its hand. As the forging of the long sword was completed, the armor placed aside was also filled with electric sparks, and the thunderclouds in the sky boiled like boiling hot water. The long sword automatically flew to the armor, and the thunderclouds in the sky seemed to be attracted by something, rolling down in the shape of a tornado. And finally they all fell into the long sword and disappeared. The sky over Death Valley turned out to be clear, and there were no clouds around, let alone thunderclouds. At this time, a series of system prompts sounded.
Ding, congratulations on successfully making the fake artifact top. Please name it. Ding, congratulations on successfully making the fake artifact belt. Please name it. Ding, congratulations on successfully making the seal artifact long sword. Please name it. Ding, congratulations on successfully creating the seal artifact set. Please name it.
At this time, Lu Yuan looked at the illusory figure composed of thunder and lightning that suddenly appeared next to the armor. He couldn't help but be a little curious. Could this be the thunder crystal that he had been fighting against?
Thunder suit.
This is the only name that came to Lu Yuan's mind.
Ding, congratulations to player EP201 for successfully forging the seal artifact set Tianlei set.
The world channel was followed by a series of announcements, until the last artifact set completely ignited the world channel. The curses that had just been silent for a while suddenly flooded the screen again. Lu Yuan didn't have time to see the properties of the new equipment. And he actually made an artifact? But what does the word closure in front mean?
Who are you?
Lu Yuan tentatively said to the somewhat illusory figure. At the same time, in a large tent on the front line of the demon world, Zhao Jiuzhou and CK Yin, who had not been seen for a long time, also saw the world announcement.
Last time, I asked you to send someone to deal with him, but it didn't work. I didn't expect him to grow up again in just a short period of time. He has done a lot of great things recently,
Zhao Jiuzhou said lightly.
It was indeed my fault last time that I did something wrong. I thought everything was safe, but I didn't expect the guy to be smart enough to see through stealth skills in the real world,
Feng Tao said, half admitting his mistake and half blaming him.
Those are all excuses. Send more people this time and try to capture him alive. I want his equipment.
Zhao Jiuzhou's tone at this time was more restrained than before, with a sense of arrogance. Anyone who holds the command of hundreds of thousands of players has the capital to be arrogant. And there are still players who are constantly asking for help. Join him. People in the demon world have one advantage, just as Zhao Jiuzhou thinks. That is, some races and national boundaries only respect the strong. If Zhao Jiuzhou helps the demon world to win the war, then even if the real world is invaded, then as a hero of the demon world, he will definitely have a high position of authority. He has no shortage of money now, and the only thing he pursues now is supreme power.
I will send more people this time. I was worried before that the house given to him by the Taoyuan group would be guarded. Now it seems that I am overly worried. With the equipment we have copied now, even if there is a fight.
Feng Taozheng was talking excitedly, but was signaled to stop by Zhao Jiuzhou.
It's good to know these things. Don't talk about it all the time. Try to catch him alive. If you really can't catch him alive, then destroy him. If watches become popular in the future, there will be nothing you can do to him.
Feng Tao stopped talking, nodded and went offline.
Who are you?
Lu Yuan tentatively asked the illusory figure.
You defeated me, destroyed me, and reshaped me. I didn't expect that the person who could give me such power would ask such a childish question.
Chapter 255 Restrictions from Heaven? As expected, it was similar to what Lu Yuan thought. After thousands of years of thunder and lightning, the thunder crystal had produced thunder spirit. The whole sky thunder crystal stone is considered as a whole of thunder spirit. So after I broke it down, its quality also dropped a lot. Fortunately, I finally made it into a set. Although the way of existence is different. Thunder Spirit, it was reassembled with the help of electric current. I couldn't tell what the Thunder Spirit looked like. Its appearance was the same as the armor made by Lu Yuan. And the mask on the helmet was lowered. The voice was erratic, and I didn't know whether it was a man or a woman. Or an adult or a child.
Are you the spirit created from the Thunder Crystal?
Lu Yuan asked tentatively. Lei Ling nodded, looked at the Lei Ling suit on the chopping board and said,
I didn't expect that my body could become so powerful. I have been here for too long. It would be great if I could go out with you to see the world. Please do it in the future.
Please take care of me. I have exhausted too much fighting with you. So I will rest inside the sword first.
Lei Ling's words seemed like he was talking to himself. Because before Lu Yuan could reply, it had already entered the sword. Because this kind of spirit body cannot be separated from its body too far. It can only be attached to humans or monsters. Once it is defeated and conquered by someone, it will not have any resistance, but will feel that it is attached to the right person. Lu Yuan didn't bother to delve into it. It was always a good thing to have a sword spirit in the sword. As for what it was like, he would naturally know it after the energy was restored. What Lu Yuan is most curious about now is the attributes of the equipment. Although the armor and jewelry are pseudo-artifacts, the system prompts that the weapon is an artifact level, even though there is a word sealed in front of it. Lu Yuan first picked up the Thunder Sword to see what was going on. Since Lu Yuan felt that the name Tian Lei Sword was a bit wordy, he simply named it Thunder Sword. Thunder Sword. Sealed, artifact. No level occupation restrictions. Needs to be able to withstand the current of the Thunder Sword itself. Attack power, 65,000 to 67,000. Agility plus 1,000. Additional attribute, Thunder Attribute Attack. The target hit has a 90% chance of being paralyzed. The specific effect depends on the enemy's lightning resistance. Additional attribute, Lightning Chain. When attacking, it will cause an electric chain attack to up to 7 surrounding enemies, causing 75% magic damage. Additional attributes, critical hit rate increased by 20%. Additional attributes, critical hit effect increased by 40%. Additional attributes, electric light, with thunder and lightning bonus. Attack speed increased by 150%. Additional skills, seal, thunder tribulation. Triggering thunder, causing huge damage to a single target, ignoring the opponent's lightning resistance. Due to the restrictions of heaven, no god level existence is allowed in this world. So items that reach the god level will be automatically sealed and cannot be used. Postscript. The sword rises like a star and runs thousands of miles to kill. The sound of rain is loud when there is wind and thunder. The lightning flashed and his life was gone. Life is short, and I secretly worry about it. Forger, Bu Dao Huan. Lu Yuan was greatly surprised when he saw the attributes. The basic attack power was ridiculously high, and it even added 1,000 points of agility. This was the first time Lu Yuan saw a weapon with agility added to it. Several additional attributes are even more ridiculously strong. Not to mention the group damage and the high 90% paralysis rate. The additional attack speed is even more abnormal. And the critical hit rate and critical hit effect bonus are both very high. Higher than the mainland. Distant imagination. Is this an artifact? Only the last additional skill cannot be used. It is restricted by heaven? I don't know what it means. Lu Yuan sighed while holding the Thunder Sword. However, when Lu Yuan wanted to strengthen it a little, he found that the strengthening stone could not be integrated into the Thunder Sword at all. Ding, artifact level equipment cannot be enhanced. No wonder the basic damage is so high. It cannot be strengthened. If it cannot be strengthened, it cannot be embedded with gems. Calculating it this way, the attack power increased by strengthening the pseudo-artifact is not much different. Lu Yuan simply calculated the superficial data. When strengthening to 15 stars, the attack power will be increased by 800. Breaking through to 16 stars will directly increase the attack power by 1,600, which will be doubled with each breakthrough. Take the staff made for Xiao Lui. For example, it has been strengthened by 20 stars. The 20th star alone has increased the attack power by 25,600. Not including gems. The total attack power has been increased by 51,700 by light enhancement. This shows how much the strengthened equipment has been improved. However, not all levels of equipment can withstand high enhancement. Yilin Sword can only withstand 16 stars. Even the Shadowless Sword, which is a pseudo-artifact, can only be strengthened to 18 stars,
and cannot be further strengthened. Therefore, the best materials are hard to come by, and the further they are strengthened, the greater the improvement. The artifact level can definitely withstand the strengthening after 20 stars, but the artifact level weapons cannot be strengthened. Strengthening is nothing more than increasing attack power and inlaying gems to achieve higher attributes. However, the basic attributes of Thunder Sword are already high enough. Even worse, and its own special effects are impressive enough. So it is not difficult to strengthen Lu Yuan. Thunder Armor. False Artifact. Melee Professions with no level limit. Physical Defense plus 28,800. Magic Defense plus 28,800. Strength plus 2,880. Stamina plus 2,880. Additional Attributes. Increase critical hit chance by 10%. Additional Attributes. Increase critical hit effect by 20%. Additional Attributes. Increase lightning attribute resistance by 20%. Additional Attributes. Increase attack power by 10%. Forger, Bu Dao Huan. Thunder Leg Armor. False Artifact. Melee Professions with no level limit. Physical Defense plus 21,600. Magic Defense plus 21,600. Strength plus 2,160. Stamina plus 2,160. Additional Attributes. Increase critical hit chance by 10%. Additional Attributes. Increase critical hit effect by 20%. Additional Attributes. Increase lightning attribute resistance by 20%. Additional Attributes. Increase attack power by 10%. Forger, Bu Dao Huan. Thunderbelt. False Artifact. Melee Professions with no level limit. Physical Defense plus 21,600. Magic Defense plus 21,600. Strength plus 2,160. Stamina plus 2,160. Additional Attributes. Increase critical hit chance by 10%. Additional Attributes. Increase critical hit effect by 20%. Additional Attributes. Increase lightning attribute resistance by 20%. Additional Attributes. Increase attack power by 10%. Forger, Bu Dao Huan. Thunder Boots. Physical Defense plus 14,400. Magic Defense plus 14,400. Strength plus 1,440. Stamina plus 1,440. Additional Attributes. Increase critical hit chance by 10%. Additional Attributes. Increase critical hit effect by 20%. Additional Attributes. Increase lightning attribute resistance by 20%. Additional Attributes. Increase attack power by 10%. Forger, Bu Dao Huan. Thunder Helmet. False Artifact. Melee Professions with no level limit. Physical Defense plus 13,200. Magic Defense plus 13,200. Strength plus 1,320. Stamina plus 1,320. Additional Attributes. Increase critical hit chance by 10%. Additional Attributes. Increase critical hit effect by 20%. Additional Attributes. Increase lightning attribute resistance by 20%. Additional Attributes. Increase attack power by 10%. Forger, Bu Dao Huan. Thunder Necklace. False Artifact. No level occupation required. Strength plus 800. Stamina plus 800. Agility plus 1000. Additional Attributes. Increase critical hit chance by 10%. Additional Attributes. Increase critical hit effect by 20%. Additional Attributes. Increase attack power by 10%. Additional Attributes. Agility increased by 15%. Forger, Bu Dao Huan. Thunder Ring. Strength plus 800. Stamina plus 800. Agility plus 1000. Additional Attributes. Increase critical hit chance by 10%. Additional Attributes. Increase critical hit effect by 20%. Additional Attributes. Increase attack power by 10%. Additional Attributes. Agility plus 15%. Forger, Bu Dao Huan. Thunder Bracelet. Strength plus 800. Stamina plus 800. Agility plus 1000. Additional Attributes. Increase critical hit chance by 10%. Additional Attributes. Increase critical hit effect by 20%. Additional Attributes. Increase attack power by 10%. Additional Attributes. Agility plus 15%. Forger, Bu Dao Huan. Chapter 256 No One Can Escape. Sky Thunder Suit Attributes. 5/9. Strength plus 800. Endurance plus 800. Intelligence plus 800. Spirit plus 800. Agility plus 800. August 9th. Minefield. A minefield is formed in a 100-meter area centered on itself, and everyone in the area except yourself will be struck by lightning. The effect lasts for 1 minute and the cooling time is 30 minutes. September 9th. Sealed, Thunder Field. A field of thunder is formed in a 50-meter area around itself, which paralyzes everyone in the area except yourself, reducing their movement speed by 90%, and increasing your own movement speed 50%. The effect lasts for 15 seconds, and the cooling time is 30 minutes. Not available in this world. The basic effects of the equipment are very good. When wearing the entire set of equipment, the critical hit rate can reach 100%. The critical hit effect reaches 200%. The attack power is increased by 80%, and the agility is increased by an additional 45%. The basic terms of this set of equipment are very high, and there are 3 set attributes. When wearing 5 pieces, it will add 5-dimensional basic attributes. When wearing 8 pieces, it will give you a range of skills. It is estimated that the effect should be similar to that of Death Valley, and it is a skill that cannot be used when wearing 9 pieces. Although this field skill only lasts for 15 seconds, it has miraculous effects on both offense and retreat. With the agility and speed attached to this set of equipment, it is estimated that it can move at least 1,000 people in 15 seconds. Meters above. Although the added attributes are very high, the armor only has 4 entries. Generally, epic equipment has 4 entries. In addition to critical strike, this set of equipment also has speed, so it should be a set of equipment that specializes in explosive attacks. It is estimated that there are relatively few entries for armor because when cutting the Sky Thunder Crystal, Lei Ling concentrated most of its energy in the center, resulting in a decrease in the quality of the peripheral crystal. This is also the reason why there is no prompt for success after the forging of armor and jewelry is completed. The
5 Elements Natural Disaster Set
I own should be considered endurance type, since it is equipped with various special effects attacks, as well as the set skill Natural Disaster, which has a range of damage skills. And the jewelry set's Overlord skill is even more practical. So even with this set of fake as for the artifact set, the previous equipment cannot be eliminated and can be used as a replacement. The most important thing is that Lu Yuan carefully observed the Thunder Sword. Although it is also very sharp, it is not as likely to ignore defense as the Shadowless Sword. It seems that the Shadowless Sword still has to chew the hard bones. Lu Yuan did not rush to put on the Thunder Suit, but put it in the ring of the god of Craftsman. There was no battle for the time being, so it was better not to be so ostentatious. Putting away the tools one by one, Lu Yuan was ready to leave here and go back to the city to have a look. Although only more than 10 days had passed in the real world, it had been several months in the game. Lu Yuan had been isolated from the world for a long time. He sent a message to everyone, telling them that he wanted to go back to the blacksmith shop in the Holy City. After hearing this, everyone also expressed that they wanted to return to the city to witness the elegance of the artifact. Recently, people like myself were also shocked by Lu Yuan's world channel. I couldn't bear to see it with my own eyes. Just as Lu Yuan was about to leave, suddenly a kind of white stone caught Lu Yuan's attention. It should have been exposed when the sand and gravel flew upward when Lu Yuan was forging it just now. Thunderstone, a very dense ore, a specialty of Death Valley, hidden in the soil of the valley. It is precisely because of this stone that thunderclouds gather in Death Valley all year round, and thunder and lightning continue to fall. Lu Yuan suddenly realized when he picked up the lightning-inducing stones. At first, Lu Yuan thought it was the thunder crystals that caused the thunder. It turned out that these lightning-inducing stones existed earlier than the thunder crystals. But these stones could only attract thunder, and was not bred by thunder and lightning. Although it was not as good as the Sky Thunder Crystal, because of its high density and ability to attract thunder, Lu Yuan still spent some effort to collect some, because this kind of ore is suitable for Zhao Xinghe. Zhao Xinghe's thunder method is to control thunder explosions. If he has equipment made of thunder stones, he will definitely be more comfortable in releasing his skills. Lu Yuan also thought about using the Sky Thunder Crystal to make a weapon for Zhao Xinghe. But his intuition when he started forging told Lu Yuan that the Sky Thunder Crystal could not be separated. Fortunately, Lu Yuan believed in this intuition. Lu Yuan was still very happy after getting good ore before leaving. The Kunlun Mountains is indeed the ancestor of all mountains. There are still many things that the world has not discovered. Lu Yuan quickly returned to the blacksmith shop in the Holy City. Due to the popularity of the World Channel and Ah Fu's promotion, there are now more stores dedicated to players than before. The shop is also filled with a variety of weapons, which look more like trophies on the battlefield than forged. After Lu Yuan's inquiry, it turned out that everyone got them from fighting monsters and fighting on the front line. Most of them were of no use, so they were simply thrown into the blacksmith shop for sale. Lu Yuan entered the back room and found Yao Onesie sitting in front of the medicine cauldron in a daze. His level was actually 2 levels higher than Lu Yuan's.
It's so unfair. You can level up just by sitting in a daze every day. And your level is even higher than mine,
Lu Yuan said with a smile.
Fair? So what if you have a magical weapon?
Yao Onesie replied with a look of disdain.
Ha ha. Let's replenish some medicine. Ask Ah Fu for the money.
Lu Yuan was a little embarrassed.
Take it and use it. Ah Fu bought all the ingredients. You don't have to worry about eating and drinking at home. Why do you need so much money?
Yao Onesie threw a bunch of potions from his backpack.
Pick your own.
Lu Yuan nodded without refusing. He had to say that with the pills, he saved a lot of trouble. It was almost like bringing a doctor with him when he was alone. After a while, everyone returned to the blacksmith shop and gathered in a circle to admire Lu Yuan's artifact set. Everyone was very happy with each other, except Zhao Xinghe, who seemed to have something on his mind.
Xinghe, although this is a thunder attribute material, it is not suitable for mages to use. The current energy in it is too strong and your body cannot bear it,
Lu Yuan explained. Zhao Xinghe came back to his senses, shook his head and said,
What are you talking about? It has nothing to do with this. He met Qiu Shui again on the battlefield. Qiu Shui and that Ainli all joined the demon camp,
Fang Rou explained. Lu Yuan scratched his head and did not express an opinion. It was better to let Zhao Xinghe decide on matters of love. Xiao Lui's expression suddenly changed, and he said to Lu Yuan,
Someone invaded our home and came near the house immediately. They were all wearing gaming equipment from various professions. There were about 30 people who showed up.
Lu Yuan was not as surprised as he expected, and told everyone,
Everyone go offline. Gather together. And don't leave the room. I will handle it myself.
It turns out that since Lu Yuan was assassinated last time, the Xia family has been sending people to protect everyone. Fortunately, not all the assassins came this time. Otherwise, they might not be able to find out. Lu Yuan got off the game, and everyone walked out of the house.
Can you beat so many people by yourself? Call the police,
Li Tong said with concern.
Just call Taoyuan Group. This kind of special battle may not be able to handle even if the police come.
Lu Yuan handed over the phone number he had written down and continued.
Hide together, and don't come out if you hear any noise.
Lu Yuan walked out of the house confidently and stood on the street outside the courtyard. The enemies outside the courtyard had already surrounded the courtyard and were planning how to capture the people quietly. Feng Tao was also afraid of missing out, so he specially sent some more people, and even tried to make the professional matching as perfect as possible.
Do you want to come out and surrender? Come with us, so as not to hurt the peace. Hey, aren't you the captain of the Troubled Times Guild? Have you started doing illegal things?
Lu Yuan said to the guardian, who was speaking first. These people don't know how they got into the community, and each of them is wearing the equipment in the game. It is obvious that Zhao Jiuzhou's watch has been copied successfully. The person who spoke first was the
handsome brother in Troubled Times,
who was the first to threaten Lu Yuan in the game. So Lu Yuan remembered this name very clearly. Seeing that he was recognized, the leader stopped talking. With a wave of his hand, all the people who had been hiding appeared, faced with being surrounded by dozens of people. Lu Yuan said with a smile,
Then let me try my new equipment on you.
Lu Yuan raised his wrist and pressed it on an ordinary watch. Light flashed and a set of armor appeared on Lu Yuan's body.
Today, no one can escape.
Chapter 257 The Power of the Artifact.
You? How do you have equipment?
The handsome brother in Troubled Times said in a panic when he saw Lu Yuan transformed. After all, the last time Lu Yuan physically defeated an assassin wearing equipment. This time he was also wearing equipment, which was equivalent to fighting in the game. Let alone 50 people. Even 50 people couldn't beat him. Lu Yuan did not rush to take action, but first replaced the Sky Thunder suit on his body. The Sky Thunder suit, which had not yet been strengthened, was already full of special effects. An electric current was flowing up and down his body. The lightning symbols on the chest, belt, and helmet are flashing and flashing to show that they are full of energy. Looking at the sharply increased attributes, and then at the people surrounding him, as well as the hidden assassins preparing for a sneak attack, Lu Yuan shook his head and sighed.
You can't be resurrected if you die in the real world. Surrender!
Lu Yuan said helplessly what was in his heart.
Ha ha ha. Who is surrounding whom? Hack him,
said another soldier. Some people are used to being gangsters, and always think that having more people means they have an advantage. Although Lu Yuan is rumored to be amazing in the game, there are always people who don't believe it and are unconvinced. Lu Yuan finally put away the thunder sword and took out the rubber sledgehammer that Zheng Yu had given him.
We are all from the same world. Why do we have to hurt each other?
Lu Yuan knocked away the charging warrior with a hammer, and then said calmly, the additional agility of the Sky Thunder suit is very high, and the critical hit rate of the suit has reached 100%. Although it does not come with a weapon, it is still 80%. Coupled with the critical hit effect, it is almost as good as a rubber sledgehammer. That soldier was killed instantly. In the game, because he can be resurrected, Lu Yuan can kill without restraint. But this world is different. He does not want to become a murderer, even if it is self-defense. Moreover, Lu Yuan also made a major discovery. The attributes that were originally sealed have been activated after returning to the real world. It seems that the level of the real world is higher than that of the Taoyuan world. Lu Yuan held a rubber sledgehammer in his hand. Although he avoided accidental killing, these desperados did not appreciate it. Moreover, with the doctor's reply, they actually fought back and forth with Lu Yuan for a while. Lu Yuan originally just wanted to delay the time. When he was assassinated for the first time, Taoyuan group secretly gave Lu Yuan a watch. One was to trust Lu Yuan's character, and the other was to use Lu Yuan as bait to find him. Some clues. After fighting back and forth for more than 10 minutes, Lu Yuan gradually lost his patience. He had always been merciful, but the enemy's moves hit the target directly, so it was not an option to continue fighting like this. So he had to cripple them first. Lu Yuan put on the thunder sword again, and with the sudden increase in speed, it was really a critical strike with the sword. How could these players withstand Lu Yuan's attack? The pure flesh guardian only had 200,000 to 300,000 HP. If Lu Yuan fought hard, and the crispy profession was even more fierce, Lu Yuan did not attack the enemy's vital points, but specifically targeted the opponent's hands and feet to attack, mainly to make the enemy lose its ability to attack and move. Lu Yuan, who had put on the thunder sword, beat these people to pieces in a short time, after his agility was greatly increased. Even the most agile archer could not outrun Lu Yuan. Seeing that they were outnumbered, these people wanted to retreat. After all, it had been delayed for a long time. It would also be troublesome if other residents in the villa area saw too many people. They originally thought that the assassin profession would sneak in and kidnap Lu Yuan. But who I thought I would be discovered before I could do anything. The assassins hiding in the dark had not taken action. Seeing that their own people were defeated, they felt that Lu Yuan should be careless. So they launched an attack on Lu Yuan together. Lu Yuan had actually seen them a long time ago, but he just kept pretending not to know. When an assassin came around behind Lu Yuan and prepared to stab him in the back, Lu Yuan suddenly turned around and met his eyes. The assassin was so frightened that he took 2 steps back and cursed.
Oh! Brother, the accent sounds like Northeastern. Right?
Lu Yuan asked with a smile. The assassin nodded somewhat cutely, surprised that he was still discovered by Lu Yuan despite being invisible. Lu Yuan did not use his sword, but slapped him in the chest. The assassin flew backwards and fainted to the ground.
For the sake of my fellow countrymen, I won't hit you with the sword.
After Lu Yuan said that, he turned his attention to the other assassins who were approaching him. Several assassins turned around and sneaked into the villa, obviously wanting to threaten themselves with others. Lu Yuan was furious, and just about to catch up and stop him. He was entangled by the other assassins. Those who fell to the ground got up after being recovered by the doctor, and launched a new round of attacks. In desperation, Lu Yuan couldn't care much. If these assassins really entered the house, it would be difficult for everyone's flesh and blood to fight against them. By then, they would have hostages in their hands, and he would be passive. Thunder Tribulation. Lu Yuan directly used the originally sealed skill on the thunder sword. Although it was a single attack, it was definitely powerful. The reason why he did not use a range of minefields was because Lu Yuan did not want to alarm too many neighbors. Fortunately, there were people by villas just for investment. Not all houses are occupied. A thick thunderbolt fell from the sky. What was different from usual was that this thunderbolt was red. Lu Yuan did not aim at the bodies of those people, but struck the path they must pass and exploded in front of them. Although the message said it was a single target attack, the power after landing was too strong. The aftermath of the explosion blew up the assassins. They vomited blood and fell to the ground. Everyone was frightened by the thunder and stayed in place. A big crater of 3 to 4 meters was blown up at the door of the villa. A huge thunder suddenly fell out of thin air, startling the whole city. 1 second it was cloudless, and the next second there was a huge thunderstorm out of thin air. Many people were even shocked. This scene happened to be recorded.
Withdraw.
The leader, Chaos Jun, saw that something was not going well and quickly issued an order. In this situation, even if the mission was not completed and he went back to be trained, it would be better than the annihilation of the entire army. All those with the ability to move fled in all directions, leaving only 3 assassins who were blown away by the remnants of the Thunder Tribulation explosion, lying on the ground not knowing whether to live or die.
I told you, no one can escape.
Lu Yuan originally didn't want to be too harsh, but the 3 assassins wanted to sneak attack on everyone in the house, which ignited Lu Yuan's anger. They could threaten Lu Yuan no matter what, but they couldn't hurt his friends. Field of Thunder. It was rare that the seal of the suit was lifted in this world, and Lu Yuan just happened to try out the power of this field. After the domain was activated, sizzling currents appeared all 50 meters away from Lu Yuan. The enemies who were running around just now suddenly dropped in speed. Some enemies with low lightning resistance were even paralyzed in place. On the other hand, Lu Yuan was like a fish in water. His speed was astonishing, and he was merciless with his palms, hitting all the enemies into a pile. 15 seconds seems to be a short time, but for these sneak attack people, it is simply a nightmare. It may be the longest 15 seconds they have ever experienced in their lives. After the battle ended, Lu Yuan stood aside and waited quietly for the people from Taoyuan group. After a few minutes, nearly 100 fully armed people arrived.
Sorry, I received news that there were many people coming, so I spent some time gathering people.
The leader was Professor Sun's assistant, Momonosuke, in the game.
Well, it doesn't matter. It's all here. Just deal with it. There's a big hole in front of my door. Don't worry. We will take care of it.
Chapter 258. Qilin comes to the world. The people from the Taoyuan group directly controlled the intruders. Everyone saw from the windows that the battle was over, and they all came out to inquire about the situation.
Lu Yuan, are you okay? Although I heard you say it, when I see the things in the game in real life, I still think it's amazing. No wonder you are so confident. It turns out you were prepared for it.
Everyone was talking to each other, and the people of the Taoyuan group were also very quick. Several police cars came in from behind and took away all the people under Zhao Jiuzhou. After Momonosuke dealt with this, he walked over and said to Lu Yuan,
"Thanks to you this time, I think there will be a big breakthrough in catching Zhao Jiuzhou and others. You can just go back and rest normally. This place will be restored to its original state before tomorrow morning."
"You're welcome. Everyone has the responsibility to protect our homeland."
Lu Yuan simply replied. Momonosuke chatted for a few more words and left the villa area. Lu Yuan and others also returned to the house. Everyone was a little scared after such a big thing happened. If Lu Yuan didn't have a watch, the consequences would be disastrous.
These people have copied so many devices, and now ordinary people can't popularize them. Aren't they invincible?
Bon Rose said worriedly.
This situation should not last long. Patriarch Uya said that many powerful people have come to this world, and the Demon King may be resurrected at any time. Sudden battles like today may happen more often in the future. Maybe the world will become similar to the game world, and by then Taoyuan group will naturally popularize equipment.
Lu Yuan analyzed.
Wouldn't it be a big mess? Once people have abilities, their evil thoughts will amplify.
Li Tong said after listening to Lu Yuan's words.
Don't worry too much. It's not like the era of cold weapons never existed. In addition, technology is so advanced now, although the bullets may be less lethal against monsters and monsters. After all, they have strong vitality. They are still very effective against human bullets. It works. I believe that most people have a righteous heart.
Lu Yuan comforted everyone.
Luo, thank you for finding it early. Otherwise we would have been in trouble today.
Li Tong said to Xiao Lui.
My people can only be of this use. In a battle of this level, they can't help it all. If they come out, they will lose their lives. So I told them not to show up unless they have to. In this case, I believe Lu Yuan will.
Okay,
Xiao Lui said calmly.
It seems that you already knew that Lu Yuan had this equipment.
Fan Rou asked sourly.
I didn't tell you on purpose. If the first assassination failed, there will definitely be a second one. Lu Yuan is too strong in the game, so they will definitely take action in reality. Everyone knows that if Lu Yuan is prepared, I'm afraid that people like Zhao Jiuzhou, who are good at scheming, will see the clues.
Xiao Lui hurriedly explained.
As long as everything is fine. Everyone, just let it go if you don't have anything to do,
Lu Yuan said. Suddenly the door was opened, and Zheng Yuren's voice came over before he came in.
Boss, Was it you who summoned the giant thunder just now? That's so cool. I was still immersed in your heroic appearance against the enemy.
But suddenly there was a loud noise. I was so scared that I almost peed my pants. Okay. Stop flattering us. We are done with the meeting. You three should go back too.
Fong Rou said to Zhang Yu, Zhao Xinghe, and Jian Chen.
I was too far away just now, so I didn't even see the boss transform clearly. Boss, can you change again?
Zhang Yu said to Lu Yuan pleadingly. Seeing that Lu Yuan was fine, Zhao Xinghe waved his hand and stopped listening to Zhang Yu's chatter. He turned around and left first. Jian Chen followed closely after seeing it, and everyone ignored Zhang Yu's unreasonable request. Linger patted Zhang Yu and said,
Go back quickly. It won't be long before everyone can transform.
The originally extremely dangerous assassination crisis was easily resolved by Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan returned to the room with some emotion. It turned out that the world he lived in was much higher than the Taoyuan world, but people's unsatisfied exploration still extended there. Human beings already have a good living environment and a very prosperous living standard, as long as resources are not excessively consumed. With today's technology, there are very few things that can threaten human survival. We are in a peach land without knowing it, but we spend our whole lives looking for the
peach blossom garden.
Human beings are the smartest, but they are often misled by their cleverness. After re-entering the game, everyone was also online one after another. Due to the emergency, Xiao Lui's equipment had not yet been handed over to her.
Luo, what I'm making for you this time is light armor, but the equipment attributes are far superior to cloth armor.
Lu Yuan handed over the already prepared Fire Lin Burning Sky set. The equipment appeared in the blacksmith shop, and the temperature in the blacksmith shop suddenly rose to a higher level, and everyone was attracted by the equipment. Xiao Lui put on the suit directly, and her perfect figure was undoubtedly revealed. The looming unicorn pattern all over her body, combined with the carnelian core flames that automatically traveled on the surface of the equipment, added a lot of mystery to the whole set of equipment. The equipment fits well, and the bottoms perfectly reflect Xiao Lui's long legs. The tube top style of the top also reflects her collarbones and perfect breast shape.
It is indeed a pseudo-artifact set. The special effects alone are attractive enough.
Zhao Xinghe praised.
When will we find the best materials? I'm so envious of this set of equipment. It's so handsome.
Fong Rou walked around Xiao Lui and praised her.
Don't worry. I will make it for you if I find the right materials. Maybe the ones made further back will be more exquisite.
Lu Yuan said with a smile. Jian Chen and others looked at Lu Yuan's equipment and Xiao Lui's equipment. They felt that they were just beggars. Even the epic suits of Zhao Xinghe, Zhang Yu and others were incomparable.
Let's go one-on-one and try out my new equipment.
Xiao Lui said with great interest, obviously very satisfied with this set of equipment, both in terms of style and attributes.
Still fighting?
Lu Yuan said helplessly.
How about you just let go and try your new equipment?
Xiao Lui still didn't give up. Let's go! The group of people soon arrived at the competition ground in the Holy City. The statues of the top three in the arena at the main entrance of the competition ground were still there. The group also had their own thoughts about revisiting their old place. The rest of the people watched on the sidelines. Lu Yuan and Xiao Lui stood on the arena. The arena was very large. Although many players had gone to the Demon Realm, and some were exploring everywhere, there were still many players in the competition arena in the Holy City. During the competition, some are practicing skills, and some are resolving grievances. Lu Yuan and the two couldn't clear the place, so they chose a corner and began to discuss. As the countdown ended, Xiao Lui directly released his domain skills. Two fire dragons that were thicker than before were summoned. One of them crashed straight towards Lu Yuan, while the other flew into the sky looking for opportunities.
It's the same old routine,
Lu Yuan said with a smile. Xiao Lui often uses this move when everyone is cooperating to fight monsters. Every time he hits it,
people forget that there is a dragon in the sky. And then the opportunity appears. Xiling comes to the world.
Is this trick good enough?
Xiao Lui said lightly. A huge fire unicorn was summoned. The flames all over its body were much more powerful than the two fire dragons. As soon as the unicorn came out, it rushed towards Lu Yuan like it was joyful. The entire arena was shaken by its footsteps. The other players in the arena also stayed where they were, watching the battle with special effects, like a Hollywood blockbuster. Chapter 259. The strongest profession in Taoyuan turns out to be blacksmith. Lu Yuan was not surprised. Xiling comes to the world is of course a new skill, but it is a skill that comes with the suit. The suit was made by Lu Yuan. How could Lu Yuan not know about the attributes and skills that come with it?
Louis is not a fire spell. He is simply a fire summoner,
Li Tong said with emotion as he looked at the situation on the ring.
whether it's her figure, appearance, strength, or family background. Xiao Louis is too good. Maybe she is the only one worthy of Lu Yuan.
Fang Rou looked at the two people on the ring with mixed emotions in her heart. Lu Yuan only told Xiao Louis about obtaining the watch device, and she did not hesitate to go to the Qilin cave for danger. A series of things suddenly made her. Fang Rou was a little jealous. In fact, it's not just Fang Rou. Li Tong is not jealous, but he just doesn't show it. After all, he has no position to say anything. Li Tong hugged Fang Rou's shoulders and said softly,
It's good for everyone to be happy together. We're still young, so let's let things go as they happen.
On the stage, Lu Yuan was still taking his time. Lu Yuan knew that the fire dragon technique that was charging straight at him was uncontrollable, so he ducked sideways when it got close.
It's not like your style. If you release this skill without controlling me, how can it hit?
Lu Yuan chatted to Xiao Louis.
This is not like your style. Fight more seriously. Chatting is not a good habit,
Xiao Louis said confidently. As soon as he finished speaking, Fire Phoenix, Fire Sea, Meteor Shower and Fire Tornado. A series of skills were all thrown at Lu Yuan. Area-specific skills couldn't jump out of range for a while, and Lu Yuan dodged all single-target skills one by one. Although these skills had been strengthened, it was impossible to hit Lu Yuan, whose agility had greatly increased. The fire unicorn summoned by Xiao Louis had also arrived in front of Lu Yuan. He raised his two front paws and started to attack Lu Yuan. Flames spurted out from his mouth. Lu Yuan dodged left and right without fighting back, since it was a test of his skills. Lu Yuan, I don't want to end the battle too early. Xiao Louis missed many skills, but didn't panic. He moved his left hand backwards, and the fire dragon technique that had hit the target unexpectedly turned around and came back. Lu Yuan was indeed a little careless. He thought he understood Xiao Louis' skills, but he didn't expect that the previously uncontrollable fire dragon technique could actually control the direction. When Lu Yuan discovered the crisis behind him, he could no longer escape. The dragon turns back. This is after Xiao Louis summed up his experience by using the extreme dragon control technique. He suddenly mastered the uncontrollable fire dragon technique and was able to control simple turns and changes of direction. The huge fire dragon hovering in the sky also swooped down, and the summoned fire unicorn also accelerated its attack like crazy. Meteor falls. Huge fireballs fell from the sky and hit Lu Yuan hard. A dragon's head triggered a series of follow-up attacks, and all the subsequent attacks hit after one hit. Anyone who suffered so many high-damage skills at once would be unable to withstand it, except Lu Yuan. After the fire exploded, Lu Yuan stood intact on the spot, and a layer of fire appeared around his body. It was Lu Yuan who covered the body with unicorn fire. There is also a trace of Qilin's original fire in Xiao Louis' body, but it was passed to her through his master. It is no longer so pure, and what is passed to her is only such a weak trace, which is not as pure as Lu Yuan's Qilin fire. Fabi. The fire skill did not cause any damage to Lu Yuan, and Lu Yuan only consumed some of his internal energy. The fire unicorn summoned by Xiao Louis lay on the ring, and it did not attack, but rubbed Lu Yuansaw with its huge head. Be coquettish.
You have made great progress. If it had been before, I might have lost.
Lu Yuan reached out and touched with Qilin's head and said lightly,
What are you? The original fire of Qilin?
Xiao Louis asked in surprise. Lu Yuan only obtained the original fire when he was about to leave, so before he had time to tell everyone. It was as unexpected as Xiao Louis' dragon turning back.
Are you still fighting?
Lu Yuan nodded and asked,
Have you looked down on me now that your strength has increased greatly?
Xiao Louis is very competitive when it comes to fighting, and would rather lose than be treated like this.
Then let me try my new skills too.
Minefield. The other two magical skills are sealed here, but this group damage skill can still be used. A 100-meter range with Lu Yuan as the center was instantly enveloped by thunderclouds, and dense thunder fell from the sky, attacking this area indiscriminately. Although the surrounding players would not be harmed, they were still frightened and fled in all directions. Xiao Louis was naturally the main target of the attack. He dodged left and right to avoid, but the lightning strikes were too dense and fast. Xiao Louis was hit, and his blood volume continued to drop. The lightning struck for a full minute, and Lu Yuan did not pursue it. If it was a normal battle, it could be solved by taking a bottle of blood medicine or running out of the attack range. But in a duel between the two, neither was possible. Xiao Lui listened to this minute with difficulty. During this period, he still refused to give up and used his skills on Lu Yuan. However, Lu Yuan was almost immune now. Sword dance. Lu Yuan's newly practiced sixth sword, with the blessing of high agility, activated even faster. Lu Yuan's figure flashed past. He put the thunder sword behind his back with one hand, and looked quietly in the direction of Xiao Lui. Xiao Lui felt threatened, and used the gourd shield to protect his body. Then Lu Yuan's figure flashed past him. He fired many swords as he passed by, but his eyesight could not keep up. Xiao Lui's whole body was shrouded in sword light, and the gourd cover shattered in response. Xiao Lui's blood volume was cleared, and the battle was judged to have failed. Although it was just a fleeting moment, Lu Yuan actually struck out more than 20 swords. This was also boosted by the attack speed of the thunder sword. Otherwise, Lu Yuan could only strike out more than 10 swords.
You've become stronger again. You're so powerful. The gap between us is getting bigger and bigger.
Without any feeling of disappointment, Xiao Lui was happy because Lu Yuan had become stronger. Although he was defeated, Xiao Lui knew his strength very well. If Lu Yuan didn't have Qilin Fire, the careless move of Dragon Turn Back would cause subsequent damage. Even Lu Yuan, who has high defense and high health, will definitely not be able to withstand it.
Xiao Yuanzi, are you a warrior or a mage? The lightning struck in that minute, and the range was so large. Even I, a lightning mage, couldn't do it.
Zhao Xinghe said sourly.
This is the effect of equipment. The attributes of human beings are not comparable to other races. The strongest point of human beings is that they can use weapons and know how to make equipment. Brother Zhang Feng once said, as long as the equipment is good, no one can defeat anyone.
Lu Yuan is also very satisfied with the skill minefield. It is like moving the valley of death. And the damage is also sufficient.
I'm envious. I didn't expect that in the Taiyuan world. The strongest profession is not the combat profession, but the blacksmith,
Zhao Xinghe said with emotion.
If God gives me a chance, I would like to say that I also want to be a blacksmith.
Chapter 260, the most powerful fire magic suit.
By the way, Xinghe, hit me a few times with your skills.
Lu Yuan suddenly said after teasing everyone for a while.
What? After bullying Luo Yi, do you want to bully me again?
Even though Zhao Xinghe said that, he still stepped onto the stage and applied for a duel. After Lu Yuan accepted it, he stood there. Lu Yuan just wanted to test his conjecture. Although his Sky Thunder suit did not have lightning resistance, he resisted many lightning strikes during the forging, and he didn't even feel anything afterwards. And the blood loss has also been reduced a lot. I don't know what it will be like when fighting against others. Without using any defensive skills, he was able to resist Zhao Xinghe's various skills. As Lu Yuan expected, although the damage was still there, it was very low. Although his defense increased after changing his equipment, it was not. The only possibility for such low damage is that he has certain antibodies to the beating.
Damn it! Xiao Yuanzi, why don't you let the mage live like this? Forget about the fire immunity. Your thunder resistance is too perverted,
Zhao Xinghe said angrily.
You can't blame me. When I was making the Sky Thunder suit, I was struck by lightning for a long time, and I was able to resist it. My lightning resistance was hard-edged.
Lu Yuan told the truth.
Luo Yi, is the fire unicorn you summoned a set skill?
Li Tong asked.
Well, this set of equipment has a strong flame amplification. Qilin comes to the world is a skill that comes with the weapon. The set also has an additional skill that was not used just now.
Xiao Lui simply disclosed the equipment attributes. Plus 20 Fire Lin Burning Sky Staff. False Artifact. Fire Mage. Attack Power, 14600-15800, plus 51,700. Intelligence plus 1,000. Spirit plus 1,000. Additional attributes, Flame Amplification. Due to the embedded Earth Core Flame Essence, the effectiveness of all fire skills is increased by 20%. Additional attribute, Burning Flames. When the enemy is attacked by fire, there is an 80% chance of entering a burning state, causing the enemy to lose 1% of its maximum health per second for 15 seconds. The same enemy will only be burned once in 30 seconds. Burning Effect. Additional attributes, Ignite. All fire skills cause an additional 30% damage to enemies that enter the burning effect. Additional attribute, Magic Critical Strike. When a Magic Critical Strike occurs, it will cause a 1.5 second stun effect to the burning enemy. Additional skills, Karen comes to the world and summons a fire unicorn to help fight. The summoned fire unicorn will cause high damage to enemies that enter the burning effect. The high temperature of its own flames will cause magic damage to surrounding enemies. It is full of special effects. As long as the enemy enters the burning effect, the damage will be qualitatively changed. And it can even produce a stun effect. Unlike warrior equipment that is simple and crude, mage equipment is really full of special effects. Plus 15 Fire Lin Burning Sky Top. False Artifact. Fire Mage. Physical Defense plus 7,200, plus 2,100. Magic Defense plus 7,200, plus 2,100. Intelligence plus 1,000. Spirit plus 1,000. Additional attributes, Flame Amplification. Due to the embedded Earth Core Flame Essence, the effect of all fire skills is increased by 15%. Additional attributes, Intelligence increased by 15%. Additional attributes, Spirit increased by 15%. Additional attributes, Magic Critical Strike Chance increased by 10%. Additional attributes, Carnelian Core Fire Bonus. Fire damage increased by an additional 5%. Plus 15 Fire Lin Burning Sky Leg Armor. False Artifact. Fire Mage. Physical Defense plus 6,400, plus 2,100. Magic Defense plus 6,400, plus 2,100. Intelligence plus 1,000. Spirit plus 1,000. Additional attributes, Flame Amplification. Due to the embedded Earth Core Flame Essence, the effect of all fire skills is increased by 15%. Additional attributes, Intelligence increased by 15%. Additional attributes, Spirit increased by 15%. Additional attributes, Magic Critical Strike Chance increased by 10%. Additional attributes, Carnelian Core Fire Bonus. Fire damage increased by an additional 5%. Plus 15 Fire Lin Burning Sky Belt. False Artifact. Fire Mage. Physical Defense plus 6,400, plus 2,100. Magic Defense plus 6,400, plus 2,100. Intelligence plus 1,000. Spirit plus 1,000. Additional attributes, Flame Amplification. Due to the embedded Earth Core Flame Essence, the effect of all fire skills is increased by 15%. Additional attributes, Intelligence increased by 15%. Additional attributes, Spirit increased by 15%. Additional attributes, Magic Critical Strike Chance increased by 10%. Additional attributes, Carnelian Core Fire Bonus. Fire damage increased by an additional 5%. Plus 15 Fire Lin Burning Heaven Ring. False Artifact. Fire Mage. Physical Defense plus 3,200, plus 2,100. Magic Defense plus 3,200, plus 2,100. Intelligence plus 1,000. Spirit plus 1,000. Additional attributes, Flame Amplification. Due to the embedded Earth Core Flame Essence, the effect of all fire skills is increased by 15%. Additional attributes, Intelligence increased by 15%. Additional attributes, Spirit increased by 15%. Additional attributes, Magic Critical Strike Chance increased by 10%. Additional attributes, Carnelian Core Fire Bonus. Fire damage increased by an additional 5%. Plus 15 Fire Lin Burning Sky Boots. False Artifact. Fire Mage. Physical Defense plus 4,800, plus 2,100. Magic Defense plus 4,800, plus 2,100. Intelligence plus 1,000. Spirit plus 1,000. Additional attributes, Flame Amplification. Due to the embedded Earth Core Flame Essence, the effect of all fire skills is increased by 15%. Additional attributes, Intelligence increased by 15%. Additional attributes, Spirit increased by 15%. Additional attributes, Magic Critical Strike Chance increased by 10%. Additional attributes, Carnelian Core Fire Bonus. Fire damage increased by an additional 5%. It has to be said that the defensive power of the mage's equipment is too low. Lu Yuan's fake artifact parts already have a defense power of tens of thousands. And the defense power of the mage's fake artifact parts is not as good as Lu Yuan's 5 elements natural disaster set. However, the additional intelligence and spirit are really high. Each piece has a 1,000 point intelligence bonus. A group attack with such high attack power would probably burn them to death. Plus 15 Fire Lin Burning Sky Ring. False Artifact. Fire Mage. Intelligence plus 1,000, plus 520. Spirit plus 1,000, plus 520. Additional attributes, Flame Amplification. Due to the embedded Earth Core Flame Essence, the effect of all fire skills is increased by 15%. Additional attributes, Intelligence increased by 15%. Additional attributes, Spirit increased by 15%. Additional attributes, Magic Critical Strike Chance increased by 10%. Additional attributes, Carnelian Core Fire Bonus. Fire damage increased by an additional 5%. Plus 15 Fire Lin Burning Sky Necklace. False Artifact. Fire Mage. Intelligence plus 1000, plus 520. Spirit plus 1000, plus 520. Additional attributes, Flame Amplification. Due to the embedded Earth Core Flame Essence, the effect of all fire skills is increased by 15%. Additional attributes, Intelligence increased by 15%. Additional attributes, Spirit increased by 15%. Additional attributes, Magic Critical Strike Chance increased by 10%. Additional attributes, Carnelian Core Fire Bonus. Fire damage increased by an additional 5%. Plus 15 Fire Lin Burning Sky Bracelet. False Artifact. Fire Mage. Intelligence plus 1000, plus 520. Spirit plus 1000, plus 520. Additional attributes, Flame Amplification. Due to the embedded Earth Core Flame Essence, the effect of all fire skills is increased by 15%. Additional attributes, Intelligence increased by 15%. Additional attributes, Spirit increased by 15%. Additional attributes, Magic Critical Strike Chance increased by 10%. Additional attributes, Carnelian Core Fire Bonus. Fire damage increased by an additional 5%. The jewelry appears to be quite satisfactory, because after Lu Yuan's enhancement was completed, all of it was inlaid with Earth Core Flame Essence. So every piece of equipment has an increase in fire skills, which is much stronger than simply increasing intelligence. The extra damage has also been increased by 40%, which is the icing on the cake. The flames in the Carnelian Core are really not a decoration. Set effect. 5/9, plus 1000 intelligence. Plus 1000 spirit. Magic Critical Strike Chance increased by 20%. 8/9, magma eruption. There is a 10% chance of launching a magma explosion on the enemy under the burning effect. A ring of fire will appear under the enemy's feet, and magma will erupt from the center of the earth, causing high magic damage to the enemy, and having a chance to levitate the enemy. 9/9, fire in the core of the earth. Fire in the core of the earth surrounds itself, causing nearby enemies to suffer super high magic damage. It can also attack designated enemies with the fire in the core of the earth, causing huge damage to them. It can be said that the entire set of equipment will not be outdated even after reaching level 100. It all revolves around the burning effect of the weapon. The weapon alone has an 80% chance of entering the burning effect. Xiao Lui is a fire magician, and many skills also have burning effects. It can be said that except for an outlier like Xian Lu Yuan, almost no one can resist it. Moreover, the set of skills also has a floating control effect, and a magic critical strike can also cause the enemy to enter a dazed state. What Xiao Lui lacks the most is control skills, and this time the suit has all of them. The 9-piece set of skills is even better. What mages fear most is enemies getting close. With the protection of the Earth's core fire, nearby enemies will be burned by the Earth's core fire, and it can also be used as a single target high explosion attack. A practical skill that can be used both offensively and defensively. The fire of the Earth's core is the transparent flame of the Earth's fire essence, and it is also the result of Lu Yuan embedding a whole set of equipment with the Earth's flame essence. Lu Yuan's intuition was not wrong.
It's really strong. With this set of equipment, if you level up a little bit and learn more powerful skills, I'm afraid you will be the #1 fire spell.
Li Tong admired after seeing it.
I wonder if I will have an artifact suit in the future.
Fong Rou did not hide the envy in her eyes.
Such a high attack and burst. But it didn't even impress my boss. It seems he is the most perverted one,
Zheng Yu said with a smile.
Okay, we've had enough discussions. Let's go back to the blacksmith shop first. I also found some thunderstones when I came back. I'll help Xinghe make his own equipment later. Although this ore is not considered Tai Chi grade, it should be at least if I can make a set of epics. Then I should try my best to level up.
Lu Yuan interrupted everyone's chat.
By the way, the activities of monsters in the Peak Forest have been extremely frequent recently. According to some NPCs, it is very likely that monsters will attack the city. And what the monsters hate the most is the holy city.
Xiao Lui suddenly remembered that recently information obtained.
Monsters attacking the city? Why is the Peak Forest joining in the fun at such a critical moment?
Lu Yuan suddenly felt a little dizzy. Chapter 261 Battlefront Frontline. Back at the blacksmith shop, Lu Yuan first strengthened his Sky Thunder suit and inlaid it with power gems. Since it was a critical hit suit, he might as well be violent to the end. However, the Sky Thunder set does not have additional defensive power, nor does it increase the resistance of other attributes. It does not have the life-saving skills of the 5 Elements Natural Disaster set, nor the overpowering skills of the Peerless Elegance Jewelry set. Therefore, at a critical moment, Lu Yuan may change his clothes. Lu Yuan quickly completed all his preparations and took out the Thunder Stone to help Zhao Xinghe update his equipment. The property of the Thunder Stone is to gather thunder clouds to trigger thunder, which is suitable for Thunder Mage. This is not the first time for everyone to see Lu Yuan's forging. There are surprises every time. This time, the surprise is of course even greater. There is a new forging hammer and the unicorn fire in Lu Yuan's palm. Even the forging furnace is not needed. And the forging speed has also been accelerated. Phew. Although everything was perfect, the texture of the Thunder Stone was still a bit poor. So in the end, I just made a set of epic equipment. Although it is only an epic suit, its attributes are still very strong. Firstly, the speed of releasing skills has been greatly accelerated. And secondly, the attack frequency of all thunder and lightning has also been strengthened. By the way, he helped Zhao Xinghe to strengthen them all and inlaid them with Chilean gemstones. The appearance of the Thunder Stone was white. Zhao Xinghe was now wearing white light armor, and the staff in his hand was slender. It was more like a lightning rod than a staff. Lu Yuan no longer deliberately pursues turning the material into cloth armor, because the current craftsmanship can make light armor very light without affecting the user's movement speed at all. Everyone has finished gearing up again, and Lu Yuan also plans to go to the front lines of the battlefield to catch up with his level. It is said that some players who have joined the Demon Realm camp have almost reached level 70. Although Lu Yuan's strength has increased a lot, his level has indeed dropped too far. Those players who joined the Demon World had their data removed. So now on Lu Yuan's side, those people can no longer be seen on the level rankings.
Lu Yuan. There is also a very strong blacksmith in their Demon World. I heard that he will help players who join to build equipment for free. You can mainly bring your own materials, but his level should not be as strong as yours.
Xiao Lui suddenly said.
The world is so big. It's not surprising that there are some capable people and strangers. Even if they are not as good as me, if they have good materials and epic equipment, it will definitely be fine. It will be a big improvement for those people.
Lu Yuan replied.
Originally, I thought that the top 10 demon generals were already very powerful. But above them, there are 8 great guardians and 4 elders. It turns out that the demon generals are just selected thugs, and they usually only perform some tasks.
Everyone stayed on the battlefield for a long time and learned a lot of useful information. Lu Yuan was not very surprised after hearing this, and said calmly,
The demon world has always respected the strong. So naturally there will be no shortage of masters. Demon generals are generally at level 70 or 80. So naturally they cannot be the strongest in the demon world. There is another thing that is more terrifying than these.
Fong Rose suddenly said.
What's the matter?
Lu Yuan asked back.
School is about to start.
Lu Yuan slapped his forehead. He spent most of his time in the game every day, and his concept of time in the real world was somewhat vague.
The start of school at this critical moment will definitely affect the speed of upgrading, and a war may break out at any time. It's really not good news,
Lu Yuan said with a frown.
Theoretically, you should complete your studies, but the current situation is special. You are our main force. If you are not here at this time, our strength will be greatly reduced,
Xiao Lui said.
It's really a bit confusing. Let me help you do it. Just apply for an early internship,
Xiao Lui said calmly. Lu Yuan and others nodded. With the help of the Xiao family, there was nothing to worry about. The group set out again, and soon arrived at the front line of the Demon Realm. The two sides had formed a confrontation line, each in their own camp. There was no fighting at this time, and they were in the middle of a truce.
Is this the main front? Isn't the battle very fierce?
It was Lu Yuan's first time coming to the front line, and he didn't know how the battle was going on.
You know about the national war between the Lai Sun and the Bright Moon, right? It's very similar to that. Once the two sides get into a melee, there will be a lot of casualties, so they won't fight non-stop. After a battle, they have to rest for a while. Both have arrow towers, so if we try to take advantage of the victory and pursue it, it will also increase a lot of casualties. Both sides win or lose, so it's a stalemate. Oh, Just wait. Now as long as you kill people or monsters in the opponent's camp, you will directly gain experience points. And the experience points will be adjusted according to the opponent's level and strength. The system will automatically mark the person who killed the most enemies on the battlefield. If you can terminate it, you will get a huge amount of experience points.
Zhao Xinghe explained to Lu Yuan.
That's very convenient. Please stay away from me for a while. My suit skill minefield does not distinguish between friend and foe, so as not to accidentally injure you.
The golden sound sounded, and the players began to gather, leaving the camp one after another. There were also many demon people, monsters, and players on the demon side, and they seemed much stronger than their own side.
Please don't come within 100 meters of me. My skills may accidentally hurt you. Thank you for your cooperation.
Lu Yuan spoke on his own channel.
Damn it. Who is so arrogant? You can fight alone.
A player replied directly.
You don't even look at your ID. How dare you confront that man? Ha. I'm sorry for not paying attention. We promised to stay far away from that in a while. Oh, with EP201 joining us, it seems that this battle will definitely be won. Master, sign your name for me. If you don't want to, I will give you a child.
Lu Yuan's appearance caused an explosion in his own camp. Seeing that the demon realm side had arrived in the center of the battlefield, people here were still surrounding Lu Yuan, chattering in discussion.
Be careful if I hack you.
After Lu Yuan said that, he rushed forward alone. Seeing that there was only one person rushing over, the demon world didn't pay much attention to it. It was obvious that it was the newcomer Xiaobai who came to kill him. A volley of archers from the demon world fired at Lu Yuan's only path. Everyone wanted to gain more experience. The mage also began to release range-based skills. Although the damage was lower, the hit rate would be much higher. After all, the range was the soldiers and guardians all gathered in formation. Since he came to send it, they had to keep it. Lu Yuan used all his speed when the opponent attacked. The high agility bonus of the Sky Thunder suit was very effective. Coupled with his flexible body skills, most of the long-range attacks fell into the air, while the range of magic due to the small amount of damage caused by the attack. Lu Yuan didn't care much at all and rushed to the front of the demon army.
Damn! He is indeed that man. In the blink of an eye, I rushed up to him. Even he can't fight thousands of people by himself. Can he? No matter how powerful the data is, it is limited. One person can drown him with just one spit. I didn't expect him to be so arrogant. Look at these people. Even though there are thousands of people here, I have the courage to do so. And then look at you, and you will know that you are making sarcastic remarks here.
His own camp was still discussing Lu Yuan's behavior, but Lu Yuan had already started to
kill thousands of troops
and rushed into the demon realm camp. He raised the knife in his hand and struck down with the knife in a critical strike. And before he could react, he was instantly killed by Lu Yuan with a sword. Numbers also began to appear above Lu Yuan's head, showing the number of his kills. Chapter 262 Orphans on the Battlefield Lu Yuan. Chapter 262 Battlefield Orphan Lu Yuan. While Lu Yuan was killing people, he was charging towards the back row of the demon realm troops. Although there were many people on the other side, the only ones who could get close to Lu Yuan were in that circle. Most of them were using long-range functions. Lu Yuan's attack was high and his blood was thick, and he also had a high agility bonus. In addition, his sword skills were superb and his body movements were flexible. For a while, no one could do anything against him.
Focus on fire. Focus on fire. What are you doing remotely? The front row is blocking him. What are you doing? Let him break through so easily. Holy shit. Protect the doctor.
The Demon Realm channel has long been a mess, because Lu Yuan is too fast and his explosion is too high. Even the human shield class can hardly resist his swords. There is also the terrifying attack speed bonus. Often, Lu Yuan will be stunned as soon as the enemy attacks. Yuan has already thrust out 2 swords, and the 3rd sword is already on its way. Minefield. Lu Yuan almost reached the center of the Demon Realm camp and directly opened the set skill minefield. The area of 100 meters was shrouded in dark clouds, and streaks of thunder fell from the sky. Those on the edge of thunder and lightning were fine, but the people from the demon world who were far away from Lu had no chance to escape. In the minefield, the Sky Thunder suit was also surrounded by electric sparks, and he seemed extremely excited. Lu Yuan continued to harvest heads. At this time, the number above his head had exceeded 100, and it was still growing. The people from Lu Yuanfang's camp had just rushed to half the distance. Xiao Lui and others also followed Lu Yuan's advice, stayed far away from him, and chose another direction to move forward. The minefield lasted for a full minute, allowing Lu Yuan to clear the area within 100 meters. The NPCs and players in the demon world all stood outside the minefield, looking at Lu Yuan hatefully. He thought he was going to kill someone, but he didn't expect it to happen in such a moment. Killed hundreds of people. The minefield disappeared, but no one in the demon world wanted to provoke Lu Yuan anymore. They all rushed in another direction and started to fight with others. Lu Yuan smiled and used all his speed to catch up. Now, with the bonus of thunder and lightning, Lu Yuan's speed was completely comparable to the fastest archer. Or even better, Lu Yuan quickly caught up with the Demon Realm troops and started a new round of attacks. The Demon Realm side was also very embarrassed. It was like being attacked from both sides. There were enemies in front, but Lu Yuan was chasing behind them alone.
This orphan. Why is he so annoying? I've been on the battlefield for so long. Why haven't I discovered this person before? Big Brother is so right. He is an orphan.
The players who joined the Demon Realm couldn't beat them and began to curse. Since the data was stripped out of the Taoyuan group, they can no longer see the world announcements issued by the Taoyuan system. The news is completely conveyed by some undercovers who stay here. So most people don't know if Lu Yuan is wearing an artifact suit. The individual pieces are all pseudo-artifacts, but when combined they are already at the level of artifacts. And the weapons directly reach the level of artifacts. The attributes of these ordinary players are simply not enough. Lu Yuan rushed into the crowd again, and a dazzling white light blinded everyone around him. When his vision was restored, an extremely unstable attribute ball had fallen. It turned out that after Lu Yuan rushed in, he directly changed into the 5 elements natural disaster set and the shadowless sword. The 2 skills were the shadowless sword's additional skill sun and moon shining, and the 5 elements natural disaster set skill natural disaster. Huge attribute balls exploded in the crowd, and professions with relatively low health were instantly killed, while those who survived by chance also had very low health. Lu Yuan directly used the 6th sword of the 9 swordsmen of the Sword Master, Sword Dance, and rushed out quickly, leaving streaks of sword light wherever he passed. The demon player was about to take a blood bottle to recover, but before he could see what was happening, he saw the figure of the orphan flash past, and then his body was slashed by the controlled sword light, and he fell down unwillingly. With the blessing of the 5 elements natural disaster set, the equipment special effects are even more vivid. Poisonous fog, ground fire, ice, ground subsidence, and non-healing wounds have their healing effects halved, making players in the demon world miserable. Lu Yuan played for a while, and then switched back to the thunder suit, because it was more conducive to his quick movement, and the defense was much higher than the natural disaster suit. Lu Yuan transformed into a god of death, and caused chaos in the rear of the demon army, gaining a great advantage for the human side. This was the easiest battle in more than half a month. Normally, this side was bullied and oppressed. When the battle came to an end, the number on Lu Yuan's head had exceeded 1,000, killing 1,000 people, and his experience had increased a lot. Unexpectedly, gaining experience on the battlefield was much faster than grinding monsters to level up. Of course, this is just Lu Yuan's idea, because ordinary players can't kill so many people, and they will die if they make a mistake. And the experience lost is often more than the experience gained. In the end, the battle ended with a complete victory for the human side. The demon side also urgently began to mobilize experts to this stronghold, preparing to start targeting Lu Yuan after the rest. Lu Yuan's reputation in the demon world has completely spread, and his nickname of Battlefield Orphan has been completely fulfilled. Players on the demon world side all complained that it was unfair, and rumors spread everywhere that that person was simply a cheat. But even if Lu Yuan is a cheat, they have no right to control it, because players who join the demon realm camp are no longer protected by the Taoyuan group. In the human camp, Lu Yuan is even regarded as a god. I thought that Lu Yuan was arrogant to charge into the battle alone, but I didn't expect that he had strong strength to back him up.
As long as my husband is around, it's impossible for us to lose. Do you know that you are all taking advantage of my husband? Bah! You are so shameless. Why am I your husband? I don't even look at you. Whoever you say is shameless is my husband, and I will give him a child. I have so many top beauties around me that they can fall in love with you. A crooked melon. Can you please wake up?
Everyone was immersed in the joy of victory, and Lu Yuan became the only topic in the camp. The top posts on the official website were all pictures of Lu Yuan charging alone. Taoyuan group even collected a lot of video footage and made it into a game CG for publicity. 2 new demon generals have been transferred to the Demon World camp. One is Blood River, who had fought against Lu Yuan and others before but ran away. The other is dressed in black and is obviously an assassin. He is one of the top 5 demon generals. Netherworld.
Why is it that kid again? What a bad luck.
Shui complained after reading the information.
What? Have you seen him?
Ewing asked.
We have fought against each other. Although his level is not high, he is very difficult to deal with. And his helpers are also very powerful. He is a difficult character.
Shui said directly without hiding anything.
Ha. That's because you are too weak. When the next round of fighting starts, I will let him die instantly under my sword.
Yu sneered.
Ha. I hope so.
Shui replied calmly without explaining. Chapter 263 Demon General Netherworld. Lu Yuan naturally didn't care about these false reputations. As soon as the battle was over, he hid in a corner to rest, not wanting to be watched by ordinary players. There are many battles of this kind every day. Since the reward for experience is very high, even though the risks are high, many people are still willing to take risks. If you are lucky enough to end a character with many consecutive kills, the benefits will be great. The key is that players will also drop some equipment when they die. Some people come to the battlefield not to kill people, but to scavenge. They were tattered equipment, and then specifically pick up things dropped by others. Although the White Wolf, with empty gloves, has a good profit, the mortality rate is also very high because he is wearing tatters. The loss of experience often requires refighting monsters for a long time to make up for it. Being able to be like Lu Yuan and kill 1,000 people as soon as he comes on the field is unimaginable for ordinary people. Only his high burst can minimize the effects of doctors and drugs and crush the equipment. It is more important than martial arts and body skills.
Boss, you were so handsome just now. I wish I could be half as good as you.
Zheng Yu seemed to be even more excited than Lu Yuan.
Come on. Strength is accumulated bit by bit.
Lu Yuan comforted.
After Luo Yi and Xing had changed their equipment, their damage increased a lot. They both killed a lot of people this time.
Li Tong said with a smile.
Mages do have a great advantage in group battles. After all, the range of skills is large and the damage is sufficient. It's hard for a little assassin like me. Once he shows up to sneak attack an enemy, if he can't escape, he will have to wait for death.
Fang Rou sighed with emotion.
That's why cooperation is needed. Lu Yuan has a long-term vision and has already started looking for reliable teammates. Under war, an individual's power is very small, unless someone like Lu Yuan is far stronger than ordinary people.
Li Tong saw that Fang Rou was a little disappointed. He quickly comforted.
Don't belittle yourself. Every time an enemy comes to attack us, Fang Rou helps solve it. So we dare to attack boldly.
Xiao Lui also doesn't want to see Fang Rou feel down.
We are a team. There will be greater challenges waiting for us in the future. Everyone has their own use. The most important thing now is to find their own position in the team.
Lu Yuan couldn't think of any words of comfort, so he could only express what was in his heart. Everyone was resting and chatting, and soon the second battle began. There was another sound of gold, and the players began to gather outside the camp like a conditioned reflex.
Master, which way do you want to go this time? You choose first. Yes. Just let us fully cooperate with you.
The human camp has begun to actively cooperate with Lu Yuan. After all, after being suppressed for so long, such a tyrannical figure has appeared, leading everyone to be proud. It is not an exaggeration to call Lu Yuan a national hero.
I fought my way through the middle. Victory in the war requires everyone's joint efforts. Thank you for your support.
Lu Yuan was not proud at all. Instead, he encouraged the players in his own camp very humbly. This attitude was naturally very popular, and Lu Yuan's reputation became even better for a while. The master's demeanor is clearly revealed. What surprised Lu Yuan was that all the players on the demon world side stood still, and only one figure walked towards the middle of the battlefield.
You brat! I heard that you are very arrogant. Come out and let Grandpa know how to deal with you.
Shui shouted loudly.
Who do I think you are? Isn't this the defeated general? How are you planning to escape this time?
Lu Yuan stepped forward and replied.
Ha. You are so arrogant. I will use your blood to sacrifice my blood knife today.
Field Blood Moon. When Xue saw Lu Yuan coming forward alone, he activated his domain skills without any delay, and directly engaged Lu Yuan in hand-to-hand combat. Both camps had a tacit understanding, and did not step forward. The two armies were fighting each other. The victory or defeat in a duel had a great impact on the morale of the army. And most people also had the mentality of watching the fun. After all, fighting against the top 10 demon generals in a duel would have a great impact on the morale of the army. It's not a common thing. For most civilian players, demon generals are mysterious and inviolable existences. After all, due to level suppression and skills beyond ordinary people, every demon general is not easy to deal with. As soon as Shui He and Lu Yuangang fought, he was suddenly shocked. Not long after the last fight, this kid had grown so much. His strength, speed, and sword intent in every sword collision were no longer the same, because Lu Yuan's strength has greatly increased, and he has fought off a river of blood. Lu Yuan's momentum is slightly better when the two fight against each other. Moreover, Lu Yuan had many new methods, but Shui He's moves were still the same. However, no matter how passive Shui He was, he had no intention of retreating this time. It has to be said that the vitality of these people in the demon world is too strong, and the paralysis effect of Lu Yuan's thunder sword is not very obvious against the blood river. It seems that all masters with some strength have high resistance to various attributes. Suddenly, Lu Yuan was startled. There was a threatening feeling behind him. With Lu Yuan's eyesight, it was natural that he could see that there was no one else around. But this feeling was definitely unmistakable. The long knife bounced off the blood river and rolled to the side. Sure enough, just as Lu Yuan left, a dagger stabbed Lu Yuan's original position. If the blow hadn't killed him a little later, it would have taken half of Lu Yuan's life. The sneak attacker behind him was none other than the demon general Yu Ming. He had been invisible and hovering around from the beginning, waiting for Lu Yuan's careless moment. Lu Yuan's perception of danger really impressed Netherworld. There were only a handful of people in the entire demon world who could avoid his sneak attacks. He didn't expect to be dodged by someone whose level was much lower than his own. Lu Yuan was even more surprised. Ever since he acquired the Eagle Eye skill, he could see through the enemy's invisibility in the real world. Unexpectedly, he couldn't see through this person today. Demon General Nether level 80 HP 300000000.
Oh! The mighty Demon General also cooperated to carry out a sneak attack?
Lu Yuan stood up again, having narrowly escaped the blow just now. Without the high agility bonus of the Sky Thunder suit, the subsequent attack might have been enough to kill him.
Sneak attack? This is my attack method. Why is there such a thing as a sneak attack?
Yu Ming missed the blow, but his eyes became serious. He looked Lu Yuan up and down. There was indeed a big difference in levels, but his combat consciousness and level of armament were already at the level of a top expert. If he was given some time, I'm afraid he still wouldn't be able to do it. Really no match.
Ha. It doesn't matter. One of them defeats the general, and the other stabs him in the back. Let's attack together.
Lu Yuan started to talk dirty. Even if he didn't let the two of them come together, they couldn't come one by one. Seeing another demon general coming, Xiao Lui and others hurriedly moved closer to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan waved his hand slightly to stop everyone.
It's been a long time since I've fought against a strong person, so I just want to give them a try. Compared to Senior Fire Qilin, their level is only 1.5 points behind, so there's nothing to be afraid of,
Lu Yuan said confidently.
Young man, if you have some strength, you won't know how high the sky is. Let me teach you how to behave.
The nether figure gradually disappeared from Lu Yuan's sight. Chapter 264 Netherworld Ghost Pillar. Lu Yuan watched the netherworld disappear before his eyes. If it were invisible in the past, Lu Yuan would have been able to see through it. But this netherworld made Lu Yuan's eagle eye effect ineffective. Shui He also launched an attack. Lu Yuan no longer paid attention to Shui He's tricks. With his current equipment and cultivation level, it would be very easy to deal with Shui He alone. The threat to him would undoubtedly be hidden in the underworld in the dark. Lu Yuan used his high movement speed and attack speed to suppress Shui He, who was known for his sharp swords. Shui He was also feeling aggrieved. Last time he was able to suppress this kid, but now it was completely reversed. It seemed that his attacks and intentions were all within his expectations, and he was gradually becoming unable to resist. The high amount of damage coupled with the critical strike of the sword meant that even though the blood river had strong vitality, it was still somewhat unable to recover, and the blood bar was rapidly declining.
Why don't you take action?
Shui He shouted anxiously.
It seems like your teammate is not very reliable.
Lu Yuan still quickly drew out his sword, suppressing the blood river firmly. Just like Lu Yuan said, Shui He's attack is incomparable to Fire Qilin in any aspect. He can resist under Fire Qilin's torture. After experiencing that kind of high-intensity confrontation, He will come back to play this kind of role. As long as you are not careless. There is no suspense at all. Netherworld Ghost Pillar. 8 stone pillars appeared out of thin air in midair. The stone pillars fell heavily on the ground, surrounding Lu Yuan and Shui He. These 8 stone pillars were all hexagonal and engraved with various ghost patterns. They fell silent after falling on the ground and did not attack Lu Yuan. Immediately afterwards, Yu Ming launched an attack. His hand was on the side of Lu Yuan. A black shadow flashed past. Lu Yuan turned sideways to avoid the stab. The shadow stepped on a stone pillar and used his feet to stab him again. Although the speed after attacking and appearing was fast, Lu Yuan was on guard after all, and his dodge became much easier. In this way, every next attack was much faster than the last one. Although it did not hit Lu Yuan, Yu Ming did not stop. It was obvious that the drunkard was not interested in drinking. Finally, after another attack failed, Yu Ming stood on one of the stone pillars and looked coldly at Lu Yuan on the ground. Blood River had already exited the range of the stone pillars without knowing when.
Boy, let's see where you run this time,
Yu Ming said coldly. Lu Yuan was confused by what he was saying. He took a small step forward, and the armor on his body suddenly emitted sparks. After taking a closer look, it turned out that the body was surrounded by thin lines. It seemed that Netherworld's attack just now failed, but it was actually a trap. These thin wires were so thin that they couldn't be seen clearly without looking carefully, and they were extremely sharp. Lu Yuan only touched them lightly, and sparks were generated by the friction between the armor and the thin wires. Lu Yuan took out the shadowless sword and concentrated his energy on the sword. Break. The thin threads were cut off with a crashing sound. Lu Yuan quickly swung his sword and continued to slash. However, there were many thin threads, and it was difficult to cut them all in one time.
That's it?
Lu Yuan said with a smile while cleaning the thread around his body. Yu Ming was greatly surprised when he saw that Lu Yuan could actually cut off the thread. He knew the toughness of this thin thread very well. If a person's skin and flesh touched it, it would be cut instantly. No less than a sword, or even an ordinary sword. If you try to cut it off, you will be cut off by it. And this kid actually took a sword hilt and broke the trap he had set up casually.
Ha ha. It's interesting. But do you think that's the end of it?
Yu Ming said with a sneer.
All the Netherworld Ghost Pillars obey the command and shoot.
Yu Ming made a gesture, and the ghosts and gods on the 8 pillars all opened their mouths, and countless hidden weapons all shot towards the landing. Lu Yuan had no time to continue cutting the thin lines, and could only passively resist the hidden weapons coming from all directions. And those thin lines restricted Lu Yuan's dodge space.
You brat! After entering my stone pillar formation, there are only a few people who can walk out safely, and you are definitely not included among them. Enjoy your death slowly,
Yu Ming said coldly while standing on top of the stone pillar. Lu Yuan didn't want to answer, so he could only quickly dance with his sword to protect his whole body. Although the protection was already very tight, many hidden weapons still hit Lu Yuan, so he had to take medicine to stop it. Anyway, he has high defense and high health, and the blood bottles in his backpack are abundant. Lu Yuan wants to see how many darts and hidden weapons are in this pillar. After shooting for a full minute, Shizhu finally stopped shooting. Yu Ming was surprised that this kid managed to survive with only a sword.
Receive!
Nether made another gesture, and all the darts and hidden weapons on the ground flew up, and were taken back into the mouth by the stone pillar. Hand of the Void.
Come down here!
Lu Yuan shouted loudly, and when Nether was careless, the Hand of the Void grabbed him, causing him to lose his balance and pull him directly towards Lu Yuan. Netherworld obviously did not dare to touch these thin lines. He was caught by the hands of the Void, and he was still able to dodge in the air. Lu Yuan had already found the landing point, and thrust out the shadowless sword heavily, piercing Yu Ming's chest with one sword.
Are you still pretending?
Lu Yuan said coldly in Yu Ming's ear. Yu Ming did not answer. His eyes gradually turned blood red, and he did not lose his vitality because his chest was pierced. Burst! Yu Ming shouted, and his whole body turned into a ball of blood mist. Lu Yuan had no time to dodge from the sudden explosion, and was blown back. The sharp thin wires cut on Lu Yuan's Sky Thunder armor, causing a lot of sparks from the friction. But in the end, the Sky Thunder armor was not damaged. Lu Yuan stopped with the help of the resistance of the thin wire, and hurriedly drank a large blood bottle. This Netherworld self-destructed when he said it would, but there was no sign at all. Lu Yuan suddenly felt that something was wrong. How could a level 80 demon general be so powerful when he self-destructed? Suddenly feeling a sense of danger in front of him, Lu Yuan raised his sword to block it. The sound of metal collision sounded. Lu Yuan felt like he had bounced something away. But he still couldn't see anything. Lu Yuan was not given time to think. And there was another sense of crisis. Lu Yuan used his sword to block left and right based on his feeling. Lu Yuan gradually realized that what he was blocking should be a pair of sharp claws. However, as long as the assassin profession started to attack, it would break the invisibility state. However, at this time, the attacks continued and the figure did not appear. Lu Yuan passively blocked, and his body was continuously hit backwards. The Sky Thunder armor behind him continued to rub against the thin threads. In the end, the Sky Thunder armor was superior and broke the thin threads abruptly. Lu Yuan also took advantage of the situation and stepped backward to stabilize his body. With a little space for movement, Lu Yuan could use his strength more easily. The sun and the moon shine. A burst of white light suddenly appeared. Even though Netherworld was invisible, he still needed eyes to see it. Sure enough, the attack stopped. Lu Yuan has already switched to a thunder sword. How about faster attack? What attack can be faster than thunder? He launched an attack in front of him based on his feeling. And the sound of metal clashing sounded. This time it was Lu Yuan's turn to attack. Chapter 265. A capable man dies because of his ability. Yu Ming and Lu Yuan were locked in a bitter battle, while Xuehe watched with gusto from the outside. Although the demon generals were on the same front, they also had competition and rankings with each other. The ranking is one place lower. Just like the relationship between superiors and subordinates. Netherworld's strength is among the top 5. And his strength cannot be underestimated. However, this kid has grown too fast in all aspects. And he can even evade Netherworld's assassination. The most important thing is that not only did he escape the assassination, but he actually fought back and forth with Nether in this form. Netherworld is not actually a human being. It was originally a Netherworld wolf. So its invisibility effect is so unique that even Lu Yuan's peak eagle eye can't see through it. It is not the strongest in its human form, but its current beast form is its strongest state. Not only can it launch attacks in a stealth state, but its power and speed will also be qualitatively improved. The sharp wolf claws themselves are weapons, and the wolf fur on its body can reflect the light it receives. So its invisibility is not a skill in a sense, but an instinct. Nether is fast, and Lu Yuan is even faster. The reason why Lu Yuan doesn't want anyone to help is because he wants to see where his current limit is. Without the threat of life and death, it will be difficult to push his full potential. Lu Yuan and Yu Ming were injured by each other. Even if there were wounds at first, Yu Ming's powerful vitality could be restored instantly. Lu Yuan also relied on his own armor and blood bottles to resist. As the frequency of the two men's attacks became faster and faster, Lu Yuan could still hold on thanks to his thick blood and medicine. But Netherworld couldn't do it anymore. The wounds on his body began to heal slowly, and the blood gradually penetrated into the wolf's fur, and his figure no longer so perfectly concealed. This formation was originally laid out for Lu Yuan, but now it has become his own limitation. Lu Yuan's Sky Thunder suit is a full-body armor. Any part that touches the sharp thin lines will only be blocked. But Netherworld is different, and changes back to its original shape. After the Nether Wolf, there is no armor protection on the body. If it touches a thin line, it will cause a slight cut. If it is too strong, it will even be split in two, limited by the thin lines around him. Lu Yuan couldn't use too complicated skills and moves, so he only used the first 3 basic moves of the 9 swordsmen of the Sword Master to fight against the enemy. The only martial arts in the world is fast and unbreakable. Not out.
Netherworld Ghost Pillar. Take it away.
Yu Ming made a gesture and planned to disperse the surrounding stone pillars. If this continued, he might be trapped and die here, if it weren't for Lu Yuan's unexpected move. As an assassin, how could he come down to confront Lu Yuan head-on? Sneak attacks are his strength. Lu Yuan also knew that although Nether was at a disadvantage now, once he was allowed to breathe, it would be difficult to kill him without him being able to see through his invisibility. The 8 stone pillars sank slowly, since there were also intricate thin lines above them. The two of them had to constantly avoid them. Although the thin lines were difficult to detect, Lu Yuan could still see them clearly. Lu Yuan raised his thunder sword high and struck 3 swords in a row. The 3-sword energy shot out with the thunder sword and struck at the dodging Netherworld.
You still want to hit me with such a long-range attack method?
Yu Ming suddenly became a little proud when he saw that he could leave here soon. Yu Ming's flirtatious words did not wait for Lu Yuan's reply, and the 3-sword energy was easily dodged. When Yu Ming was proud, a figure appeared in front of him. At this moment, He was not facing the familiar sword shadow. Instead, the sky is full of palm shadows. Big Nine Heaven's Hand. The three-sword energy was not for attack, but to cut off the thin line between the two. Although Lu Yuan's swordsmanship had improved a lot, the strongest one was his own martial arts that he had practiced since he was young. The Great Nine Heaven's Hand is the palm with the most changes in the Qingquan palm. This move is unpredictable, and the palm shadows all over the sky cannot tell the real from the real. Although this move is not the most powerful attack, it is indeed the most difficult to dodge. Lu Yuan never thought about killing the opponent instantly with one palm. With Nether's vitality, it would take a lot of effort to kill him. However, if his body is destroyed or his important organs are damaged, then no matter how much blood he has, much is in vain. Netherworld was knocked away by a palm. The damage was not as terrible as he thought, but the thin line behind him was too late to avoid. Lu Yuan's palm mainly used external force to push, so although Yu Ming did not suffer any internal injuries, he was violently lifted up in the air. There was no point of leverage in the air, and his whole body collided with the thin line uncontrollably. The thin lines were crisscrossed together, and Netherworld's body was cut deeply in an instant. Just when it was about to struggle, the sinking stone pillars fell again with the thin lines above. In the end, the stone pillar disappeared, and only a pool of broken flesh and blood remained on the ground.
Holy shit! That's so cruel!
Seeing this, Shui felt a panic in his heart, but he still swung his blood knife and sucked in all the blood on the ground. And the blood moon in the sky seemed to become brighter.
It's your turn. Ha ha. Boy, you have made great progress. Let's fight another day.
Seeing the death of his comrades, Xue's emotions did not fluctuate at all. He knew that he was no match for him, so there was no need to risk his life. The only way to survive here was to stay alive.
Want to run?
Blood double. Ice. The two used their skills at the same time, and the position where he was standing suddenly became two people. It was obvious that one of them was not very agile, which was his blood substitute. It should be a substitute made by consuming the blood in the blood knife, and it is also flesh and blood, so it's hard to tell the difference.
I've seen through this trick last time, but it's just to summon a substitute to hide from others, and then you escape underground. You are making rapid progress. You are strong, and you are so thoughtful. You are truly a leader of the generation. But why can't you think of messing with me?
Shui said through gritted teeth.
What other killing moves do you have that you haven't used yet?
From Lu Yuan's perspective, Shui didn't seem to be pretending, but since he was an enemy that he would have to face sooner or later, and he had already been let go once, he must be eliminated this time.
A killing move? I can only use this move once in my life. I didn't expect to use it on you. On nobody. Today.
Shui said with some reluctance. Swallow the moon. The blood moon fell in the sky, became smaller as the height dropped, and quickly fell into the mouth of the blood river. The muscles in Shui's whole body swelled as the Shui swallowed him, and an evil eye appeared in the center of his forehead. The pupil was the blood moon in the sky. Shui, who had grown in size, was all red, and his eyes were even more unconscious. It seemed that swallowing the moon raised with blood was equivalent to turning into a demon. No wonder it can only be used once in a lifetime. Maybe Shui will never regain his consciousness. After turning into a demon, he has only one thought, which is to kill all the enemies in front of him. Demonized Blood River level 80 HP 500000000. Lu Yuan couldn't figure out why the Blood River was so decisive. The blood double was useless. If he tried his best to retreat to his own camp, he would probably have a hard time keeping him. In fact, the reason for the blood river is very simple. If you run away in front of a person 3 times, then you will never be able to surpass him in this life. The first escape was successful, but today the second escape failed. Blood River will not escape for the 3rd time. If he makes no further progress in this life, then he will not be able to accept it since he grew up in the demon world. This time, even if he becomes a demon and cannot recover in this life, he will still kill the person in front of him. Chapter 266. Who else? After being possessed by the demon, Shui's skin turned red all over. His eyes were full of bloodthirsty. And the boss, who had already grinned at the corner of his mouth, stretched out his long tongue and greedily licked the blood knife in his hand, with a look of satisfaction on his face.
In order to gain a little power, you turned yourself into this ghost. You are destined to be inferior.
Lu Yuan didn't laugh at Shui. He just felt that as a human being, one should keep his true heart and become stronger with his own strength instead of relying on such crooked means. After being possessed, the blood river moved much faster than before, and the force of the blow was also very strong, and the wind brought with it had a fishy smell. Lu Yuan had equipment bonuses, so he could keep up with his speed, but his strength was outdone by Shuehe. After becoming possessed, Shuehe's sword skills changed from sharp swordsmanship to wide open moves. Every blow would hit Lu Yuan's hind legs several steps. Lu Yuan blocked several times before he realized something was wrong. It seemed that he was being carried away by his rhythm. The sword itself was not a weapon for head-to-head encounters, and the sword techniques taught by the sword master were all based on quickness and agility. Lu Yuan figured it out, and with the help of Shuehe's sword blow, he jumped back continuously to distance himself, replacing the thunder sword with the shadowless sword. If you just talk about breaking defense, the shadowless sword that ignores defense is definitely the most practical. After all, after being possessed by the demon, Shuehe's muscles become extremely hard, and you don't know if you will hit him just by hitting a critical hit. When? It would be better to create a weakness for him first, and then use it to attack the Arankar. Although Shuehe's attributes have increased, his wisdom has declined. He is a little confused and only has the hatred and bloodthirsty thoughts he had before becoming a demon. The best way to deal with an unintelligent enemy is to make more detours to confuse them, and then you will naturally win. Shuehe rushed over with heavy steps. Lu Yuan watched quietly and slashed with another sharp sword. Lu Yuan did not shoulder the blow and dodged slightly, then stabbed him with the sword with his backhand. Lu Yuan's foundation was very solid, and this stab was aimed right under Shuehe's last rib, which was generally the most vulnerable position. Sure enough, Lu Yuan was lucky enough to trigger the 50% ignore defense. He didn't dare to stop when he stabbed with the sword, widening the wound slightly, and then rolled sideways to distance himself. Sure enough, just as Lu Yuan left, Shuehe's other big hand punched him, causing a deep hole in the ground.
That person seems to be going crazy. Look at how swollen his body is. Our master is rolling around. He's not going to lose. Right. What do you know? It's obvious that the demon general used skills such as bloodthirsty. The great master used a roundabout tactic. Who can confront a crazy person head-on? The great god is so handsome. Fortunately, we have a ruthless character in our camp. Otherwise those two demon generals would have sent us all home easily. AI brother in front. Lower your head. I'm recording this.
The human camp completely forgot that this was a battlefield. They all watched the excitement from the sidelines, and almost had some tea and melon seeds. There was also a heated discussion on the demon side.
You are saying that if we are asked to fight someone who has never even beaten two demon generals together, what else is it if we are not going to die? Orphans are orphans. It's so natural. But why do I feel that the NPCs in our camp don't look very good? Isn't that right? What are you talking about? It's the devil's world. You just have to be a little bit bad and disgusting to be decent. Stop chatting. Okay. If it loses, should we fight or not? I think the orphan is the monster in comparison.
Lu Yuan naturally didn't know that he had become the subject of heated discussions. With each video going viral, someone had actually started broadcasting Lu Yuan's battle live. No one could have imagined that this battle, comparable to a Hollywood blockbuster, would spread to the real world in the future. Death would then not just lose a little experience, but actually be killed. Just like what Lu Yuan killed, now the same as these people from the demon world. The battle between Lu Yuan and Shuehe continued. Even though Lu Yuan was agile, he could not avoid all the attacks. That blood knife was indeed magical. It could actually convert the damage caused to Lu Yuan into his own health, and it could also help heal the wound. Items such as the blood-drinking sword have appeared in many games, but when I actually encounter them, I always feel uncomfortable, as my blood is being sucked into other people's bodies. No wonder this blood river has become like a monster, sucking anyone's blood, regardless of whether the blood type matches or not. It's good to be immortal. I don't know what it would be like if this knife were brought into the real world and a player used it. I guess that player would not increase his health, but would die directly. Right? In comparison, Lu Yuan's actual injuries were relatively small. Look at the river of blood. Lu Yuan had already stabbed many holes in his body. Now he really lives up to his name. River of blood. Although his life is being consumed all the time. But he seemed very excited. Blood blade drifting into the wilderness. The blood flowing on the ground was suddenly condensed by the blood knife, forming a 100-meter sword, which swept towards Lu Yuan from the waist. This move has been used by Shuehe before, and was blocked by Lu Yuan's jewelry set skill armor of Overlord. But this time, the momentum is completely different. The last time it was the shadow of a knife. But this time, it was made of condensed blood. Into a solid blade. The most important thing is the power of the sword wielder, which is completely different from the previous Blood River. Although the 100-meter blood sword seemed to have substance, Lu Yuan knew that the real blood sword was not long. So he did not choose his hind legs, but rushed a few steps towards the Blood River. All his energy concentrated on the shadowless sword. Broken. Lu Yuan struck directly with his sword 10 meters away from the blood blade. This large-scale sweep seemed to be infinitely powerful. But in fact, the power became greater toward the periphery. Lu Yuan's location happened to be not far from the Blood River. Before all the strength was fully exerted, it was cut off by Lu Yuan's sword. The severed blood knife seemed to dim a lot, and the Blood River became even more furious, roaring and rushing over again. Sword dance. Lu Yuan's steps were scattered, and he did not dodge. Instead, he went straight forward and slashed the blood with his sword. When he looked again, Lu Yuan had already appeared behind him, and the light of the sword kept crossing his body. Most of the sword flashes brought out a bloody flower, and those that failed to trigger the ignore defense also left deep marks. Falling snow. Lu Yuan faced the Blood River that was attacking again without knowing the pain. He dodged left and right, and quickly drew out his sword. Each sword hit the wound that had not yet healed. There are more and more wounds on the body, and the Blood River is getting more and more violent. Although the strength is stronger, the attacks are completely unorganized. Just like a child hacking randomly. Lu Yuan shook his head. If he was willing to calm down and practice, the achievements of this Blood River would be much higher than now. Unfortunately, practicing this blood skill is destined to be impetuous and difficult to suppress. In the end, Shueha fell down, and the blood knife in his hand fell to the ground. Lu Yuan thought about it, picked up the blood knife, threw it in the air, and destroyed it with a sword. A sword that no one uses is not blessed by chi, so it is easily damaged.
The thing is good, but it's too evil. It's better to destroy it, so as not to harm others,
Lu Yuan said calmly. Lu Yuan sheathed his sword, looked at the Demon Realm camp, and said loudly,
"Who else?"
Chapter 267 Image Endorsement. Faced with Lu Yuan's domineering shout, no player in the demon world dared to respond. Even the demon general was no match. Who would want to go up and die?
Do you want to fight or not? I'm still waiting to gain experience.
At this time, Zheng Yu had already ran forward and shouted to the enemy.
That's right. Why are you standing there in a daze? Where was that arrogance back then?
Players from the human camp also shouted along with the bustle.
Damn! Fight with him. Play a game so that people can be trapped by bears?
A warrior player from the demon camp was aroused.
Why fight? Experience comes from strong winds. Right. The boss has given the order. Go back to the camp and guard.
One of the leading players stopped their impulse and directly issued an order to return to the camp and defend. But it was obvious that he was also very unconvinced. Seeing the demon world retreating back to the camp, the human side burst into loud cheers. Not just for this round of victory, but to feel proud at last. It is naturally very satisfying to see people who are usually arrogant suddenly feel deflated. Lu Yuanyuan had no battle to fight, so he could only prepare to return to the camp.
Boss, there is a ring here. Why don't you pick it up?
When Zheng Yu ran to look at Yu Ming's broken body, he found a ring, which looked like a storage ring.
It was too disgusting over there, so I didn't go there to see it.
Although through system debugging, the bloody scenes have been reduced a lot, and the smell is not particularly strong. It is still visually disgusting.
Then take a look at what's inside.
Zheng Yu handed over the found ring without checking it himself. Lu Yuan took the ring and looked at it. There wasn't much in it, and the storage ring wasn't that high quality, with not many grids. They were all gold coins and hidden weapons. But there was a cloak inside that attracted Lu Yuan's attention. Cloak of the Netherworld Werewolf. Special equipment. No level occupation required. The only additional attribute, invisibility. Wearing a cloak will automatically make you invisible without using any skills, and it will be difficult to detect. P.S. The ghost wolf is made from its own hair, due to the characteristics of its species. The cloak also has a strong function of hiding aura. It's more like a one-piece coat than a cape, and the hood is also very wide, even covering the face in shadow, although it seems to block the line of sight. The strange thing is that after wearing it, the line of sight is not blocked at all. The wide hood will not affect the movement because it is too big, and the cloak feels very close to the body, and will not float in the wind. Lu Yuan put it on and tried it. And it really seemed to disappear. But it was not very practical for Lu Yuan. Most of the enemies Lu Yuan faced were strong. How could a strong be deceived by such a trick? As for the weak, Lu Yuan didn't need to deal with them in such a sneaky way.
Boss, this is a good thing. When you put it on, you can achieve the invisibility function you wanted most when you were a child. No one will know if you do something bad,
Zheng Yu said with a smile. Lu Yuan knocked Zheng Yu on the head and said,
Don't do good deeds because they are small. And don't do evil because they are small. Think of more useful things in your head. Boss, I didn't think of anything useless. So why did I do something evil? Did you think of something?
Zheng Yu asked with a playful smile.
What are you two talking about here?
Fang Rose saw the two whispering and ran over and asked.
It's nothing. The demon general revealed a cloak. A special piece of equipment with invisibility function. You can wear it.
Lu Yuan thought for a while, and gave it to Fang Rose. The invisibility effect without skill time limit would be a huge improvement for an assassin. If you don't encounter a very powerful master, it is usually difficult to withstand it. Think about when you fight against Netherworld. If you don't have super alertness, you may be fatal in one move. Lu Yuan killed 2 demon generals alone and was directly promoted to level 61 with 10% more experience. The experience value was staggering. In the past, many people killed them together, so the experience was not particularly outstanding if they were divided equally.
Let's go! Go back to the camp first and see who else the other side can send in the next round.
Lu Yuan followed everyone towards the camp, and the human players were already cheering to welcome their heroes. After finally getting rid of the enthusiasm of the players, everyone found a corner with fewer people and relaxed.
Lu Yuan, your improvement has been too great. I thought you could bully us, but I didn't expect you could challenge a demon general alone.
Zhao sighed.
Only by keeping the fist in hand and constantly facing the test of life and death can a person make progress. I want to take advantage of the fact that I won't really die now and face more difficulties. If I am timid now, I will only be more fearful when life and death are at stake in the future.
Lu Yuan does not want to become a national hero, but if he has the ability, he will definitely try his best to prevent his world from being destroyed, no matter what the other party's reasons and positions are. During the chat, the next round of battle soon came, but the Demon Realm side still stayed behind closed doors. It seemed that they did not intend to fight with this side.
What should we do? If they don't come out, it won't be worthwhile for us to attack hard,
Zheng Yu muttered, looking at the closed door.
Let's go to another battlefield. It seems that with Lu Yuan here, it's impossible to come out from the other side,
Xiao Lui said with a helpless smile. In this way, Lu Yuan and his team began to travel back and forth between the various fronts. At first, they could still find battles to fight. But later, as soon as the enemy found traces of Lu Yuan, they would be locked away. All fronts have reached unity, which makes Lu Yuan very embarrassed. He didn't expect that he still has such influence. Later, Lu Yuan and others all hid in the dark, not even entering their own camp. Once the fighting started, the group would rush out. Ever since Lu Yuan arrived at the front line of the battlefield, he had beaten the Demon World players on all fronts to a miserable state within one day. While the human race was becoming famous, a bunch of posts cursing Lu Yuan also appeared on the internet. Apparently they were all people who had been knocked down by Lu Yuan. Taoyuan Group even promotes Lu Yuan as a positive figure, and has begun to contact Lu Yuan, wanting Lu Yuan to be the image spokesperson of the Taoyuan game. The reason why some traffic stars are not selected is because in comparison, Lu Yuan's identity as a player and the deeds he has created are easier for other players to accept. There is another main reason, which is to tie Lu Yuan to the Taoyuan Group, so that no matter what emergencies happen in the future, the Taoyuan Group will have a strong combat capability. However, Lu Yuan had never thought about signing a contract with anyone, and he didn't care about the image rights, as long as it didn't have a negative impact on him. For the sake of these 2 villas, Lu Yuan authorized them to use it for free. However, Taoyuan Group has always been generous to Lu Yuan. Although the contract was not negotiated, it still paid Lu Yuan a large fee. Chapter 268. The monster is about to attack the city.
The boss is the boss. As soon as he appears, no matter how fierce the battlefield is, everyone will run away in an instant. It's like a battlefield,
Zheng Yu said while sitting on the ground and giving a thumbs up.
What's so exciting about this? I originally wanted to gain more experience, but now I'm at a loss,
Lu Yuan complained.
Then what can you do? Who asked you to kill thousands of people as soon as you go to the battlefield? Whoever has gained experience points after hard work will die on your behalf.
Fong Rou said.
What should we do now? Otherwise, we should just walk around and find some monsters to kill. We can't just sit there like this,
Zhao Xinghe said. After a series of harvests, Lu Yuan's level has reached level 63, and he has caught up with Linger, the lowest level. After all, in every battle, Lu Yuan kills many more enemies than them. With the advantage of numbers, they were able to catch up on the lost time. But the good times did not last long. Now, as long as Lu Yuan is present, all enemies will stop fighting. Even if Lu Yuan launches a sneak attack, he still won't be able to kill many enemies. And then they will all the members retreated. Just when Lu Yuan and others were wondering where to upgrade next, the world announcement suddenly sounded.
The Peak Forest monsters are heading towards the Holy City collectively, preparing to launch a monster siege. All players in Taoyuan are requested to return to the city to defend.
The world announcement was prompted 3 times. I had heard Xiao Lui mention it before that the Peak Forest monsters were very active recently, and had the intention of breaking through the barrier to attack the city. I didn't expect it to be launched so soon.
What should we do? Go back to defend the city?
Zhao Xinghe asked.
Zhou has nothing to fight for. Isn't this the experience that comes to your door?
Zheng Yu jumped up from the ground and waved the drum, earning golden hammer in his hand a few times, looking extremely excited.
Last time we went to Bai Qianqian's place, you all saw so many boss and elite monsters. It's not that easy to fight when the monsters gather together.
Li Tong was still frightened.
No matter what, we definitely have to get involved. The Holy City is the foundation for us humans to gain a foothold in this world. If it is breached, I am afraid it will be difficult to have such a big place to stay in the future.
Lu Yuan said.
I didn't expect these monsters to be quite good at fighting. They knew how to attack the Holy City directly. The more powerful ones have been practicing for thousands of years, and some even participated in the last war. They must know a lot.
While everyone was talking, Bai Qianqian suddenly ran out of the pet space on her own.
It must be Zhulong. He knew that I was robbed and sent someone to rescue me,
Bai Qianqian said with a smile. And the charming charm she exuded inadvertently caused the men around her to lose consciousness.
Sister Bai, if that's the case, hurry up and join him, so that we don't have to work so hard to defend the city.
Fong Rou wished that this charming little goblin would leave as soon as possible.
That's not okay. If I just leave, he will know that I lied to him. When the monster army arrives, you will tie me up and hang me on the city wall. This will make me look pitiful.
As Bai Qianqian spoke, she fell into her own fantasy, imagining that Zhulong rescued her from the city wall, then held her in his arms, caressing her distressfully.
Sister, please wake up. Who can't tell that you are a normal person? With our strength, can we tie you up?
Lu Yuan couldn't help but break Bai Qianqian's fantasy.
Okay, let's go. I'm going to see my brother Zhulong.
Bai Qianqian urged everyone to leave quickly. Holy City. A large number of players have gathered in the Holy City, and the entire city is almost full. It seems that everyone is very emotional about their first city after leaving the novice village. There are also some players who mainly want to fish in troubled waters. They don't care whether the city can be defended. They only care about the rewards for defending the city and what benefits they can get from killing the monsters. After Lu Yuan returned to the Holy City, he naturally returned to his blacksmith shop first. After more players gathered, the business of the blacksmith shop became better, and some came here because of its reputation. After all, the blacksmith shop in the Holy City produces the best quality. It has already been spread in major forums. To Lu Yuan's surprise, Yuanzi seemed to be very excited, thinking that this was a good opportunity to make a lot of money. After all, apart from equipment, the most lacking thing for monster sieges was medicine. But he was stopped by Lu Yuan. Although the production volume of pills is not small, for so many players, it is not enough for one person to share one bottle. And in fact, it will not earn many more gold coins. It's not that Yuanzi wants to sell it for much money, because his medicines have been purchased by Lu Yuan alone. Yuanzi also wants to be recognized by players, not just Lu Yuan, like the Holy City blacksmith.
Is Brother Lu here?
A voice came from outside the blacksmith shop. It was Momonosuk.
What's the matter? The city lord invites you to go to the city lord's mansion to discuss the specific matters of defending the city.
Lu Yuan entered the city lord's mansion for the second time. According to Momonosuk, the city lord's family is native to Taoyuan world. The city lord's ancestors made a lot of contributions when the city was built. So the management of the holy city has always been handed over to him. Their family. After all, people in this world manage the town and are more recognized by the people. Lu Yuan also didn't understand that there must be a large number of monsters attacking the city. With one person's ability, it would be difficult to stop them. They only invited him to discuss it, and he didn't know what the purpose was. Entering the main hall of the city, Lu Yuan found that Professor Sun was also there, as well as 3 other assistants. Tao Zhiren, Tao Jiwei, and Tao Zhila. On the other side were some professional instructors, such as warriors and magicians. Some people he had seen in the job transfer hall, and some Lu Yuan had never seen before. Professor Sun's status here is not low. He nodded to Lu Yuan first, and then said calmly,
I invite you here this time, because you are very famous among the players recently. It's up to you to cooperate with the experts. To motivate players. I hope everyone will be motivated so they won't lose.
Lu Yuan nodded. Among the people present, 3 had already broken through level 90, and the rest were above level 80. It seemed that the holy city was very concerned about this siege. Professor Sun continued to say to everyone,
I participated in the last monster siege. The reason why we must pay attention to it is not because of a certain kind of monster, but because of the large number of monsters working together. As we all know, the vitality of monsters far exceeds that of humans, and the healing speed of ordinary wounds is even more amazing. Although ordinary long-range weapons are very lethal, they are difficult to cause fatal damage to them. At this time, we must rely on everyone's cooperation. The defenders on the 4 walls must flexibly adjust. Once the monsters fight, they are not afraid of death. A fierce battle will easily arouse blood. The strongest difference between humans is the first wave of attacks. If they succeed in the follow-up, it will be okay. Otherwise, it will easily lead to low morale and a significant decrease in combat effectiveness.
Lu Yuan thought for a while and summed it up. In fact, at the beginning of the battle, once players are killed or injured, their experience points will drop a lot, so their combat effectiveness will decrease. And once players suffer too many casualties, it is easy to do it for their own benefit. Give up defending the city, and at the worst possible outcome, just go and stay in another city. In fact, to put it bluntly, the key lies in how to tie the interests of the holy city with the interests of the players. Chapter 269 City Lord's Mansion Treasure House.
Actually, the most important thing is to tie the interests of the players to the holy city or give them enough rewards. Otherwise, once the battle reaches a stalemate, many players will definitely choose to retreat.
Lu Yuan expressed his thoughts.
Then what interests do you think players focus on?
Professor Sun asked directly.
The reason why players are afraid of death is simply that the experience points lost after death take a long time to be replenished. The solution is to be tempting enough to make players forget the huge temptation of loss.
Lu Yuan said.
Experience points can be distributed by exchanging honor points. As for a big enough temptation, it is nothing more than top-quality equipment or huge gold coins.
Professor Sun naturally understood what Lu Yuan said.
Or it may be passed down by a certain master. Or it may be a top-notch skill book. There is always one thing that players are pursuing. I have the idea of accepting a disciple. If there is a warrior who has outstanding performance, I can accept him as a disciple.
One of the tall warriors, who has exceeded level 90, said.
Although I don't want to accept apprentices, I can teach some practical skills to those who perform well.
The other powerful men also expressed their attitudes one by one. Many of them were trained by the holy city, so their loyalty to the holy city is unquestionable.
If there are good materials, I can help forge some good equipment, which should arouse the player's desire.
Lu Yuan also expressed his attitude. Seeing Professor Sun's unsurprised expression, Lu Yuan knew that he was actually asked to come because he was interested in his forging skills and wanted to get some prizes. The city lord also arranged the allocation of defensive personnel, the allocation of players in the 4 directions, and subsequent small logistics supply tasks. Lu Yuan did not continue to listen. The city lord obviously didn't want to waste time, so he asked Momonosuke to take Lu Yuan to the warehouse to select materials. The reward would be announced earlier, which would only be good for defense.
Brother Tao, since Professor Sun can reward others with experience, why not create a full-level account?
Lu Yuan asked the doubt in his mind just now. Momonosuke did not hide anything and explained directly.
You should know that Tao Yuan is not just a game. In fact, the experience you gain is all gained after doing various things. Most of the time, the level and experience are the same.
Show your true level. The system will automatically collect some experience from monsters killed by non-players, as well as experience dropped after players die, and then transfer these experiences to those who complete the task. If you forcibly give all these experiences to one person, it would not be difficult to reach the full level. But without going through the test of life and death step by step, it will just gain some attribute points, and it may not be your opponent at level 60.
Lu Yuan thought for a while and understood. The battle between Bai Qianqian and Hu Qilin showed everything. In terms of cultivation, Bai Qianqian was higher than Hu Qilin. But in terms of actual life and death combat, if Hu Qilin hadn't been worried about the cave collapse, two Bai Qianqian might not have been able to defeat one Fire Qilin. Level attributes can indeed be compensated by equipment, but actual combat experience and life and death experience do require solid progress step by step. Without the Qilin cave and his party, how could Lu Yuan have the strength to fight against the demon general? Lu Yuan had benefited a lot from the battle with the demon general, which could not be compared to the attribute points increased by upgrading the level. The warehouse of the city lord's mansion is very large,
so it makes sense for Momonosuke to lead Lu Yuan here. After all, there are many top-notch products in the warehouse. If Lu Yuan wants to take it, Momonosuke has the ability to handle it as appropriate.
While it is indeed a holy city, it has a history of thousands of years.
Lu Yuan sighed as he looked at the scene in front of him. Rows of shelves in the warehouse are arranged neatly, with equipment and armor in one area, gold, silver and jade in another, or materials in another, and rare sundries in another. Lu Yuan took a quick look at the weapons and equipment. Although they were all good, they could not catch Lu Yuan's eyes. Although gold, silver and jade were precious, Lu Yuan was not a money grubber, so he didn't stay too much. But the ore material area made Lu Yuan reluctant to leave. There were a dazzling array of ores with various attributes, and some special ores were sealed in special containers.
Brother Lu, you can choose at will. Being forged by you can be regarded as making the best use of everything.
Momonosuke looked at Lu Yuan with a smile on his face. This young man was always unexpected. In reality, even large sums of money might not work. But he couldn't move after seeing these ore materials. Even Lu Yuan didn't realize that his current love for forging was very similar to Oye's back then.
I can choose at will? I don't know how much equipment I need to make for the reward.
Just now, he only said that he would make some top-quality equipment as a reward. But he did not say how much. Professor Sun seemed to mean that Lu Yuan could use it freely. The more this happens, the more difficult it is. More is neither less nor less. It is difficult to grasp the degree.
Since you want people to flock to you, you don't have to have too many. It depends on the quality of the equipment. Oh, then choose one or two of the best ones and see if you can make a pseudo-artifact level weapon.
When Lu Yuan heard that there was no need to take too much, he was embarrassed to take more.
Are you sure you don't want to take more?
Momonosuke winked at Lu Yuan and said,
Can I take more?
Lu Yuan understood.
Momo doesn't know how to forge. If it's a pseudo-artifact level weapon, there should be a lot of materials used.
Momonosuke asked seriously. Rikuyu and Momonosuke was obviously selling his favor. But he would be a fool not to accept it at this time. And he would offend others because of it.
I wonder if Brother Tao is missing something. Let me help you build it together.
Momonosuke shook his head and said calmly.
Our main business is only scientific research. Real high-end combat. Our abilities are far behind. There is no other meaning in helping you. I have been paying attention to you for a long time. Your character and strength, I don't even say that you deserve some special care. I hope that when disaster strikes, you can do your best to protect our home.
Momonosuke said it sincerely, and he didn't want anything from Lu Yuan, which surprised Lu Yuan, who in today's society does anything without asking for anything in return. Lu Yuan nodded and said,
Then I'm welcome.
With Momonosuke and Yun. Of course Lu Yuan picked the right one and took it. In terms of forging, Lu Yuan was still confident that he would not disgrace these top-quality ores.
Oh, this kind of ore has a hard texture and extremely high density. It is suitable for making heavy armor. Keep it first. And there is such a soft ore? Well, it is quite elastic. It is perfect for making a bow and arrow. Keep it first. Huh? This silver ore seems to be a bit special, with both toughness and hardness. Brother Yana,
calcite ore,
is in luck this time.
Lu Yuan just picked here and there, picking only the good ones from each type of ore. After walking around for a while, there were still some good ones, but Lu Yuan stopped taking them and walked towards the special materials area.
Huh? This piece of jade is a bit strange.
when Lu Yuan passed by the gold, silver and jade area. A large piece of jade randomly placed on the ground attracted Lu Yuan's attention. This stone is said to be jade, but it is not transparent enough. It is said to be an ore material, but it is not tough enough. It has a dark gray appearance. It is probably because of its size that it was thrown on the ground casually. Chapter 270, being both a father and a mother.
Take it if you like it. It doesn't look valuable at first glance. Otherwise, I wouldn't throw it on the ground,
Momonosuke said behind Lu Yuan.
It is true that it has no ornamental value, but it is very gentle and seems to have a moisturizing effect. So I will keep it for now.
Lu Yuan was not polite. The special materials area is quite complicated, but they are all very rare items. But most of them have nothing to do with forging. A long piece of wood caught Lu Yuan's attention. It was less than 1 meter long and smooth on all sides. The wood was dense and red, and it looked like something extraordinary at first glance. Phoenix tree. Wood does not conduct electricity, so it can be used as a scabbard for the thunder sword. There is nothing else particularly needed. Lu Yuan picked a few items at random and stopped taking them.
That's all?
Momonosuke asked.
Well, that's enough. Although the other materials are rare, they are not very useful for forging.
Lu Yuan nodded and said,
Then let's go. Just go back to the blacksmith shop. If there is any new situation, I will inform you. We will arrange the players for the preliminary preparations. You can just build it with peace of mind. Please provide the finished product as soon as possible so that we can announce the rewards,
Momonosuke said as he walked out. Entering the treasure mountain without being greedy and taking only what you need is not something ordinary people can do. Lu Yuan returned to the blacksmith shop. This time, the trip to the city lord's mansion was not in vain. He took more than 10 kinds of rare ores. The one that attracted Lu Yuan the most was the large piece of jade. I don't know why, but I just like it. It gives people a gentle and moisturizing feeling. I always feel that it should be useful, but I don't know what to use it for.
Brother Yang, we have found the material silver ore suitable for making a gun for you. How about making you a gentian silver gun?
Lu Yuan had already made up his mind when he saw the ore.
What did you do? Go to the city lord's mansion to rob?
Yang Yanzhao sighed as he looked at the small pile of materials on the chopping board. Everyone also showed doubts.
I took a job and built some top-quality equipment as rewards so that players can be motivated to defend the city,
Lu Yuan explained.
Lu Yuan, you no longer look like a player, but more like a system NPC,
Xiao Lui said with a smile.
Right. Maybe he's good at forging. So he's taken seriously.
Lu Yuan thought for a while. Isn't it the job of the system NPC to distribute rewards to players himself?
Forging is only one aspect. You can always bring people hope. When you are around, I always feel that nothing is impossible,
Xiao Lui said with a gentle face.
If you say that, it's true. I'm a grown man. As long as I'm around my boss, I feel very safe.
Zheng Yu's interruption instantly broke the delicate atmosphere, and Xiao Lui stood aside and stopped talking.
By the way, Li Tong, I also got an extremely fast and elastic ore, which is perfect for making bows and arrows. The name of the ore is also very interesting. I have never heard of it being called slingstone over there.
Lu Yuan broke the silence and said,
What about me? Where about me?
Fong Rou jumped out and asked,
Don't you have the 60 epic weapon water resistance? The main thing is to do it as a prize. It's embarrassing enough to take out a few more. We can wait until you reach level 70. Partial.
Fong Rou pouted her mouth and waved her hands.
There are materials to make a set of heavy armor, but it has to be used as a prize. If any of you perform well on the battlefield, you should be able to get it. We also need to make a pseudo-artifact level weapon, but I haven't thought about it yet. What type of weapon are you using?
Lu Yuan continued.
Brother Yuan. Good brother. Let's make a dagger. Okay, I will fight for it with my own strength.
Fong Rou changed her cold demeanor and pulled Lu Yuan's arm to rub it hard.
You see? Elder brother Chang Chunzi never asks for any equipment.
Among the people who were together, except for Yuanzi who did not participate in the battle, Chang Chunzi was the only one who did not help him make any equipment. It was not that Lu Yuan did not want to make it, but that he did not know what his equipment was.
He doesn't need it. What he wears is an inherited magic weapon. As his Taoism deepens, its functions will be unlocked by itself. So the equipment is a burden to him.
Yang Yanzhao said.
I don't need the rest. If you have good 1,000-year-old peach wood, you can help me get a peach wood sword.
Chang Chunzi felt warm in his heart when he heard Lu Yuan ask himself,
"Do you think this is okay?"
Lu Yuan took out the wooden cube that he wanted to use as a scabbard.
"This is a good piece of wood. But it is not peach wood, but sycamore wood. Sycamore wood should be loose in nature, but its wood is very tight, which is strange."
Chang Chunzi could tell at a glance that this was not peach wood.
"Then when I meet him, I will help him make a peach wood sword,"
Lu Yuan promised. After chatting for a while, Lu Yuan asked everyone to go around the city. After all, the army of monsters was about to arrive, and some tasks began to be released in the city. You can also get a lot of honor points by doing some supply tasks. After Lu Yuan calmed down, he began to prepare. Naturally, he would create the prizes first. After all, if the prizes were announced in advance, more players would gather together. Because most of the troops have now reached around level 65, Lu Yuan plans to make a set of level 70 heavy armor first, mainly to increase strength and endurance, so that heavy armor warriors and guardians can use it all. Lu Yuan took out the giant rock turtle ore. This ore was said to grow on turtle LS and was extremely hard in texture. So Lu Yuan took a fancy to it at first sight. The heavy armor style is very easy to build, and everything is mainly heavy. With the help of Qilin fire, the giant rock turtle ore was quickly smelted successfully, and coupled with the continuous forging of the earth fire fine hammer, the ore always maintained a high temperature. But it also saves a lot of effort. Soon a set of epic level heavy armor was successfully forged. Although the ore was very good, it was still far from the best. Even Lu Yuan could only achieve the level of epic equipment. However, the set skill is very practical. It can produce a huge turtle shield to protect the front of the body, similar to the solid turtle SHL skill that was exploded by hitting the solid turtle. However, the solid turtle SHL protects the surroundings, but this skill set only protects the front. Lu Yuan's name was even more arbitrary. He called it the giant rock turtle set. With so much strength and endurance, anyone who wears it will become a blood cow. This set of equipment can be worn at level 70, but it does not limit occupations. As long as you have the guts, you can wear it. Master Neo can give it a try. After making a set of protective equipment, it was natural to make a weapon. Lu Yuan naturally knew that good things should not go to outsiders. So when choosing materials, he deliberately kept close to the characteristics of the people around him. Even if it was a prize, he would come out ahead with his own efforts. Otherwise it's over. Lu Yuan thought about it, and made it into a dagger. This dagger should be versatile, with both physical and magical attacks. And it should also be sharp. Generally, pseudo-artifacts are not restricted to professions, so they are versatile and can be used by anyone who gets them, which makes everyone crazy about them. Because warriors account for a large part of the players. Weapons must be used by warriors, so they must have physical attacks. In fact, I want to make an assassin weapon. But assassins use magic-blessed weapons to perform poison attacks or defense-breaking attacks. So the weapon must have a magic attack bonus. Therefore, the armors made by Lu Yuan are mainly contested by guardians, archers, and doctors, and the weapons are mainly contested by warriors, assassins, and mages. The several items Lu Yuan took in front of the shelf where materials were selected were all top-quality materials that could increase physical and magic attack. Lu Yuan laughed when he thought about it. This is what it means to be both a father and a mother. Chapter 271 Fish Intestine Sword. Poisonous swamp stone is produced in swamps. It has been immersed in the poisonous gas of swamps all year round and is highly toxic. Lu Yuan was very surprised when he saw this kind of ore, because swamps are usually dominated by silt. This ore was actually born in swamps and was mined. He didn't know how it was discovered. The poison stone itself exudes green toxins. Just touching it will cause his blood volume to decrease. However, for Lu Yuan, this loss of blood volume can be ignored. The Qilin fire was gathered in the palm of the hand and started to be smelted. The poisonous gas seemed to have the effect of supporting combustion when it met the Qilin fire, making the flame more intense. Put in some top-quality materials that increase magic damage, because the toxins in the ore itself are already very strong. Lu Yuan did not continue to add toxin materials. After being forged by Lu Yuan, the material quickly merged with the ore. Under the forging of the earth core fire fine hammer, the ore was quickly shaped into a sword shape. When it comes to making swords, Lu Yuan has the highest proficiency. With the help of top-quality materials, a short sword can be forged quickly. The dagger is 30 centimeters long. The guard is in the shape of a fish's mouth, as if a fish spit out the sword. The hilt is about 10 centimeters, and the pommel is a round lotus base. The shape is not particularly complicated. Lu Yuan specially used ice silk to wrap around the hilt of the sword to isolate the toxins attached to the sword and avoid poisoning the user.
Ding, congratulations on successfully forging the pseudo-artifact dagger. Please name it Fishgut Sword.
Lu Yuan had already thought about the direction when he was making the dagger, so he chose a name after a famous ancient sword. The fish intestine sword is specially used for assassination, so it is suitable to be used here, although I have never seen the original one.
Ding, congratulations to player Bu-Dao-Wan for successfully forging the pseudo-artifact Fishgut Sword.
The world announcement sounded again.
Fong Ro, you have to work hard in this battle. The name Yuchong Sword must be a short sword. It must have been made by Lu Yuan as a special assassin.
Xia Lui and others were still doing some errands when they saw the world announcement and explained to Fong Ro.
Well, hard work is certain, but with the professional characteristics of an assassin, it is not certain whether he can come out on top.
Fong Ro was a little worried.
Don't worry. When the time comes, you will form a team with Lu Yuan. If he takes action, you will have no less honor points than anyone else watching the excitement. Ding, congratulations to player Bu-Dao-Wan for successfully strengthening the fish intestinal sword to plus 12 stars. Ding, congratulations to player Bu-Dao-Wan for successfully strengthening the fish intestinal sword to plus 15 stars. This Lu Yuan, are you afraid that no one will compete for it? He actually gave you a full star of enhancements. Doesn't this make it more difficult for me?
Fong Ro said when she saw a few more messages suddenly appeared on the world channel.
He wants to fully mobilize everyone's enthusiasm.
Xia Lui felt a little funny when he saw Fong Ro's look. Lu Yuan looked at the fish intestinal sword in his hand. In fact, both hands could be strengthened. But 15 stars was already too tempting for ordinary players, so there was no need to break through. The gems are not directly embedded, because as a reward, fish intestines can be used by multiple professions. There are many choices of gems, and it is left to the winner to choose. Plus 15 fish gut sword. False artifact. No level occupation required. Physical attack power, 9,500, plus 2,100. Magic attack power, 9,500, plus 2,100. Strength plus 950. Intelligence plus 950. Additional attribute, poison attack. The attack contains poison, causing the enemy to enter a poisoned state. It can be superimposed up to 5 layers, and continue to lose blood within 15 seconds. Additional attributes. Produce an additional 30% damage to poisoned enemies. Additional attributes, rapid strike. Small and flexible sword body. Extremely fast sword drawing speed, increasing the user's attack speed by 150%. Additional skill, mist hide. The poisonous mist is released from the sword and spreads to 5 meters around. It disrupts the enemy's sight and hides oneself, making it difficult for the enemy to find oneself in the poisonous mist. The duration is 15 seconds, and the cooling time is 5 minutes. Additional skill, Poison Swamp, which turns the 10-meter area around you into a swamp, which can limit the enemy's movement speed. Those with low agility will lose their ability to move. The duration is 30 seconds, and the cooling time is 5 minutes. Those holding the Fishgut Sword are not affected by negative effects. Forger, Bu-Dao-Wan. Lu Yuan held the Fishgut Sword and found that the magic attack power turned gray. It is estimated that if the legal profession takes it, the physical attack power will turn gray. The fish intestine sword is very strong. It has 2 additional skills. One can effectively hide itself, and a field control skill, which makes up for the shortcomings of the legal profession's lack of control skills. Not long after, the city lord's palace sent someone to the blacksmith shop. After Lu Yuan's forging was completed, Ah Fu was notified. If the task was completed earlier, Lu Yuan could do his own thing. Not long after the people from the city lord's mansion left with the epic suit and fish intestine sword, the system announcement rang again. City lord announcement. Players who participate in the defense of the city will be ranked according to their honor points. The first place will be rewarded with the pseudo-artifact plus 15 fish gut sword. The second place will be rewarded with a set of level 70 epic suits. And the third place will be awarded based on their profession. Professional mentors teach skills, and the remaining outstanding performers have the opportunity to receive the inheritance of famous teachers or gold coin rewards. The attributes of the 2 pieces of equipment were also announced, and the world channel instantly exploded. Originally, they had just seen that Bu-Dao-Wan make another fake artifact. Everyone was still cursing him in their hearts. Grapes that cannot be eaten are always sour. Unexpectedly, It turned out that it has become a reward, which means that as long as you work hard, ordinary people can also get pseudo-artifacts. Many people feel a little sorry when they see that the fish intestine sword is not suitable for their profession. It is a fake artifact. Who doesn't want to have a top-notch weapon in their hands? But the second place epic set is also very attractive. Nowadays, if you want to defeat monsters and create an epic set, it is simply too difficult. Most of them have to be made in the blacksmith shop. A set of top-quality armor is now in front of you. Who cannot be crazy about it?
Look! I just said that this Bu-Dao-Huan has something to do with the official. Now even the official rewards are made by him himself. What do you know? He is a descendant of the god of Craftsman lineage. What does it mean that the official purchased some equipment from him? It means that as long as he gets a good inheritance, anyone has the opportunity to rise to the top. We formed a team. We formed a team. Let's earn honor points together. And don't mess with the trash.
The passion of the people who eat melons has been completely aroused. Even if you don't use the pseudo-artifact with plus 15 stars, there will be a market for it. If you sell it, it will be enough to change the life of ordinary people. After completing the official task, Lu Yuan took out the silver ore. This time, it was his turn to forge weapons for his own people. As an out-and-out fan of the Three Kingdoms, Lu Yuan liked the characters in the Three Kingdoms when he was very young. Among them, his favorite character was not the most powerful General Lu Bu, nor the unparalleled loyalty Guan Yu, but the brave and courageous Zhao Yun. The weapon Zhao Yun held, Jinshin, was deeply engraved in Lu Yuan's heart. Now that he could forge it, and he had the right materials, Lu Yuan decided to make a Jinshin silver gun for Yang Yen Zhao. Chapter 272 Jinshin. Making a handful of Jinshin is partly for my childhood dream, but also because of my expectations for Brother Yang. There are various weapons in Taoyuan world, but most of them use common weapons. There are many players who use spears, but there are only a few masters. Yang Yanjia's Liuhe marksmanship is considered to be the best among guns, but a good horse needs a good saddle. Due to the lack of a handy weapon, for ordinary players, an epic weapon is very rare, and they dare not even think about it. The next level up. The first time he had formal contact with Yang Yanjiao was because of the imitation, Poseidon's Poseidon Fork, a level 45 epic that already excited him. Yang Yanjiao has a good living standard, but that doesn't mean that he can buy a weapon with tens or millions of dollars just by playing games. Especially other players. Everyone around Lu Yuan is used to it. When they reach the corresponding level, Lu Yuan will help forge. They have never been worried about not having equipment to wear, so they don't know the hardships of ordinary players. Calcite is very suitable for making long guns because it has a certain degree of toughness and can make the gun rod elastic. However, if it is used alone at the head of the gun, it will definitely not be sharp enough. So Lu Yuan added some gold ore to the head of the gun. Lu Yuan didn't know what the real Jinshin should be like, so he could only rely on what he wanted to forge. The material is refined and compressed to the extreme, and it is difficult to change its shape with every hammer. But under the high temperature of the earth core fire fine hammer, it still gradually takes shape. The gun was 1 foot and 2 feet long. It had been forged and polished, and the barrel was white and shiny. Lu Yuan thought for a while, and carved a dragon. It circled around the barrel of the gun, and the dragon scale shone brightly. It is beautiful and also adds some friction to prevent the weapon from slipping in the hand. The tail of the gun is directly shaped into the shape of a dragon's tail. The connection between the gun body and the head is a dragon head, and the head of the gun spits out from the dragon's mouth. The gun head is 20 centimeters long. It is not made into a wide gun head, but a long and flat shuttle shape. After adding gold ore, the gun blade is like a layer of gold edge, and there will be a buzzing sound when the wind blows, and it is sharp. The degree is self-evident. As the last hammer fell, the Jinshin gun was completed. A silver dragon soared into the sky, and the high-pitched dragon roar resounded throughout the holy city. Players looked up to see the spectacle in front of them. After the silver dragon circled and danced in the sky, it swooped down again and plunged into the gun. The gun's body shone brightly.
Ding, congratulations on successfully forging the pseudo-artifact spear. Please name it.
Jinshin.
Ding, congratulations to player Bu-Dao-Huan for successfully forging the pseudo-artifact Jinshin. Brother, what's wrong with you?
Jinshin asked, looking at Yang Yanjiao, who was standing still.
Is that for me? He's so handsome,
Yang Yanjiao said in disbelief.
Let's go back and take a look. The previous fish intestine swords didn't show any celestial phenomena. It seems that although they are all fake artifacts, this Jinshin gun is more powerful.
Chang Chunzi also agreed. An ordinary player who was transporting supplies in the holy city looked at the world announcements on the screen and looked at the blue weapon in his hand, with a look of decadence on his face.
There are so many fake artifacts on the street. How come I don't even have rare weapons?
Players have seen a lot of things like Skyfire and Thunder before, but Genshin still amazed many people when it came out, regardless of its level. It's just that it's handsome.
Brother Liu, show me the spear quickly,
Yang Yanzhao said anxiously as soon as he entered the room.
Ha. Let's see how anxious you are. Can the one I gave you escape?
Lu Yuan handed over the spear and said with a smile. Yang Yanzhao took the Genshin and stroked the spear with trembling hands, his eyes already shining brightly. He quickly walked out of the blacksmith shop and started to dance like a hip-hop. His superb marksmanship combined with the shining Genshin made everyone applaud and admire him. Every time the spear was swung out, it was like the sound of a dragon roaring. It was really a bit of cold light that came first, and then the spear came out like a dragon.
Let's take a look at the attributes. Why haven't we finished practicing yet?
Zheng Yu said, looking at Yang Yanzhao, who was as happy as a child. Yang Yanzhao calmed down and shared the properties of Genshin. Genshin. False artifact. No level occupation required. Attack power, 15000, 15000. Strength plus 1500. Stamina plus 1500. Additional attribute, breaking defense. Spear thrust has a 50% chance of ignoring the enemy's defense. Additional attribute, serious injury. Enemies stabbed by Genshin have a high chance of being seriously injured, which will reduce the healing effect of the enemy and impair their movement. Additional attributes, dragon roar. The spear emits a dragon roar along with the moves. The sound of the dragon roar can interfere with the enemy's blocking judgment and strengthen one's own momentum. Additional attributes, lethal. If Genshin hits the enemy's heart or head, there is a 5% chance of causing the enemy to die directly, regardless of the enemy's life recovery ability. Additional skills, Silver Dragon comes to the world. The Silver Dragon emerges from the gun, causing a large amount of damage to all enemies in a straight line of 100 meters in front. The cooldown time is 10 minutes. Forger, Bu Dao Huan.
Isn't this attribute too abnormal? Break defense? Seriously injured? Cause death? It also comes with interference effects. And the range of the group attack skill is so wide. After suffering for so long, I finally made a difference. Congratulations.
Everyone was praising the power of Genshin, and Yang Yanzhao was laughing so hard that he couldn't close his mouth.
Ding, dear players. Please note that the army of monsters has arrived at the holy city immediately. Players are requested to follow the instructions of the honor tokens they received to reach the direction of their respective city gates. We're finally here. Let me destroy these monsters with the spear in my hand,
Yang Yanzhao said coolly after turning Long Dan over.
It's starting again, I said. Lao Yang, at such an old age, can you be more mature like me?
Zheng Yu said a little unbearably.
Let's go. Let's gather at the city wall first.
Yang Yanzhao did not reply, wanting to join the battlefield right away.
Wait a minute. Let me help you strengthen it first. Logically speaking, the first round of attacks won't be too strong.
On the city wall, Lu Yuan and others were assigned to the south gate. The army of monsters had surrounded the holy city, and the crowd was so dark that people's scalps went numb. Lu Yuanzhang took a rough look at the strength of the monsters with his eyesight. The ones at the front were indeed not high in level, all around level 50. But there were a lot of them. It was obvious that they won by quantity. Each group has a boss-level leader, and as the levels gradually increase, there are also many bosses who live alone. It's hard to tell who is in command. There are so many ethnic groups together. Some of them were even enemies before, but they are all in order, like an army that has been trained for a long time.
How to fight this? This is too much.
Zheng Yu sighed with emotion.
Quantity doesn't mean everything. The powerful bosses behind are the troublesome ones. If they join forces, it will be our nightmare,
Lu Yuan said calmly while looking at the monster in front of him.
There is news from the North Gate. There are not a large number of monsters in the North Gate. Only a middle-aged man. One person?
Chapter 273 Harvest.
Is there only one person at the North Gate? Yes. Only the South Gate has the most monsters. The East Gate and West Gate only have some bosses who live alone. Although they are small in number, they are very powerful.
Xiao Lui has his own people in all directions, so he needs to be better informed.
Since there aren't many monsters there, why are there almost the same number of people distributed in the 4 directions? The north gate should be moved to other directions.
Zheng Yu said.
I said, Lao Zheng. Can you use your brain? Since Beiman dares to be there alone, do you think he will be an ordinary person?
Zhao Xinghe said.
I said, Lao Zhao. Can you use your brain? Since they are not ordinary people, what is the use of ordinary players over there?
Zheng Yu retorted. The city lord climbed to the top of the city tower and shouted to the monsters outside.
Humanity and the Pinnacle Forest have been at war for thousands of years. Why do you want to break this peace and start a new war today?
Among the monster beasts outside the south gate, there is a tiger-like creature with 2 wings on its back. The ferocious beast is stuck in midair.
Did we start a war? We gave the best environment and the richest resources to you humans, but you are not satisfied yet. And you still keep harassing us in the Pinnacle Forest. Let's discuss who started the dispute first. Theory.
Those who knew the monster on the tower were all frightened.
Xiongqi, one of the 4 ferocious beasts in the Peak Forest. Is he a handsome soldier this time? It seems that this war will never end.
The city lord looked at the monster in front of him and said in a low voice, with a sad look on his face, Xiongqi is one of the 4 ferocious beasts in the Pinnacle Forest. He punishes good and encourages evil. His hobby is cannibalism. He eats the right ones. On the contrary, loyal people will have their noses bitten off by it. He specializes in encouraging others to do bad things. The 4 ferocious beasts in the Peak Forest are Xiongqi, Tao Thai, Golden Retriever, and Fire Qilin. They are ranked in no particular order, and their strength is also in the middle. It can be said that these 4 ferocious beasts are all murderous people. But Xiongqi has a rather weird personality, enjoys doing bad things, and specializes in killing good people, as long as the other party is a bad guy. No matter whether it is friend or foe, it will be appreciated.
Debating with you? Doesn't that mean you have nothing to say?
The city lord even had a strange nature, so he simply stopped talking nonsense.
Hey, you old guy. If you don't tell the difference, wouldn't it be a lot less fun to kill you?
Xiongqi has lived for at least a few thousand years, and he actually calls the city lord old guy.
Warriors and guardians go out of the city to fight the enemy. Doctors are behind them to help with recovery and treatment. Archers and mages are on the city wall to watch for incoming attacks from the sky. And assassins hide themselves and wait for opportunities below the city.
The city lord simply issued a relatively general tactic. After all, there were many monsters on the opposite side. Once the war started, both sides were destined to suffer heavy losses. Apart from piling up blood and flesh, there was no good tactic.
Fong Ro forms a team with me. The rest of you should pay attention to safety. Come on!
Lu Yuan didn't need to be reminded. He took the initiative to lead Fong Ro to form a team, naturally for the reward of the pseudo-artifact dagger.
Don't worry. With a spear in hand, you won't be able to deal with the monsters at all.
Yang Yanzhao was full of confidence. Lu Yuan and his party followed the players out of the city gate, and only Li Tong, Xiao Lui, and Zhao Xinghe stayed on the city wall to attack.
Linger, you follow Zheng Yu and Brother Yang. You will take care of yourselves later. Fong Ro will follow me. Put on your cloak and try not to show up.
Lu Yuan said to the people leaving the city.
Do you think I'm a vase?
Fong Ro said unconvinced. Lu Yuan did not argue with Fong Ro, but took the time to look at the distribution of monsters. It was especially important to find some monsters that suited him. Although a single mob is not a big threat, a group of monsters rushes in like a tide. If they are submerged in it, the players will be trampled to death. There are several layers of soldiers from the holy city in front of the player, each holding a large shield and a spear, obviously to resist the impact of the monsters. Not long after, the monsters seemed to have received some order and launched a charge. The ones in front were at least level 50 monsters. There are also many monster groups that Lu Yuan has fought before, such as the Peak Forest Wolf, the Ghost-Faced Demon Spider, the Forest Python, and so on. The biggest threats are those at the back, the giants that are about as tall as the city walls, the various birds and beasts flying in the sky, and the mini bosses at level 70 or 80. The distance of a few hundred meters passed in an instant. The leading monsters quickly hit the large shields of the human soldiers. Some were blocked, while some monsters knocked over the soldiers and rushed over. There are 3 lines of defense for the Holy City soldiers. When the monsters rush to the players, their speed also slows down, and a real fight ensues. Lu Yuan picked monsters with high attack and low defense, because this could greatly improve efficiency. Golden-Eyed Lioness Group level 65 HP 3 million. Golden-Eyed Lion King level 70 HP 50 million. Logically speaking, Lions should not live in the forest. It seems that the boundaries were drawn, and they were squeezed from the plains into the forest. There are many other players around Lu Yuan, so he cannot use indiscriminate attack skills such as Minefield to avoid accidental injuries. This may be the legendary living teammates effects output. Thousands of troops kill Whirlwind Falling Snow Jinghong's sword dance. Various ranged attacks were used, and the killings began. But not everyone had the strength to stand among the monsters, and players began to fall down one after another. The city's artillery continued to attack the monster group, but the effect was minimal. Under the command of the instructor, the archers on the city wall began to fire round after round, and their bows and arrows flew densely toward the incoming monster group. Due to the casting distance, the mage's ranged skills can only cover the area where the battle is under the city wall. With the remote support, the battle under the city wall gradually stabilized. Unfortunately, the monsters that kept rushing up still caused the players to fall down. After Lu Yuan finished dealing with the lions in front of him, he ignored the Lion King boss and rushed towards the monster army. Fighting boss is a waste of time now. It is better to brush more mobs to increase the honor value.
Fong Ro, wait for me here. Anyway, the honor points will be equally divided no matter how far away we are on the battlefield.
Lu Yuan and Fong Ro have been following him, intending to keep Fong Ro in a safe area.
Since we are competing for rewards, even with your help, I should work harder myself. I said I will fight for it myself,
Fong Ro said unwillingly. On the battlefield, there was no time to say anything more. Lu Yuan knocked away a monster that was coming towards him, nodded, motioned for Fong Ro to follow, and stopped talking nonsense. Finally, the two of them were far away from the main force. Lu Yuan signaled Fong Ro to stay by his side, and then directly activated his area of effect skills. Minefield. Fong Ro stayed beside Lu Yuan, and the thunder in the sky automatically stopped attacking her. Lu Yuan directly changed into the 5 elements natural disaster set and the shadowless sword. The sun and the moon shine natural disaster. The two skills were released at the same time, and the surrounding monsters were instantly blinded. When the monsters regained their vision, huge attribute balls had exploded in the group of monsters. Lu Yuan instantly switched out his flaming blade again. Skyfire. With a wave of the short knife, flame spurted out from the knife, instantly igniting the monster in a straight line in front of him. In just 10 seconds, Lu Yuan unleashed a large number of range-based skills. When he looked at the group of monsters around him, all of them had only one bloody skin left. Lu Yuan changed back into the Tianlei suit and said lightly to Fong Ro,
"Harvest!"
Chapter 274. The battle is fierce. The fighting at the south gate was extremely fierce, but there was no movement at the north gate of the holy city. The players and NPCs guarding the north gate were all confused. A middle-aged man was sitting on a chair in the open space outside the city, with a drawing board in front of him, and he was drawing quietly. This person was none other than the golden retriever that Lu Yuan had met in the zombie village. For some unknown reason, the golden retriever said nothing at this time and did not participate in the siege. He just stayed here quietly. The city gates on the east and west sides are composed of teams of boss, although the battle is also very difficult. After all, there are many players, and it is much easier to deal with some boss than at the south gate.
Flying unit, rush in with me.
A flying boss transformed into a big bird, spoke human words, and took the lead in flying towards the holy city. But before flying over the holy city, he was greeted by dense arrows and magic. After various lights flashed, a level 65 boss was instantly killed. There were many flying troops, and not all monsters would be killed instantly. Just when the flying troops thought they had successfully entered the holy city, the sounds of collision sounded one after another. It turns out that a barrier has been placed over the holy city.
The formation mage will increase the mana output, and the reserve staff will be ready to make up for it at any time.
The great magician in charge of the formation gave the order.
The combined attack is ready. The laser cannon is launched.
A group of lightning mages collectively transmitted mana to the cannons. When the cannons were fully charged, they finally burst out. Thick lightning beams kept sweeping across the sky. Some of the flying troops in the sky were instantly killed, while others kept falling due to the paralysis effect. Coupled with the numerous archers, the flying troops that were charging so fiercely were instantly suppressed.
A bunch of trash. How can they destroy the human race at this level?
Xiongqi did not take action at the beginning of the battle, but observed for a while. He thought that the attack would be overwhelming, but unexpectedly it was stubbornly blocked. Xiongqi flew in the air and flapped his wings several times, causing the clouds in the sky to stir up. Then a huge tornado fell from the sky, and finally connected to the ground, landing right in the center of the battle between the player and the monster. The huge tornado not only swept up the players, but also the monsters there were ruthlessly swept away. Xiongqi didn't stop after the attack. His wings slightly flapped from left to right, and several huge wind blades flew out. The target of the attack was the protective shield of the holy city. Several rays of sword energy were emitted from the tower of the holy city, neutralizing Xiongqi's attack. And then 3 people flew out of the city. One of them is Xiao Lui's master, the level 93 fire mage Lin Yi. The other is the level 92 warrior Qin Li, riding a flying monster. And the other is also a mage, level 88 wind, master Shursun Shuang.
Hey, there are some masters here,
Xiongqi suddenly said in a sarcastic voice.
You monsters have never come out to cause trouble to mankind for thousands of years. So why use this as an excuse to start a war?
Qin Li said with confidence, holding a long sword in his hand.
Everything you said is right. But after being quiet for so long, it's time to get lively and lively. What you say makes the most sense. I'll eat you first,
Xiongqi said coldly.
You are so shameless. Wait until I kill you, and you will have hot pot tonight.
After Qin Li said this, he swung his sword and attacked with several sword energy. Lin Yi and Shursun Shuang remained silent afterwards. It turned out that they were preparing spells and attacked with Qin Li's 2 sword energies. Fireball, Typhoon. The fire took advantage of the wind, and the already huge fireball became even bigger. The ground was also affected by the strong wind, making it extremely difficult for the monsters to move forward.
Playing with wind in front of me? Yo, there is still a hint of Qilin fire. Are you Qilin's illegitimate son?
Xiongqi didn't fight back and dodged all the attacks with a slight movement, as if the hurricane released by Shursun Shuang didn't exist at all and was being used by it. The 3 masters of the holy city in the sky fought together. They didn't say much when facing Xiongqi. No one dared to be distracted. Even though they might not be able to defeat it, they still held it back. Lu Yuan quickly cleared away the monsters around him and saw that his experience had increased rapidly. After all, the area of 100 meters was filled with dense monsters.
You brat! I let you run away last time, but I will take your life this time. Hand over miss by quickly.
A strong voice came, and it turned out to be the level 85 boss Tyrant Bear outside by Qianqian's house. The Tyrant Bear is huge and has a very high level. In normal times, Lu Yuan can still fight with him. But on the battlefield, with such a powerful and thick HP, the most important thing is a one-on-one battle with a boss with obviously high defense is obviously unwise. Lu Yuan turned around and ran away without replying. With his agility, it would not be easy for the Tyrant Bear to catch up with him. As long as he entered the group of monsters, those monsters would naturally become an obstacle to him. Lu Yuan continued to wander around and fight monsters, with Fang Rou following closely behind. Whenever Lu Yuan attacked a target, Fang Rou would use her skills to quickly make up for it with a few more blows. The Tyrant Bear's huge size is its advantage, so it has never practiced human form. Now it sees Lu Yuan wandering among the monster beasts, and he can only be blocked by the monster beasts. In normal times, these low-level monsters would have been scared away or trampled to death. But now it was a war after all, and he did not dare to bear the crime of destroying unity. In the end, he could only watch Lu Yuan run further and further away. Lu Yuan's purpose is very clear: to pick the weakest monsters and monsters that cannot be dealt with in a short time. Lu Yuan usually hides far away among the monsters. Lu Yuan is like a loach. There are many players around anyway, so he runs away by himself. The monster naturally looks for other targets, and it doesn't have a deep grudge against someone who keeps chasing a loach. During the fight, Lu Yuan saw several familiar people, including a steel needle porcupine, a blue-eyed leopard, an angry chimpanzee, and some monsters that he had never fought before but were all surrounding outside by Qianqian's castle. It seems that when the monsters attack the city, some monsters are killed for their own people, and some are just for Bai Qianqian. Some like Xiongqi just want to have some fun. Just as the players were gradually taking control of the situation, bad news suddenly came.
Oops! A group of brute rhinoceros hit a big hole in the east wall of the city. The east gate is in danger.
No one would have thought that these rhinoceroses were so powerful that they risked their lives. And some even crashed their heads against the city wall, just to knock off that brick. As soon as the east gate was in danger, many players dispersed to support them. The situation that had stabilized for a while began to slowly tilt towards the side of the monsters. The mage who had been charging the cannon was replaced as a substitute because he could not keep up with the consumption. However, the level of the substitutes was obviously not as good as the main force, and the attack effect instantly dropped by a level. The flying monsters regrouped, and the pressure on the defensive barrier suddenly increased. Chapter 275 Reinforcements arrive. As the city wall was damaged, many NPCs were transferred from the south gate, and a small number of players were also withdrawn to help defend the gap. As if receiving some order, the ordinary monsters around Lu Yuan all rushed towards the holy city and stopped entangled with Lu Yuan. Although ordinary mobs have stayed away from Lu Yuan's situation is much more dangerous than before. Many boss have surrounded Lu Yuan and are gradually shrinking the encirclement.
Boy, you have no way to escape this time.
The tyrant bear still did not give up chasing Lu Yuan. In its eyes, it did not matter whether the holy city was conquered or not. When it jointly incited the monsters in the peak forest to launch a war, its only purpose was to rescue Bai Qianqian, so as to gain some favor. Looking at the encirclement of nearly 20 bosses around him, Lu Yuan knew that no matter how fast he was, he would not be able to break through. But if he fought hard, it would be a very difficult battle. Among the nearly 20 bosses, the lowest level is 60, and the highest level is the tyrant bear, level 85. There are many different types, and all kinds of monsters gathered together. There was even a birdman hovering in the sky. Judging from his funny appearance, he was the same one who jumped directly into the lake from the sky when Tao Qianqian showed up.
Bai Qianqian, come out and settle the trouble you caused.
Lu Yuan hurriedly waved away, calling Bai Qianqian all the time.
Ding, your pet refuses to fight. Holy shit.
Even a civilized person like Lu Yuan couldn't help but uttered a curse word, regretting that he shouldn't have been so curious and would not have entered the castle if he had known better. There is no use regretting. He can only face it with a strong spirit. Lu Yuan clenched the sword in his hand and quietly observed the boss-level situation around him while shouting to the tyrant bear.
With your goddess's strength, do you think I have the ability to capture her? You humans are all scheming. Miss Bai has a simple mind. She must have believed your lies. She said she was captured. How can she still be lying?
Tyrant bear was no longer anxious and walked forward slowly. He could not break through this level of encirclement. However, to its surprise, Lu Yuan did not give up resistance and attacked in the opposite direction of Tyrant Bear. Feathered Serpent level 60 boss HP 20 million. The reason for attacking here is because the Feathered Serpent is relatively small, and it looks like a monster with high attack and agility. It will definitely dodge under my hard attack, so that I can break out of the encirclement. There are a pair of cicada-like wings on both sides of the feathered snake's head. The upper half of the body is raised. The whole body is only 2 or 3 meters long. It is relatively small among the bosses, but no one will suspect that it has bitten it. S damage. Sure enough, facing Lu Yuan's strong attack, the feathered serpent cicada's wings shook and nimbly dodged away. Fong Rou also followed closely behind Lu Yuan and rushed out together.
Asshole! Who told you to hide away? Stop him!
The tyrant bear changed his leisurely pace and began to run wildly, causing the entire earth to shake. Lu Yuan also welcomed 2 old friends. The blue-eyed leopard with a lame right front leg, and its old neighbor the steel needle porcupine. Back in the pinnacle forest, the blue-eyed leopard almost had his right front leg severed by Lu Yuan. Although the leg was reattached now, it was still limping without exerting any effort, and its speed was also greatly affected. Lu Yuan charged directly in front of the blue-eyed leopard, which made the leopard slightly stunned, with a flash of fear in his heart.
Are the legs attached?
Lu Yuan had already thrust out his sword and whispered to the blue-eyed leopard. When Golden Leopard heard Lu Yuan's words, he felt resentful, but his reaction was still half a beat too slow. He couldn't dodge and was struck by another sword on his right shoulder. After a roar, the leopard jumped back and started scratching and biting, seemingly venting its endless hatred. It's a pity that Lu Yuan is no longer at the same level as before. The thunder sword blocked a few times and stabbed back at will, repelling the blue-eyed leopard with ease. The steel needle porcupine also rushed over at this moment. Due to its huge size, Lu Yuan did not confront it head-on and chose to drive quickly and multiple times. I have to say that the cloak of the Netherworld Wolf King is very effective. Fong Rou is tightly hidden under the cloak, and these monsters do not even attack her, which proves that the cloak has an excellent invisibility effect. In fact, under normal circumstances, the monster's sense of smell is extremely sensitive, and they can detect the presence of another person. However, Lu Yuan is the main target, and everyone surrounding Lu Yuan here is here for Bai Qianqian. The other monster bosses were getting closer and closer, so Lu Yuan had to fight and escape. It was not pleasant to be stuck in the middle of a bunch of bosses.
Brother Lu, don't be afraid. We are here to help you.
Yang Yanxiao was still far away and said as he rushed towards the side. Yang Yanxiao was followed by his comrades. Since Lu Yuan's side was already out of the range of the large-scale monsters, there was not much distance between them. Even Zhao Xinghe and the 3 people who were standing on the tower ran out regardless of the danger. There were 10 people with him, among whom Lu Yuan had seen
Changfeng Piaolang.
The reason why he was deeply impressed by him was because he used the move
Zhangtian Lai Kong Slash
in the arena competition. This skill is the mysterious skill of the Gale Valley Birdman once almost killed me instantly. Yang Yanxiao and others were very familiar with him, and they cooperated a lot during the National War.
Treading the Waves Guild. All 10 of us are here to help.
Changfeng Piaolang shouted a slogan.
Lang, it's not easy for your guild to gather together. I heard there were 10 people when we were over 30 levels. I didn't expect that we were over 60 levels and finally gathered together.
Zheng Yi finally met Lu Yuan. Panting. I didn't forget to tease you a little bit.
Ha ha. I was busy at that time. So it's better to be busy.
Changfeng Piaolang formed a formation with his teammates and said awkwardly. There are 10 people on the wind and wave side. 2 guardians, 4 mages and 1 warrior, 1 archer, 1 doctor, and 1 assassin each. It is obviously a configuration with maximum output.
These are all my good friends in real life. Brother Yang and I are old acquaintances. I have wanted to fight with you for a long time. But it's a pity that I never had the chance. It's great that I met you today.
Changfeng Piaolang seemed to have forgotten the danger in front of him. Actually started chatting. Everyone merged the teams together, and the formation was already drawn up. When the monster bosses saw reinforcements arriving, they did not rush to take action. Instead, they waited for the boss of this small group, Tyrant Bear. The Tyrant Bear has high defense, high health, and great strength. But its weakness is also obvious. That is, its movement speed. If there are more archers, it will not be able to do anything when flying a kite. But it is estimated that it will have a killing move. There are now 20 people on Lu Yuanyang's side. Although it is impossible for each person to fight against one of them, they can definitely contain the other bosses and kill them one by one.
Now that we're here, let's work together to fight. The Guardians will pull the boss's hatred together, and the others will follow suit. Leave the big bear to me, and you can support the other monsters.
Lu Yuan had actually wanted to fight for a long time. When reinforcements arrived, he could just let go.
Get on the buff and let the fight begin.
Chapter 276. Helin's sword was broken. After everyone finished buffing, the Guardian rushed forward. 20 players vs 20 bosses. This kind of battle was obviously not common. And the boss level was so high. It sounded crazy. Lu Yuan rushed straight towards Tyrant Bear. Tyrant Bear looked at Lu Yuan, who rushed over alone. His eyes filled with unease.
You want to challenge me alone?
Tyrant Xiong thought, and then said to the other bosses.
You go and beat the rest of the people. Leave this kid to me. I must torture him well and make him hand over Miss Bai. Then I'll leave it to you. Boss Xiong, you must rescue Miss Bai.
The poisonous toad said seriously.
Stinky toad. Hurry up and fight. Do you want me to teach you how to do things?
Tyrant Bear cursed with a look of disgust. Thousands of armies kill. When the Tyrant Bear was distracted, Lu Yuan had already stabbed in front of its eyes. Although he was surprised to reach it so quickly from such a long distance, he still deflected the stab with a slap of his thick bear paw. Lu Yuan also used the opportunity to distance himself. Tyrant Bear was very big. Staying still next to him was no different than seeking death. With a height of more than 4 meters and a weight of nearly 10 tons. As long as he fell down and compacted, it would basically be an instant kill. There is no need for any bells and whistles at all. Gravity enhancement. The Tyrant Bear slapped its 2 front claws hard on the ground, and a circular circle of dust spread around it, covering the entire area including Lu Yuan's area. Lu Yuan felt as if his legs were filled with lead, and his movement speed dropped significantly. However, Tyrant Bear was not affected at all, and quickly moved to Lu Yuan's side. After reaching the attacking distance, he raised his huge front paws and grabbed Lu Yuan violently. There were still a few red claw marks in the air. Contrary to what he expected, Lu Yuan rolled to avoid the blow, but he was also shocked and broke into a cold sweat. It would be great if my Thunder Domain could be used, so that I could offset the gravity effect and escape from its range. Tyrant Xiong attacked Lu Yuan teasingly, while forcing Lu Yuan to hand over by Qianqian. Lu Yuan was even more miserable. He didn't want to throw the damn nine-tailed fox out. But he couldn't summon her. Complaining can't solve any problems. Since gravity has strengthened, it should be effective to improve your own strength. He did it as soon as he thought of it. Lu Yuan concentrated all his energy on his legs. After strengthening the strength of his legs, he felt that his body had become lighter.
Oh! You're still hiding your strength!
Tyrant Bear looked like he had a chance to win. Little did he know that he had already committed a big taboo. Usually the enemy died either from being careless or from talking too much. He took advantage of both. I thought that Lu Yuan would escape from his own gravity circle by recovering his speed. But he didn't expect that Lu Yuan would not retreat, but advance instead. Jingong. As graceful as a startling giant. As graceful as a swimming dragon. There was no trace of any lag in his sword moves. He continuously used his speed to hit many swords. But there were no obvious wounds. Although the critical hit damage is sufficient. I can't afford to beat him with hundreds of millions of HP. So I have no choice but to switch to the Shadowless Sword. I hope that the Shadowless Sword's defense-breaking effect will be miraculous. Once the wounds on the Tyrant Bear increase, then its recovery speed will slowly decrease. Then, as long as he takes advantage of his speed and hits the original wound with the Thunder Sword, he is sure to win the battle soon. After being tortured by the Fire Unicorn at more than 90 levels, it was only a matter of time for Lu Yuan to become such a slow human shield boss. Sure enough, after switching to the Shadowless Sword, the wounds on the Tyrant Bear gradually increased, and the beatings made the Tyrant Bear howl. Skin strengthening, strength strengthening roar. He released 2 buff skills in succession, followed by a deafening roar. The surrounding sound waves continued to spread, and Lu Yuan's mind went blank.
Not good.
Lu Yuan knew in his heart that something bad was going to happen. But his mind went blank, and he had no time to dodge. He finally came to his senses, and subconsciously rolled backwards to avoid, but was still slapped in the face. Lu Yuan was knocked back in an arc, fell heavily to the ground, and then flew out for several meters. Fortunately, Lu Yuan had excellent equipment. Otherwise the bear's paw that he had hit with all his strength this time would have been fatal. He quickly made up for 1/3 of the lost blood with a bottle of blood. Minefield. Lu Yuan directly released a range of skills, because the people around him were already far away, which was probably everyone's tactic. Otherwise the boss would all gather together, and the sudden burst would be very lethal. The Sky Thunder suit always seemed to have a bonus in the minefield, and Lu Yuan felt that his movement speed had become much faster. The Tyrant Bear continued to attack Lu Yuan despite the thunder in the sky. This time it also realized that it could not be careless. Gravity space. The Tyrant Bear stood upright, and slowly closed its 2 bare paws toward its chest as if worshipping Buddha. Lu Yuan only felt that his whole body seemed to be restricted, and the space was constantly squeezing him. After seeing Tyrant Bear's movements, Lu Yuan instantly understood that he was squeezing himself in the space formed by manipulating gravity. If this continued, he would be squeezed into a meat pie. Sword dance broken. The chi of Lu Yuan's body was condensed on the Shadowless Sword. The sword dance that could have chopped more than 20 swords could only be struck less than 10 times. Because each sword came with a 3rd sword of the 9 swordsmen of the Sword Master, and only the 3rd sword was struck. The destructive properties of the 3 swords can save yourself. The sword dance enveloped Lu Yuan's surroundings, launching resistance against the constantly squeezing space around him. Lu Yuan is betting that this gravity space cannot be equally solid all around. Just like when 2 palms are put together, there will always be a gap between the fingers. As expected by Lu Yuan, some cracks appeared in the gravity space above. Lu Yuan quickly struck a few more swords, and the gravity space finally shattered. If Lu Yuan hadn't been so skilled in using the destructive properties of the 3rd sword, he would have been able to die slowly in the gravity space for so long. Tyrant Bear is not discouraged. The disadvantage of this move is that it is too slow, and he cannot move. However, it is actually a bit surprising that this kid can escape.
The boy really has some strength.
Otherwise how could Miss Bai be kidnapped so easily?
The Tyrant Bear hammered the ground hard, and the surrounding area began to shake. Earthquake. Lu Yuan just wanted to jump, but he didn't expect that there was no pressure point under his feet. So he somersaulted and fell to the ground.
Eat my meat bomb.
Tyrant Xiong jumped high, as if he had known that Lu Yuan would fall. But he was not affected by the earthquake. The ground continued to shake, and Lu Yuan's center of gravity was lost, and he could not get up. Lu Yuan only felt that something covered the sun, and a huge black shadow fell from the sky. With the size of the Tyrant Bear, Lu Yuan had no time to dodge, and could only resist. The Yilin sword quietly appeared in Lu Yuan's hand, with the tip of the sword pointing upward. As the tyrant bear fell, the Yilin sword also stabbed into its belly. I thought that the length of the Yilin sword could pierce the tyrant bear's body. Unexpectedly, the Yilin sword only penetrated halfway and broke due to the pressure. Lu Yuan was also hit hard by Tyrant Xiong. Chapter 277 Thunder Spirit Awakens. Lu Yuan couldn't help but feel distressed when he saw Yi Linjin broken. Although Yi Linjin could no longer keep up with the current level, it was the first sword that Yi forged for himself after all, and it had great commemorative significance. However, this thought only lasted for a moment, because Lu Yuan was already suppressed by Tyrant Xiong's huge body, and his life or death was unknown. Not long after he suppressed Lu Yuan, Tyrant Bear smelled a burning smell, followed by a pain underneath his body. The Tyrant Bear knew how thick his skin was, and would not feel pain easily. Even if there were many cuts on his body, they would heal quickly. The sudden pain made him feel bad, and he rolled over quickly. Arrived aside, where Tyrant Bear left, a big hole had been made in the ground, and where Lu Yuan was, a humanoid shape collapsed. It must be said that the Sky Thunder suit, as an artifact suit, has absolutely first-class protective capabilities. Even with the protection of the armor, Lu Yuan's body still felt severe pain. It turned out that just now Lu Yuan was under the Tyrant Bear, and the unicorn fire was carried all over his body, which scorched the hair under the Tyrant Bear's body and kept burning against its skin surface. As the fire unicorn's original fire, its lethality is naturally very high. Even if the Tyrant Bear has rough skin and thick flesh, it still cannot withstand it. Lu Yuan stood up with difficulty, picked up half of the Yi Linjin on the ground and put it in his backpack. Now is not the time to feel sad. His teammates are still fighting hard. If he defeats Tyrant Bear and joins there will be no survivors. The Tyrant Bear looked at his burnt hair and became even more irritable. The Tyrant Bear has always considered himself a gentleman bear and has always paid great attention to appearance. Now that his hair has been burned, it has seriously affected his image. What should I do if my goddess sees me? Despicable, obscene, and shameless. He was so cruel to my perfect fur. It's unforgivable. Super gravity double. Lu Yuan felt his shoulders sink. He breathed all over his body, and he could not hold back from falling to the ground. But his feet were already pressed into the ground. The Tyrant Bear had already stood up and pounced on him. Lu Yuan used all his strength to pull out his feet, and began to dodge awkwardly. He occasionally fought back, but was too slow due to the heavy gravity, allowing the Tyrant Bear to easily dodge. Lu Yuan's side was in a tough fight, and the rest of his teammates were also having a hard time. Although the other boss levels were uneven, they were all powerful and had well-balanced attributes, including long range, agility, and human shields. Everyone has been fighting boss for a long time, but this is the first time they have fought so many at once. Everyone is well equipped, and Xiao Lui's damage is even more explosive. Although Zhao Xing's new equipment is of epic level, the effect of his skills has also been improved. Not only the singing speed is faster, but also the range of skills has been greatly increased, and the paralysis effect of single target attacks is even more obvious. Each of the 10 members of the Lang Trading Guild is not simple, although the equipment is not particularly top-notch. They have been carefully selected and matched, and the cooperation of several people is even more orderly. Although it was the first time to cooperate with Lu Yuan and his group, he always showed up where he needed it most, and he had a very good sense of finishing the damage in places that were short of damage. Yang Yanzhao liked the new gun and fought even more vigorously. Liu's marksmanship was airtight. As the saying goes, every inch is longer, and every inch stronger. He could always take advantage of the spear to take advantage of it. He faced 2 bosses without any pressure at all. Chang Chunzi has always been attacking in a clumsy way, recruiting some brats to throw talismans, but he is free to hide behind him. Jianshan also stands among the mages, wielding a sword for long-range attacks and support. In terms of long-range attacks, Jianshan is as confident as a mage archer, but once a monster gets close, he can only run away. Fortunately, after Lu Yuan's daily training, his awareness of body skills has been improved. In addition, the green snake in Qi Feng sword occasionally teaches some of his own sword skills, and Jianshan has also been greatly improved. Although there are gaps in the wall of the Holy City, it has stabilized. After all, the Holy City has many years of experience, and there are still many masters. It is more than enough to deal with bosses that are not too high in level.
The golden retriever at the north gate is still painting. And the defensive personnel in the holy city are also happy. The players see a bunch of question marks on his head. And they can't even see his level. Anyone who dares to go out to provoke him may just stay. Some people defended, while the rest went to support in other directions.
You can use its gravitational magnetic field to throw me into the sky.
Lu Yuan suddenly heard a voice speaking to him. But he saw no one else around.
Idiot! I am the sword in your hand.
Lu Yuan was stunned, and then realized that it was the thunder spirit in the sky thunder crystal. It fell asleep when the forging was completed. Unexpectedly, it woke up at this critical moment. Lu Yuan no longer hesitated, and slapped the hilt of the thunder sword. And the thunder sword flew into the sky with a swish of force. Although I don't know what the thunder sword means. Since it said that, it must have its purpose. After changing to the shadowless sword, it continued to struggle with the tyrant bear. Tyrant bear was also very upset. Under his supergravity, this kid could still move freely. Most people would have been lying on the ground and being rubbed by him. The most annoying thing is that this kid can still find time to fight back. And as time goes by, he seems to be getting more and more accustomed to the gravity. And knowing that his speed is limited, he pays more attention to the angle and technique when drawing the sword. And no longer just pursuing speed. For Lu Yuan, although this battle was difficult, it was a good training opportunity. He had always relied on speed to win, even with the sword moves taught by the sword master. But now that my speed is limited, and even the sword is greatly restricted, I have to think about techniques at this time. The sword master also said that sword moves are fatal. But the battlefield is ever changing. If 100 people learn swordsmanship, everyone will learn something different.
Learning without thinking is useless. Thinking without learning is dangerous.
How could Lu Yuan not understand this analects that he has learned since he was a child? Facing this heavy sword target and the limitation of gravity, it was just a good time to hone the redundant movements of my swordsmanship. Kung Fu is a killing skill. The simpler and more effective it is, the more effective it is. Even after the thunder sword flew into the sky, Lu Yuan was so immersed in how to block and counterattack that he even forgot about the existence of the thunder sword. Facing the tyrant bear's huge bear claws, Lu Yuan no longer chose to block and dodge blindly. Because Lu Yuan found that although its attack range was large, its body was not that flexible, and its body was bulky. So the bear's claws were usually swung with all its strength. It is difficult to change direction and move halfway. After mastering this point, every time Lu Yuan saw the opponent waving his claws to grab, he would dodge sideways, and then directly draw his sword. When the tyrant bear jumped forward and hugged him, he would roll back to dodge, and then stab before kicking off the ground. Size is tyrant bear's advantage and disadvantage. This is true of everything, and no one can be perfect.
I'm here. Help me create a chance.
Lu Yuan felt something in his heart. Although he didn't know how Lei Ling sent the message, he was still mentally prepared and thinking about how to cooperate. Chapter 278 The Power of Thunder Spirit. A boss of this level naturally has a strong sense of combat, and its own defense is amazing. So its weaknesses must be carefully protected. If you directly attack its eyes and head, it may be difficult to succeed directly. Lu Yuan looked at the tyrant bear's body and found that there was really no breakthrough. The wounds healed quickly, even except for some damage to the hair. There were no scars on the flesh and skin. The vitality of the monster beast really enviable. In the end, Lu Yuan's eyes stopped at the tyrant bear's abdomen. Although the Yilin sword had been broken, there was still a small section in his stomach. Although the tyrant bear had strong vitality and a very fast recovery ability, the Yilin sword was like a thorn and could not be stabbed. How to heal the wound after pulling it out? But problems also arise. Lu Yuan already understands the purpose of Thunder Sword. He wants to use the gravitational magnetic field of Tyrant Bear and the inertia from top to bottom to launch an attack far beyond ordinary. Since it's from top to bottom, the attack power will be greatly reduced if you turn a corner. But the Tyrant Bear can't lie on the ground waiting for you to stab it in the stomach.
Stab it in the belly, and I will create the opportunity.
Lu Yuan didn't know if Lei Ling could hear it. Anyway, according to the sound pattern that appeared in his mind just now, he thought about it and responded. Hand of the Void. Lu Yuan hit the Tyrant Bear's head with a claw, and rushed towards his head with all his strength with his legs. Tyrant Xiong had no idea that Lu Yuan could jump so high under the influence of his supergravity. For a moment, he was unable to stop Lu Yuan from rushing forward. As the saying goes, wealth can be found in danger. Lu Yuan turned around to avoid the big mouth of the Tyrant Bear, grabbed its hair, raised the shadowless sword in his hand, and stabbed the Tyrant Bear randomly. Tyrant Xiong's claws immediately returned to defense and grabbed Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan rode on Tyrant Bear's neck and grabbed the hair on its forehead. Tyrant Bear sat down on the ground in panic.
Big stupid bear. Look at how stupid you are.
Lu Yuan frantically grabbed the hair on the boss's head and shouted mockingly into its ears. Tyrant Xiong was so angry that he quickly leaned back, preparing to press Lu Yuan hard under him. Little did he know that this happened to be Lu Yuan's trick. Lu Yuan, who had been prepared for a long time, was crushed under him. When he was close to the ground, he kicked his legs. Lu Yuan rolled several times on the ground and sat down panting. On the ground. The rest depends on what Lei Ling does. The Tyrant Bear's body fell heavily to the ground. The Thunder Sword was not seen in the sky. Instead, a bolt of lightning accurately hit the Tyrant Bear's abdomen. The expected blood did not burst out. After the thunder and lightning, everything returned to calm. As if it's like nothing happened. Tyrant Bear felt that he was humiliated. So he stood up and rushed towards Lu Yuan again. But as soon as his body exerted force, his expression froze. And then his body seemed to be in spasm. And he fell to the ground. Lu Yuan saw that the Tyrant Bear's blood volume was continuously declining, although it was not particularly fast. Judging from its painful appearance, it must have been severely injured. The thunder and lightning just now must have been transformed by the Thunder Sword, and it must have penetrated into the Tyrant Bear's body. Even after spending so much effort, I could only knock out 10% of its health. But in just the short time it took to get up and lie down, the Tyrant Bear had already lost another 10% of its life, and its health bar was still declining. The surrounding gravity magnetic field disappeared, and Lu Yuan felt light all over, as if he was about to fly. Without saying much, he rushed forward and started attacking with the Shadowless Sword. When it comes to the single target skill with the highest pile driving damage, it must be Blood Burning Slash. With Lu Yuan's current blood volume and attack power, one strike with full health will cause nearly 1,000,000 damage. Although the effect on players is not that scary. When it comes to squishies with ordinary equipment, it is not too much to kill a child with a knife. Tyrant Bear was unable to crush Lu Yuan in his heyday, let alone being attacked from both inside and outside now. He could only roar unwillingly and watch his wounds gradually increase. And it has no time to take care of external injuries, and all its vitality is concentrated on preventing internal bleeding. Lu Yuan was even more surprised. He didn't expect that a sword with its own consciousness could be so terrifying. It seemed that there was not even a slight difference between a weapon with a sword spirit and a weapon without a sword spirit. In fact, not all swords are so strong with a sword spirit. The sword spirit will indeed be greatly improved. But the thunder spirit of the Sky Thunder suit is different. It was born from the Sky Thunder for thousands of years, and its intelligence is not even better than that of humans. Lo! In addition, Lu Yuan's careful cutting did not destroy its core. It can be said that the Thunder Sword is a sword, but it is also a thunder. Maybe Lu Yuan can only use the Thunder Sword to deal critical hits, release the set skills, and rely on the extremely fast speed of the sword. But Lei Ling's control of the Thunder Sword is different. It is equivalent to controlling a thunder. So the attack is even more weird and difficult to prevent. All the Tyrant Bear's defensive moves were to increase his skin, and he had no way to deal with the Thunder Sword raging inside his body. He gritted his teeth and attacked for a while, and finally fell to the ground as if resigned to his fate. Even though he was in so much pain, he didn't moan. This fact made Lu Yuan admire him very much. Looking at the Tyrant Xiong who had no resistance, Lu Yuan actually felt a trace of compassion.
If I don't kill you, can you withdraw from this siege?
Lu Yuan stopped the attack and asked calmly. Tyrant Xiong didn't expect Lu Yuan to say such things. He had made things difficult for him before. But he actually let it go?
I don't need mercy. Just kill if you want.
Tyrant Xiong endured the pain and still said stubbornly, closing his eyes after finishing the words.
You are ambitious, but you don't want to see your miss by again?
Lu Yuan said with a smile. The Tyrant Bear opened his eyes, with longing in his eyes, but said nothing.
Let's go! The person I want is not you. Practice is not easy, so don't lose your life in vain.
Bai Qianqian suddenly ran out on her own and said to Tyrant Xiong without emotion.
What were you doing just now? Why didn't you come out when I asked you?
Lu Yuan stared at Bai Qianqian and said,
Ha ha. Don't worry about those details.
Bai Qianqian said with a smile. Tyrant Xiong lay on the ground, looking at Bai Qianqian who didn't take him seriously at all, feeling a little uncomfortable in his heart.
The tyrant, do not owe anyone any favors. If you ever need me in the future, Just come to the peak forest to find me.
Tyrant Xiong finally made up his mind. No one would care if he died like this. No matter whether he was careless or not. If he lost, he would lose. He had to become stronger. If he hadn't wasted so much time on Bai Qianqian, he would have achieved success on his own. And it doesn't stop there.
Lei Ling, come out!
Lu Yuan said to the body of Tyrant Xiong. A bolt of lightning shot out from Tyrant Bear's body, bringing out a string of blood flowers, which then floated around Lu Yuan.
I'll help you take out the broken sword from your body. Then you can leave.
After Lu Yuan finished speaking, he walked directly to Tyrant Xiong, gathered energy in his palm, and sucked out the broken Yulin sword.
Thank you. I can't control the rest of them. But if they can defeat me, they will have no choice but to be lucky.
Tyrant Xiong stood up and glanced at Bai Qianqian with nostalgia, then turned around and left decisively. Chapter 279 The Cage of Wind. Seeing the Tyrant Bear leaving the scene sadly, Lu Yuan felt a little uncomfortable. If he hadn't seen the Tyrant Bear as a very affectionate monster, he would have turned it into his own experience points. Bai Qianqian didn't take Tyrant Xiong seriously at all. She just looked around, probably looking for the Zhulong that she had been thinking about.
Are you going to deal with these little fans like you?
Lu Yuan looked at the people who were still fighting in the distance and said calmly to Bai Qianqian.
How can I control them? You can handle it yourself. I'll go for a spin.
After Bai Qianqian said that, she got up and flew away. Lu Yuan shook his head. She was nowhere to be seen when he was fighting hard. But she came out when he defeated the Tyrant Bear and planned to release the Tyrant Bear. This woman really knows how to be a human being. Lu Yuan took the thunder sword back into his hand, gently stroked the blade, and said seriously,
Thank you just now. I should help you. Fighting is much more fun than staying in the Valley of Death. It's just that it consumes too much energy to control the attack myself, so I can only take action at the critical moment.
Lei Ling's voice was a little cold, and his words were very comfortable to listen to. Lu Yuan didn't have much communication with it, but he always felt that it was a reliable teammate.
Well, then I'll continue fighting.
Lu Yuan tightened the thunder sword in his hand and said lightly,
The energy I have accumulated is enough to open the seal once. After that, I will fall into a deep sleep to accumulate energy. If you need it, please let me know.
Lei Ling reminded Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan nodded without answering and rushed towards the other half of the small battlefield. The battle has progressed to this point, and the players have been able to resurrect. Although it is a bit difficult, they have still been able to withstand the attacks of the monsters. The battlefield is also divided into small areas. Some players deal with the army of ordinary monsters, while others fight the boss in small groups. The monsters relied on their strong vitality, and the players relied on sufficient potions and supplies. For a while, they were in a deadlock, and it was difficult to distinguish the winner. In the sky, Xiongqi was still dueling with the three masters sent by the Holy City. Although the three of them were still at a disadvantage, Xiongqi had nothing to do with them. For Xiongqi, the life and death of the monster army was not important at all. He just wanted to eat more human brains and simply do some bad things to have some fun in his boring life. Nothing more. Seeing that the three of them were entangled, it became irritated and began to want to retreat. It also participated in the battle 1,000 years ago. Although human beings have little individual ability, the power of unity cannot be underestimated. The most important thing is that humans have many different attack patterns, and they can always come up with some unexpected tricks. This is also one of the reasons why Xiongqi wants to cause harm to mankind. With the same efforts in cultivation, it will take monster beasts thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years, to achieve anything. However, human life is only a few decades, and those who live longer are only a few years old. After 100 years, his fighting ability can rival that of monsters. Xiongqi feels that the way of heaven is so unfair. So he is resentful, likes to eat people, does bad things, punishes good and promotes evil, just to make himself feel more balanced.
You three are so annoying. It's really disappointing,
Xiongqi said impatiently. Realm of Wind. Xiongqi suddenly unleashed his domain skills, and strong winds blew across the sky and underground within a kilometer around him. What is confusing is that no matter which direction humans move, they face a headwind, while monsters face a tailwind, which greatly affects the speed and sensitivity of both parties. As soon as the domain skills came out, the originally relatively balanced battlefield instantly switched sides. The human side was unable to adapt to the sudden incident and was beaten back. Fortunately, online players continued to participate, And the players who were killed are also aroused and continue to rejoin the battlefield. Although the experience loss is a bit large. The many equipment gold coins picked up on the battlefield can be regarded as compensation. A bit of loss. Cage of Wind. A spherical barrier instantly appeared around Lin Yi, Qin Li, and Shi Xuanchuang. When they tried to hide, it was already too late, and all three of them were trapped inside. The wind in the cage is completely different from the strong wind outside. The wind in the cage does not move in a certain direction, but is very chaotic, and people will be torn apart in it. The three of them tried their best to attack the barrier, but to no avail. Their blood volume continued to decrease. Gourd cover. Lin Yi said his own defense skills. Unlike Xiao Lui's gourd shield, Lin Yi's defense range is larger, lasts longer, and is more resistant to damage. The three of them were hiding in the fire gourd, and their lives were not in danger for the time being. Qiongqi did not continue to attack the three of them, and directly joined the battlefield below. Who are the players below who are level 95 Qiongqi's opponents? Qiongqi is like a wolf rushing into a flock of sheep. One bite at a time. And the players turn into white light, and are instantly killed.
It doesn't taste very good.
Qiongqi frowned and said with some dissatisfaction. Qiongqi's own wind attribute is very fast, and coupled with the blessing of the wind domain, players simply cannot escape from its grasp. Qiongqi did not release any big skills, but randomly selected lucky ones, and devoured the players one by one. The morale of the monster army was greatly shaken, and they began another round of attacks on the city gate.
Ding, the south gate of the holy city is an emergency. Please help players defend it.
The system announcement sounded. Of the 4 gates of the holy city, only the south gate has the most intense battles, while the north gate is the quietest. There are only some bosses on the east and west sides, so it is not too difficult to defend. The reason why the golden retriever at the north gate did not launch an attack was because it was tired of killing. It only came to participate in the siege because of the pressure from the monsters. After all, Zhulong had promised that he would take good care of the monsters. Since the monsters want to fight, let them fight until they have enough. As long as you take action at the end, it will be enough to prevent the monsters from being wiped out. The 4 ferocious beasts, the fire Qilin, had already left a long time ago, and Tao Tai had been sleeping without waking up. So only Jin Maoan and Qiongqi led their troops to come. It doesn't matter if Tao Tai is asleep. Otherwise it will not distinguish between friend and foe when it eats. And it is impossible to eat until it is full. Unless it is sleepy. It will find a place to sleep. Lu Yuan heard the system announcement, and turned to look in the direction of the city gate. Qiongqi was killing everyone, and the 3 people in the air were still trapped in the wind prison and struggling.
Luo, send me up,
Lu Yuan said to Xia Lui, after Lu Yuan joined the battlefield. These bosses were immediately suppressed. Victory was already a matter of time, but the battle would not be over for a while. Extreme Dragon Control Technique. A huge fire dragon appeared. Lu Yuan jumped on the dragon's head, and then the fire dragon rushed towards Feng Lao. The other high-level NPCs are all in other directions. In this situation, except for the 3 masters above, no one can restrain Qiongqi. The fire dragon quickly flew near the wind prison. Lu Yuan concentrated his energy on the sword and swung out a sword energy with all his strength. Break. Qiongqi seemed to feel the energy fluctuations, and couldn't help but look up. He couldn't help but be a little curious that his wind prison was split open by a sword of a boy of this strength. A crack appeared in the barrier of the wind prison, and the fire dragon crashed into it. As the fire dragon collided, the wind prison shattered. Lin Yi and the others regained their freedom, nodded to Lu Yuan, rushed straight to the ground, and once again entangled Qiongqi, who was killing them. Chapter 280, Qiongqi's Energy Ball.
Here we go again. It's endless.
Qiongqi complained helplessly when he saw the 3 of them entangled him again.
All adventurers stay away from here, and just stick to the city gate.
After Lin Yi and the others landed, they entangled Qiongqi again and began to evacuate the surrounding players. Lu Yuan didn't stay away after he landed on the ground. Although there were many bosses who were very strong, there was a stronger Qiongqi now. Lu Yuan also wanted to step forward and compete to see how big the difference in strength was. But Lu Yuan knew that rushing forward rashly would be the same as getting killed. So he had to watch the duel between masters and gain practical experience while waiting for the opportunity. Quietly waiting for the opportunity. Wheel of the Wind. Qiongqi no longer held back, and directly released the rotating roulette wheels composed of wind elements one by one, flying out in all directions. And in conjunction with the field of wind, They began to wreak havoc in the surroundings. Players who didn't come and ran far away would basically die if they were stuck by the wheel of wind. The monsters around them all ran far away to find their opponents. The hierarchy among monster beasts is very strict, and the survival of the fittest is very cruel. Although they are a united front on the battlefield, who knows whether these ferocious beasts with unpredictable tempers will get angry and kill themselves too. In the center of the wind wheel is a wind energy ball, surrounded by 4 wind blades like fan leaves. The energy ball in the middle drives the wind blades to rotate rapidly, causing fatal damage to the enemy. If the wind wheels had substance and were numerous in number, Lu Yuan used his sword to block them left and right. Each sword made the sound of metal clanking, and the force was unusually strong. Lu Yuan just relied on his sword skills and reflexes to barely cope with the attacks one after another. And judging from Qiongqi's appearance, it seems that these wind wheels don't need to be controlled at all, and they are allowed to find their own prey in the field of wind. The wheel of wind is already enough to make people busy. Qiongqi releases another wave of wind waves. The reason why they are called wind waves is because they are all centered on it, spreading out in circles, reaching the farthest point like a huge wave. It is inevitable for people to avoid it. Unlike the wind blade, the wind element in the wind wave is disordered, and it feels like the body is being torn apart when you are in it. Although the tearing feeling is not as strong as that of Feng Lao, the advantage is that the attack range is wide, and it is easy to hit. Lu Yuan endured the tearing feeling of the wind and waves, and had to resist the wind wheels around him. His body was constantly blown backwards by the wind and waves, and he couldn't stop even though he wanted to stop. Qiongqi's 2 simple skills have completely achieved the effect of clearing the battlefield. They ran away to death. Lin Yi and the 3 people at the center of the battle circle release fire shields and wind walls to defend with great difficulty. Warrior Qin Liza did not just defend, but rushed forward despite the pressure. As a level 92 warrior, if he could get close to Qiongqi, then everything would still have a chance. Qiongqi was not stupid. Although he seemed relaxed on the surface, he couldn't solve these difficult people for a while. And of course, he couldn't let Qin Li get close. Qiongqi will fly into the sky as soon as he flaps his wings. Qiongqi is fast, and Qin Li reacts quickly. He uses the charging skill to close the distance. During the charging process, he kicks his legs hard on the ground, and his whole body moves towards the ground before he can fly too far. Gao Qiongqi rushed forward, holding the big sword in both hands. The body rotated rapidly, like an electric drill. When it reached Qiongqi in the sky, it was naturally not easy to be hit. Just as he was about to change direction with the wind, who knew that a huge fire net fell down from above his head? Qiongqi's path was firmly restricted. It turned out that Lin Yi had already thought that Qiongqi would fly into the sky. On the surface, he pretended to defend with all his strength. But in fact, he had already prepared his skills. It was that disguise that made Qiongqi careless and forget to take precautions before he came forward. Of 2 mages, unprepared, the fire net caught Qiongqi. After succeeding, the fire net quickly shrank and wrapped him in it. After all, Lin Yi had received the true inheritance of fire Qilin, and the flames contained the original fire of Qilin. So even if Qiongqi was unprepared, it would be difficult for him to easily break away from the fire net. Qin Li's spinning long sword took this opportunity to hit directly. Although it missed its vital point, it still broke through its defense, and a string of blood sprayed out. Qiongqi was immediately furious. White arrogance erupted from his body, and instantly tore the fire net around him. The wound healed instantly under the arrogance, and his eyes were full of fierceness. When he opened his mouth, an energy ball appeared. This energy ball was not of the wind attribute, but was composed of pure energy, similar to what Bai Qianqian released in the Kirin cave. Although it didn't take a long time to accumulate power, it was obviously enough to instantly kill Qin Li, who was still in the air. Qin Li had no time to dodge in midair, so he could only curl up and prepare to resist. Shi Xuanchuang, who was also a wind mage, originally wanted to help, but he was in a strange field, and the effect of his spells was greatly reduced. As soon as they reached half the distance, they were blown away by the strong wind in the field. Qin Li had closed his eyes. At this moment, he was closest to the energy ball, and the destructive power in it could be clearly felt. It seemed that he was going to die today. At the critical moment, a big golden hand grabbed Qin Li and passed by the energy ball, barely escaping the fatal blow. The energy ball hit the air and fell to the ground instantly. A huge explosion sounded. Sand and gravel flew, and smoke and dust rose everywhere. When the dust settled, a large crater 5 or 6 meters deep and 10 meters wide appeared on the battlefield. The energy ball spit out from the mouth at will is so powerful. If you give it time to accumulate power, you don't know how terrifying the power of a full blow will be. It was Lu Yuan who took action at the critical moment, using the Hand of the Void to force Qinli back. Lu Yuan and Qinli were closest to the explosion circle, and were pushed far away by the aftermath of the explosion. Qinli's higher level was better, but Lu Yuan was only affected a little, and with the damage caused by the roll, he lost more than half of his health.
Stop it! We can't let it continue to accumulate power!
Qinli glanced at the sky and shouted loudly. It turned out that after Qiongqi's attack ended, it began to accumulate power again. The energy ball was much more terrifying than before. This time it did not look at the people at its feet, but aimed at the holy city. Fire Dragon Technique, Wind Dragon Technique, strike Huashan with power. The two mages released two magic dragons respectively. The two dragons circled each other and rushed towards Qiongqi in midair. The wind borrowed the power of the fire, and the fire assisted the power of the wind. The two complemented each other, and were much more powerful than usual. Qinli raised the sword with both hands, gathered all his strength, and slashed with the sword. The solid sword energy was accompanied by a strong sword intention, which meant it was indestructible. Qiongqi didn't even look at the attack coming from below. The arrogance around him became even stronger. The attack hit the invisible arrogance, and was instantly evaporated. The two dragons disappeared from the beginning to the end in the arrogance. That sword energy disappeared in a flash like a breeze.
Laser cannon! Shoot!
Naturally, the holy city also felt the huge energy fluctuations here. Several laser cannons were fully charged, and they no longer paid attention to the ordinary mobs under the city wall. They all concentrated on preventing the energy balls from gathering.
It's late. I wanted to play with you for a while, but I didn't expect you to be so unfun.
Qiongqi finished brewing the energy ball in his mouth, spat it out slightly, and flew towards the holy city. He didn't even dodge the incoming laser cannon. The lightning hit the aura around it and disappeared.